I spend it all the time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision that they clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lies. They said gorillas, I go with Godzilla with the fingers. Pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers. Pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers. Pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
going up. Don't try to stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't try to stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Too much on the line to give it up, yeah. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up, yeah. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
They don't know what it takes to get this money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make-believe. Yeah. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. Nigga, when it in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision that it clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lies. Things like gorillas, I go with Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. Remember me as a big hill.
going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. night, we going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feel the pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make-believe. Yeah. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter, as a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop every member, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
determination.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another day of the official FISSURE Universe Episode 4, brought to you by FISSURE on the official FISSURE Universe channel. Welcome. This is the playoffs. We're here for it. We're on different sides. I'm the Dire now. You're the Radiant.
I'm the good guy.
Yeah, you're the good guy now. I'm the bad guy. Good guy, bad guy. Now I'm the bad guy. What do you think the B in B Cop stands for? Bad cop. That's right. That is correct. And now we're ready. We're going to be getting into some official Dota business here. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. But this is the final official results of the Swiss stage. Taking a look all the way around. Some unfortunate eliminations. Boom, 1 dub, Aurora, Wildcard, Talon, Night Pulse, M80, and 1 move. We bid you farewell. And then the qualified for the playoffs, we've got Spirit, Tundra, Paravision, Tidebound, Liquid, Falcons, Gaimin Gladiators, and BB Team.
I would say kind of expected. Maybe you could swap in Aurora for one of these teams, but they did not have a good run so far in the tournament. They really looked hot and cold, and these are the big dogs. You see the big discrepancy between some of the top tier teams here and teams that got eliminated. But yeah, Team Tidebound are still in the run. They finished off Swiss stage with 3-1. Had like one really bad day, but they really stepped it up.
Yeah, they stepped it up pretty well. Paravision, I think, showed up pretty well as well. Let's take a look at the schedule. We are now on to just one stream, one official broadcast. Team Tidebound against Paravision going to start it off today at 10 a.m. CET, also known as 5 a.m. EST, or EST. Team Spirit against BetBoom Team is the hot match at 1:30. And then you've got Tundra Esports against Falcons and Team Liquid against Gaimin Gladiators. You have hot match over Team Spirit and BetBoom Team. It's 4 hot matches.
Pretty much. Yeah, we saw a lot of these matches. How many times we've seen Team Liquid against Gaimin Gladiators in the last 2 years? There's one matchup that we haven't seen, and that's Paravision against Tidebound. I mean, Tidebound is a relatively new team, but they never met against each other because Paravision, they were not playing at Wallachia.
Right.
And Team Tidebound, they got eliminated relatively early on in the tournament as well. But yeah, going to be very interesting. I think these two teams have very, very active carries. I think there's going to be a lot of contest between the hero pool coming out from the position 1. Both Satanic and Shiro had some records broken. At one point of the tournament, Shiro had the least stats. Now it is Satanic who's dying the least so far from all the players at the tournament. If you remember some of his performances, he was really popping off on either Phantom Assassin when he was playing TB. And we can look at the team roster. Tidebound.
Yeah. Shiro, nothing to say, Bach, Planet, and Innocent. So now in the 1-5 format. I like that. Looking nice here. Team Tidebound playing pretty well. I gotta say though, I've taken the hint, Lacoste. I've gone to Bone Chill for my Ancient Apparition.
How did it go?
I am 3-1 so far. I am winning. I'm doing well. It is
You're a stubborn lad, B-Cup. It took you good
2 years.
A month, 2 years, maybe even. Now, it's been popular in the last month or so, but yeah, Paravision, the squad, very familiar. I think this squad also is very good at executing their drafts. We've seen quite a lot of interesting stuff coming out from them. If we... last series that they played against Gaimin Gladiators, the minus armor strat that they did have with Dazzle, Phantom Assassin, ET, and Slardar, but we can do the coin toss and check what they're gonna choose, and it did go in favor of Paravision, and they will choose overall first pick. Heroes that they've been opening up with most of the time, there's literally no overlapping in this tournament. every single time they opened up basically with a different hero. So gonna be very interesting to see how they're gonna approach it, because this team plays pretty much anything. They have position 4 9 class, who is pretty much playing some non-meta stuff. He's gonna be the guy that is gonna be inventing new stuff. He's playing Ember Spirit position 4. He's the one who's playing Tinker from position 4, which we haven't really seen much. His techies performance against Gaimin Gladiators was top tier. And of course, Jungle Venomancer, position 4 Night Stalker, which is kind of meta right now, but he was one of the first ones who actually started the trend.
Right. Well, I did try that Jungle Venomancer. I did do it from the 5 position, though. I had more net
9
worth
reports?
than... No, we won. We won. First of all, that's how you stop a report from coming, is just winning the game. But I did it in the safe lane, and I had 15,000 net worth in like a 24-minute game. I couldn't believe how much farm I was getting from this.
It is
works.
insane.
It's
It is
so
insane.
good.
But you also gotta deliver. You gotta
Yeah.
do something with that farm. You can't just keep on jungling once you get to your first big item. Whether we're talking about some Orchid, Mech, you also gotta be pressuring the towers. But very, very annoying hero to deal with, and it might get contested in this. Like basically, we have Venomancer player from the offlane. DM was like one of the Venomancer enjoyers, not the title that you want to have in life, but I know the hero's not played from the offlane, but just something to point out.
Yeah, it is. It's a fun hero to play. I think that we'll see it contested here. A couple teams have been banning it in the first phase against Paravision, so it'd be no surprise to see it banned. But there are a lot of things that you got to like take away from 9 class. I feel like he's the Amar of this team. Does that make sense? Because the people used to ban strictly for Amar when they were playing Falcons a long time ago, and it feels like the first phase at least, or even coming into the second phase, as long as 9 class's hero isn't picked, they are banning against this guy. They're making sure that he has to dig deep in the pool of heroes that he has to play.
Yeah, the one hero that I'm going to be looking into is whether they will take Phantom Assassins. Whoever has the first pick, I think there's going to be a high chance that one of them just snatch Phantom Assassin. And I believe the draft is ready, so we can pull it up on screen. Looking at the heroes that they played, some of their most successful heroes on the side of Tidebound, it's been Gyrocopter and it's been Faceless Void. So Gyrocopter exclusively played from the safe lane. This hero, a lot of the times they wouldn't even like pick it late in the draft. They were picking it relatively early on, and they were doing so well with it. I think Shiro kind of shines on these type of heroes that can join early on. Some of the twin gate rotations that he's doing, and also his laning stage is pretty strong.
Yeah, Shiro also plays very aggressive. He definitely loves leaving lane early, but that also comes with the fact that if he's going to be playing the Phantom Assassin, which you said is going to be contested, should be in the draft at least soon enough. We were showing the players for a split second. I think maybe we had the draft below us for a moment. There it is. Coming back again. Round number 2. And Team Tidebound. Dazzle, Monkey King, Magnus, and then got to get rid of that Enigma. And then the Gyrocopter Night Stalker getting banned here from Perivision. So you've left the Veno open if they do want to go into that route. Ancient Apparition, Jakiro is definitely in the mix of heroes that are still available. Not that you're normally picking it first pick, but Muerta is there. We've seen a lot of teams pick their carries first as well.
Yeah, I think there's a high chance, as I said, that there's going to be just Phantom Assassins straight away. There is also Darkseer available for Paravision. I'm going to be honest, I'm not a big fan of the current like meta, how teams already figured out so quickly. Oh, this is also in the poll. In my head, this hero is always banned. But yeah, I think some of the heroes are so much stronger than the others. If we're talking about the uncontested heroes at the tournament, there's a good amount. There's 31 heroes that are uncontested. We also saw, I would say, 15, maybe even 20 heroes who got like banned or maybe even picked one. So basically 50 heroes are kind of in a bad spot compared to the others. And there's that Phantom Assassin that I mentioned. It's just that they play so well with it. And let's see if they decide to remove the smoke. Also, I love the Phantom Assassin as a response to Nature's Prophet, because you are building into Battle Fury. We saw a lot of the times in the super late game, or even like mid game, where you're running out of slots, you can't get out of the Sprout. So you have both Battle Fury and you also have Blink Strike, so you don't care about Sprout at all.
So what's the protection ban here for Parry Vision? Are you getting rid of the Warlock early, or are you just like, is there anything in particular specific to Nature's Prophet that you want to get rid of? They
this is the
Primal,
one. So
that might have been it, yeah.
This also says it's one of the worst matchups for Nature's Prophet. This to me, like, maybe they could have tried to camouflage this pick a little bit, because he can be played from position 4. Nature's Prophet, that is. But 2 beefy boys, this is something that NTS plays really well. He comes online quickly. This is basically Primal Beast, who doesn't need levels, doesn't need items to join the fights. And Slardar as well. We saw a lot of Slardar being popular from the mid lane. Some teams still played from the off lane, but you want to have that benefit from the river, because he is a bit of a stronger laner. We had an interview with No One. He was talking about matchup against Puck. He did pick Slardar into Puck, talked how he kind of lost when he was playing against Quinn. He lost the laning stage, but still managed to do so much. I think it also shows the strength of the hero.
Right. Are you surprised? I mean, Jakira's really strong, but are you surprised that they didn't want to go to the Warlock here for Team Tidebound? I know that they do enjoy that 4-position Ancient Apparition, so that isn't exactly out of the mix either in terms of what Team Tidebound want. They go Clockwork. Okay. So now you've got Cogs and Sprout if you want to wrap heroes up.
Does this say we want to pick up Darkseer? Because Clockwork is a little bit... Clockwork doesn't say much here. He's good against Jakiro, because Jakiro can't use his spells once you get on top of him. Not the greatest hero against Phantom Assassin. They could also run Nature's Prophet Clockwork in the safe lane if Ducalis wants to play it, but most of the time I do associate Clockwork with 9 class.
There is only 2 games played with Clockwork. He's 1-1 so far, and it was played by Talon for the win and Night Pulse for the loss. So not a lot of information in terms of what it's been picked up with. It was played in that win for Talon with Nature's Prophet, though, and Terrorblade.
Clockwork has been nerfed pretty heavily. When we added double damage to creeps on battery, this was the time where he felt really, really strong. And now we remove that, and the hero is kind of meh. It does have this global presence. But yeah, good amount of healing coming out from Coddle.
Ooh, they
and
took
not picking up.
Darkseer.
Yeah, they did not want to take Darkseer for themselves. I guess they wanted to see something more. But this combination of the heroes, really loving what Tidebound had. Maybe I've seen quite a lot of these combos during Wallachia with Jakiro, Darkseer +1. It just looks so insane, easy to execute. You go inside the time zone, lower the cooldown, and also you have
5 seconds remaining.
abilities. Like, you're never going to be lacking damage with this type of a draft. And this is such a good offlane Faceless Void game, because you don't care about Keeper of the Light rotations most of the time. You can get away from Clockwork. You also have ways of getting out of the Sprout. This is position 4 Faceless Void that we're talking about, because it's going to be Darkseer on the offlane, but still feels very, very strong. Paravision with the draft, not that I expected. I don't think they played a similar strategy like this. A lot of the times you will see them be very heavy on lockdown. This time around, they are kind of lacking it, so want to see what he wants to go for. There's a high chance that no one wants to play Ember in this one. I'm a big fan of Ember Coddle Clockwork combination. Very easy to just run at heroes. Cheap lockdown against Darkseer, against Faceless Void. Probably will be removed.
Puck gets banned. I will say my total analytical analysis on this draft from Team Tidebound is, if they pick a red mid, they have technically gone into a full purple draft. Now I say that because if they pick a red mid, then the red and the blue of Phantom Assassin goes together, makes purple. Jakiro's heads make purple, and then we've got 2 purple heroes.
Very important.
Very important things to say, but then also at the same time, I do like this Void. We've seen some funny stuff with the Void. How does it really do with the Darkseer? Do you just put an ion?
That's better. You at least have some kind of a damage. You're not time walk into blood grenade.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Like, what else do we get for this? Because how many times are we gonna see just blood grenade, Void, time walk, blood grenade, and then I guess that's all I can do and walk away. Ursa and Storm are 2 very different heroes to ban.
Remaining.
Yeah, they don't have that much lockdown. They wanted to split up the combo with Keeper of the Light and Storm. And also, they think that this Nature's Prophet can still go mid, of course. But banning out Ursa, not something Darkseer likes to play. Neither does Faceless Void, because you can't time walk. You can't dispel Ursa's what's it called? Fury Swipes. There we go. It's still early. It's 10 a.m. My brain doesn't work.
Team pick.
So early for you.
Radiant team pick.
And a last pick, Tiny here. Okay, well, this is a hero we've seen picked first a lot. The fact that it made it all the way through the draft is a little, maybe not concerning, because the way we've seen, at least for me and you, the way we've seen this hero is that it doesn't do well. But since the hero was 14 and 14, it's now 8 and 2 since that time. So obviously the better teams have gotten their hands on it towards the end of the Swiss stage, now the playoffs, and that win rate is starting to shift up. It's 22 and 16 overall.
No, not too bad. It's just that we've been blessed or cursed with the games where Tiny is just straight up losing.
Every game.
But they are keeping the flex open. They could play this Nature's Prophet in the mid, Tiny, so they will see the matchup and then decide. So NTS needs to find the hero that's going to be good against both of them. Potentially. I think it's a good, like, a Razor, maybe even OD type of a game if they want to run it. Phantom Assassin is not as slow as it was before. You build into Corrosion, you join some of these early fights. We saw Satanic when he played it. 12, 13 minutes into the game, he was involved in 11 or 12 kills, which is pretty impressive.
Thinking about the both carries performances with this Phantom Assassin. I mean, Chiro's had some good games, but man, we saw Satanic. What was it, 18-minute Battle Fury BKB Yasha come through, and they go Pangolier for this last pick from Team Tidebound. I was kind of, it is lockdown. Rolling Thunder, you can use it like Blink, Rolling Thunder, knock somebody up a couple times. But I was kind of expecting maybe something a little bit more lockdown oriented coming from the mid. I like the OD that you mentioned.
Seems like they wanted to have slightly more team fight coming out from the mid lane, even though they are not lacking team fight by any means. I think the damage, if I'm looking at this draft, I kind of prefer what Tidebound had. They do come online relatively early on. Darkseer with 1-2 items, Phantom Assassin with 2 items. I think it's going to be... It also depends how much Faceless Void is going to be able to achieve. And if we talk about Pango, there aren't really big counters to Pango in this game. Clockwork, it can be a bit annoying. And then you have Tiny, but other than that, if we're talking about some burst, some explosive damage, once he picks up the shard, they don't really have that much. So I'm kind of liking this Pangolier pick. Overall, coming into the series, I would say that Paravision is definitely a favorite in this one, and I would say quite heavily. I would say even like 65-35 before seeing the draft. But I do feel that Paravision did end up with having slightly more difficult draft to execute. And I think when it comes down to the team fight, Tidebound, they just have it. But we should not underestimate the power of Tiny plus Keeper of the Light. This also has been, because Keeper of the Light is playing Recall Facet, so he can be, like, he can teleport himself to Tiny, give him mana, give him move speed. And you also have Abaddon with Coddle. I don't think I've seen this lane before, but should be interesting because you're lowering the cooldown on Abaddon. Imagine if Abba played the other facet, which allowed him to get more cooldown.
You just never have cooldowns. Everything would always be off cooldown.
Perma shield, but
It almost kind of is like that, right? Like, I mean, the cooldown reduction is going to be pretty heavy, but just constantly having mana for
something
that
that
shield
yes.
is going to be brutal.
Yeah, Abaddon has been nerfed in 7.38b. Mana cost has been increased on the Aphotic Shield. That's why you see Abaddons nowadays picking up 1 Null Talisman. Before, you could definitely skip it.
Take a look at the facets. Everything pretty much expected. Crash Landing, Ironwood Treant. No surprise on most of these. I am kind of
30 seconds to battle.
interested in that Kato Abaddon lane because it just feels like, what, Aphotic Shield lasts 12 seconds. It was decreased from 15. And the cooldown is pretty decent after level 2.
You have those extra 2 seconds with Mephitic Shroud, so it lasts for 14 seconds. Usually it is popped, but it's going to be a lot of harassment, but so it will be from Tidebounds, safe lane. We're talking about Phantom Assassin plus Jakiro. This lane, if you're caught out of position, you could definitely die. 1 dagger slows you down. Jakiro with the insane amount of slow throws in Blood Grenade. And Bach is also going to be playing, I would even say, his signature hero. Darkseer.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, we could check how many games he has on Darkseer, but when it's a good patch for Darkseer, he will definitely play it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Darkseer definitely giving this Faceless Void a little bit more to work with than just the early time walk that's available. Not something that he really works well with in that early part of the game. It's usually what, 1-1 at least start. We've seen it's Voids even ignore time lock pretty heavily.
1 point is fine, so you can stop TPs, maybe get some Lucky Bash. But when you're playing it from position 4, you want to be as tanky as possible. You are going in pretty YOLO and not wanting to die. That's why we see a lot of stat items like drums. We see a lot of glimmers, dual scepters, so you can buy time for your second time walk.
Mm-hmm. And then the time dilation, especially when you're hitting the upper levels of time dilation, are very frustrating to deal with.
Such an annoying spell. Like a lot of times you don't see the effect of it in the middle of a team fight, but if you get 2-3 man time dilation post BKBs, you kind of won that fight already.
I think a little bit later into the game as well with time zone and what is going to be affected here in terms of having that cooldown acceleration of 400%. You know, you think about Stifling Daggers coming out, or even having multiple Phantom Strikes to jump multiple times as that gets into a higher level. That could be very fight winning if you're able to attack at such a crazy speed for Shiro.
A lot of low cooldown spells that they can utilize inside of time zone.
Yeah. That is definitely what I'm looking at here. We saw Pulverize the other day, which was very funny.
It goes out so quickly. A bit of a slower start to the game as we expected. I don't think they're going to be able to get many kills in the side lanes. Maybe once Clockwork hits that level 3, if they can connect onto Darkseer, but Faceless Void is definitely not gonna die. And this is also not a hero that is super active by any means, but might be getting the courier kill. Never mind. Which planet do you think this guy is? Is he Mercury? Is he Uranus?
It actually works like Krill Eater. First
So
you
it
start
becomes
as Pluto,
bigger. I see.
and then you become bigger.
Is Pluto back to planet status? I think it is, because it was taken away from him like a decade, maybe 15 years ago.
I don't think
And then they called him some like dwarf planet, and then I think he became planet again.
Did we reinstate Pluto? Chat?
I
Do
think
we know
we
this
did.
in 5 minutes? Did we? We'll get an answer on that in 5 minutes. We might have to come back to this conversation of if Pluto's a planet, but yeah, I think planet, it works like Krill Eater. At the end,
Planet
he'll
is
be
the one who's
Jupiter.
killing couriers. This is the second courier that he did kill.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, Satanic losing his courier as this Nature's Prophet, who this Nature's Prophet has a pretty stellar win rate, if I'm not mistaken, because it's been banned so many times. It's been banned 57 times, played 16. It's 11-5 in those 16 games. Like, this is definitely a hero that people don't want other teams to get their hands on. That is for sure. Mid lane, no one. What's this matchup like for Tiny? It seems pretty even so far.
Yeah, it should be pretty even. No one did pick up 1 point in toss, which is mid Tiny, and you're also playing against Pango, so you can catch him mid-air, stop his shield crash from going off. We see a lot of safe lane Tinys completely skipping toss, playing, of course, with a different facet, going for 4-0-4-1 build. Looks kind of weird. Tiny was always about that toss, and seeing him not skill it does feel kind of awkward. Guys, I'm grabbing my stick and I'm gonna poke you. Do something. It's been 5 minutes.
He just wants to do something. Although it's a palm tree this time. He grabs a stick. It's a palm tree. That's a full tree. That'll hurt. Planet. In a little bit of trouble here. Could be dropping for first blood, and will. He had a bit of a problem, and so does Innocence down bottom, but they turn this around on DM. They don't quite have the damage, but Satanic making the rotation. That does mean that Innocence is to fall. Picking him out.
Killing off 2 supports. We said that Satanic loves to get involved relatively early on. Uses teleportation, comes to the lane, and will go back through the Twin Gate. They already placed Observer Ward, 9 class did, near the Twin Gate to see the rotation coming out from the bottom lane. It's very difficult to kill Tiny in the mid lane. You need to bring... Even with Jakiro and Pango using Rolling Thunder, I'm not sure if you have enough to kill him. This hero has way too much strength. Especially once he hits level 6, that extra armor that he gets makes it very difficult. And they're lurking around the mid lane, but they might need Faceless Void as well.
Yeah, they might, and they want to try and go for this. They're going to start that Rolling Thunder. They've got the Ice Path, but do they have the damage to get the kill here? No one getting kind of low, but they do have 9 quests with the Illuminate. They'll throw that over. Ducalis comes in, Blood Grenade thrown, Shield Crash on the 2. But now they bring in Satanic, and that's a trade of both mids, and most likely this Jakiro as well. There's not really a spot for him to go to, and it'll be a long-winded kill. But for the side of Paravision, it makes it 4-1.
Just as I said it, the Tiny is almost impossible to kill. They need to bring 3 heroes.
Is under attack.
It took them such a long time. And again, Satanic gets involved. He's involved in all 4 kills. 3-6 minutes. He doesn't have Wrath of Nature available yet. So that's going to be an extra global presence. And you have Clockwork and Tiny who can set things up for you. We didn't talk too much about DM because the laning stage has been pretty silent. He is doing fine in terms of CS. Nothing too crazy, but we'll definitely start to catch up.
Things down bottom have been very quiet. You're seeing Satanic move around with this Nature's Prophet, but now it kind of makes you want to expect something from Shiro, right? Like, he's going for this Battle Fury. He picks up that Orb of Corrosion, which has become the standard here for the Phantom Assassins. But, you know, are we going to see the typical Shiro who makes that jump at level 6, who's willing to try and get a couple of kills here? Because it's not that easy, especially if we do see DM get involved. These are some tanky heroes that are on the side of Paravision with an Aphotic Shield or, you know, Cogs or a front line of Tiny Avalanche Toss. It's not an easy kill to get on anyone.
No, if he commits, there's a really high chance that he will die.
Coming down. He'll go for Satanic,
Nice Sprout.
but now the Sprout, the Time Walk, the Cogs around on Planet, and he'll end up dead. And even with the wall commitment, maybe with a little help from Shiro, if he had come over, they could have made something happen. But Nothing to Say is also a little bit late to this as well.
They need either Y to also be there, or they need Nothing to Say, because this is Faceless Void position 4. He goes in, Blood Grenade, Time Dilation. It's not enough, and seems like Vision, they are very ready for every single move that they're making. And there's also a bit of a funny interaction with Cogs and Sprout, so you can like push yourself out. We could see him pushing himself out and sprouting the other guy. And now Vision. We'll start to look for some more kills, especially once the Collis hits that level 6. Combine that with Wrath of Nature, and also this is the combination that we're probably gonna see. It is insane what you can do with Keeper of the Light and Nature's Prophet if we're talking about the push. So you can have multiple, you can have multiple Greater Treants, which is gonna make like dealing with some Nature's. And imagine super late game. You're playing with against Nature's Prophet 3 times level 25, for example.
Oh my god.
Keeper of the Light recalling on top of you. You can be anywhere on the map. Very dirty.
Dude, I'm doing like in my brain, I'm visualizing that because we've had so many scenarios together where we're just watching one treant just slap a tower down to 0. Hook shot gets used, and Planet gonna be calling the Cogs. Ice Path not gonna matter for him. He'll try to run, but the Blood Grenade thrown, and one more right click. Oh, missing, but the Rocket Flare does get the kill onto Planet. And now 9 class even gonna chase for more. Bach in the vicinity with some help, but not an easy turnaround for Tiebound in any way. Yeah, just to go back to that, we've seen it where one Treant is just taking tier 3s and taking racks. You're telling me this 30-second cooldown is going to be reduced even further, and you're going to have multiple Greater Treants slapping towers. I mean, buildings are going to fall pretty quick.
They will. You also have Tiny. Other heroes don't deal as much tower damage. Abaddon can with his curse, but as we said, he had a bit of a... still does have a bit of a slower game. Well, carry-to-carry matchup, Satanic already staying 1.4k ahead of the enemy carry. Shiro, this is going to be some really late Battle Fury timing. He's sitting at 0-0-0 right now, hasn't been involved in anything. They lost the tower, and also with the next teleportation, they could easily, if they get a pick-off, they could easily turn that into tower in the mid lane. All you need is bring numbers and maybe get one pick-off.
Agreed. Also, just to update you, chat said Pluto still not a planet.
Dire's top tower.
All right, we'll double check that. Is Pluto
Dire's top tower.
You're,
a planet?
you're fact-checking chat right now? That's kind of rude. I trusted them.
So I think I was right. It says Pluto was once our solar system 9th planet, but has been reclassified as a dwarf planet.
Yeah, so not a planet.
Planet, but not a planet. Gotcha.
Yeah. Dwarf planet is not technically...
I don't. I think they did him dirty. I don't know why. Like
They pizza partied Pluto. It's kind of crazy, actually. Oh, God. Amplified damage here for no one. They're looking mid. Like you were talking about, they could just grab this tower. You pop the amplified damage. You don't even need it. You can just get the tier 1. Tiny hits towers pretty hard. Nobody's really going to be rotating for this. Shiro's so far behind in terms of what he wants out of the map. He's the poorest core just about. Which is a bit surprising. Macropyre down with the Ice Path. They've got the Cogs around this Clockwork, and with the Rolling Thunder, they do get that kill. It's 3 times spree for Nothing to Say.
They were thinking whether they should deny the tower or not. You can see a couple of heroes starting to swing, but somebody decided to make a call and said, leave it. We can still take a fight here. We do have Glyph available.
That is, now... Uh-oh. You left it. Okay.
Free gold for no one. Thank you.
Value, because maybe they should have denied that. Somebody made the call. It was an error. I like
was
this
a
build
prank.
from DM, by the way. Just going Halberd. Doesn't want to go to the Radiance. Doesn't want to be overly greedy. I respect the build. Nothing to say. In some trouble. Avalanche and the toss. Swashbuckle trying to get some space and will do. But the hook shot going forward here from Ducalis. That's a bit of a mistake. Time zone illuminate. Nothing to say. Oh, the Avalanche finishes them off. They get the kill. They'll bring in Satanic behind enemy lines. Now they'll
Double
look over
damage,
Bach.
still up and running.
They've got the Sprout, Planet with the time dilation, Wall committed, Ice Path in a good spot. It's on a 3. We'll even toss one of the Wall illusions on the Planet. Not terrible, but nothing to say dying there makes this feel pretty mediocre.
Yeah, Ducalis is the one who's sacrificing himself
Radiant's top tower
for the greater good to secure the tower, and with this recall, they can be anywhere on the map. They can play so quickly. 9 class, he's recalling Clockwork in the bottom lane, who's going to go through the twin gates and try to set something up. Another quick shot is going to be available in 5. It's been a steady 1k gold lead for Paravision ever since they started to grab those kills.
Does that concern you, though, that the Paravision haven't gotten more out of what the game status is right now?
Tidebound will definitely love to slow things down. They want Shiro to get the item. Darkseer just finish off the mech. Tiny has a Blink Dagger available, so I expect Paravision to start put more pressure on the map. Try to grab some kills. Nothing to say. Interesting item from him. We've seen that a couple of times. Mage Slayer instead of the Fusel Blade. Makes you super tanky. It applies on your Swashbuckle, which is nice. If you combine that with some Aghanim Scepter later, you can also shoot Mage Slayer in different directions.
They're smoked. They're trying to make a kill happen, and I think, truthfully, anything you can get your hands on at the moment for the
No
side
one's
of
out of
Tide
position.
is pretty big. Yeah, no one away from the rest of the team. Kato was nearby, but they land that Ice Path. They've got the Macro Pyre, and this is a pretty significant kill here for the side of Tidebound. This is all while they're doing the Tormentor, so they do get that shard for 9 class as a trade. And also, look at the build that 9 class is going for.
Yeah.
Orchid first item.
This is his specialty. When he was playing Clockwork, if he's getting a lot of farm, he does go for Orchid. He wants to, like, Pango, Phantom Assassin, pre-BKB, Faceless Void. You will. Right now, they are lacking a little bit of damage because when they initiate on some of these heroes, they can blink away. So kind of liking this one a lot. And now he's also the one that got Shard. So that's going to be extra bit of a recall. 1 extra. You have 2 charges. And extra Illuminate heal.
Ooh, Shiro. Doesn't... he knows he's in trouble. As that sentry. Acts away. This is all of a sudden... And it was somewhat this before, but with this shard, this is a pretty global lineup. I mean, you already have Nature's Prophet who can move 2 9 class, and then with 2 recalls, you just bring in 2 more allies. And then they just follow each other down the line and go for these towers and take them out. Just like you guys can follow the official FISSURE Universe channels on the socials, !F in the chat. Follow us on all platforms. Blink Dagger being built for nothing to say. He's going for that. And the shard of Macro Pyre laid down mid just to get a couple of creeps. Force Staff for Innocence makes a lot of sense. Hookshot actually misses Shiro, hits Planet.
But doesn't
you know, they
matter.
usually say it with the Windrunner. It's always the one in the back, but this time it's because of a hookshot. And Planet ends up dying because of that Orchid from 9 class as well. He's unable to time walk out.
And now they're recalling people to the bottom. He comes to the bottom lane and he's bringing 2 heroes. So speaking of global lineup, Shiro, I think he noticed that move, that observer ward that got a kill on Tiny, something that Planet did place, just so that they have vision for potential Tormentor fight.
Phantom Assassin doesn't exactly... Like, they deal well with the Greater Treants, but it's still not easy. Greater Treants have 1,550 health. It's kind of...
Pretty balanced.
Yeah.
Very balanced. I don't know. once we get to that level 25, and a lot of times we do when we have Nature's Prophet in the game, because this hero can be anywhere. A lot of times you will see Nature's Prophet like not die. He's level 14 compared to Shiro, who's level 13.
They found 9 class. Easy kill. Also, to add to that, like the Greater Treants, as it looks like Kyle's not gonna be able to hook shot out, and he's gonna die. The Greater Treants he has are the tomato ones, and they look just so
harmless.
Oh yeah,
right?
They look harmless. They're just the smile on their face, little tomatoes. Also, it's a very fruits and vegetable lineup because they also have the carrot cogs.
Yeah, that's one of the more funny looking ones.
I don't know why I can always notice everything with cosmetics, but my brain has trouble filtering it out. 51% for Tidebound here makes me feel like this is a lot. Like, I want to be that confident as well, and I understand there's a Phantom Assassin in the game, but with the double recall charge and the way that this lineup can be just so global, kind of scares me if you're rooting for Tidebound.
I'm thinking about scaling. I think Gaimin, who also did input these numbers, him manually, also said items from Abba. He doesn't know what to build. He's thinking about how he's going to scale, and I see that he's going back to Hand of Midas. So right now they're not taking any fights. They just got 2 of the supports killed. And if they can dodge on side of Tidebound, they're in a pretty good spot. Once you get to that BKB on your Phantom Assassin, Darkseer, he's going into Pipe, so he's going full aura. Wants to be able to tank up, so has Vanguard, Mech, Pipe, relatively close to it. Needs another 400, 500 gold.
Shiro jumping out in the middle of the lane. A little worrisome when you get hit by that Illuminate, but you're A-okay. And Nature's Prophet, full Mjolnir. I still don't know why we say that.
We choose to say it. We have the option to not say it. We could call it Mjolnir, but
only Thor gets
like
to call it just Mjolnir.
So Hand of Midas completed on Abba. Wants to be able to scale. He has been slightly under-leveled. There haven't been many fights that he was involved in. Yeah.
But any big fight that probably comes his way, he's pretty much ready for. The Halberd's pretty significant, I would say. Stifling Dagger, Ice Path, and Dual Breath with some right clicks from Shiro means another kill for Tidebound. They've done a good job of finding people out solo. Their biggest issue right now is just how quickly Paravision move around the map. They farm it so easily.
This is so funny. Watching Keeper of the Light using Recall. He TPs on Satanic, gives him mana, lowers the cooldown on Greater Treant, who's going to push out the bottom lane, and another Greater Treant is ready. And you still have another Recall. It's super annoying. Now he TPs to Abba.
And he uses multiple recalls. Hook shot. Cogs around 2, but the Rolling Thunder now have got the time zone down with the BKB being popped here. They go to the right clicks, trying to get the kill here onto the Tiny. They'll take out 2. Dakalis is dead. No one falls. DM in some trouble. He's gonna be forced to pop that borrowed time. They'll look over at 9 class. Here comes Satanic, but an illusion of him has been made. They get the kill into the Keeper of the Light. Now they're going to look over at Satanic to try and kill him off. The vacuum out of 2 back into the wall. And now Satanic, he's dead. They'll look for DM, but they don't get the bash. He TPs out, and a big fight for Tidebound. Once down 5,000 net worth. Make it even.
Never doubt Gaimin. This is the timing that we talked about where you pick up a BKB on Phantom Assassin. Their team fight overall is much stronger. And if you manage to lock down hero like Tiny so that he doesn't get his combos off more than one in a fight, it's going to be pretty difficult. And you can tell that they did feed away a couple of kills of the supports. The game did slow down, which is definitely in favor of Tidebound. Yeah. And now Roshan belongs to them. So Shiro, after having a bit of a slower start, he didn't die a single time. And we'll pick up the Aegis. We'll finish off his S and Y. And problem is, you don't have enough damage. Sure, you have this Orchid. Nature's Prophet has something to pierce through evasion with Mjolnir, but even when you get the BKB timing, like carry-to-carry matchup is always going to be in favor of Phantom Assassin, unless we're talking about some super late game where Nature's Prophet, combination with maybe some Hex on the team, where he has like built-in, where he has MKB, maybe Silver Edge deciding which route he's going to go, most likely MKB, but also nothing to say. He really loved the itemization coming out from him, where he is able to jump in and soak up most of the damage. If you get that swashbuckle on Tiny with Mage Slayer, Tiny is not going to be dealing damage. Same goes for Coddle. So their damage output is going to be relatively limited, and add all these auras that Bach did buy.
He's about to have Guardian Greaves with Pipe. So the sustainability is certainly there, and I love this Yules from Planet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Great against Orchid, and also allows him to jump in, use Time Walk, use Yule's Scepter, buy a little bit more time, and then use Time Walk again. Time Zone.
It's another one of those lineups that just the Tiny doesn't feel as strong as it should.
No, Tiny feels like he's not going to be able to scale. Planet.
Ooh, they're looking for Shiro, who's actually silenced thanks to the Orchid of 9 class, but not gonna matter. A big crit for Shiro, who's now on a mega kill streak. Didn't get involved early, but since he's now 5-0-2, Ducalis is gonna help make that 5-0-3. Nothing to say again, credit for that. And another 2 kills here for the side of Tidebound, who are up 13-8 on the kill score, and now have a net worth lead.
They will have to split push. They will have to split up the map and try to get something out of that, because right now they really can't take the fight against Tidebound. I want to see how Tidebound's going to approach that. I see that Shiro is already going to the bottom lane, so he wants to be the one pushing it out. And he's also level 18, so that damage from Coup de Gras is going to be pretty significant. Next, Stormy is about to respawn. Even though they have vision, it's still not going to be enough for them to take the fight. They need to let go of this one.
Is under attack.
Now, that vision. Sentry down, and time to Tormy. 70-30. Woo. Gosh,
Yeah, this game says 1k gold lead, but it definitely feels like, I'm not going to say almost impossible for Party Vision to win this game, but it's one of those where net worth can definitely be misleading.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
I agree with that. You could tell by the way the fights are going too. Although in that last fight that happened mid, Satanic was very late to that fight.
He was.
A bit late to rotate, and then the spot in which he TP'd to as well was a bit far back on the fight. He wasn't willing to really be far forward, and I understand why. I mean, time zone is down. If PA gets vision of you, they just jump you and kill you. Like, the positioning for Nature's Prophet feels very difficult in a game like this.
Radiant's top tower is
They do have so many here. They basically have 4 heroes who like to jump in. So they're playing this a bit of a split push game, as they should.
Top lane, Satanic. EKB attempt, but can they get the kill? Uh-oh. It is Satanic who is gonna die. Line's dead to no one, but I don't think that's gonna matter. They'll pop the borrowed time on DM. They've got the vacuum. They have many ways of stopping these TPs, and that is a pretty big issue for them as they get the kill on to DM. And I believe it's the time zone, right, that stopped that TP?
Yeah. Faceless Void is so tanky. We talked about him getting stats, getting some stats items. Rod of Atos, 275 HP. He has Essence Ring, so can increase that one. If we look at the enchantments, he did go for Brawny, so extra bit of HP coming out from that one. Basically 2,000 plus HP when he uses Essence Ring.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2. And take it with the planet.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Do you think Faceless Void would be picked as much if it time zone didn't pierce debuff immunity?
Dire's top tower is fallen.
Probably still. It's not that big of a deal. It's, of course, very good, but
It definitely stops.
it's
the
more
big
about
TP,
time
yeah,
dilation.
Right? Yeah. Hook shot connects with Bach. They've got that Orchid. quite the cast range, and they are going to get this kill on the Darks here. Finally, a pickoff for Paravision. They did get Y previously. No one was able to get a pickoff while they were losing Satanic and DM, though. So not really equivalent exchange in that, but a good pickoff there.
Looking at box items, has every single aura. And these are all very expensive items. Pipe, 3.7k. Guardian Greaves, 5,000. And then you also have Crimson Guard, which is a pretty expensive item, 3.7k as well. But having only 3 items, does have Gale Guard on top of that, so everybody is going to be super tanky, just needs to play with the team. In Paravision, as I said, they need to split push, they need to be able to get something on the sides, use this double recall, and use like Tiny. Once he picks up Shadow Blade, then he can be the one also playing with Nature's Prophet, trying to set things up. Problem is, Abaddon is really not having a game. I think if we could look at the damage numbers, that Abba's damage would be probably the lowest. I don't think he was able to connect onto the hero and deal damage to anybody.
Yeah, he is not been doing that much damage, and now Shiro has Satanic. Satanic, he's trying to get an MKB, but there are points in time where we have seen this against Phantom Assassin, and the MKB doesn't even feel like enough.
Once you have Satanic on Phantom Assassin, it does feel like it's very difficult to kill her. We saw teams trying to go and try to focus her down, and then she like lives at the sliver of HP. Pop Satanic, it's a guaranteed basically double life, because with Methodical, it is a guaranteed strike, which also means that you're going to be life stealing quite a lot from it.
Mm-hmm. Methodical, very strong in these situations, and keeping up with the net worth of this Nature's Prophet. They're neck and neck. Actually kind of crazy. The double recall, you see it in action right there, just bringing in both heroes. But Shiro caught a glimpse, almost gets to Kalis, gets silenced up. 9 class with the Orchid has the Ion Shell. If he had made a jump over to the Clockwork, would have been able to get the kill there, but the crit for 9 class means they get that Coddle.
1,300 crits. And I did mention Hex potentially coming out on one of the heroes. 9 class does have a good amount of gold. He's sitting at 4,000 gold. So if they can get that, that's going to be their way of coming back into the game, potentially set up with the Glimmer Cape, Shadow Blade on Tiny. They need to play this assassin type of a game.
But they can't seem to get that to work. No one. He escapes by the skin of his teeth. Able to just kind of get out of that. And now the Rolling Thunder with the roll up, staying right on top of this Clockwork, and that should be another kill, and will be with the shield crash. Satanic thinking about walking over, but yet again, another situation in which Satanic just feels late to the party.
After seeing what happened in the mid lane, can't really blame him, and also seeing how strong this Phantom Assassin is. He's also playing into Basher on Pango. So not an easy one for him by any means. And I also see that Phantom Assassin just getting her Basher delivered. So playing into double Basher, it's going to be very, very difficult for him.
What are they looking for there? Gleipnir for the Faceless Void, the Glop. Yeah, I'm still looking for a game. He's going for a Nullifier, which is going to be a pretty big item for him, but we'll see if it even comes fast enough for this team. And they have no one nearby, as they might be able to get a kill here, especially if they match this up with Satanic, and they will. Time dilation and a BKB attempt. Planet now having to run the other way, but now that Planet's right here,
he's not getting out of this
he's
one.
got the time zone. There's no way for him to TP out, and they'll get a kill on a Satanic. Ooh, bash hit, nothing to say. He got that bash, and now they're able to stop the TP out from no one, and he's going to be in so much trouble, and he's dead too.
You're fighting against Basher on PA, Basher on Pango, and also you have Faceless Void with the time lock. It's level 2, so the chance is still not up there to 24%, but yeah, it is quite difficult. You can't TP out. I think it's just going to get harder and harder. There's a Hex on Keeper of the Light being delivered, so that's going to be something, but right now it seems like Tidebound has a pretty good read in what's going on, so they know that they want to play this type of a game where they want to pick off the sides, and every single time they are ready to respond with numbers, not allowing them to utilize recall, not allowing them to utilize Shadow Blades. Hex is completed, but let's see if they can find something.
They're going to start by taking the tier 3 tower, and oh god, gotta be careful. Swashbuckle DM, he immediately gets bashed, and the time walk in with the time dilation, and that makes life a bit miserable. They get the melee rats, and then they back away because Roche is up. This is pretty brutal, but they're going to try and contest this Roche, it seems like. They are moving over. But this seems like it has to be perfect. Scan coming out from the Dire, now coming out from the Radiant. That connects. They've got the Treant there, and now Shiro, will he make a jump? In or out of a fight? He actually goes towards no one, but then back down towards Ducalis, and that's going to be an easy kill from there, but no one goes in with the Avalanche. That's going to land in a suit with the BKB being popped, though, but the Bashes comes through. The damage is there. They don't quite have the kill just yet, but finally a crate clears them up. They'll get the kill. They'll call GG, and game 1 go into tieback.
Oh, man. They understood that they have no business left in this game. It's just a very, very difficult game. They were up 4,000 or 5,000 net worth at 15-ish minutes, but they were unable to capitalize on that.
Yeah, they seem to have a lot working for them, and surprisingly, I mean, I guess it's not really an early GG call. You lose that fight, you lose the Aegis. They were able to push the high ground pretty well, and Tidebound take a very convincing victory in game number 1. I mean, Tidebound is certainly a team that throughout when we've seen them kind of come together, and from Wallachia to here, they have been a team that is evolving. And I think that a game like that is definitely one in which you see clear evidence of that, because that overall, that game, because there are so many things that look like they're going so well in that laning phase for the side of Paravision. And coming into this, I mean, you said it too, Paravision feels like the stronger team, and they do. Like, I would agree with that. But a game like that certainly starts to make me think, hey, Tidebound, they're understanding the map really well in these matchups, especially really well, and they've looked so good so far.
They did. Again, another flawless performance from Shiro. He was 0-0-0 almost at 15 minutes, but then it kind of exploded. He was ready to find the kills. I did point out some of the flaws in the draft that they do have on side of Paravision. And Tidebound's draft, like, I think they gave them way too many good heroes. They basically gave them 4 of the stronger heroes in the patch. Sure, there's Nature's Prophet on the other side. There's Tiny, but again, another loss for Tiny. We've casted how many? Like 7 or 8 games of Tiny, and he lost.
I have not seen him win one.
Yeah, we might be a curse for Tiny.
Stop picking Tiny, guys, when you see us on the screen. They need to watch the stream before the draft and just be like, oh my god, it's those guys.
It's those guys, yeah.
I can't believe we've not seen a Tiny victory yet. This is actually so insane, but a really good game there from Tidebound. Like, I think, you know, they played it the way the facet says for Phantom Assassin, right? They were very methodical. They knew what they wanted out of the game. I think Bach's build was impeccable. It was what they needed. We've seen other builds from Darkseer, but that was a good one.
We saw also in one of the games that they played earlier in the tournament where they also did pair up Pipe. It was a game where he played Beastmaster, and it was also either Queen of Pain or Pango going for Mage Slayer. So basically, you don't deal magic damage. You come in, and he also had all these other auras on top of that. So playing into Crimson Guard, playing into Guardian Greaves, they just did not have enough. And Phantom Assassin, I said before the series started that this hero is going to have a lot of contest, and immediately on 9, Team Tidebound does pick it up. And coming into the second game, this is something that Paravision either needs to take for themselves or they need to ban it out.
Yeah. Well, we'll be back with game number 2. Tidebound taking game number 1 over Paravision. We'll see if they can take the 2-0 and move to the next round, or if Paravision still have a fight left in them. We'll be back in a moment. Stay tuned.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got the ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
Hello and welcome back to the official FISSURE Universe Episode 4 broadcast, brought to you by FISSURE here on the official channel of FISSURE, as we're here with game number 2 for Tidebound up against Perryvision. And if you want to see all the great action, remember to follow us, !F in the chat. Follow us on all official socials around the globe, so you can get more behind the scenes action and see us everywhere where you got socials. Anyway, Tidebound, they were seeing Perryvision everywhere they were going, and they played game 1 pretty well. It looked like it was leaning Perryvision's way. They had a 5,000 net worth lead, and then I think Tidebound made some really good choices going around the map. And of course, now game 2, Tidebound have that choice in terms of the coin flip. They take second pick, and Radiant for Perryvision again.
So second pick going for Perryvision. And I think you need to remove Phantom Assassin. They just might straight up pick it again, unless you want to pick it yourself. Yeah. So Perryvision, they got to decide. Phantom Assassin was not a problem for the first 15 minutes of the game, but it did become a massive problem afterwards. I think this hero, still after the nerfs to coup de grace with 25, 50, 75% less crit, you're still critting pretty heavily, even without damage items.
Yeah. Sanjin Yasha, Battle Fury, Satanic, BKB, and you're still cleaning up heroes from half health. It's pretty brutal, honestly. And we should be getting into the draft in just a moment. We'll see if the Phantom Assassin ends up getting banned or not, and I can tell you something's happened with the hero, but I will not spoil just yet. I'll wait for that draft to show up below us. I don't want to spoil anything, but it's I'm wondering if it's beatable now, because as you see on your screen, Perryvision first picking it, which was kind of expected, right? Tidebound, they chose second pick. And I'm a little shocked because I feel like I expect the Phantom Assassin now to either have been banned by Perryvision or picked up. So you're kind of conceding the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, Tidebound, they were 4 out of 5 on Phantom Assassin and also Perryvision. This is a team that loves to play the hero. Satanic, they play it once so far at the tournament, but extremely difficult hero to play against, and we can see that they are splitting up the combo. They are removing Faceless Void, which was a massive problem. I think Jakiro Faceless Void in general, add Darkseer to that equation is a bit too much. And let's see if they remove Jakiro, because again, you have Vacuum into Ice Pat, into another Ice Pat with Macropire. So I think they gave them way too many good heroes in the previous one, and Perryvision understood that this time around things are gonna be much easier for them if this is an interesting one. Removing Ricky. This potentially could open up a Dazzle pick.
Yeah, I was going to say Dazzle is still available, and that's one of the heroes that I feel like if you're Phantom Assassin might worry you. But you've already picked Darkseer, and they banned the Dazzle themselves, so they don't want to play against it. And that means that they're probably going to go to the Jakiro. I'm surprised they banned the Dazzle, but Dazzle's better in the core role, and they've already got the Darkseer, right?
Yeah, they wanted to have Jakiro, they wanted to have combination, and also they wanted to split up the combo that they did run with Dazzle, Slardar, ET, and all that physical damage coming out from Phantom Assassin. So good thinking from Tidebound. Again, they do have very strong combination. With these heroes, you're never going to be lacking damage. You will have all these auras. So in terms of scaling, gonna be very good for them.
So now there's Perryvision who need to make their pick, or their double pick, which is probably why they're using a decent amount of reserve time for this. They want to kind of figure it out. And they had an idea in the last game that they're going to try and re-establish here with the Coddle. I don't know how much I like the 9-class Orchid Hex in terms of it paying out last game, but obviously
they lost the game, but it was I would say it was a very, very good itemization. He had a great read what needs to happen. It's just they were unable to put the pressure, and a couple of these deaths that they did have on supports didn't allow them to go for the pickoffs that they wanted. Tiny got shut down, Mage Slayer pipe. Going back to Disruptor. This is one of the few times... Oh god, please no. No.
Oh no.
They
Game
lost.
3. Game 3 is official. Well, we thought we were going to continue to only have 2-0s, but I mean, this is game 3 now.
For those who are just tuning in, B-Cup and me, we were covering like either 7 or 8 games on Tiny so far at FISSURE Universe, and every single time Tiny did lose. So we're a bad luck charm. Can you even call it bad luck charm or just bad luck?
Remaining.
We're both. We're a charm to listen to, and we're bad luck in general.
Disruptor, I think we need to talk about this hero. It is very good against Darkseer. You're surging away, getting glimpse back, a lot of team fight, but you also need to have something to set things up. So wondering what that one's gonna be. I mean, if they want to go for something casual, I think Tide Hunter is the one to go. I would say it's a relatively good game for Mars, but Dian doesn't really play the hero. He prefers to play other stuff. It needs to be something beefy in the front line. Keeper of the Light, Disruptor are very abusable. You are playing into Darkseer, Tiny, Tusk. If these heroes get on top of you... I thought that they also could have gone for Ember in the previous game. It didn't happen. They banned it themselves. Now we're going to be seeing combination between Keeper of the Light, much easier to execute, chains into Static Storm. A lot of control coming out from these heroes while your Phantom Assassin is going to farm. So expect 3 heroes from Paravision to move around the mid lane from 6 minutes up until 10, play together and trying to grab kills.
Team bad.
How do you feel about this Tusk? In terms of like something else we could have seen. We've seen a lot of Faceless Voids that gets banned. We saw maybe Veno in the mix, or from Team Tidebound, we've seen they've wanted Io Gyro in the past. They've gone into the Ancient Apparition. Like, what's different here that is, because they play an aggressive lineup, but what exactly, why aren't they going into, say, the Ancient Apparition against something like a Phantom Assassin, something that feels like Ice Blast feels strong against these heroes?
You need to have a laning partner with Darkseer. Tusk, one of the better ones out there. Clock, Darkseer, Marcy, Tusk, maybe Bounty Hunter. But these heroes really thrive in this environment. You could definitely get a kill on Phantom Assassin early on once you get to that level 3. Or if Disruptor is going to be out of position, you can definitely grab a kill there. You have BKB Piercing Tool. Your Walrus Punch can't miss, so it's always going to be good against Phantom Assassin when she's trying to TP out. Ember Spirit, some of the bad matchups that we see him play into, or if we come down to the last banning phase, is Huskar. This is just unplayable. It's kind of funny how this works. You pick one hero and then you 100% need to ban the other hero. Otherwise, you're going to have a miserable time.
That miserable time would have been done by Huskar. Is there another hero like that you have to get rid of if you're Ember?
Ember has a couple of bad matchups. I would say that there's a possibility that they run some Necro. I think this hero has been used quite... if you go a couple of years back.
No, they banned Mars, even though DM's not the biggest Mars player.
Yeah, I said it's a really, really good Mars game overall.
There are a lot of smiles and laughter coming from Paravision with this pick, and that's the Underlord. Again, very global lineup. Underlord's ults, recall, especially with the shard. Ember with remnants can kind of move around pretty mightily. Would you put Tiny against this Ember mid, or is it definitely going to be another a mid pick coming out for Paravision or for Tidebound?
I think you might. Tiny. I think you play it from the mid lane here and pick a different carry. Thinking what could be really good in the lane. I mean, Ursa. Ursa could work out. The problem is there's a lot of kiting.
Still available.
I don't think you want to go NP. You showed in the previous game that you can beat it with carry to carry matchup. I'm thinking about the lane.
Oh, okay, OD. I mean, we've called for this hero with Highbound quite a bit.
Yeah, never really happened. But this is also another one that Ember doesn't like to play into. It is also great against Underlord. You're building into Witchblade, so you have a guaranteed hit against Phantom Assassin. You have save against Disruptor. Overall, really good pick. So Shiro's going to be playing Tiny with Jakiro in the lane. Paravision, this is why I love this team. They have very interesting ideas. They're bringing some old stuff, but also combining it with new meta. You have Keeper of the Light with Ember Spirit. You have the old CIS classic Disruptor. I don't think many people want to use this hero. I think in the last few months, it's always been Ducalis who's playing it. I think if we go back to Fissure Playground, they also did combine, like in one of the games, if you remember, there was overall last pick, 24 pick for him, and they got him Disruptor when Satanic was playing Naga Siren, so you had that combination, and also bringing in Underlord. I don't think I've seen this hero in quite some time. Maybe a month ago or something. I have a pretty bad memory about the hero being good. If you can shut him down in the lane, I don't think Tiny does. So he's going to have a bit of a better time. And then you also have Keeper of the Light with Underlord. So that's going to be extra bit of a mana. The hero does consume a lot of mana, but I do feel that overall, it does feel good to place Underlord's Pit of Malice in the middle of a fight. Tusk really hates to play against it. It's a cheap way of dealing with Darkseer. But I'm still having my doubts. I'm going to say again, I do prefer Team Tidebound's draft.
Yeah, so the only time Underlord has been played in the tournament so far was by Gaimin Gladiators. They played it with Huskar, Mirana, Monkey King, Tinker. A very different draft from what we're seeing here.
I think they won that game.
Yeah, they did. It was a victory. So that was the only game it was played to a victory, and we'll see if it works out. They seemed very happy about the pick for Paravision. They were all laughing, all smiles. Granted, this is a very relaxed team from what we see. I feel like every time I see their cams, I mean, no one for sure, he kind of reminds me of Niu in the aspects of how much this guy is smiling in during the drafting games.
Niu is on a different level. I miss that guy.
That guy just smiles all the time.
We need him and Why You Smile on the same team.
Once again, yeah, on LGD. That would be nice. But we got Why You Smile in the game right now. Well, just Why these days. He's lost the smile.
Innocence was such an iconic nickname.
Yeah, I still fall back to calling him Innocence. Just seems like the right thing to do. See if there's any first bloods gotten here, but we take a look over at the facets. Tag team for Tusk. There were days when this was very strong. Still is strong, but used to be first pick position strong.
Yeah, for sure. This hero is one of more well-rounded heroes with the toolkit that he does have, with taking objectives, Tormentor, Roshan, killing tanky heroes with tag team. You have save, you have block, you have BKB piercing tool, damn it, like everything just screams fun to play type of a hero. This time around, Satanic's going to be playing on his Phantom Assassin. He did have an amazing performance when they were playing against Gaimin Gladiators. Did pop off completely. I think this time around, he's not going to be able to achieve as much playing into really strong lane, and also not playing into strongest of the lane support. Ducalis with Kinetic Fence. Yeah.
Not something you see as often.
They don't have the big combo. Maybe he's thinking, I have enough with Pit of Malice to set things up. So that's going to be my ways of using ulti rather than using Kinetic Fence. Because with Kinetic Fence, you have 2 charges. It is very fun, very difficult to make work, though.
Innocence gets killed for first blood. 9 class getting the credit for that one on the Keeper of the Light. Shiro with the Tiny. We'll see if he can change the fates of being a Tiny against us.
Highly doubt it. Keeper of the Light This time around, 9 class will be playing with the other facet. Did go for Solar Bind, so they want to have more magic damage reduction, which is nice. You have Underlord. Imagine you getting caught with Firestorm, Pit of Malice, Solar Bind, and he's also the one who got a First Blood, so we're going to be seeing relatively early Spirit Vessel coming out from 9 class. He's already stacking in the triangle. Started very early lanes in a good position for DM. Kinetic Fence.
Looking at Planet again, but not enough damage that time around, and that Kinetic Fence being a bit annoying. Hawk gets hit with the Stifling Dagger. They'll pull him back with the glimpse, and Kinetic Fence makes you have to run
It's pathetic.
all the way
Look at
around.
how... Yeah, look at it. I don't know what to feel about this one. I still haven't seen it because Disruptor's really not picked up often. It could be good for blocking off some of the exits, some of the ramps. That's going to be nice. Looking at the mid lane, nothing to say. Winning this matchup as he should. Playing into Ember Spirit right now. 1-1-1 build for him. Going into Power Treads. Probably going to be Witchblade into Hurricane Pike. Maybe then start thinking about getting a BKB. Aghanim Scepter also going to be very valuable. You are playing against Phantom Assassin so that you can't get bursted as easily.
At the later levels, Kinetic Fence feels like it's going to be pretty decent. 4.4 seconds at level 4. When you have Kinetic Fence, though, what are you... What do you max it first?
Still Glimpse. You want to lower the cooldown. Damage is fine, but also feels kind of awkward not to have Thunderstrike. It's also one of the better abilities in the lane for harassment. Still securing CS for Satanic, sitting at 20. There's an unwritten rule in Dota when you're playing, like when you were playing Tinker mid, you're using laser. Every single time you use laser, you have to get 1 CS and at least 1 deny. Same goes for Astral. You want to be getting the double value out of it.
Well, he is 18 and 9 at the moment, and I'm watching. He got just the deny this time.
Unacceptable.
But he's getting a lot of denies right now. He's gotten 3 of the 4 on this wave and then gets all 4 on the wave. Nothing to say is being a menace at 18 and 12. Just about has more denies than blast hits here for the Ember. So nothing to say. He's talked about this in the interviews where he's had some pretty hard matchups, but the team has helped him pull out of that. And I'm interested to see if they could do that again for him. Because it's definitely not the easiest matchup at the moment.
There's an opportunity for him to go in and play aggressive. We'll pop the glyph.
He's under the tower, and now you get this kill. He's got the flame guard, and nothing to say, just kind of walks into this and into the creep.
No one's not done.
Yeah, this is a second kill, and they got back bottom. Uh-oh.
It's the tiny effect, I swear to God. So no one getting the double kill.
Okay.
Solo. That he's level 6, OD's level 5.5. This game is like the matchup that you just had completely turned upside down. It doesn't even matter anymore. What you did in the lane. He's sitting at 18 CS, but his net worth is higher than OD.
Yeah, OD was 5 when nothing to say was 4. But because he gets that solo double kill, he's now level 6. And life just got so much harder for nothing to say. Satanic gonna lose that courier. And DM, with the help of course, 9 class, they're gonna clean up some stacks. And this already looks so much better for Paravision than it did in game number 1.
Clearing those stacks. Trying to put more pressure onto the mid lane. Constant harassment onto nothing to say. And now you have 2 supports, as we said, during the draft. 6 minutes in, they're going to start to play together. Try to be more aggressive. Tidebound will need to do something about this. They need to bring numbers.
Got invis.
Glimpse is ready.
Free leave, but
I think Shiro's actually fine with this one because he didn't have mana. He came in And it's like, thank you for sending me back to the top lane.
Free trip. It's like, maybe I made a mistake being here, but thanks for letting me leave.
Damage has already been done. Him playing behind enemy lines. Who got the kill? It was Planet. They would definitely love to give it to Nothing to Say. Still, Satanic, biggest winner. Same goes for DM of this laning phase.
This is, well, maybe a problem for Nothing to Say, but if he could start to ramp up, things feel good for him. But what's the build here for Nothing to Say that he needs to get to?
Witchblade, Force Staff / Pike, and then start thinking about other items.
Like Ags?
Maybe Ags. Maybe a BKB. I think you're still gonna need a BKB in this type of a game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ags does feel pretty strong, though, I will say. They're coming through towards bottom, but...
Blood Grenade didn't connect.
And the shards blocked out their own heroes. Although Satanic stayed a little close. They've got some damage, but Satanic able to make a jump over with the Phantom Strike. As
Satanic is so good at reading the map movement. This is the second time he's playing against Gaimin Gladiators. If you remember the move when they try to make with 3 heroes, he read that so well. If you look at the vision that they have, there's nothing around the Twin Gates, but he reads the map so well, so goes back, doesn't die, and will be ready to TP back to the lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
also, by the way, they got the kill in the OD again over mid. Now Planet. No level 6 for Satanic, so he's not gonna get the kill before the TP goes, but since they have Glimpse, now they'll get the kill. Alice coming over and making sure, and also dewarding here. I mean, they know everything so far.
8 minutes 40 seconds. Heaven Halberd is finished on Underlord. Tiny, who does rely heavily on his right clicks, especially at the later stages of the game. Sure, you have mixed damage with Avalanche and Toss, but great item against OD.
Why is dead here? It's just a matter of time. Ice Path, but the Pit of Malice to lock him in. No one gonna run him down, but can he get a kill to neutrals? No. He cannot. This is a really rough game for Tidebound at the moment.
Yeah, this is also not a lineup that can recover. OD doesn't have ways of coming back into the game. This hero needs to snowball. Tiny as well, if you shut him down, we've seen so many times that Tiny has a hard time recovering, keeping up. In terms of farm, he can get enough farm, but it does feel a lot of the times that he needs to be active, and that's exactly what Shiro has been trying to do, making a move. He did TP to the mid lane, did go through the Twin Gates to the bottom lane, but they were unable to land a kill.
Typical Tiny in a game cast by us. It really is the truth. Darkseer going, this time Box just going into the Vanguard for Arcane Boots afterwards. Does he get the Arcane Boots and then just finish that into a Heaven's Halberd himself, or is he looking to make this Vanguard into a Crimson instead?
Maybe Crimson this time around. You can still, like, it's good against Phantom Assassin. She still deals damage with her dagger, so it's not as effective against some other melee carry heroes. Planet will die one more time. That global presence that we did talk about.
I didn't realize that that was a thing. Was that blinding light? No, he doesn't even have it. So that was the electromagnetic repulsion. Even with the kinetic fences down, pushes you through the fences. Not that it matters because Paravision can still walk through them, but it pushes you.
He's
to the other side
griefing
of the
himself.
fence. Yeah, that was a little bit of a grief on your own end.
Didn't know it worked that way.
Also,
I would not play if there's a possibility that you pushed him out of your like double kinetic fence and ulti. I would not play that facet.
Yeah, it's weird that it works like that. I wonder if it works like that with kinetic field as well. If you could push them out of that.
Good question. Disconnect, go to demo mode, and then reconnect.
No, I'll do that later. I'll check it out. Interesting thing that I was actually looking at was the fact that 9 class this time around went to Solar Bind, and he's going into an Ags now. So he's gone into the Urn, didn't go full Vessel yet, and he's going into an Ags. So the difference from game 1 to game 2 is, 1, he didn't go in a Recall, but now he's got the Solar Bind, which feels very strong. And Ags in not that much gold considering your support. And what we saw from 9 class in the last game is he knows where to farm, and he can get a lot of gold pretty quickly. Searing Chains, but no level 6. Static Storm, Astral, and the Sanity's
not gonna be enough
on that, and you're just unable to get that kill onto the Ember just yet. They find themselves the OG, but they drop the wall. They still can't get this kill onto the Ember, but the OD gonna survive for a moment. At least with the Astral Imprisonment, eventually will die. Nothing to say is dead. Shiro
DM is so tanky.
But the kinetic fence locking them in. Shiro Solar Bound, Sleight of Fist. No one comes back into the fight. He's got himself a mega kill streak. They're gonna look at Bach and get another. And then the Ice Path connects and they get DM, but the Husk is dead too. And it's a 4-for-1 that looks absolutely terrible for Tidebound.
DM tanked like 4,000 damage in that fight and then dealt 3.5k damage. Has his aura maxed out. He was sitting in the middle of the heroes. I think this game is very, very difficult. Getting the same vibes from game number 1 where they were unable to get much stuff done early on. This game for Party Vision, you can't throw this game. Even though we saw some of the shaky performances that they'd have. I think it was the first series that they lost against Night Pulse. And then they had another shaky series where the game kind of looked over 20 minutes into the game and they prolonged it to a 45-minute game. But yeah, tiny carry again.
You're playing against any team. You have Lacoste and B-Cop as your casters. You pick Tiny thinking that you can beat the curse. You lose. It's insane. This is so crazy. And it's not even like, it makes me wonder because I see the stats for Tiny.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, they are good, but I question everything every time I see this hero.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We're just not seeing this hero win. And I don't know if we will. There, I said it. Hawk choosing to go to the Crimson Guard, but the Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and the Static Storm. And we'll get the fence.
Double fence. Nicely placed. It is much more difficult to use compared to the other facet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's going to be Tormy time for Paravision. They have that little bit of global presence. With Underlord, nothing too crazy compared to the previous game where they had NP, they had Recall Facet on Coddle. 9 class having a blast of a game. Involved in 10 out of 14 kills. Needs another 1,500 gold to finish off his Aghanim Scepter. And that's going to keep them in place for Phantom Assassin, for Firestorm, and Static Storm.
Who's getting the shard? Is it just 9 class?
Planet?
Oh, Planet!
He's thinking.
Okay, no way. Yeah, no way. No.
He wanted to pull off 9 class. During Dream League Season 25, 9 class was the one who actually stole the shard with shards on Tusk. Nicholas giving him the tip immediately.
Good try. Well done. It is an 11,000 net worth lead. And one of the things that scares me here for Tidebound, and they won game, so it's not exactly the same, but this is eerily similar to the game against Liquid. Right.
Liquid against
Tidebound.
Oh, let me remind myself which game that was.
Game 2.
Oh,
They
yes.
lost the
Oh, yeah.
16-minute
That was a
game 1.
25-minute game where their lanes completely fell apart with Lifestealer and Chen.
Yes. Okay, maybe they have something here. Onto Dakalis, but how much is the price? because they've got a remnant forward from no one. They're trying to get a kill. Here comes DM with a Pit of Malice that lands on a 2. They'll toss back, nothing to say, 5 inches. And now that means nothing to say. Instead of being able to run back, is Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, then avoids the Illuminate, but nothing to say. He's going to have another Slight in 2 seconds, but nothing to say goes back in, and no one gets the kill and nothing to say anyway.
We saw relatively early GG from Parvision in the previous game. They had some tier 2 towers left standing. They didn't even finish off the Roche, if I remember correctly. They just called it. I could see something similar happen for Tidebound, but having Tiny without a Blink Dagger doesn't give you that much of a comeback threat, so you can't really like blink in and toss somebody into tier 4 towers. Maybe with Shadowblade you can try to replicate the same thing. It's gonna be much more difficult to execute, knowing that there is gonna be a Sentry Ward. And Roshan does belong to Parvision.
Satanic, who hasn't really even been involved. We talk about his farming capabilities. How the timers for PA have been Orb of Corrosion, Battle Fury, BKB at about the 18-20 minute mark. Well, he's doing it again. He's beating the timers and getting towards Sanjanyasha pretty quickly.
Ignis Fatus completed on Keeper of the Light.
You know that word, but you don't know coup de grace?
This is Latin. I actually learned Latin in school.
No.
That language, though.
I learned French for 8 years. Don't know what it is.
That's why you can pronounce coup de grace and Colonel.
It worked for me. The 8 years was worth it. I can't say anything else.
Radiant's courier.
Oh, this just feels like a slow bleed from Tidebound. I would say one more fight left in them. OD has nothing, by the way. 4 staff and double null. Dead Jakir.
Getting closer to Witchblade. You don't have to do him that dirty.
Not that.
It's another 900 gold to finish it. Has level 2 Eclipse.
Invis for Shiro. Avalanche toss Sanities. They get the kill on a no one. That's big gold. But for Planet. Now they're looking for the turnaround. The Astro Prism lines up the Pit of Malice and the double fence. And that is a problem here for the OD, who will try to leave but ends up dead. Satanic with another kill. Just as quickly as you got the gold, you lose the gold.
Radiant's top tower.
There's so much control. Pit of Malice. Phantom Assassin coming in with the slow. Ignis Fatus, Solar Bind, double kinetic fence. Very difficult to fight before you have a BKB.
Yeah, nothing to really follow up, but you know, you could follow the channel, !F, follow us on all official socials all around the globe, and get behind the scenes action of all fitting tournaments.
And also to pay respect for number of kills that Tidebound does have in this game. 4 kills. We could have funny number. 1 more kill on Parvision. Very hype.
We've seen just as many funny numbers between the two of us as we have tiny losses. So a lot. Meanwhile, Shiro, speaking of tiny losses, he's gonna try to TP out, but there is a disruptor here. And that is the funny number confirmed. Just your little.
And they're
Back
not
over
done.
mid.
Nothing to say. 100
Solar
movement
Bind,
speed.
Will Wisp, Astro Imprisonment, but you're locking yourself up for a Pit of Malice. And yet another kill here. This might be it. Time to call it.
You know how I know? Because when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. Because they need to pull off. They'll probably have one more fight where they're gonna use Vacuum Wall into Jakiro, who doesn't even have Macro Pyre, so damage is gonna be lacking. Good thing his planet has a Blink Dagger, but it's not like he has Aghanim Scepter or anything of sorts, and also gonna be very difficult for him to blink into Pit of Malice and save people. 21 minutes in, first set of barracks is gone. Paravision, they're not gonna stop.
Why would they? There is no reason to stop taking buildings. I don't think anybody, especially this tiny, can do anything. Planet Caught, Glimpse is a fun ability to go up against, and they go for more. They haven't ages for 50 seconds, so even killing Satanic is a bit of a, well, was it worth it? You're not going to do it anyway. Nothing to say. He's in trouble. Walrus Punch of the buyback coming out from Planet with the jump in for more.
Gentlemen.
Nothing to say is dead. They'll get another with Planet dead a second time. Down goes Shiro, and that will be GG. And we're going to a game 3.
Another loss for Tiny. What a shocker. But also another win for Phantom Assassin. I said at the start of the series that there's going to be a lot of focus on Phantom Assassin, and we did see Tidebound picking it on 9 in the previous game. We just saw Paravision pick it on 8. So whoever does, we're not going to be seeing Phantom Assassin coming into the third game. Whoever doesn't have the first pick will have to ban it.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. It just, you can't give up this Phantom Assassin. You should not pick the Tiny. Look at the stream, guys. Just look at the stream. See us. See us. I was on the other side for most of it. And then, figure out that you can't pick Tiny. That's it. Simple as that.
A very slow game. I think that they played really well around no one, who got that double kill, and suddenly that game felt pretty over. Nothing to say. He was doing really well, as he should, in this matchup, and then one mistake didn't bring tangos fast enough, so he's on half HP. No one sees the opportunity, uses Glyph on a wave, and they also rotate one hero. Then they kill him one more time. Suddenly the game is over. It was also Y who TP'd to the mid lane to try to help out, ended up feeding another kill, and Phantom Assassin not dying. We see 2 games in a row where PA doesn't have a single death.
Now, I'm going to do the statistics during the break, but I'm almost certain we've not seen a Tiny win when
And
we've
every
been
PA
casting,
has won.
And I don't think we've seen a PA loss.
Yes.
That's some crazy stats, in my opinion. Like, that is kind of, we're moving the weirdness here between the two of us, I guess, with these hero picks. And stats don't matter when you're playing with us on the helm. I mean, it's 1-1. It's Tidebound 1 after game 1, and now Paravision 1 after game 2. We're even, and now to save your upper bracket life, you got to win game number 3. It's just a BO1 now. We'll be back with game 3 in just a moment. We'll see you then. We'll see you soon.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let her. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
Hello and welcome back here to FISSURE Universe Episode 4. We're up to a game number 3 between Timebound and Paravision. It's, well, looking like one-sided games, but not a one-sided series. Game 1 going into Timebound, that felt pretty all Timebound there. Early GG from Paravision over in the Roche pit when they knew the game was over. And then Paravision making their wrath felt and just destroying Timebound in game number 2.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal. The mid lane difference, how it played out. Tiny, he tried to rotate to the mid lane, got sent back to the top lane thanks to Disruptor, and then tried to rotate one more time where they wanted to kill Phantom Assassin. But again, Satanic having a pretty good read what's happening in the game. And I do believe that we do have draft ready, and this time around it's gonna be, it does seem like Paravision on the first pick, and something that we said, Phantom Assassin, you don't have the first pick in this one, you just have to scratch it. And Team Tidebound choosing Radiant, Paravision going to choose the first pick.
It was the coin flipping game number 3, so that leads us to where we're at right now. We do have a draft ready to go. Nothing missed just yet in terms of anything really massive. Like you said, the Phantom Assassin, the decision has been made. Well, each team got to win with it, and now get it out of here. Let's do a different carry, right, guys? Should totally ban Tiny then, because you don't win with that. If you get to win with every carry you pick, you should lose with the carry you pick too, and then get rid of that as well so nobody picks that. We'll see what they want to do in terms of these final bans. Coming through from Paravision, they've got their final ban in just a moment, and then they'll have their pick, and they end up, we don't see it yet on the bottom of your screen, but they did ban that Ancient Apparition.
Which does leave a lot of good heroes still in the pool. Nature's Prophet, they're going to take Dazzle for themselves. What is Dazzle's contest rate so far in the tournament? I feel like it's definitely been dropping.
10 seconds remaining.
It's not picked as much, but it has been banned quite a bit
remaining.
because it's the most banned hero at 62.
Yeah, contested 94%. Doesn't have that good of a win rate, 44% overall. So some teams do feel like they can definitely counter Dazzle, or try to force him into some bad matchups so that he's not played from the core role, and then you end up having position 5 Dazzle. But I do think that overall Dazzle needs to be played as a core to get the full value out of the hero. Same goes for Magnus. Even though position 4 Magnus, it does look good if you have a better overall pick for your mid or off lane. That's the beauty of some of these picks that can be played from different roles.
Yeah, the flexier the draft, the better it feels. Excuse me, sorry. We have Dazzle, like you said, that can be flexed. Usually when we see a draft through these teams so far in the tournament, it's like, if you pick a carry, we'll pick a carry. But when you're picking these flex picks first, it usually one team gets that flex, and I would say the other team picks a support from what we've been seeing.
NP still in the pool. If they want to go for Nature's Prophet, this is also a good matchup against Dazzle, whether we're talking about mid lane or whether we're talking about Dazzle being played from the off lane. I know the DM loves to play Dazzle from the off lane, pair it up with some Tusk, pair it up with any kind of a position 4 that has a stun or any kind of a lockdown. It does feel good.
You pick that Nature's Prophet. I would say probably want to get rid of that Faceless Void if you're Paravision. We've seen how strong that can be. Although, yeah, they don't have first pick coming into the second phase. You probably don't want to let it stay. Could see Tidebound wanting to go to that. Especially TPing into a time zone, potentially. Ricky's definitely a good ban as well. You get that invisibility, you follow some of these heroes, then you throw that smoke screen down while the Nature's Prophet's TPing in, and kills can get pretty easy.
The question is, do you want to remove Darkseer here as well? Sure, you did remove Ricky. Ricky with the shard does cause so many issues for Dazzle. And they will remove Faceless Void. It looked good. Faceless Void did look great in that first game. Not the hero is very slow. I mean, it would not be very balanced if you could play position 4 hero that has like so much impact in the lane and then scale to the mid and late game. So it has to have some kind of flaws.
Team pick. Dire team pick.
Take a look. And the Monkey King, go to the Jakiro. We saw Innocence on this quite a bit. Does this potentially, especially with the Dazzle in the mix, scream that Tidebound might want something
Dire
different
team pick.
overall? I mean, ooh, Clinks, we've seen this.
From Spirit.
Yeah, and only a handful of times. It's been picked twice, banned twice, and won both games. Once by Falcons, which was the game before we saw it when Spirit had it in their hands.
It was position 4 Clinks that crit played it, and also Team Spirit did play it against Boom. Yatoro did play that one. So you can kill Nature's Prophet creep. That is the beauty of it. Underrated hero, I would say, in terms of damage output. One of the higher ones out there. Every single fight, if we're talking about some mid-late game fights, the hero deals 5,000 to 10,000 damage.
Makes it kind of hard for Nature's Prophet to come in now with the Disruptor.
10 seconds remaining.
You got to TP in a very out of vision spots. Like your positioning needs to kind of be perfect, which is something that we saw that was a problem for Satanic in game number 1 with the Nature's Prophet, where he has to, there was no Disruptor, but he had to TP into specific spots as to not be spotted and jumped, which would mean he was further in the back or a little bit later to the fights, and they weren't winning those fights.
Good Mars pick. Clinks doesn't like to play into it. Nader does Disruptor. Nader does Dazzle. So they have a hero that can get a jump in the backlines, which feels nice. Follow it up by Jakiro. Dazzle, however, there is way around it because you do have your ulti, of course, and then you can jump inside the arena and grave the guy. But if you're the ones who's getting the first jump, then it definitely feels good. And Wind Ranger. Not sure where this Wind Ranger is going right now. There doesn't say much. It could be position 4. It could be mid if necessary. Not the greatest overall hero against Disruptor. Disruptor does counter Wind Ranger pretty heavily. After your Wind Run ends, all you have to do is have vision. I also think that Clinks, with his facet, let me just double check what that one's called. Clinks Sereno.
Dire team back.
So Engulfing Step. Yeah, with the Engulfing Step, I think you can get outside of the arena by eating a creep. So let's see if he decides to go for that one, because when you're playing carry Clinks, you do want to go for the suppressive fire facet, but maybe he's gonna think differently in this one.
Would be cool to see something like that as a way to counter Mars. Huskar again, that final ban. Obviously, you've talked about it. Ember gets picked, you have to ban Huskar.
There's a possibility that this Ember is not mid. 9 class does play it, and they could run Dazzle plus Ember Spirit from the offlane. All you have to do is have something that can stop TP, some kind of a setup for Dazzle, somebody that loves to run in, and position 4 Ember Spirit is definitely that guy. Still banning out Terror Blade after seeing Clinks. There's a possibility that they run this Clinks carry, that they run at position 4, so everything is open for power vision. They will have to show the hand. By the end of the draft, Tidebound does have overall last pick.
Yeah, something they're trying to work with
Remaining.
to perfect this draft, but it does, I do kind of like Paravision's draft at the moment more.
Dire team back.
Definitely leaning that way. Let's see what this final ban is here from Paravision. Getting rid of
Remaining.
the satanic morph.
5 seconds remaining.
He has been very strong with this hero.
Unless they don't want to play this Klinks as carry, there's a possibility that maybe they pick up something like a Lifestealer, but they overall have last pick, so might not be the greatest. Lifestealer can still get countered.
What would be the counter if they were to pick a Lifestealer here that you can pick up with the draft that you have?
You can still go Ursa.
And then throw the Nature's Prophet mid? Or would you go?
Yeah, and have Jakiro 5, Windranger 4 with Mars.
In the offlane.
Yes.
Okay.
But seeing that there's Dazzle, I think that they want to keep playing this Nature's Prophet as a position 1. And then they will see the draft and decide where Windranger goes. Because potentially there's a good game for Windranger in the mid lane. But again, problem is... There's the classic. This is something that we did mention when they were playing Disruptor during Fissure Playground in Belgrade. And Naga Siren plus Klinks combination.
And then immediately into DK, which is such a China classic thing to do. Pick DK last. What do we pick? DK. This would probably lean... Oh, well, I was going to say lean towards maybe going Kinetic Field instead of Kinetic Fence. But as of right now, he's still on the Kinetic Fence. And you are right. Klinks has gone for the engulfing step. At least for this moment.
Yeah, I think he's going to keep it. Makes sense getting out of the arena, eating the Treant Protector for Nature's Prophet. So they want to have Klinks against Nature's Prophet matchup. So that's going to be nice. One of the few times where we see 4 range heroes going to be playing against each other in the side lane.
Huh. Yeah, very interesting from Paravision in terms of having those 4 ranged heroes. Nothing to say on that DK. Bach on the Mars. You've got that kill shot from the Windranger, which we've seen be kind of brutal. Especially, I mean, it allows you to stay away from this Disruptor, right? You don't have to get too close. You can kill shot him from a distance. You're going to have Bach, maybe Spear, God's Rebuke. Disruptor gets low. You kill shot from far away. Maybe Ducalis doesn't have exactly the lane that he's looking for. But how do you feel about this Nature's Prophet Jakiro combination against the DM Dazzle and Klinks of 9 class?
What Dazzle wants to do is keep pressure. He wants to win his lane, try to bully somebody out of the lane. It's going to be an interesting one because you're not going to be getting the value out of Treant Protector, and I think that's the big one. Definitely a lane where you could where you can get kills. Nature's Prophet Jakiro removing Treant out of the equation doesn't really feel good for NP. So I am slightly favoring Paravision's offlane with DM on Dazzle and that position for Klinks. And he even started with Quelling Blade. God, even Dazzle, this is one hero in Dota 2 that you have to buy a certain item, otherwise you don't get to play the game, and that's Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, the Naga's got one, the Dazzle has one, Klinks has one. Ember doesn't, but I don't think that that'll be an issue for him at the moment. And then Disruptor doesn't have one, which we'll see if that's all. I don't think it will be, but we're getting into game number 3, the Naga Siren of Satanic, which we talked about in the last game, right? We talked about when we saw Disruptor previously about him being on this Naga Siren. This isn't a hero that we're seeing all too much of.
No, definitely not.
30 seconds.
Can set things up, but they don't have like the big combo other than Static Storm. Not too many stuns. Seems like there's going to be a fight.
Looks like there might be. Poison Touch to start. Blood Grenade
Kinetic
thrown
Fence.
out. Ducalis with the Kinetic Fence, keeping these heroes away. But the Poison Touch and Bach in some trouble. He is surrounded and dead for first blood. Satanic gets that, and it looked as though Tidebound, especially without the Nature's Prophet, gave up on wanting to get that kill, which forced them in a position where they knew they were giving up first blood.
Not respecting kinetic fence 2 times in a row. He is playing Disruptor, and it did feel good for him. Landed some really nice blocks, and this one blocking them off and also securing that they can't connect on top of him. Very interesting spell.
And the kinetic fence is pretty cool. Or at least has shown to be cool. I just hope nobody in my pub sees this because Ducalis can land good kinetic fences. My pub allies, I don't think it'll be the same. Truthfully.
It is a difficult spell to use. And also, speaking of some of the difficult spells, Tidebound, they have skill shots. You have Mars with Spear, Power Shot as well. If you're going to be landing those spells, you're going to be doing fine. But sometimes if you miss them, it could feel a bit of lackluster. DM in the bottom lane. Let's see Clinks. He's still level 1. He started with Tar Bomb, as he should. But once he gets to that level 2, then the Greater Treant is not going to have as much effect.
That's where you're finally able to really do something. Gotta choose your target pretty wisely here if you're the side of Tidebound. And you could already see, like, Jakiro not really feeling comfortable in the lane. Because Clinks, at least in that moment, was just kind of hitting for free. Nobody was really looking at him at all. Dragon Tail, no one. Body blocked. Couple of right clicks. Has breathed fire. But not going to be able to get the kill there on to the Ember solo. And this is going to be another kill.
Just got level 2. We'll eat that creep.
And they might even be able to get Shiro. I think he's dead. Yeah, he's gone. They get both. I mean, this is, again, another early game that looks really bad for Tidebound. And from what we've seen from them, at least in that Liquid series as well, they feel almost kind of tiltable.
For sure. If they lose pretty heavily. And this lane bottom, this is such a fun interaction with that pact, eating that creep. Kind of forgotten hero besides Yatoro playing it. He did play it a couple of times in the previous tournaments. This time he only played it once. And that one game on crit that we mentioned. But yeah, it looks very effective.
Tidebound, they need to try and stop the bleeding in these lanes. This could be really bad. Glimpse out of the Lotus pool. Planet back in there. And on the bottom side of the map, they are looking to fight. They look like they're about to get another kill onto Y.
And the Lotus.
And the Lotus, yep.
Clinks can be deceptively squishy or tanky. He does have Magic Stick, pops the Fairy Fire, eats a creep, suddenly heals up for 500 HP.
And we talked about the draft from game 2 when they were losing like this. We questioned, are these heroes that recover well? And now I'm going to ask you that same question. In this game, are these heroes from Tidebound heroes that recover well?
Not really. Position 4 Wind Ranger, you need to have someone that you can play Dota with. Sure, you have Dragonite, you have Mars, you have good heroes overall. Ducalis has Glimpse ready.
Yeah, Planet. Kinetic fenced. But A-okay. Nothing terribly wrong there. And yeah, you can see that Treant's not going to do you any good. Do you think that the Prophet should have gone to the other facet?
Clicks will follow you throughout the whole game, trying to set things up, provide vision for potential glimpse, provide vision for Ember so that he could jump in. Maybe Shiro overlooked that one. Or maybe he decided, screw it, I still need that Treant so that I can farm.
I mean, the other facet doesn't even feel that good.
No. I think it's the right choice to keep this one.
It's going to be tough. I mean, Clinks is level 4. And this is, I mean, he is just about, he's ahead of an experience over Shiro. I'll say that. That's a bit of a tough one. And the Death Pact is pretty brutal.
It is. Level 4, once you get to level 5, you will have those 2 charges on Death Pact, which will allow you to be even more tanky. You can farm the jungle.
Middle lane is favoring the DK just a little bit. Nothing too crazy at the moment, but definitely favoring. Shiro again with the Treant. Try to use that to get any farm that he can. You've got level 6 for nothing to say here. He's got the Elder Dragon form. This time around, he does beat no one to level 6, but there's a regen rune bottled up for no one. The power shot comes in off the Dragon Tail. And he pops that regen rune. They've got the glimpse, but the breathe fire kills him. Oh, wow.
He thought he was fine with regeneration rune. Up and running, doesn't get cancelled, but damage from Dragonite. All that minus armor. And then using breathe fire. Finish him off. Still playing with the catapult, so this should probably be the tower. Unless they rotate more heroes to it. No one. Still level 5, though.
He'll come back. Glimpse, sure. Kinetic fence, okay. Now you're starting to get some damage there. Another kinetic fence. Ducalis, I mean, look at the damage from almost full to dead. Tar bomb, though. Sleight of fist searing chains, and he is dead.
That's deep in the old chat.
Yeah.
XCD. That was nicely executed. You talked about the tilt. I don't remember last time I was seeing nothing to say in the old chat. Pretty chill guy overall.
Kind of crazy to me, too. I mean, Ducalis making Disruptor look broken with kinetic fence. That was pretty brutal.
Oh, he's not getting out of this one. Look at the small
He's got
bridge.
one.
Kinetic fence is going to block him off.
No.
You shall not pass.
It's okay damage from Jahiro, but not great overall. We'll just disjoint the shackle. That could have been... Might have to remember that for later. Remnants back and shackle somebody. That could be pretty bad. This, though, for Paravision, again, just looking really, really good. And Shackle connects. Spear is there. They get the kill on a Satanic. Huge kill for them. Really got to slow that down.
Yeah, they definitely do. Big quality improvement that happened to Klings with engulfing step is that you can turn that off, so you don't necessarily need to teleport. It was a bit of a grief a lot of the times where you use it and then you also teleport and then you can't really either deal damage or like you can't position yourself properly. Now it's going to be much easier for him. And looking at what 9 class is going for, it does look like he's going for Orchid. So wants to be able to focus pretty similar to what he wanted to do in game 1 when he was playing Coddle. They are lacking a little bit of control.
Doing that courier doesn't feel good for Shiro. Level 6 here for the Naga Siren, and they're gonna throw down this arena. Blood grenade, 9 class under the tower. The spear connects. They need this kill. And the breathe fire, but the engulfing step. Wrath of Nature sweeps him off his feet and kills him.
Bone Fletcher still dies in the end, but you can see how tanky he is. And also to point out, Bach did go for Victory Feast Facet instead of picking up the casual blood sports where you don't see inside of the arena. This one has also been buffed pretty heavily. So restores 30% of max HP and mana and you get 20% attack damage buff for 20 seconds. Your allies now get a buff as well. They get 50% of those values.
Wonder how much that comes into play. We'll definitely
Not
see.
gonna be as easy. Because you're playing into Naga Siren, so she can disengage with one song against the arena. Grabbing kills. Left and right to Kalis.
This
His
is
first death.
This is something that Tidebound in game number 1 did very well. They were kind of losing the lanes a little bit, and then they moved around, got those pickoffs that slowed down the game, and ended up securing them a mid-game potential that allowed them to feel better and ultimately win game 1. We'll have to see kind of where I would say Tidebound find themselves in the next 10 minutes or so.
Dragonite is about to pick up a Blink Dagger, so that's going to be their go time. Another arena is ready. With Power Shot, you should be able to kill people. Jakiro is also level 6, so does have Macropire ready. Right now, playing with the Catapult in the top lane.
Top, blinks back, Ice Pass, Static Storm, the Kinetic Fences. The Macropire is down. He walks out of the silence. He's got the arena. The Contribuke and the Spear. Oh, the Remnant's not good enough.
Look at the Victory Feast. He's healing up so much with those 2 kills. Back to full HP.
Whoa,
I think this fast is underrated. First time I saw it when the patch dropped with the changes. Can't remember who it was, but somebody was playing with Vlad's on Mars, and he had Slark in the team. It was a Chinese team. I think it was Ame's team at the time. And you were healing up so much, getting that extra bit of damage as well. That felt good.
Yeah, that was really good. I mean, the Remnant didn't get out, so he hits the edge of the arena and ends up dying. A little bit of a miscalculation there from no one. That was unfortunate from the Ember.
Shiro says, I don't want to use this Greater Treant. I'm going to keep it level 1. Instead, I'm maxing out my Sprout to lower the cooldown, increase the damage, because Planks has been an annoying little fella against me. Fuck. Getting surrounded. Those 2 fences are doing quite a lot.
Oh! Picking him off there with the Breathe Fire. And smoking afterwards.
That was without vision. They had no vision, and he actually executed him with Breathe Fire. They're still not done. They want to find another kill. Blink Dagger at the ready.
Blink, Dragon Tail. They found themselves DM Ice Path. Good stacking of stuns to make sure that he's not able to get any Shallow Grave or heal or poison. Nothing. He gets nothing. Make that sentence way shorter if I just say nothing.
You're getting paid by word. It's in your contract.
Yes, for each word that I say, I get paid, which is a way that
2
I
cents.
will extend my sentences, aka I get paid to speak. I can
You
shorten
also
sentences.
have the
but-
clause in your contract that if you speak faster, the amount of money you're getting doubles up.
Yeah, that's true. Very true. So when
Satanic? Go
I don't know.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at Satanic. What were you gonna say? He's almost got
Manta
this
style finish.
There it is.
So that's going to be his way of dispelling, dodging things. Usually, Naga Siren gets involved once you get to the Orchid, but also I think in this game, he might need to get involved slightly earlier.
Well, it's going to be double Orchid, so 9 Class is going to be able to follow up that Orchid with his own eventually, and you could follow the channel with !F, follow all official Universe channels on all socials. Fuck. What does he have flying out? That is the Blink Dagger that will help Tidebound initiate. They've been doing well with him just running into arena anyway. They find themselves 9 Class again. He tries to run, but that's not going to happen. And this is, again, what we saw in game 1. This is very reminiscent of game 1.
It is. Naga Siren, I think she's also going to get countered in this game. They have good, like, Jakiro's, first of all, very good counter to Naga Siren with just the spells. You have Power Shot to deal with the illusions, God's Rebuke, Spear of Mars once he picks up the shard. You're also going to be having that extra bit of a damage. Breed Fire is annoying because you're not spreading out those illusions. If we were talking about the fight, not about the farming, you're reducing that damage. And also Nature's Prophet. He's about to finish off Mjolnir. Full Mjolnir, that is.
Oh. Full Mjolnir. Slight. 9 class again. Caught out. He is not surviving, which means he is really not making progress on this this Orchid. Well, he's just not making any good progress at all. Which means he's slowed down. No Orchid there. They do have vision. They have the odds on the
Static Storm. The Collis is ready.
But is it enough? Kinetic Fence, Ice Path down, and they've got the Shackle. It connects onto the Ember. They drop down the arena, which no one comes into again.
He got the heal again.
Oh, the Spear connects. That's a problem for no one. Power Shot creeps. Flight. Look at the Power Shots there, and they get the kill on no one. They end up losing Bach, but this is going to be another with Ducalis falling.
Such a quick reaction from Ducalis, but you can tell that they don't have enough damage. And I said that Naga Siren might need to get involved. I think she needs to be there to disengage against the arena. And Victory Beastman again. They have to move with 2 supports. And Shira's also very close to dying.
that was almost very CIS in nature.
It was.
Because I thought 3 of them were going to die.
Gale Force is ready. This is one of the better ones that you get for free. You're going to combine that with Mars Arena, which feels really nice. Getting bonked onto the walls.
5,000 net worth lead for Tidebound. No one again, by the way, in that last fight. Remnants into the arena. They're going to look for Bach. And they get him. They send him back to the fountain. And no Mars, no Arena, no Blink, but he's looking for the BKB, but they just made it look pretty simple there in getting that kill.
They did. Nice play from Satanic. He did send 2 illusions back to the mid lane to get the farm. He's like, we don't need as much damage. Clinks did have amplified damage. Definitely not lacking in that department. His Orchid timing has been slightly delayed, considering the start that he did have, but also a couple of deaths ran into sentries. Just got brought down from 100 to 0. Orchid, double Orchid timing actually. 1 on Clinks, 1 on Naga Siren. It is time to use those.
Yeah, the double Orchid's going to be pretty big here, but now from projection, they've got the Sprout, they'll have the Gale Force and the Macro Pyre. Slight trying to leave with the survive
running away.
DM, but now they're going to send nothing to say the other way. They get the kill there on a DM. They take out the Dazzle. The Ice Path is down. The Shackle connects.
Shackle.
Oh, it's always the one in the back. They connected on the 9 class. They get the kill on a Satanic. They lose nothing to say, but 2 for 1. They've got the dust. And 9 class jumps back in. That was a bit of a mistake. He uses that engulfing step to jump back into the fight. They've got themselves the Ice Path and the Spear. They'll connect with the God's Rebuke. Ultra kill for Shiro. Give this man the Rampage. He is going to look for it, and he'll TP in front of Ducalis, and that will be the Rampage for Shiro.
Whew, how much damage was that coming up from Shiro? 6.6k. The whole team on Paravision did 9,000 damage, but a very well executed fight. Again, they go with the arena, and these Shackles, they're connecting. Of course, you have Sprout to set things up, and then that 2-man Shackles, you set the back lines. It's always easy to blame the guy who's sitting in the back.
Yeah. It's always the one in the back. I've learned some important information from my Dota streamers. Shiro ripping him apart. 7,000 damage just about in that fight. Nothing to say, ends up surviving a little bit longer. Let's take a look at this replay because it starts with what was almost a kill on no one. Shallow Grave just barely saves him.
Song, it was Good way to disengage, but not going to stay had a BKB, so he was able to run away, and that shackle completely destroyed him. Damage from Naga Siren is not going to be there. I think Naga Siren has already been answered in this game, playing against Mjolnir, Breathe Fire, so much AoE, so much magic damage. And they're going to get another one. Bach is in the arena. Get another easy pick-off for them.
What's crazy to me is, too, that when you think about that fight, Tidebound sustained through it all, through Song, through Shallow Grave. Ember had 2 lives in that. He remnanted, then TP'd back, goes back to full health mana, comes back into the fight, and they still
not enough.
Don't have enough. Yeah, that is what's crazy to me. I mean, you lose 1 hero on Tidebound. That's nuts. And it was nothing to say who ends up dead, but Shiro's positioning really good in that fight.
They need to keep these Naga Siren illusions alive so that Dazzle can deal damage with the Shadow Bomb heal.
Static Storm and the Kinetic Fence, but here's nothing to say with the BKB. They've got the Gale Force. They'll get 1. Shackle connects onto the tree up top. I don't know how that works. I mean, I know it's obviously a tree behind them, but if you threw something straight in a line, I don't know.
It was the root of that tree.
Oh, okay. Cool.
But yeah, they are going to be having a hard time. Naga Siren illusions, they need to become more tanky. Right now, Satanic sitting at 1500 HP, which is definitely not enough. And you talked about sustain. If they survive inside of the arena, if they get 1 kill, they will have extra damage and they will have extra bit of healing coming out.
Kind of brutal.
Lingers for 20 seconds.
That's a long time. Aegis picked up here for Shiro. You know, he was good at Counter-Strike, but now he's into Dota.
And you know what they call Satanic? No, they were calling Satanic, I believe, Dota Dunk.
Dota Dunk. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Uh-oh. DM. Hobbs down. Gale Force. God's Rebuke actually almost pushed him out of the Gale Force, but they are going to get this kill in the arena. And then you get all that lovely heal. Not that you need it, but they didn't take any damage, really.
I'm looking at 9 class. He's still eating treants. They're trying to push in the bottom lane. Problem is you're going to be losing this mid tower relatively quickly.
Yeah, going for the focus fire. Yeah, save those creeps, get the treant back in.
The illusions are so squishy.
Yeah, and then you just go for the tier 2 tower. You take it very quickly, especially you've got the liquid fire at level 4 too. Makes life pretty easy. It's Heart Bloodthorn for Naga Siren next.
Same goes for Clinks. They do feel like they need more damage, so both of the heroes are itemizing for it. Can't really blame them. They want to be able to execute the hero immediately once they get the jump. Problem is, there are going to be BKBs, and there's nothing. They don't have a single stun in this game, so even if you get caught, you can use your BKB and run away. They have no BKB piercing abilities on top of that as well.
9,000 net worth lead. Aegis in their pocket for another 3 minutes. They pushed the tier 2 down. Now they can go for the tier 1 bot. Start taking some advantages on the map and closing it down. But does Satanic have enough space to farm? And by the way, he's going for the heart still on Satanic, but he's now switched it to Nullifier after.
Wants to be able to kill the supports. Walk onto Jakiro. There's Pavis, Ghost Scepter, Grid against Windranger. Maybe that's the correct one, because I don't think you need 2 Bloodthorns. Probably noticed that 9 class is going for 1. Still relatively far away from it. He still needs another 1,500 gold to finish it. That's exactly what they need to do. Push the waves with Naga Siren Illusions. Try to delay as much as possible up until they can get another round of items. That Bloodthorn, maybe some Shiva's Guard on Ember Spirit, and then try to take the fight.
I guess that's, you know, you get the Bloodthorn for Clinks, but your Naga Siren, like, theoretically, you could probably still farm this faster in getting the heart and then the Bloodthorn after, than the Clinks is going to get the gold for it. That's if you do survive, but now Bach, they see Satanic, EKB, they've got the Arena, they'll land the Ice Path, and the Shackle. Macropyre is down, the Shallow Grave connects, he'll survive for a moment, but they've got the connection. Satanic, oh man, healing all the way up to about half health, but with BKB, can they keep up with Satanic? Power Shot connects, now splits, they'll jump in. Oh, the Orchid
2 seconds.
stops the initial Dragon Tail. They pop the BKB. They've got the kill in a box. They'll take the bars. They've got the kinetic fence. And now Shiro needs to be careful. He doesn't have a BKB to rely on. Remnant forward. Shiro in trouble. He'll end up losing that Aegis. And they've got nothing to say. Soloed out. They'll get the kill to the Dragon Knight. That's 2 heroes down on the side of Tidebound. But Sprout, Gale Force, this is not looking good for Shiro. Everybody's here. And all 3 cores on Tidebound are dead.
1,000 gold for him. Dazzle dealing almost the most damage in the previous fight. They're sticking with the illusions from Naga Siren. That heal, that it comes down to him and his itemization. We didn't talk about it, but he did pick up Holy Locket. So all that healing is going to be increased by 25%. And he also does have Shard available. Yep. So any healing during his Nautil projection is also amplified by 20.
And that brought him high enough where he's just able to survive and, I mean, turn that fight around completely. They didn't lose anything.
They committed heavily onto Naga Siren. I think they need to prioritize different jumps because they use the BKBs other than Dragonite, and then Dragonite jumps in, he gets silenced, doesn't pop a BKB immediately, so they don't get another stun afterwards. And looking at what Dragonite is building, they need, at least they think that they need slightly more damage to deal with Naga Siren illusions. So going for the Maelstrom himself.
Wow. I mean, that really cuts into whatever I mean, the expectations I had of Tidebound in this game. Like, they just showed how, with the right positioning, how easy those fights are, truthfully. I'm gonna go for Tormentor again. We got the short for the Windrunner last time, and this time it'll be Innocence. So Y gets that. He's got the Shard, which means both Liquid Fire and Frost can be thrown out.
Clinks is hunting.
Yeah, Clinks is hunting. He might get this, but there is a Ghost Scepter. They've got the Sprout. They'll get the kill onto 9 class. And then they'll be able to get that Shrine. But they're still going in. Static Storm. They need a kinetic fence, but they've got the stun. It's onto the Disruptor. They're still going to get the kill on the Bach. The damage is overwhelming. Shallow Grave once again. Power Shot. What is that? Ducalis back to full health. Actual full health off that Shallow Grave. And they kill off Y as well. I mean, that is... I don't even know if that was from the Holy Locket, because his Holy Locket still has 20 charges on it.
Yeah, it's a Shallow Grave. Heal amplification, triple heal amplification.
Oh, wow. Trying to jump in, trying to get the Dazzle. They land the Spear. Is that going to be enough? But the Song, the Shallow Grave, and the TP in front of them.
Boys, I got you. TP out.
Oh, man. And Shiro is caught. He sprouts, but he is rooted. And the Gale Force might keep him alive. Do they have anything to save him? The kinetic
doing the work.
But they've gotten the lockdown. They'll get the kill on Shiro. They'll look over now at no one. Maybe they get this. He is out of mana. And they'll spear him not into the fountain, but into a tree to make sure that they get that kill.
Maybe a little too deep, but this amount of heal is insane. So you have heal amplification per 10% missing. It is maxed out now. So 8%. You also have level 15 talent, so more heal. And then you have Holy Locket, and you have Nautical Projection, Healing Amplification. So I think basically you can go back to full HP if he uses everything.
Force pop the BKB. I mean, they land the Shackle Planet. You can try and do something, but again, the silence, the net, the power shot, the Nautical Projection. Can they kill this Dazzle? Oh dear, oh dear. He's up into the air again, but they land the Ice Path and the Shackle once more. They finally get the Dazzle out of the equation. They're going to look over. Satanic chasing after Y, but this is Bach going in, trying to save his Jakiro. Satanic here with the Shackle. They've got the connection. Do they have the lockdown to get this kill? It's a long way away from getting this one.
Is dropping low.
Now the mirror image. Satanic, he's low, he's speared, he's dead, he's gone. Finally, they kill the Naga Siren.
A little too deep. Paravision first losing Ember Spirit. If Ember Spirit's in that fight, they can definitely take that fight. And looking at the damage numbers, look who it is on top. A lot of the times we see Jakiro pop it off, and this allows him to maybe get to his late game item timings. Ether Lens, Aghanim Scepter. Seems like everybody wants to scale. And also speaking of scaling, I might want to see Planet also build into some damage. Because right now he's more utility. With Guardian Greaves, Rod of Athos about to pick up Leipnir in 700 gold.
They're gonna make a move.
But I also want to see a damage item.
Fight a fist, and now Bach. This is 9 class with the Bloodthorn and the kill. The BKB out of the Static Storm. The Nautical Projection's a problem, but 9 class going to be healed up by the Shadow Wave, and that pushes them out of the Roche Pit.
This Bloodthorn value. How's Nullifier looking? He's actually skipping it. So he decided to pick up Butterfly instead, seeing that most of the damage that they do have is physical. Even though there is Mjolnir, there is Maelstrom on Dragonite. Still gonna go for Butterfly. It's also the most damage you can get on the hero. And with the Bloodthorn, they should not have a problem dealing with this one. Satanic should be the one to pick it up.
And nobody's swiping it there. Net worth is still sitting pretty even, but it was once upon a time an 11,000 net worth lead here for the side of Tiebound.
Radiant's middle tower.
Tough day at the office now for Tiebound out of this game.
56% win probability for Paravision. Big item that can come out on Ducalis. Needs another 700 gold to finish off Aghanim Scepter. It's not as effective as it is with Kinetic Fence compared to the old Disruptor when you use the Circle Cage. I keep forgetting the name of that spell for some reason.
Kinetic Field.
Kinetic Field, there we go. Thank you. But it is going to be... Well, it is one of the best Ags upgrades in the game. The one that turns the game the most.
One of the things that's usually the case is that Naga Siren, in terms of levels, is behind the enemy carry by a lot. It's only 2 levels right now.
Not this time around.
Yeah, not nearly
After
as much.
having a bit of a slow laning stage, as you should with Naga Siren, he did get involved, and he's holding the Aegis right now with Butterfly. The towers are going to fall pretty quickly.
Storm not up yet. Taking a look at the side of Paravision with this Aegis. They might be able to move forward and get something out of this. They are going to move over and find Planet. Gale Force used, Shackle connecting, and the Gleipnir. And a Remnant forward now. 2 heroes in the vicinity. It's actually not the Windrunner who dies now, but they let the Jakiro fall. That's a bit of an issue. Another projection. Onto the high ground, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chain, staying very patient, just trying to hit away at the Dazzle. Dazzle shallow graves himself, just as nothing to say gets baited into this, but they should be able to get the kill after the spear lands. However, the song, the TP out in front of their face. No, he stops it. He's still in the arena. They want to stay. They've got the Static Storm. They've got the silences. The BKB was used here by nothing to say. Shiro in the back line, though. He's been caught by no one, as well as Satanic. Does he have the damage to get the kill here on the Satanic, or no one? They've got the Spirit lands. He'll Sleight of Fist. The Ice Path is ready for him. They should take him out, and they will. They lose him, they are going to lose more. I mean, they've already lost the Dazzle and the Disruptor who stayed around. Satanic is caught. He's killed off once and twice. Paravision overplaying their hand again. They thought they had a royal flush, but instead they only showed a pair.
Whew, nothing to say with some crazy plays. Cutting in like backline and also Dazzle. I think somebody made a call. Let's take that fight anyway because he was ready to TP out during the song. But him immediately deleting 2 heroes right afterwards. You can see the song came through. DM is TPing out and last second decides to stop it. But they still have BKB and you'll see Dragonite just going in and killing both of them immediately. And then they just don't have enough. Hurricane Pike, the kiting coming out, Planet keeping them alive with the Guardian Greaves. No one, he ran out of remnants.
He ran out of remnants. They killed both the Disruptor and the Dazzle. I mean, nothing to say still had his BKB and there was no Ags on the Disruptor. The call to stay might have just cost them this game.
So close to it. He's actually going to sell some of his items to be able to buy Aghanim Scepter for the next fight. Let's see how this is going to change the fight. In terms of the damage, like the... Because right now, again, they don't have the Hex. And if you get caught, you can still use the BKB unless there's going to be a Static Storm right now. So they need to use some net. What is Satanic buying into? He wants to go for Scotty. Wants to slow them down, reduce some of that healing.
Are you shocked that he doesn't also go for the Bloodthorn? I know you've already got one, but would it not just be worth getting a second?
He will turn into that eventually. Wants to have a little bit more survivability. Now switches to a BKB, which I think is the correct choice, considering how many disables they have. But this is the big item pickup as well. Hex finished off on Mars. So Blink Initiation, they get the jump. If they can jump Dazzle, he's gonna die. There are no other saving abilities. Disruptor doesn't have anything. No Glimmer Cape, no Force Staff, so he's the one getting jumped. They can definitely get the kill.
Smoke used and they are on their way moving bottom. Satanic just killed an Ob, so they kind of have an idea of where these heroes are at. Probably I saw Ducalis with that Ags as well. They need to be careful about that. Let's see if they can find anybody with this smoke.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Poison Obs down in the lane, not spotting anybody yet until they walk over to him and they get the kill to the Clinks.
Song setup.
Looking for this Static Storm.
Catch 3 of them.
Yeah, there's 3 and the Remnants. No one looking to stack this up to get this kill. They've got the kinetic fence to look over. This is a problem. Shiro
a lot of beauty.
Trying to survive, but an amazing wombo combo. All 3 cores again in the blink of an eye. Whew. Oh, man.
Ducalis. Real recognizes real. Immediately tipping Satanic, knowing that without him, he can't execute this one. In this game, what it looked like to be 8,000 gold lead for Tidebound suddenly turns into a full massacre. They lost 4 heroes. And looking at the buybacks, 1 available in Dragonite. But that's about it. Everybody else bought out. Jakiro doesn't have buyback. And you're playing against Naga Siren. You know that the buildings are going to drop down quickly.
Yeah.
Long 40 seconds.
And the full set of racks. It looked like Tidebound, I mean, with that fight, the fight that they won inside their own base might have been enough. But they lose to the Ags and Ducalis, which I believe they must have had a knowledge of, right? He's the one who cleans up the obs. He shows himself in the vision. But they still played it.
Not respecting it. Sometimes you forget about certain things in Dota if you don't see them in a really long time. 2 set of barracks now gone. Static Storm cooldown did reset. With level 15 talent, you have that extra 1.5, so duration is 7.5 seconds.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wow. From just 7 minutes ago, 90% to 10% basically. That's pretty crazy.
That's why you need to give farm to Disruptor. Give him some farm priority. Give him that Aghanim Scepter, because it can turn the fight around. They were lacking BKB control, and this time around, they get a setup. You can't even use the BKBs.
Tidebound, hold on. Back and forth this game has gone. Multiple times there's been big fights that have changed the tide of the game.
Roshan's going to be up in minute and 30 seconds.
Can you even fight this for Tidebound?
I think you have to. You can't allow them to get all the goodies from Roche. Double ulti for Disruptor.
I mean, already one ulti seems so strong. How do you take this fight? What is DK? Yeah, he's got the Mjolnir. Wants overwhelming blink. The MKB now finished here for Shiro. Do you buy out for the next items, or do you look to just hold buyback? And right now the answer is none of them have buyback on the side of Tidebound.
All in on damage.
Yeah.
BKB, MKB, Satanic. BKB is not a damage. Just talking about the items. Pretty much 6 slotted. Can replace his power treads. But Shiro is still pretty massive. We saw the damage in the previous fight, or 2 fights before. Dealt almost 10,000 damage. It's very hard to go into Roshan, like committing, knowing that you're playing into this combo again. Grouping up. If Satanic gets a good song, you're definitely losing that fight again. So they might need to actually bail. No smokes left.
We'll see what they choose to do. But Shiro, he's trying to clear out these camps, or these waves, and then if he can get to 25, but he's still so far away from it. But if he can get to 25, what do you think he takes? The Treant talent or the teleport talent?
If you're playing against Clinks, I don't know if you want to take the talent.
Curious to see what he ends up deciding if he gets to that point. But now, Roche, low, and dying fast.
One of the most satisfying sounds in Dota. Bloodthorn, I think, Anti-Mage burning mana, Nature's Prophet ulti hitting, hearing the gold sound.
Did he pass that over? No, he gave the refresher shard to Ember so far. Keep an eye on Disruptor to see if he grabs that. But this does feel like a game in which Tidebound have one last fight to give. And it's going to be tough. I would say the only benefit for them so far is the fact that Ember's the one who's taken the refresher shard, but
that's their way to come back into the game.
It's still no one having the refresher shard, so that is tough. That is, Ember showed what he could do with those remnants when they had the song to set it up. They've got buyback available on Nature's Prophet as well as the Windrunner, but they're going to need it on the other heroes. But I believe, what did Mars just buy out on? That his buyback got a little bit further away. Did he just
brought the shard?
Yeah, maybe.
Because he had all the other items anyway.
Yeah.
So wants to be able to get that extra bit of damage on the ground, maybe spear 2 heroes.
That could be the difference maker.
Revision, taking this one slowly. Map is getting smaller and smaller, and look exactly where they're farming. 9 class, he's starting to scale. He's building into Hex next. So that's going to be him catching people off guard from Invis. Whoever leaves, whoever goes for that wave. Bach and Planet are going to smoke up.
Yeah, they're going to be able to see him, so they should be able to make this jump. They've got the blink into the Hex. They'll wait on the spear. It finally lands. A little bit of a help from the neutral to get that Ravage off. And they get that kill. They take him out for 70 seconds, which will hold back parry vision.
Not a bad kill by any means. They're also dealing well with Naga Siren. What she wants to do, slowly push in some chip damage, but they have more than enough abilities to deal with that. Clinks, buyback is available. They do have an outpost, so if the fight emerges, he can TP to an outpost with the buyback.
Ember got to level 25. He's got the double sleight of fist charges. Nothing to say. Also getting to 25 and taking the 50% Worm's Wrath effect during Elder Dragon form. Mars only 21, and Nature's Prophet getting towards 25, which might need to be something helpful, but they blink in, they find the Hex, they spear him towards the base. But the Static Storm is
Can't get the BKB off.
They've got the double kinetic fence, and now they should be able to get the kills here. They get the Aegis
static
out of his hand, but now the Static Storm lasting. The BKB is going to be popped by Bach. He'll go to the arena. Can he survive this? They've got the Guardian Greaves. Now, Shackle connects onto no one. They've got the Shallow Grave. They'll keep him alive. They've got Ember now safe with the song, but do they want to leave? They'll refresh on Nukalis. He's got the Static Storm once again. That's going to be placed on a Shiro as well. As nothing to say. Shiro's in trouble, and he's surviving for the moment with the Ice Pass down. Is it going to be enough? No, he finally falls. But he'll buy back, and now they try to go for more. They've got the BKB pop by DM. They get the kill in the box. They'll take out the Mars. He doesn't have buyback, but Satanic is low. The Shell Grave's not going to last long enough. It looks like they'll get the kill. They'll take him out with DM, and now they'll find 9 class. With the BKB, though, he's able to run. They've got the help from Nukalis, and they'll get these supports out.
Not going to say, doing a lot of work. Having a Mindbreaker, having alerts. So
they stuck around. Sleight of Fist steering changed
everything.
Goes up into the air, ringing forward, Planet. Ooh, Shackle connects. 9 quest, Planet's still alive. How does he survive there? I thought no one was going to try and commit, but he left.
Keeping him alive. And I love what he's building into. I said that I want to see some more scaling, but after seeing that Disruptor picked up Aghanim Scepter, he does go for Wind Waker and has enough money to buy it. But again, there is no Nullifier available. They will definitely need to pick it up.
Naga Siren was buying it at one point or had it queued up, but elected to go
15 minutes ago.
And then finish the Bloodthorn and pick up that shard.
And the BKB in between. Nothing to say, is carrying pretty heavily. Damage output in the previous fight, almost 12,000 damage coming out from him.
And he's got buyback still. He held it. Shiro didn't have that opportunity. He had to buy back. But now he's level 25, and he's taking the 3 times Trine HP and damage, which helps them take these racks very quickly.
He sees Clinks instead. He's like, yeah, I'm going to use this opportunity.
Glimpse back on a Nothing to Say is available, so they'll do that, and they'll force him to BKB and TP out. So the Nothing to Fall.
They did commit with the buyback on Shiro in the previous fight. That could be the big one.
His damage, very important here. And he seems to be buying out. He's got his courier flying back with Butterfly.
Butterfly is an interesting choice, seeing that there is double Bloodthorn. True Strike now only works on yourself and your units compared to previous, where it worked on everybody from your team. But still, having double Bloodthorn, Butterfly is a nice item. Like this is ever since we changed Nature's Prophet to being Universal Hero, Butterfly does feel like an item that he wants to actually buy. Before, you could never see NP buy that kind of an item, but now it definitely feels good.
Path of Nature flying out. Net worth back to even. Not that the number really matters at this point.
There's the Nullifier. It's being delivered.
What did he
sold power
get
shreds?
rid of? Okay. Thank you. Just looked at his items like 2 seconds ago.
I could have lied and you would still say,
Thank you.
Okay, I could have said anything.
I trust you.
That's how much, yeah, I know.
But now I throw it back on you. That's how much you're willing to mess with me. Is that you probably were thinking, do I just say anything? Could have been like, oh, he sold Scotty.
This is the big item.
Actually.
Clinks, finishing off Hex. So if they can maybe get some kind of a pick off on the side, he could also solo kill people. Bloodthorn and Hex is such a deadly combination.
Are you surprised that Jakiro, he saved 3,800 gold, and yeah, he's going to buy out the items for the Lotus Orb. I was a little shocked that he's not going
You wanted
Axe.
to see that Axe.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it time and time again feel very strong, especially within an arena.
Against Ensnare, Searing Chains, and also double Bloodthorn, I think he wants to keep his carrier alive rather than dealing more damage. I don't think they have damage issue right now in Tidebound. Seeing how Nature's Prophet itemized, same goes for Nothing to Say. And he is getting close to overwhelming blink. Once you blink in with that one, that also means everything's going to be slowed. But for now, just keeping the buyback.
Yeah, he's got a surplus of 3,000, so he has enough for the Reaver, but he needs another 1,750 or 1,550 for the other part of the overwhelming blink if he wants to hold his buyback. And the game's going to go a little bit slow. Roche is up potentially in 3 minutes. It looks like it is like 2:30. I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. I'm guessing with that clock.
Let me see that clock again.
2:30. It was when I said it?
Yeah, maybe slightly less. 2:10.
Cool. Do they fight before this? Satanic going through the Twin Gate. He'll be with the rest of his team. And a little far. You'd expect him to take this fight, at least for the side of Tidebound and Bach. He blinked. That's a problem. They've got the Gale Force. The Lotus Orb is ready if he's in trouble. They'll throw that out on him, and that's going to reflect a couple of things back, but they've got themselves a Wind Waker from Planet. That allows them to stay alive for the moment. They've got the Static Storm. It's going to be on the Shiro, but the Kinetic Fence doesn't land. Yule's up into the air. They've got the Arena. It's around on a no one. They land that Spear. They've got the Gladiator, but do they have the damage? Song comes out and stops everything. Remnant's back. Kinetic Fence to stop the chase. The Song will end, but do they want to go back in? And it's looking like they want to TP out of this one and leave. They didn't lose anything on Tidebound, and these utility items
Shiro's
proved to be very good.
Damage.
Shiro is
5
in onto
hits.
Ducalis.
Not committing too heavily. Using one BKB only on Dragonite. Sorry, on Mars, but that's about it. That Wind Waker and Lotus coming in clutch, removing all of these negative stuff. Dazzle also did go for Poison Touch slow, 40%. That's why this Lotus even makes more sense now. And now they want to hunt, knowing that there is no Disruptor. He does not have the buyback if they're keeping an eye on that one. At least not for the minute.
Yeah, so he'll be alive in 60 seconds if he does choose to buy back or is forced to. Bach, by the way, buying out on the Refresher Orb, so he wants the double Arena. Doesn't have Arena for 20 seconds, so they probably want to chill on him jumping just yet, so they have that Arena, but Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains will be what defends for now. They keep rooting.
Poison Touch is
That's gonna
so
be a
annoying.
problem, yeah. It's gonna force them to fight the BKB. Oh, the Ice Path on into the Gale Force. This could be an issue. They've got themselves the damage to get this kill onto no one. They'll take him out. He's gonna be forced to buy back. The Shallow Grave's gonna keep the Dazzle alive a little bit longer, but they'll lose him. He buys back as well, but the Hex comes out and nothing to say. They've got themselves the Lotus Orb. They're gonna try and get the kill here onto Satanic. The Ice Path, the damage on Kelly. He's
healing
gone. Oh my God, no one's dead as well, and he does not have buyback. He just used it. So now all of a sudden, what goes to be a 4v5 is a 3v5.
20 seconds without Disruptor. Can they hold?
I don't know. They do have Song available, but Clinks is in trouble. The Song is used. The Shallow Grave comes out. That's going to now be the buyback coming out from this Disruptor. He was only going to be dead 20 seconds longer, but now Shiro, he's hexed. He's in the Static Storm, and he's dead for 2 minutes.
He has buyback in 15.
Stayed too long, but like you said, they do have buyback for a little bit longer. They go to the Gladiator. They've got the Shallow Grave. DM's going to be safe for the moment, but they've got the Throne exposed. They're trying to finish off the game. They've got the stun of the Satanic with the Kinetic Fence, but DM with the BKB, he's got these Shadow Waves. Is the heal enough? They've got the control. They've got the Guardian Graves. They've got the Gale Force. They'll call GG, and Tidebound will take the game.
Oh, man. I don't know if we can call this a comeback, considering how back and forth the game was. Definitely the best game of the series, and Tidebound showing some, like, we had a Parvision showing off really nice strategy with Dazzle heal bombs, with Naga Siren Illusions, Holy Locket, with the level 15 talent as well, and Natal Projection Shard. So people were going back from basically 0 HP up to 60-70% after that. And also the static storm that they used, the one where they caught 3 people bottom, was kind of this beginning of a potential end. Then they killed 2 sets of barracks, but Team Tidebound, very resilient team. And Planet, man, he played a flawless game on this Wind Rangers. Shackles that he landed ends up the game in a 54-minute 6-0 and 32.
How did he not die? I feel like I don't remember him not dying. That's crazy. I gotta double check in client. There's no way, right?
I definitely thought that he died
at least once.
For sure. Yeah, he was so close to dying as well when Clinks in the triangle attacked him, but
yeah, he survived there too.
I really like this Mars facet. I think this is an underrated one you see in so many situations. It does allow them to get that extra bit of a damage, but that heal saves you for the first time, then you get another kill, and then you get even more heal.
That's crazy.
And it's like we haven't seen it fully, I would say, because he just got Refresher, but if we had 2 more arenas with the heal and everything, you're just healing up back to full HP with Satanics and everything. Paravision, they brought very cool strategy. They used this Clinks as a Nature's Prophet counter in the lane, which worked out really well for them. But the rest of the team did itemize nicely to deal with Naga Siren. You could see that Jakiro was melting that bottom part near the tier 2 tower, or at least where tier 2 tower was. Jakiro with Macropire kills Naga Siren Illusions almost instantly.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Tidebound, they fought back. It's, again, can we consider it a comeback? It was back and forth. I feel like at 90%, 10%, it's kind of a comeback in that sense. But that was Tidebound really showing off, and that looked, I mean, really good from them. They move on to the next round of the playoffs, which is not something that China really has had in these previous events. But they're going to play the winner of Spirit BetBoom, which is the series coming up next. So we're going to see Team Spirit versus BetBoom Team on the next series, but we're going to take a break before that. We'll see you guys in a bit. Stay tuned.
bells right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter.
Like a canopy, been a villain and I'm glad to be. It's an ambitious feeling cause I had to be. It's been a minute since I seen the enemy explode.
I know they're being after me, they never catch me, they ran out of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision that they clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I go with Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short under 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness. Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set up shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got the ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah,
vision.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here to FISSURE Universe Episode 4. My name is Cryptic here with, of course, Z Quixotics as we're jumping into another great series here this morning. Before you get too much into it, Zach, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. I'm ready. The last series, a very exciting end. Long game back and forth. That's like the ideal game 3, right? So I'm hoping we get something similar. We got a CIS showdown here versus Spirit and Boom, which should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we got the privilege of watching BetBoom qualify at the end of yesterday, and that series was extremely hype. Very good games. But now they're going up against arguably one of the best teams in the world right now, Team Spirit, who has not lost a series. They're looking very good at the moment. And I think that would be an understatement even at that.
Yeah, I mean, they cleared through the Swiss stage nice and easy. As you see, BetBoom really had to work for it to make it through. But they did. They got here. And sometimes that's even more important. You get to practice in these official matches. You improve every game. But I am curious what Spirit, right? They had like 2 days off. What did they practice? What did they scrim? Are we going to see something new from them?
Yeah, I mean, they've already had a couple interesting picks so far in the event. But the main thing I'm going to be looking for is the keeper of the light with these two teams, because we've seen BetBoom do sick work on this with save. They have several combinations that they've pulled out and it's looked great. But at the same time, Team Spirit have also ran the Caudal Storm multiple times in their 6 games that they had to, got to play through the Swiss stage like you're talking about. I mean, they just blazed through that. But you're right in that teams do definitely improve. They can kind of fix things that maybe they were struggling in. So BetBoom coming off of the high of yesterday, getting the win against Aurora, which, I mean, we thought after game 1, it was looking pretty rough for BetBoom, right? Like that was a series where like, it's going to be a difficult way to bounce back, but they did really well, kind of off the back of GPK though, right? Like he really seemed like the shining star of that series.
Yeah, and he's going to have a tough time having as strong of a start this series versus Laurel, who has been looking like one of the best mids just all over. Like, not only is his lane good, his playmaking, like every element seems to be pretty on point right now, which, I mean, you could just describe Spirit in that way as well. There's a bit of a roster shuffle right after TI, and there's been some changes, but it feels like they're kind of back in full form. Achoo!
We're fine, no worries. I think. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. I hear you.
Okay, I'm back. My
sneeze destroyed you.
I think my sneeze literally broke my VMix, but I think we're fine. We've got the coin tosses. We're getting ready to jump into the draft here. So it is Team Spirit who wins that. They will choose first pick, and of course, the corresponding second pick, Radiant, will be the choice for BetBoom. You're going to hear that a lot. For those of you who maybe missed some of the Swiss stage, it's pretty much always been first pick Dire, followed up by second pick Radiant. Very few teams decide to do something different. So I think it's time we jump into the draft, though. We are just underway here. Going to see some of the bands. What these teams are going to be prioritizing, we'll have to see. But besides the Caudal, is there anything that you have your eyes on?
I mean, we still have some of the more OP picks getting, banned in the first phase all the time. Things like Tinker, Magnus. I mean, of course, can't let Magnus against Collapse over there, right? So we're going to see that banned, I'm sure. If it's not the Caudal for Spirit, they've been playing a lot of like Ricky Bounty Hunter, these kind of invis sneaky 4s. That's all they showed us. Again, they only played 6 games so far. So I am curious if they're going to bring it back to that. Rue has been playing very well around that style, and Spirit following up those kind of invis scouting informations. But they are fully capable of playing other things. So like I said, very excited to see where the draft leads once we get there.
I feel like there's not a lot of teams that are still doing the kind of Ricky Bounty, like support roaming, or those like invis roaming supports. Like that was pretty popular towards the tail end of last patch, but we are seeing it less often now. So I'm wondering with those 2 days off, like you said, if Spirit have been practicing anything after they've seen kind of the meta developing in the tournament, if they're going to be prioritizing any other position fours or any different types of heroes. There is some interesting bans here, which is leaving some really powerful heroes available. We're going to have the draft open in a moment, but spoiler alert, we've got a purple hero as the first pick. You guys can try and figure it out yourself.
That's interesting. I would have described it more in the shade of pink, but I guess
Really?
it's a combo.
Okay. Yeah,
Combo.
pink or purple. That's fair. Yeah, there he is. The Dazzle makes it through off of a silencer that was, banned at the tail end of phase 1, which this is one of the only heroes that can affect the Nothel projection of Dazzle. It is one of 2 spells in the whole game that actually works. The global silence is what I'm talking about. So you can actually silence the Nothel projection with global, but it is one of, like I said, one of 2 spells in the whole game that actually affect it. So not surprised that they go for the ban there if they want to first pick it overall.
Yeah, I think so. These bans might look a little funny compared to what we usually see, but I do think some changes are necessary because Dazzle, his win rate's actually below 50 for as broken as we all talk about him. And I think it is because teams started to figure out what works versus Dazzle and how to start drafting against him. So from Spirit's perspective, I think they've started to come up with ideas against some of the other heroes we usually see banned out, like Nature's Prophet. And they prioritize heroes that, maybe would have made Dazzle's life difficult so that you can pick him this early. The Silencer's one you mentioned. Riki is another hero that I won't say a lot, several teams have started to explore as an option versus Dazzle. One, the smoke screen, the silence, if you can just stop him from casting spells, then great. But once you get the shard, you can actually prevent him from graving himself if he is in the smoke screen. His Nothel projection can still use abilities, but you can't grave yourself after being stunned.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. They're just like, guys, hold up. We can't affect, the Nothel projection, but the way it's usually played is like the Nothel projection is nowhere near the actual Dazzle hero. So smokescreen with the shard, it actually works in that regard. It's kind of neat how, players have managed to maneuver around the Dazzle. As for BetBoom, we're going to see the Coddle ban, and that's going to lead into the Phantom Assassin, one of the most reliable carries of the patch, and backed up by a Tinker. I think pretty strong, 2 opening picks here. We'll see what Spirit want to go with this. No Terrorblade that they can bring in response.
Yeah, maybe we're going to need to see someone who doesn't mind building a Nullifier. That has been a very popular item versus Tinker, so you can deal with the defense matrix in some way. One of those Invis heroes we were talking about earlier, I guess it would have to be Bounty now, has found some success versus these Tinkers, which want to stay way far in the back, farming up the very back ends of the jungle and then joining the fight. So the Invis heroes can either scout them out for a gank or find them in the team fight, prevent him from just freely casting spells. I actually just noticed Night Stalker is still available. He's actually pretty good at finding the Tinker if they want to do something like that.
Okay, Sand King. This is something that I don't see a lot of teams play, but it is something that Spirit will play because they do flex it to mid lane actually quite often. So between Laurel and Collapse, the Dazzle Sand King could go to either lane. And if they want to put the Dazzle into the PA lane, then you could take the Sand King mid, but we'll see where they want to go with this, as their next pick will be Ruse Bounty Hunter. So that leads me to believe that it will likely be the Dazzle off lane.
It could be. I guess you could still swap it around a little bit, right? Because if they pick a mid hero very weak to Dazzle, I think you do that. And the nice thing about the Bounty is that if you do run this Sand King off lane, PA Tinker would be a strong lane to run into, but you just do the creep dragging, right? And Tinker's actually pretty slow at the start. He likes the, we play next to this hard camp and I just use March of the Machines on all of us. We get healed, you take damage, I get farm. It's just a win across the board for him. So if you actually just avoid the laning stage, that can be a simple way to just bypass all of that. And then Sand King doesn't mind dealing with, he's like one of the better offlaners you could potentially leave alone while roaming and creep dragging. So I think it's still open to them, depending on what mid hero gets picked by BetBoom, which might get revealed here. Maybe something flexible like a position 4 and then the core. So they're going to start with the Night Stalker and go with the Muerta, which
so that's
means...
off lane Night Stalker for Miro.
Yeah.
So we've seen him play the Night Stalker off lane. I am not a huge believer in Night Stalker as a core, but I will say the games that they did play it actually looked pretty good, and he had a decent amount of farm.
I think it makes some sense here, where I think the difference between his contribution as support versus offlane is that he has more consistent damage as an offlane. So if there is a key target you need to kill off in your silence, that's when I think it makes some sense. And here we have the Dazzle, and if you can kill Dazzle while your silence is going, before he can Nothel projection, before he can do anything, that's a huge win for you in a team fight. So I like the idea, but we will see if it ends up paying off. You have to get through the lane. You have to reach that point where you can actually kill heroes in your silence. And it is looking like he's going to be playing versus a Tiny carry, which has certainly been one of the stronger carries of the patch so far.
Yeah, so I'm a little surprised they went for the carry pick here, but I think, you know, if you're that you have reason to be confident in Tiny. This hero is the most picked in the whole event, a substantially high win rate, and so I don't think it's, you know, a bad idea really ever to pick Tiny in a draft. But yeah, I thought they might wait, pick the support, and then kind of wait, like pick their carry in next phase, just to get a little bit better of an idea, because it's also a pretty decent life stealer game. Like, you'd have to build a BKB eventually, but I think for the most part we see it picked pretty often into some of these heroes. But Tiny is just safer. Like, Tiny is just one of those heroes that it's very difficult to burst. Phantom Assassin can kill a lot of heroes. Tiny is not usually one of them, but on the other hand, Tiny can Avatos and pop her in 2 seconds. So yeah, we'll see how it ends up playing off.
There is a world, and we're seeing BetBoom kind of identify with these bans. Dazzle used to be a position 5, remember? Let's not forget that. Like, he is actually just a support sometimes. We don't usually see it in this current meta. He's been such a popular offlane and mid, but I mean, Spirit has the hero pool to do something sneaky like that. So they actually ban out a potential Dragonite core pick, and then also the strong Phoenix 5, which is a little bit more likely that we're expecting. I guess you could also do a Tiny support, but I feel like when you pick it this late, that's not really likely.
Yeah, with Bounty, that sounds really weird.
Yeah, it's more likely the Dazzle that is the one being flexed, if they choose to do it.
Just to support Jakiro, which is safe. I think the Phoenix actually would have been really good, like you were pointing out, like a top tier pick against Night Stalker a lot of the time, and it's an incredibly strong lane hero. And then now they still get the Jakiro, which is one of the most lane dominant heroes at the moment, and you need that against the Night Stalker where it's off lane. So I think for the most part they should be able to weather the storm of the first 5 minutes, and kind of see how that plays out.
Now you need your mid. Ooh, I feel like they could use a little bit more initiation. Night Stalker gives you good vision, but that doesn't mean you can stop the Grave from coming out every time, especially as BKBs are available. Stop like the Tiny Blink Avalanche Toss. I think someone who jumps in would be good, but you have to lane versus this Dazzle or Sand King. So I feel like it needs to be a ranged initiator. Storm Spirit, maybe.
This is the problem, is like, if you were more confident that it was the Sand King mid, which I think it will be, but you're not 100% on that. If it was, you could go for something like Monkey King, but then Monkey King's lane is complete trash against the Dazzle, and they would definitely swap the Dazzle into the mid lane to win the matchup that hard. So they're gonna end up going, okay. They're gonna go for an OD, a hero we don't see all that often. So now you definitely put the Dazzle mid, and it will be Collapse taking the Sand King into the off lane. It should be a pretty good lane for Pure. PA is one of like the strongest laning carries in Dota right now. It's one of the reasons she's become so popular is just the fact that A, she scales incredibly well, but B, she has an incredibly dominant lane. And Sand King's not a great lane hero. He's kind of weak traditionally. So I think that bodes well for BetBoom safe lane.
It's a lot of invis up there because Sand Shroud has become the more popular facet again. So although he is weaker, I feel like the sentry wars sometimes get funny, you know? And if you place your sentry, you don't find theirs, they kill yours. There's a limited amount at the start of the game and a limited amount of money that these poor supports have. So that could really dictate how that lane goes if there's some kind of sneaky sentry fight. But also, I really do think we'll probably just see a lot of creep dragging and like bypass that tough lane like you mentioned. That'll really determine how that top lane goes. Yeah. Or bottom lane, where are they? Yeah, bottom lane.
Well, this should be honestly, in my opinion, a really exciting series. We've been kind of looking forward to this one. Again, we saw BetBoom qualify last night off the back of a really exciting series. Spirit just never disappoints. They've had some extremely long back and forth games so far in this event. I hope this series doesn't disappoint. I don't think it will, but I would like it to be an exciting one. Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised that Sand Shroud is like the predominant talent choice now for Sand King, because I feel like for a long time Dust Devil was needed for like the CS portion, but more people opting for Dust Devil or for Sand Shroud now just because of the AoE, I think.
I think so. I'm not that much of a Sand King player, but it does seem to be what everyone takes in the times I see him. I'm looking forward to seeing this OD. He's not picked all that often. I think 3 appearances this tournament so far. 1 win. That's not that big of a deal when you have that small of a sample size. It won't be the complete lane domination you want when you're against a ranged hero like Dazzle, but I think the idea of the Astral Imprisonment is kind of cool. 1, as a safe pick in case it was the Sand King mid, but 2, you see the Dazzle coming up and he wants to grave someone, and you Astral Imprisonment them and you can no longer target them, and maybe you drop the Sanity's Eclipse to make sure they die upon being released. No chance for a grave save. It's also very good versus someone like Tiny, who maybe wants to like come in, do this combo, and you could potentially interrupt it. It's a nifty idea. It might set up some ice paths and epicenter burrow strike, so he will have to be careful how he uses it, but we don't get to see this hero very often, so I'm excited.
I agree. I'm a big fan of Mr. Sand King, but you're right. He has kind of been, I think, a little out of the meta since like his glory days of Dust Devil being absurdly OP. But here we go. It is game 1 in this upper bracket playoffs. BetBoom versus Spirit. If you guys are just joining us, welcome to the FISSURE Universe. It's been a lot of fun so far in this event as we take a look at some of these facets. Nothing super surprising. I think all of this makes sense to me. I guess ODs is the one where like I'm just a little bit less familiar with because you don't see OD. He's kind of a niche pick. He's been getting a little bit more action lately, but it's going to be Obsidian Decimator. I will say the one thing that I forgot to mention, which I normally do regarding Night Stalker, is that the hero on Radiant side seems to feel weaker. It's like, I don't know, I haven't looked up the stats on this, but I do think Dire side Night Stalker typically is favored because of the change to Tormentor. So we'll see if that ends up making any difference this game. Like if BetBoom are able to take away like the Dire safe lane tower, that would definitely help them at potentially looking for first Tormentor.
The battle begins.
Rue tries to get the steal, but not quite fast enough this time. Yeah, you're right. I do think it's maybe a little, I don't even know if better, but easier on the Dire, just so that you don't have to change your mindset on where the Tormentor is. I don't think it's the end of the world though, as long as you have the successful start you want, which is that you have a strong lane and then you go into the, like, it doesn't matter where the Tormentor is if you are just winning, you know, and you're capable of just taking the fight wherever. But you're right where like if the plan is a little different and it's like, oh, we're having a bit of a tough time, it's nice to have the safety of the tower to easily get to the Tormentor or retreat to, which a lot of teams lately have been focusing on taking that tower real quick to set up the Tormentor. So we'll see if they're able to do that this time. Like you said, this is a tough lane. Or no, actually top, because it's swapped around, right? I gotta change my mindset around it.
Collapse might just be dead here. Do they have detection? They do. Never mind. That sentry coming out a little bit late, but still just forcing him back, keeping him very low next to the tower.
Radiant's courier
And this is kind of my worries of the Sand King off lane, right? When you are playing this into heroes like PA and Tinker, like two very strong lane heroes, great at trading. I just don't know how much he's gonna be able to get out of this. Like maybe Rue can drag the waves and that's like the best case scenario, but have not found success in that so far.
Top lane, Night Stalker picking up an early lead in this CS. Tiny not usually a hero that struggles with early CS. I think even into the Night Stalker, I'm a little surprised he's pulled up. Relatively early. Balance it out. It's about even as expected. Oh, a lot of denies on both sides.
Yeah. I feel like there's few heroes in Dota that I think like just should be completely reworked, but OD is absolutely one of them.
You don't like him?
It's just, it's so weird conceptually on this hero.
What do you mean? You press a W and you win. What's weird? I don't get it.
The other person doesn't get to play the game, bro. It hurts. Top side. Radon getting pressured out here from Miro on the Night Stalker. Not be able to like push for the kill or anything, but some good damage into the Tiny early. Ooh, bottom lane though, we're also getting aggressive, and it's gonna be Pure finding first blood on Collapse. There's the dead shot top side here onto Radon, and they get him. Beat him down. One more shot from Save will do it. So 2 kills on the board now for BetBoom in both side lanes. Not a bad start.
Not at all. It's even going to free up the supports to maybe help out the mid lane, which is very close, neck and neck. So whichever team can get some help in there. I would have thought it would be the bounty hunter first, but maybe with these kills starting to go the side lanes. Karomi?
He's baiting. He's got a Lotus. Wait, no, he doesn't have
He's
Lotus.
got the Lotus.
Okay, that was way closer than I feel like it should have been.
Walk him back out. I don't think he has the damage level 2. Oh, Collapse maybe.
No Shuriken.
Yeah, it's hectic down here.
Wow, he is playing right on a knife's edge right now. But he can keep spamming these repair bots, and ooh, Burrow Strikes will dodge out
Karomi?
the blood grenade, and yeah, he's dead. All right, come on. He's been, you stuck around too long. This is some shenanigans in the bottom lane.
In the middle of that action, Rue managed to find the sentry in the trees, so we kind of talked about the invis sentry war that's going to be happening down here. They'll have that going for them for at least a little bit. Kanomi does bring back a new one.
Aggressive once again here in the top lane. Avalanche will make some space as they will turn around with a dual breath and a TP coming in from Rue. Miro likely to fall. Do they have the damage? They can't close the gap. He's able to run away, and now Save will get the return onto the Jakiro. So a 1-for-1 here. Do they have a toss? Do they have an avalanche? Do they have anything? They don't. All right, Save. Barry fires up. Another Shuriken though from Rue will do it. Well, here we are. The 5-minute mark here. This is where you've like hoped you've survived the lane well enough to where you can start free farming against this Night Stalker. He is now super vulnerable to these heroes.
Yeah, he had an early CS lead, but it does seem to have mostly balanced out. And like you said, life is now much easier for Radon up here now that we're in the nighttime. And Miero, where is he? 4 3/4. So it's going to be a little bit till he has 6 and can, threaten his own nighttime kill again.
I also want to mention that this has left Collapse completely solo in the bottom lane as a result of like Rue coming up here to try and find this trade. Now he was farming some of the side camps behind his tier 1, but if you could just see the CS starting to build, right? This Phantom Assassin having an exceptionally good game, hitting the 3,000 net worth. You're just around 6 minutes. And I'm not going to be surprised if we're going to start seeing some stacks made so that the tanker can kind of just leave and start farming them for themselves. Upside, Avalanche, the wraparound setup here for the Bounty Hunter. In comes the Dazzle as well. Katomi gonna take a lot of damage from this support duo, trying to make it back to the tower, but there's a dual breath into the blood grenade. They've got him.
Don't even need to dive.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And right at the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, should allow a wisdom shrine steal. Hero's coming back. It might be a little too late, I think.
I mean, you need GPK here way earlier, but we'll see. Oh, great silence in from Save. That'll prevent the ice path. They can get in range, and well, the disruption. Technically, your hero's not on the map, so they grab themselves a kill onto the Jakiro and their Wisdom Shrine. A great response from BetBoom.
That was right on the edge of making it in time. Just a second later, and that would have been a double shrine steal. Maybe you get killed for it, like on the Jakiro, but it would have been worth it.
Yeah, if that ice path went off, he gets it for sure. This is where Jakiro shines. You're against like a Night Stalker in daytime who's very weak, and Huerta doesn't trade super well against her either. So it's really rough. Dude, GPK is getting blasted mid lane from this Dazzle. We'll get Graves saved here for the moment, but Nothal protection is going to expire. And now Rue in a little bit of trouble. Actually, we're going to see the Night Stalker ult come out on the top side. I think just defensively as he was burning down to this Jakiro and Tiny.
So they tried.
That is not how you want to use your first Dark Ascension. Oh, mid lane. They go for the dive again.
Thought he was finally free. He's like, Rue's been here forever. Surely he's left at this point.
This is 4 points in that poison touch. It's so much damage. Back to the top lane we go. Now we know why. This is why Rue plays this hero. Or like, he is level 5. He's involved in so many kills, applying pressure to so many lanes. He's involved in every kill, actually. Let me update that statement.
Yeah, put some respect on Rue's name. Exactly what you want from the bounty hunter. Making his way to level 6. Should be right on time around that 10-minute mark. You get some track kills going around.
A little assist there from that Centaur.
Though I don't think this is a lineup that you have to rush to play around the level 6 bounty track right away, because actually Laurel on this Dazzle, typically you want Ags, and that takes a little bit of farming time. I wonder if it is worth it to go with the bounty. Like, maybe that pays off more.
I really like that they took the offlane tower first, because not only does it open up the triangle, which they know there's going to be stacks here, but we'll come back to a later point as Katomi will be the first casualty in this triangle dive, and he's just going to clean up all of these ancient camps. Oh, big Odile, but it doesn't. Maybe the Astral will. He still survives. Just a sliver of HP, but a shot comes in from Save.
Good guess on that. I don't think he even had vision. So if you guess wrong,
it doesn't look like
he's out free.
I mean, I think
something.
overall,
I think you lost
pretty
your
good,
stacks though. Yeah, I think the stack loss is particularly sad, especially for Kataomi, who was hoping to farm some of it to get his level 6. So now he's still about 5.5. A little slow on this, which means You know, a couple things happened there. Like, you lost that offlane tower, like you were talking about, which helped set up Tormentor. You would have loved to get your 6, and then you could hold that tower solo for quite a while by just spamming out March the Machines.
Miro top lane, great body blocks in from the Bounty Hunter. There's the Macropyre as well. They just need one more spell. The Shuriken's gonna do it. And that will mean tracks online now for the Bounty. Man, offlane Night Stalker this game, it's just not working out how they wanted.
It has come at a cost, though. They left the Sand King alone and brought the Bounty up here. And there was a risk to that. You know, if you don't connect on all these kills, then your Sand King just fell behind and your Night Stalker would be doing okay. It has been working, though. So Sand King is above the Night Stalker, but PA is at the top of the net worth. But just by a little bit. Like, Tiny's not that far behind. Oh, and
You
they're even
that ward there. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a stack
there's
here
no
too.
way.
Yeah, there they go. They're gonna start stealing that stack. Can you make it here to
They're
contest?
TPing in everybody. I mean, this level 4 Sand Shroud, I don't know if you really want to fight into it, but yeah, they will back away as you see the entire team teleporting in. Dark Ascension comes out to provide the vision necessary for them to find this Sand King. Collapse trying to make his way through the trees, but GPK nearby as well. They will get themselves a kill onto Maposhka. Both punished for this aggression. Really good response, and honestly set up by the Tinker there to try and just look for a ward.
It was a big rotation, but you get 2 kills, protect. I don't think they actually lost any of the stack. It was like just at the edge of starting to die. Kind of missed it as that fight started to go on, but I think it's actually okay. In other games, it might be a little map inefficient, but with a Tinker, he's already back into being around the map. I think it's working out. Ooh, second kill
Great
coming
dead
up
shot.
here. Very much a second kill. Back-to-back deaths on Collapse. That's pretty painful. He's just trying to get to his blink so they can start playing around the map with the Bounty Hunter.
Speaking of the Bounty Hunter, comes up to the top lane to help them finish off the Night Stalker once again. So
Nope.
each of these kills seems to have like an equal trade on the other side. And then it's not because it's 8-8, but that has just been the map movements from both teams. As for Spirit, I think having the Bounty, as long as you continue to kind of equalize in kills, we'll start to see this Bounty Hunter benefit a lot more.
Now, a lot of these early kills didn't have the track, so it's not too bad yet. But I think that was the first track kill there. We'll see if there's more to come. Yours carrying dust.
He might have this, and Night Stalker here looking for this Dazzle to prevent that Nalta projection. Avalanche toss on the backside is going to find Katomi. Tree toss is there. They got him. And the blink away from PA. So another trade, but no track kill this time. These guys are off to, the carries are just off to a great start this game. Really just the offlaner struggling a little bit, but top lane. Miro just kind of putting some harassment into Radon. He's going to wave goodbye. For those of you who are tuning in and enjoying the streams, just want to remind you, you can follow Fissure and stay up to date with all of their tournaments so far this year, as well as what's happening next. As what's happening next? Well, maybe a fight in the mid lane. No detection for Rue, though, so he gets away.
You mentioned these offlaners being the ones to struggle. I think that might actually favor Spirit, because Sand King is more of a utility offlaner, right? You just like, you blink, you stun. We'll see what he ends up building, but I feel like a Halberd would be good. He's already got the Vanguard. Whereas Night Stalker, you want to be doing a little bit more damage. You want to be able to jump in and get kills. I can't believe save denied versus Dazzle. So when Miero is struggling on this Night Stalker, I'm not sure if you'll be able to do everything you'd like to in this fight compared to just I blink Burrow Strike.
Oh, he might get this. Yeah, he threw the shuriken through the creeps. Yes, he did. Okay, this is why through and through is by far the better facet. He gets 2 shuriken toss hits there, just completely bursts and solos off the Phantom Assassin.
Even though PA is doing well, I mean, to the surprise of no one, she's going Battle Fury, and Battle Fury has no extra health. So, yeah, has so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, It's so smart.
It's a little bit luck based depending where the creeps are standing, but it's easier to set up when you're just finding a carry farming
On the
a
jungle camp, yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Doesn't
just like,
always
I'll just throw that through you.
Yeah, it doesn't always work, but PA does have very low health pool. You see like 1,000 right now, even though she's near the top of the net worth. Just kind of how the hero goes.
And this is why we talked about earlier the importance of these towers on the top side of the map. Dire's tier 1 still stands, whereas the Radiant offlane tower is gone. So they have almost no way to contest this Tormentor at the 15-minute mark. It's just too difficult to get up there. So it will go the way of Spirit. And it goes to Bounty Hunters. Now you have 2 Invis heroes running around the map. Miro into trouble. Big macro pyre comes out right away. 2 extra stuns to follow it up as well. It's called Friendly Shadow, right? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, and it's really good. Yeah, in pubs, it's hard to coordinate this. Spirit absolutely can do it, where you shadow walk, friendly shadow a teammate, and then you take turns hitting the target to chain stun. And after like bounty opens, then your ally goes, then bounty shadow walks again. Then you can use friendly shadow again. You can get so much chain stun from just this shard. And then that's not even including like ice path or whatever other abilities might be there, like burrow strike, avalanche toss. So setup kills will be much easier now. It could just be bounty +1 instead of needing maybe 2 more heroes with the bounty to get the kills.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the 2 supports kill the Night Stalker with ease, right? Which Bounty is, after getting the free shard, has now passed the Night Stalker. I think it's not going to be long before the Tinker passes the Night Stalker. And this is one of the reasons we don't see Night Stalker core that often. It is a hero that kind of needs to build things like Midas or have a really good start to feel the impact in the game. But for now, if you're able to like get a lot of greed out of the Tinker, it might pay off. Top side. Oh, Tinker's TPing into 3 heroes. Yeah, that one's unfortunate for Katomi. In comes the Blink Epicenter. That will be another kill for Spirit.
Get another track kill, especially for Collapse. We're mentioning him struggling a little bit, but he's had some space to farm, and as he gets involved in some of these track kills, he's going to be catching back up. Oh, he even off. Interesting. He's getting, I think, these boots of travel, and yeah, they're being delivered right now. So this will let him match the global pressure from a Tinker. I mean, Tinker's still a little low level, so he's not going to creeps yet, but he's close to 12, and then you're gonna have to start dealing with the pressure all over the place. And it looks like they want Sand King to be the one to deal with that.
Another invis play here. They're looking for save. I think they were looking for anybody, but Ice Path comes out. Another macro pyre, burrow strike, just everything dropped on top of the Muerta here as the track will come out to make sure they get that extra bounty.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bounty Hunter is not done. Looking for more, but scattered up from Miro. Dark Ascension into the dagger. That's a quick pick for Pure.
I think they saw the bounty headed that way with that observer sentry down. So Rue thought he was just scouting things out.
Sentries all over this mid lane, and yeah, they will see Radon here under the cover of this Invis rune, and now they're looking for more. GPK goes to the backside, tries to get on top of the Dazzle, but he puts himself in a rough spot, gets dropped. And now here comes Pure with the Battle Fury doing his best, but he's fighting inside of the Sand Shroud. Ice Path gonna connect, but they don't have the follow-up quite yet. The calling preventing any of these follow-up stuns.
OD for nothing. I'm gonna be happy with that. No track kill this time, at least. Tinker. I feel like I've seen this before.
It might be a little deja vu. Just maybe.
It's missing track this time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Laura, a shield
Chase
rune
continues. The shield rune sniped by Miro. Can he get the grave off? He can. Going for the hill. Maybe they can try and turn this around. There's a burrow strike available, but it's not going to be enough to make the space. The jump in from Pure finishes the job, and now they're looking for the Bounty Hunter. Force Staff's actually up to the high ground. He's safe. somehow. So now Radon's gonna go ahead, avalanche, toss back save, burns inside of the sandstorm, and another bounty track goes their way. I mean, there's no way they can get more off of this. In comes GPK, Macropire is down. Miro will be able to get away.
I didn't know the silence interrupted the toss. Roche was about to throw the bounty hunter out of that fight. I'm still waiting for us to see Roshan completely destroy a team fight happening in the mid. We almost had it, but he walks too slowly. I think Valve needs to buff Roche's run speed. He's got to sprint over. I'll just start grabbing people.
I'd be down for that. Dude just turns on the gas, floors it across the river, like 600
Get him a
MS.
moped.
A Segway would be way funnier.
For the pace he's going, it would be a Segway. OG's got his own invis. Let's see if he can surprise anyone. Oh no, that was a smoke, sorry.
A lot of TP's top. Here's gonna come in, try to get aggressive on Taru, but collapse. He's nearby. The shield from Katomi trying to help, but there's the BKB. The hammer dropped as well on the backside of the fight here, trying to finish off this Dazzle. The Grave is there. The team, they need to be able to bail him out. Laurel, is he going to survive? No, he will not, but Radon's trying to clean it up and turn this around. So far, a 2-for-1, but a buyback on this Bounty Hunter. Is it going to pay off? Pure is just chopping him down. Radon coming back in, trying to get him, but a really nice dead shot. Yeah, we'll bail him out.
Tinker's out of mana. Can't do too much anymore.
Friendly Shadow, Avalanche, toss. They're just going to settle for one. Very good fight here from BetBoom. Pure gets so much out of this.
Some of those are track kills, I think, but considering the heroes you lost, say not quite worth it for Spirit. That was really close. GPK like barely got out of there. Maybe they'll find him? Everyone's coming over.
Radon's getting out of here. Force Staff out from Rue. In comes the Dazzles with an Osel projection. That'll make enough space, it seems.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Fights are... It's getting annoying to find Laurel. Now that he's got the blink, you have to be ready to go very far back to find him, which goes back to the Night Stalker not having the best game. If he was having a stronger start, he could be the one to just go on his own, but now you need someone else to go with you. And who is that feels comfortable with that? Like maybe the OD, but he doesn't really have a blink yet. So it's not guaranteed to be able to get to the Dazzle. That last fight, they were able to because Spear wasn't quite set up in the ideal position. Future fights, especially if Rue has gone ahead, placed the ward, scouted things out, it's going to be tough for BetBoom to find that Dazzle.
I think Spirit maybe taking a moment to breathe here, waiting out this next nighttime before they start to get aggressive again. There's been a lot of action over the last like 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, it usually favors the Bounty Hunter lineup, but it is only a 2K lead for Spirit right now, so still a very close game. Pure has retaken the top spot. It's been a very close battle for the top net worth between the carries.
I think a lot of it is just this Tinker still having a lot of impact in these fights, like constantly getting out the defense matrix.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing to me that Bounty Hunter is close to the Tinker, actually. We usually see Tinkers just far above the other supports.
The free shard helps, but yeah.
That's like, true.
That also just kind of shows why Tinker is such a strong hero. I mean, the amount of value he can generate on the map compared to pretty much any other support in Dota is the reason he's so high priority.
Well, the next Tormentor's coming up. Let's see if BetBoom can get there in time and, you know, maybe can equalize that difference.
Currently, they are hunting on the bottom side of the map. which they might find Tiny. The scan off the mark, looking for maybe someone farming on the right side, but
They see the courier.
they're going to see Tiny's courier. Radon. They go Invis. They need to go through the twin gate ASAP. They're going to try Dark Ascension as Zal. Will they make it? A huge dead shot, but he hits the bounty hunter instead. And Rue, the dust doesn't connect. He's out of here. Do they go through the twin gate is the question. Do you risk it? All right.
Whoa.
I cannot believe they get out of this. What an escape.
That is so fortunate that the dead shot hit the
bounty.
The bounty instead of the Tiny, because bounty had the Force Staff and extra move speed to try to get away and successfully get away in the end. This is a cool idea though. So Spirit is going to grab the Tormentor, but the trade-off is you're totally out of position for Roshan, which now goes the way of BetBoom. That's not a bad trade. They weren't able to do that at the 15-minute mark. They just weren't strong enough, but makes it a little better though.
There's the Blink Yules, gets rid of the Matrix. Burrow Strike into the track. It will get at least a straggler here after the Roshan, but this is something we've talked about a lot since the changes to the map, right? With Roshan being in the rivers and the single Tormentor is how often we're going to see teams trade or choose one over the other. Top lane, that's the Shadow Blade break. He gets it. Okay, not a good first Aegis.
Something about the
Okay,
games
now
we've
you're
been
really
casting,
happy with
Ricky.
that trade.
I feel like in the games we've cast, the Aegis has an average lifespan of about 15 seconds.
Yeah, certain casters curse like specific heroes or players. We curse the Aegis.
Apparently. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, this goes back to being Spirit favorite. Now there pretty much wasn't a trade-off. I mean, some Roche gold, right? But that's not really what you think of when you go for Roshan. So Spirit now looking for a smoke play. If you find a kill, you could easily steal the Wisdom Shrine. Keep growing. The level difference, or maybe it's not even a level difference when Karomi's just farming like crazy, but
I mean, they're going to find themselves the Tinker. He was here behind the tower. Avalanche comes through. They've got the damage. GPK actually TPing in. Has to pop the BKB. They get on top of Laurel with the Phantom Assassin. They blow him up. Now the question is, can you get out? You got the Tinker, but a heavy cost. Under the Dark Ascension here. They want to get the Wisdom Shrine, but they will not be able to. Radon's just going to pop the BKB, turn here onto this Night Stalker as he's hiding in the trees, able to armlet toggle through all of the damage. At the end, I guess they do manage to get the Shrine. Collapse.
can you get out now, though?
They will. I mean, BKBs were spent to kill Laurel, right? So you have no BKBs on OD or Phantom Assassin.
Yeah.
So a good call to probably stop the chase.
You're going to be happy with that. Again, because of the way that smoke gank went in and it was behind the tier 2, Laurel was not in a safe position. So we see as long as you can find Dazzle, they easily have the damage to kill him. But it's when he's starting in the back of the fight and then blinking in, there's this projection that you can't even touch. This is the issue with making those kind of deep smoke plays, which I think is why BetBoom went in. Obviously, they wanted to save the Tinker if they could in time, but I think that fight position is not bad because of how deep Spirit had to go on it.
They're going to find Miro. Once again, the Night Stalker picked off here by this Bounty Hunter Sand King duo. Maposhka smoked up here as Radon walks up. They're tired of this ward. It has been here for so long. I think they even replaced it, but it has protected this area of the jungle for BetBoom for quite some time. The rotations here, they'll finally finish it off, but they're not done. They're looking for Katomi here in this top lane. There's the Yules. It's going to be an avalanche toss in from Radon. Should be more than enough damage.
In the meantime, during that smoke, they didn't find anything bottom, but I think, yeah, Jakira snuck in an observer in the enemy base. I think I just saw a ping there. I don't know if that was his own ping. They shouldn't have seen it because he was smoked during it.
He was still smoked, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it was his own ping, like, hey guys, check out that ward I placed. It's sick.
Dude, support's got to brag about something, you know? They're like, I don't get to do the super flashy plays, but check out this ward.
Dude, this is the sickest ward I've ever placed. Post this on Reddit, guys. right, smoke play. Man, they really want Miero. They keep looking for him back here.
Dire are scanning.
He feels it coming though. He's out.
Is he going
Maybe spotted
BKB
by the
just straight
ward,
next?
perhaps. Miero?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got Armlet, BKB, I think. Oh, yeah, there it is. So he can now run into the fight uninterrupted. There is no BKB piercing abilities, but no blink. So it might still take a while to get to the dazzle.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nighttime smoke.
Dire are
Spirit has a ward in here though, so if a fight does break out, they might have a vision advantage.
It is still nighttime. Dark Ascension up. I mean, this is honestly BetBoom's best shot to try and find an opening, despite being down 8,000.
Laurel, if Laurel's the
Laurel has
first
an
person they
invis rune,
find,
though, that would be really unfortunate. Sand King's just gonna walk right into him under the friendly shadow. They see him, they pop the dust. He's on the high ground. They actually didn't get vision, and now they managed to get on top of Miro, force the BKB. There's the Dark Ascension as he hits the skies, jumps down the backside. It's gonna be pure, but he's gonna take a lot of damage from the Avatos. Pops that BKB, gonna get shielded up as well. But now you spent so much on BetBoom, you gotta get out.
oh, that was so unfortunate the way that fight broke out for BetBoom. The smoke breaks. They
way the
miss
smoke
him on the
broke.
detection. Funny enough, if they had just kept running forward, they were gonna find Laurel first, and that actually would have been a really good fight. But I feel like the chaos of the backline having their smoke broke while the front's going created enough disorder where they use spells and BKBs, but don't actually get anything.
Yeah.
And there was
They-
almost no commitment from Spirit. I think they have literally everything available.
That was such an... Oh, boy. Another setup from Collapse in the mid lane here with the Yules. There's going to be the Burrow Strike, the Northern Projection, doing a lot of damage. Rue will make it close enough.
Radon on the hunt down here. There is this... Oh, okay. So they will know he's here, but...
Radiant's bottom tower
you also know they have a sentry that will see you coming in with your Silver Edge. So he decides to just maybe push the tower, see if anyone's going to show up. Yeah, look at my post ping his ward. Hey guys, I saw him. You know why I saw him? Got this sick ward base.
I mean, I think overall they want these tier 2 towers more than anything right now. They can chip the high ground. Like, you have a Jakiro, you have a Tiny. Tinker is dead, so like use this time to get a little bit of damage. Okay, maybe more than a
Tiny
little bit.
damage.
That tower.
Chip.
Okay. It's
More like a chunk
using the word
tower.
yeah, using the word chip very loosely. Top side collapse. Gonna get caught from the dust. The team real no way to get close to him. He's gonna pop the Yules there. A blink and one. Dude, there's no way, right? He's out. Oh, the dead shot.
Dude.
So close from save. He has been on point with these this game.
That's some game knowledge right there to know like which trees you can be behind. I mean, maybe it was luck, but I feel like Save's the kind of guy to know like this is the spot he would be if he was doing this. That was right on the money, just a moment too late.
is under attack.
That is the scary rune.
All right, earlier we were talking about chipping or chunking the tower. I think the tower dies. It just dies now if you get close and you double tap it.
Yeah, this is gonna be
Dire's top tower is
the
under
demolition.
Oh, Tinker's TPing in.
They saw him thanks to that really sick ward. Katomi found behind the tower. Okay, you guys, this is all set up from the support, Jakiro. Let's be real. Up onto the high ground. They're trying to figure out how the Dazzle sees them. The amplify damage gets popped. They get on top of Miro, prevents him from coming into the back line. Tinker's bought back into this game. They really want to chase here, using this Dark Ascension as best they can. But when he falls to the ground, this nighttime will be over.
This is a little bit of the issue that we were thinking about in the draft. You know, what do you want for your last pick? And initiation came up, right? They chase, and everyone is just blinking away, force staffing away, drumsing away.
They're gonna get GPK. They did not expect the instant re-smoke from Spirit, and the burrow strikes got Miro as well. He's gonna be forced to BKB, trying to make his way back into the base, and he might be able to.
You just
but
go
Tiny
tower
will
now.
clean up the tower. Now looking for the first lane of Barracks. Spirit cracking the high ground here, 35 minutes into the game. This 15,000 gold advantage. Beautifully done from them, as BetBoom really going to be struggling here as they actually get their sights on pure top side. Don't want to chase though, it seems.
I mean, it's scary. The couple times Spirit has lost the fights are when they have forced something without better vision, and then it turns out Laurel gets found, right? That's the only time they've really lost fights. All these small pickoffs have been much better for them, and it makes a lot of sense, right? You have the bounty hunter with the shard, so if they don't have enough information, they don't want to take the risk. And I mean, I think that's the formula to win this game. At least, I mean, keep growing your gold lead that way, and then eventually you don't care. You just take the team fight at that point, which maybe we're getting close. I mean, 15K is quite a lot.
Miro taking a lot of damage from Laurel. Doesn't have that BKB. Astral might save him with the rotation from Tomi. They got him. Now, there is a nullifier nearly done on the bounty hunter, which is going to make things a lot more difficult for BetBoom.
I think it's being
There it is.
Yeah. All right, so no saves coming in from the defense matrix anymore.
They scanned the Roche. You're just not going to make it in time. These guys do so much damage. BetBoom still smoked up, maybe considering going for a fight here, but good retreat from Spirit back across the river.
Defense matrix up, boys. They don't know the nullifier finished. He bought it in one go.
Yeah.
So it could catch them off guard in this fight coming up. Maybe looking at Radon here.
I saw him cue that up a long time ago when he was still looking for his Ghost Scepter. And I thought to myself, I was like, I don't know if he's actually going to get to Nullifier on Bounty this game, but here we are. Turns out
6-4 and 13.
Real good.
Yeah, he's been getting so much gold.
He's level 18 as well, so level 3 track.
Now another Tormentor coming up. Who is it? Just the Sand King or Dazzle? I think both are fine.
They both are pretty good. Goes to Laurel. I feel like Laurel's is typically better. This is not one of the games where it matters. Is there's pretty
actually
much no stuns on BetBoom.
Yeah,
right? Unless there's like an Abyssal Blade that comes in.
Yeah, which I guess, I mean, Pure is, he's got the Basher, I think.
Abyssal's on Courier.
Oh, yeah, okay, so, one use case. Perfect.
One stun. We'll keep our
I guess
eyes
the
on it, see if
fear,
it matters.
the fear from Deadshot.
True, yeah.
The gem, BetBoom does have a gem right now. They're already on the back foot. I think if you lose the gem that currently Miero's holding it, I don't even know how you play the map anymore. With this amount of invis against you, you can't lose this gem.
Yeah, you don't have a choice to play anywhere outside of your vision at this point, right? Like 3 heroes with essentially invis at all times on the side of Spirit between Shadow Blades, Bounty Hunter, and the Friendly Shadow. And then there's like a Sand King who's invis half the time as well.
I think you can actually get everyone invis with the cooldown and duration of Friendly Shadow. I think you're gonna have a 5-man invis squad.
Sign me up. I'm down. Now they're really strong right now, and they have the Lotuses as well in the pockets just in case they need to pop some big heals in the fights. Radon's chosen the crossbow as his jungle item. I love this. I think this item is in a really good spot right now. Personally, I think it's one of the best jungle items.
It's cool. It'll be useful this game. Tinker brings in a lot of healing. You can just reduce that down. Perhaps as you move over here, you're looking for OD jungler?
Save. Nah, they see safe behind the tower, but now they'll get maybe some vision of OD as Rouge trying to grab him. Gets the track there. Avalanche comes through, tosses him way back, but you gotta find Pure, and then they do actually get on top of Laurel on the backside. He's gonna be able to BKB, run for them. A huge epicenter coming in as well. Miro tries to get away. So far, a 1-for-1, a buyback coming in from the Muerta. Honestly, a pretty good fight from BetBoom as Miro is gonna continue to provide a lot of vision. The gem will help them spot Radon here, and that is gonna be the Aegis down here on the Tiny. I don't know if they can bail him out. This is
Blinks out?
probably just gonna be 2 deaths. They get the Astral.
All right, yeah, the team's in retreat mode. They're just leaving him behind. They don't think they have the tools to save him. Cut
That
your
is
losses
a
while you
very
can.
big kill.
Yeah,
2100 gold.
The kill on save just ended up taking so long. He managed to get the Pierce the Veil out after being, I think he got Astral to start, and then he used Pierce the Veil. So they just have to spend so much time on save, who gets to use all his abilities. It gives so much time for the rest of the team to show up, and they do manage to find Laurel. I mean, they don't kill him, but he wasn't free reign to just do whatever he wanted. He had to save himself and then back out early. So that was the ideal fight for BetBoom. I mean, I'm sure they would have loved to get more kills, but Aegis and the actual kill and a Jakiro for saves buyback is pretty solid considering they were 15k behind.
Miro really looking for collapse. Might be able to close the gap onto him as the rest of the team's in pursuit. Throw strikes to the low ground. Pure gets in vision. There's the blink, the abyssal. Yules once again comes out. Blink up in 1 second. He can dodge the dagger. He makes it back to his team.
Sick.
They're not
ward
done.
By
They still want to chase.
Kataomi to let them get that chase. Too bad no kill.
They're gonna find the Jakiro. Maposhka Ice Path comes out. A lot of damage in from the Dazzles. Not the projection, but OD, he's here on the backside. He gets the ult right on top of Laurel, and the dagger comes out. They really want to find this Dazzle, but the BKBs will put a stop to this.
Especially as Radon's back in the fight. You got to be very careful of the tiny burst. All right, full retreat.
We're seeing the threat of the Phantom Assassin late game, right? Like, despite everything that's been going on, PA is still the top net worth.
She's been farming. She is strong. It really just depends on how much she's allowed to attack in the given fight, which has been tricky so far. But I feel like she finally has all the tools she needs. She just finished up a Satanic, so you can feel a lot more comfortable committing in and maybe get burst by the Tiny, but you should have enough health to live, pop a Satanic, and then heal up on some target. So just in time as Roche is going to start spawning soon in about 2 minutes. And it's going to be, this is the one that's got everything on it. So you definitely want to be able to fight for it.
PA is also level 25. It's a pretty big pickup.
Under attack.
See the MKB coming out for the Dazzle now. Smoked on up. Big Ice Path potentially from Jakiro. No, they just back away immediately as they reveal on the wards there. But that's a big ward actually taken away. So I'll give a little bit more map control to the side of BetBoom.
Oh, dude, I totally didn't notice Save also did a base ward.
It's
That's
like, guys,
sick.
they did it to us. Time to get them back. They see the Dazzle. In comes the Blink, the Abyssal. He's got the BKB, has the Shallow Grave available. Gets force-fed a really big Lotus there. He's gonna be fine. Radon here. Harpoon comes in. Nice Ogre Seal Totem to safety. Collapse wants to find an opening here on this Sand King, but he might just wait for the Dark Ascension. Laurel in a little bit annoying, poking here with the ultimate. Both teams have so much vision to play around, but it's mostly this Dark Ascension. Once this is over, I think we'll see BetBoom potentially retreat here, especially since it's daytime in just about 20 seconds. And you have creeps on your tier 4, actually. Hold up.
It's going real far around. Are they trying to catch someone who comes back to base?
It looks like it potentially.
I don't think he can solo Kataomi. He needs someone else here.
He can make enough time potentially with like the blink Yules, but yeah, it can't be Rue. Rue doesn't bring enough damage.
Really cool idea there, but rest of the team couldn't get there quite in time. Okay, that was unironically enabled by that base ward. They saw the dazzle and were able to force out the BKB right away because they saw him leave the base.
These another ward actually going to scout the Roche.
The Roar also scouting out the Roche.
That is true. It is dying so fast.
Yeah, this is real fast.
You have Butterfly, Tiny. You've got MKB, AC on Laurel. So it's going to be Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, or the side of Spirit. So Cheese for the Dazzle. That one makes a lot of sense. He doesn't usually need the Aegis. He just needs a second, like a big heal.
They have 2 Greater Lotuses. They need to get to the bottom of the... There's 3 down there.
Give me the block of cheese. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
They get on top of the Tiny. The double fear comes in from Save, and it's enough to find the kill. Another Aegis dead almost immediately, and the team is nowhere nearby. Radon has to BKB. Laurel's going to come in, blink with an awful projection, try and keep them at bay. Another dead shot comes in. It's going to get some vision on Laurel. There's the Hex. He needs help. He's not going to get it. He's dead, and he doesn't have buyback. BetBoom capitalize on Spirit's Roshan. As an Astral's going to come through, they want to find more. They actually get collapsed on the backside. A dagger will bash them for the moment, but here comes the NB collapse. It's going to do a lot of damage. Has a refresher, gets a Yule's off as well. He's finding Save. He needs to Bro Strike up to the high ground. He's got him, but no, it's not enough to take down the Phantom Assassin. Katomi still in trouble, but can he save GPK on this OD? There's the Harpoon. The Nullifier is out. Radon trying to get the kill, but the Aghanim Scepter is going to keep him alive for now. The tosses aren't enough. The Warp player will root them down as PA continues to chase them towards the base. Radon Warp flared up here once again. Does he go for the kill? He really wants it, but instead he's going to settle maybe for this Bounty Hunter. A bash comes out once again. Here up onto the high ground. Ghost Scepters will buy them a moment of space.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I can't
They somehow survive on the Tiny. Absolutely necessary, but they have to go back to defend their base. A huge win for BetBoom.
It's very impressive they're able to find these fights. The Hex from OD helping out immensely here to have enough catch. They get the first Aegis. Even though they don't actually kill the Tiny, removing the Aegis is pretty big. Just found an amplified damage. Maybe they can find their own return kill on Spirit, but these team fights, BetBoom keeps managing to find broken up fights, and then you find the Dazzle early, preventing him from just doing whatever he wants. OD off of that is now level 24. I guess still a while till 25, but be a lot of extra damage in these fights.
Speaking of extra damage and amplify damage on the Tiny.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's going to be able to put it to good use right now. He definitely was searching, but BetBoom not really leaving the base right now as they don't have much vision to play around.
Yeah, how many times they found Miero down here? They're like, maybe one more time?
Yeah, right.
They've
managed to cut the gold lead.
Yeah, at this point, 10K at 50 minutes isn't that significant. It's really about how you take the fight, which now the last couple have been BetBoom managing to find Laurel. That has been off of some very good wards. Also the vision of the Night Stalker. Some of the reason why he's been so popular, usually as a 4 support, but clearly showing you still have that tool as an offlaner.
I'm starting to wonder if Spirit can keep up with the scaling on BetBoom. Like you have a lot of damage on these heroes, right? Like don't get me wrong, like Tiny as well as Dazzle are pretty good, but I do have to wonder if PA and OD specifically are stronger, because OD is one of those heroes that is deceptively tanky in the late game,
especially with his Aghanims.
Yeah, it's been nerfed a couple times, but it is still very powerful. And in that fight, we saw it actually bail the OD out.
Who got the shard just now?
Tormentor?
Save finally gets a shard.
Yeah, probably Muerta, I guess. 8 stacks. Actually, that's not that bad. They're gonna find the tiny blink abyssal. The damage, it's so much right on top of him. He tries to turn it around and almost gets Miro. That is now 90 seconds without your Radon Tiny.
They have managed to find Tiny. I want to say so many times. I know he's only died 3 times, but they're all such critical deaths.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Macro Pirate to deep push
Teleport.
mid. They just need to keep BetBoom on their side of the map while this Tiny is dead. They do not want to have to buy back. But you may not have a choice here fairly soon, as Phantom Assassin has an Aghanim's Scepter coming out right now. I feel like you need an Ag Synth. I'm not sure what you're planning on selling otherwise. It is a full Ag Synth. All right, never mind.
She rich.
Collapse underneath the ward. Sees some TPs coming in. He actually backs immediately. Does not want to risk it.
It's the right call. I don't even know if he can solo Tinker anymore. He Collapse is actually also very high level. He's already got his 25 talent, but Tinker is very tanky. Well, you do have the Shivas in the ceremonial row. I don't know. There's some math here that I can't do. I'm not sure if he can get the kill though.
This is potentially a tense fight. They jump in here right away on the Dazzle to try and find something, but they are so, like, he's constantly having to cancel this Nothel projection just out of fear of Miro pressing R.
Night Stalker does have a blink now. It came kind of late after the nullifier, but if he knows where Laurel is, he is definitely on top. Beating the heck out of him.
Save is doing so much work on the Muerta now as well. Having the 2 dead shot charges, like the Ags Gleipnir, like these are hitting every hero.
Yeah, it took a long time to get to, but they stalled the game out, and like you said, it's such a impactful item.
Oh, uh-oh. Ogre Steel Totem, they both blink into an ice path. It's a little awkward. I'm going to be hearing the Tinker's teleport sound in my dreams.
I already do.
It haunts you wherever you go. Oh,
The Night Stalker
they managed to
too.
find the Jakiro. They will drop everything just to be sure he dies here. Dead shot on the money. That is a dieback on the Jakiro. Still 2 more minutes before he could be available. As they're going to continue scouting.
I think you just have to stall this, but ultimately lose it. I don't think you can take a serious fight without your Jakiro.
The thing is, in most fights, Nothel Projection owns because they can't get, or in like the Dark Ascension owns because they can actually find the Dazzle. When he's behind the tier 4s, it's not a super fun place to dive. They're gonna go in, try to burst the PA. They actually turn around the Hex. The Tiny in so much trouble. They get the Shallow Grave off at the last second. The Force Staff to safety, but Radon, he's gonna get force fed. Can they keep him alive? They do for now. The BKB pop from Pure as well. Oh my goodness, what a dead shot from Save. Collapse forced the BKB, pop the Wind Waker. Radon looking for the Tinker. He doesn't have the damage, and he's in pretty far. The Warp Player gonna root him and place another Shallow Grave out from the Dazzle, but Pure's gonna jump onto the high ground, tries to finish off Laurel, cannot do it, but the Tiny's dead. GPK's found his targets. Collapse with a big epicenter onto the backside, looking to finish off both these supports. It's gonna be so damn close. He gets them. 3 dead on BetBoom. Collapse salvaging an almost devastating team fight.
Radiant are scattered.
All right, that cost you the Tiny buyback. They're on the hunt to see if they can get anything more. Which, I don't know what just slowed him, but okay. Everyone should be out now. This is why Spirit is so crazy, man. You're talking like, at least me, you know, it's like, oh, surely you don't fight without Jakiro. It's 4v5. And yet somehow they managed to find the opening there. It did cost a buyback, but this is a lot of death time. You can force out some buybacks yourself, maybe just take some buildings. Roshan is up, right? Yeah, Roshan is up. So, I mean, if you just secure that for your Tiny and don't lose it in 15 seconds, I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, if they can force 1 or 2 buybacks here and get out without any casualties, you can threaten Roshan very quickly.
Oh, that tower is falling so fast.
The double toss into a few auto attacks. There's 1 buyback. The Hex comes out. They need to be able to get Tiny away. The Force Staff will buy him a little bit of space, but a big hammer comes in from GPK. Pure gonna be forced to BKB as well, up onto the high grounds, the nozzle projection, trying to do a lot of damage, but Laurel, you gotta be careful as well. They will back away on Spirit as Miro's respawning.
Dude,
there's a regen in the river. That'll help Radon quite a bit.
These OD ults are doing so much damage. It's got like 3,000 to 4,000 more mana than Radon.
Oh, they do have the cheese, the block of cheese actually in the game for the first time.
I think they used that.
That's what they
earlier
used, right,
to save him. Yeah. Finally making its way into actual pro Dota. Still very rarely, but
we did it, guys.
It took like 2 years since that item got introduced.
Oh man, this game is absolutely wild. BetBoom with the net worth advantage for what feels like the first time this game. Save. Invis will be popped.
I'm surprised they're really willing to hold this tier 2. I guess this is what prevents them from being completely mega'd all in one go, and they had a lot of vision to fight around it. But it is scary when you don't have the tiny buyback. I guess it keeps you in position for the potential Roche fight, though.
On the high ground, Smoke's gonna pop, they jump in, but a quick Astral will stop Collapse. He's gonna be forced to BKB and Wind Waker for now. Burrow strikes away, but that is the BKB down, as well as the nozzle projection. He's trying to get what damage he can in here on the Dazzle, but this will, I mean, can you do Roshan this fast? Do they have the epicenter available? Miro still has his Dark Ascension running, trying to provide vision for his team. They can't get there. Aegis picked up on Pure, looking for kills now. Leipnir gonna be caught. There's the blink. The epicenter's gonna catch 3, but can they finish the kills? They're gonna try and burst Pure. They've done it. Aegis down. He's gonna have a second life here. Night Stalker forced it back, but a massive ult. The refresh, a triple kill for GPK. He will do it himself. Looking for more, and Astral will find the Jakiro, and my goodness, GPK will finish it off. An ultra kill and a full team wipe for BetBoom. What a play from the OD.
These Sanity Eclipses are insane.
How much damage was that?
All of it. All the damage.
All the damage.
12,700. Look how much health Radon and Laurel have. And it's all going to disappear in the ult. I mean, first there was an amazing Burrow strike, but look, he just died. It's crazy. All right, they're in the base winning the game off of this.
Triple buybacks coming out.
I think you can hold this. I say that Spirit finds miracles, but
the flank in, the Hex. Can they finish off Collapse that quickly? Feared up, he's dead. That's a dieback on your Sand King, and the GG comes out. BetBoom haters, I don't know where you're at. This team is on fire. They will take game number 1 against Spirit.
They're so they don't even look that excited. They were so locked in on that game. I'm sure it was stressful. You fall behind like 10, 15K pretty early in the game versus this bounty hunter momentum lineup, and you have to fight your way through that entire game. Almost at the 60-minute mark, excuse me, they deprived us of the tier 5 chaos neutral items, but I'm sure they're happy with the win nonetheless, right at the end off of just insane ults from this OD. I would have to go back to that again. I swear he 100-0'd them.
He one-shotted the Dazzle the second the BKB ended, and the 2 ults dropped Tiny from, I think, 4,700 HP to like 300.
Just absurd.
So, yeah, in one fight, he pressed 2 spells and did 13,000 damage. It is absolutely wild how much value this OD was late game. And the itemization was absolutely perfect, like getting the refresher there when he did. Yeah, it's late game OD is very scary. Gotta give props to GPK. I mean, we said yesterday and at the start of the stream, he has been an absolute beast over the last day, and going into today did not disappoint. Also, Pure finishing the game 12-1-8. 1 death on this Phantom Assassin in nearly 60 minutes. This is a super impressive game from BetBoom.
Just look at these damage numbers. They're so inflated. Long game, but also so much healing coming out from both lineups. So we weren't sure on that OD pick, right? Not a hero we see very often, but very cool. I guess it took some time to reach that point where your ultimate is just so far ahead of, like, your mana pool is so far ahead that your ultimate actually just deletes people out of BKB. I don't know if that's the game plan when you pick it. Like, oh yeah, 60 minutes, guys, we've got this. But
I mean, he astraled. I think he astraled like Bounty or something at the start of the fight, and then just drops the 2 ults. So he already is getting like a huge amount of. He has like a huge amount of mana to begin with, but his astrals just add that much more. And yeah, it is. It was fun to watch. The patience, the play from BetBoom this game gets them this win over, like I said, one of the best teams in the world, right? I think a lot of people kind of wrote off BetBoom going into the series, being like, yeah, there's no way that Spirit loses this. They're 3-0, 6-0 on games so far in this tournament. So this is their first loss overall. We'll have to see what happens as we head into game number 2, everyone. So stay tuned. We will be right back after a short break. We'll see you then.
ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the FISSURE Universe Episode 4. My name is Cryptic, of course, here with Z Quixotics. A super exciting game one that did not disappoint in this Eastern European showdown. Team Spirit versus BetBoom. And this time it's BetBoom serving them their first loss. So what you guys need to do right now is go ahead and follow FISSURE, because you do not want to be missing any of these games. They have been so damn hyped. Go ahead and type !F in chat, or just check the banners below the stream. But those are the best ways to stay up to date with the tournament, and then of course future tournaments. So don't want to miss those.
I'm excited to see how that draft changes, because I don't know if you have OD in mind going into that. And I'm sure neither team planned for the 60-minute end that we had. But I went back and looked right before we started again. OD with his final ultimate did 2,000 damage per ult. So Dazzle went from like 4/5 of his health just to being dead. Double ult, Radon, insta-killed. Absolutely insane finish.
2k damage per hero. Right, per ult.
Per
right? Like,
hero.
It wasn't like, yeah, so like for people who are like, that doesn't seem like that much, it's like this was doing 6,000 damage per ult. Like he hit 3 heroes twice. Yeah, it is absolutely bonkers how much they were able to get out of that OD in a late game. And I think right now, like we're gonna have to see, like you said, how things kind of change in the draft. Spirit, I think, had first pick last time, so it's going to be BetBoom with first pick this time. So we're gonna do the good old Uno reverse. You know, Spirit will have second pick on Radiant, as we'll get ready to jump into the draft here. And I am a little bit curious, like you said, to kind of see how this is gonna change up. A lot of heroes from last game are already banned. So spoiler alert there, everybody, you will not be seeing the Tinker, the Dazzle, or the Phantom Assassin this time around.
Yeah, we're getting a new mix of heroes. I'm kind of glad, you know, after a game like that, it's like, okay, I don't know how to analyze that. Let's just new heroes, guys. Take some of those, take the Tinker out, take that PA out from the side of BetBoom, because they're going to grab the Tiny and they don't want to play versus the PA. They just won using that technique. So don't give that to Spirit. Let's see what Spirit has in mind. The Night Stalker is available. We saw it do okay in the lane, and then it got punished pretty hard, but I feel like that was more off of the Bounty Hunter than the matchup itself specifically.
Yeah, I agree. You know what's something that's kind of weird is I've been seeing a lot of discussion amongst the Twitch chatters about Tiny being a cursed hero. I don't know where this is coming from, because we have only seen Tiny absolutely bop games. So I'm not sure what streams y'all have been watching, but that hero is absolutely not cursed.
Aegis is cursed, though. I think the average time that last game was 20 seconds. I think the third one lasted a decent amount of time, but the first, second, and fourth, I think, if I'm counting all correctly, were like 5 to 10 seconds each.
So I decided to look up some of the stats here, because Dazzle, I think, is one of those heroes that everyone agrees is certifiably broken, but its win rate is sub 35% on 12 games. So it's kind of shocking that we're not seeing it actually get any wins. And maybe it's an itemization thing. Maybe it's the duration of game thing. Maybe teams are just finally figuring out better ways to deal with it. Like we said earlier, like the Ricky was one of those tools. Global Silence from the Silencer was one of those tools. But in this last game, it was the Night Stalker, right? A hero that constantly was able to provide the right amount of vision to get their eyes on this hero.
That's true. I also think that last game was not strictly a Dazzle issue. We did see the weakness of Dazzle, which is when you get to Dazzle, he can't do as much. But it feels like Spirit should have won that game. I think they had like a 20k lead at 40 minutes. And then there were a series of great pickoffs by BetBoom off of really good wards or Night Stalker vision, smart smokes, maybe some good luck in there, but there were some tiny kills, some forced instant DKBs from the Dazzle has to just get out. So yeah, I don't think that last game tells the whole story. If anything, it shows that execution reigns king at this top level of play, and that for every broken hero, when they are isolated, they are not so broken. So that is some of the strength of Night Stalker that just gets banned out there when you have that vision in a team fight to know this hero's on their own, these heroes are all together, this guy's waiting in the trees to blink epi me, and you can just change your positioning on the fly.
I do like the Dragon Knight opener as a response to the Tiny. It's not a hero we've actually been able to see that much because he hasn't typically been picked first phase, but a lot of times he's banned second phase and especially by third. So we will see the Dragon Knight here finally.
Funny enough, he's also a hero with a poor win rate, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say also has a pretty rough win rate, just about 36% on 28 games. I don't know. Maybe it's just one of those things that like win rates don't always tell the same story for heroes, right? There's a lot of context that goes into it. Traditionally, heroes that are picked early in drafts like always have like a lower win rate than expected because they're, you know, a lot of the draft is adapted to try and counter out quote unquote broken heroes. That's just like something that we've come to see over the years. The exceptions of those and why certain heroes are absurdly broken, things like the Nature's Prophets, Tiny, pick them first phase, and then they still have a well over 50% win rate.
Got double dragon power here. That's 3 dragon heads. That's a multiplier right there.
You want to know what would be sick?
4th dragon.
Get a ogre, put the dragon cosmetic on.
5 dragons.
5 dragons.
Way better than 4 dragons and
Way
even 3
better
dragons.
Than 4.
Ooh, okay.
Right.
We saw BetBoom do this before. Coddle, Crystal Maiden. So your mind has to go to the Storm Spirit. We saw BetBoom run this before and it was absurd. But you now see this as Spirit and you go, okay, we can steal the Storm Spirit, but then that 18th pick, you could be hard countered by GPK, whatever hero he thinks is going to be the best.
Right? Yeah. I think you're at a point here where you're going to have to just touch up and deal with the Storm Spirit, so they pick up a little bit of silence from the Muerta and a durable hero like the Abaddon. Your supports are actually not super vulnerable to a Storm. And I think at this point, you're fine putting Tiny in the carrier role. They'll grab the Darkseer. Interesting. So this is something we've seen them do a few times, but not as often with the Coddle.
The Coddle combinations right now have been Storm, Ember, and then Tiny. Those are the 3 most popular mids. I think the idea of this Darkseer pick is it's good versus the Abaddon in case this ends up being a carry Abaddon, and it's just one of the best offlaners still left in the pool. And that way your Tiny could go mid. It's not as strong as Storm and Ember with the Coddle, but it's good enough. And then you leave the flex open going into this final pick.
Yeah, like they may force their hands and they ban out things like the Storm or the Ember Spirit. I actually like Ember more here than Storm Spirit, but it's just mostly because of the lack of lockdown from Spirit and the fact that Ember can bring in quite a bit of damage with someone like Darkseer and Tiny. So we'll see what they want to do with it. But I'm actually perfectly okay with the Tiny mid, like you said, and then picking a carry here for kind of your superior matchups. In terms of bans, BetBoom probably okay. They actually get rid of the morphing. They're gonna ban the heroes that actually survive the Darkseer lane and potentially win the Darkseer lane, it seems. I like the draft so far from BetBoom. It's a pretty cool adaptation.
Yeah, I just want to see what this final combination ends up being for the Coddle. If it really is just going to be Tiny mid and a different carry. I think it's really fun seeing the Ember and the Storm, though. Like, I'll never get to have that in my pub game, you know? So, like, I want to see the pros show it off. The maximum efficiency, the recalls across the map. It's really fun. We all get to live vicariously through the pros. There's the Storm. I mean, GBK is just so good at it, and BetBoom is clearly clearly well versed in that lineup.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like it has to be the Ember, man. I just don't feel like you can give them the Ember spirit with this lineup. They get rid of the Ursa. We saw the... I was going to mention this too, dang it. We saw the Ursa Coddle yesterday, actually, from BetBoom as a really good carry combination. Basically double overpower. So at level... You know, as he gets later into the game, being able to instantly apply 12 Fury Swipe stacks pretty much kills anyone. He can solo Tormentor with no help. I mean, besides just Chakra Magic. But it gives this Ursa a ton of gank potential as well.
It also outscales these heroes.
And Dragonite,
Yeah. I mean, I guess there's some play for the Dragonite. It kind of depends on the overpower and enrage, like how those come into the fight. And Dragonite can still kill an Ursa if you've scaled up, but I think it's a little easier for the Ursa when you have this Coddle with you. Like, all your abilities are going to be so low cooldown. So I think it's a heads up ban. I also think if you leave Ember in, there's hard counters to the Ember mid, right? Like, you only get to ban one here. So like Monkey and Huskar come to mind, for example. And you wouldn't be able to ban both, I think, is some of the idea.
Maybe ban the Sven here, actually. I'll get rid of Troll. Okay, similar idea. And they will take the Monkey King. All right, so I think this is actually pretty dang good, because you could flex Monkey King or Tiny to either lane, and both of them are going to win against Dragon Knight. Assuming that's what they want to put in the mid lane, unless they want to pick a new mid and move Dragon Knight into the safe lane against Darkseer. I think at this point, it's pretty safe to say it's off lane Abaddon. But
I think so. I feel like you want a new mid.
Oh,
okay.
No. Here we go again. All right. OD this time into the hands of Laurel. He saw GPK do it last game. He's like, I want to do that. That looked pretty fun. Pressed a couple
That's
buttons.
a sick idea. 2,000 damage in one button. I want to give that a go.
Yep. Into the Tiny. I feel like this is going to be a pretty dang good lane for Laurel. GPK has overperformed, I would say, in a lot of his matchups, even when it kind of like we expected him to maybe be a little bit more even. But we'll see how well it actually fares on the Tiny versus the OD, because I feel like that OD is going to crush him.
He should. I think the path back into the game off of that, we assume a losing lane, is the level 6 timing on save, and you start making really fast plays around the map. Their off lane, the Darkseer and Keeper Light, should be fine, because you can just spam Ion Shell with infinite mana from the Coddle. So you should get all the farm and the aura items you need, and you start bringing everyone to these fights where you have that aura advantage, and you finally blink Avalanche toss someone back, and it's like, oh, suddenly now we're bottom as well. Suddenly we're mid, and you never have to stop. Think that's what they have to aim for, because the early lane, like you said, will be tough for that mid. And then you have Coddle and Crystal Maiden, not really the best supports to come in and change how that lane is going. You know, you maybe set up stacks and then help the Tiny farm those. I think that's kind of the extent of what you can do.
So I'm pretty sure that Darkseer will be the highest net worth hero at come 10 minutes. Because what you're saying actually makes a lot of sense. The fact that he's going to have infinite mana, but Coddle is a god tier stacking hero, and you could very easily just like go to stack and then like throw an Ion Shell in your Coddle, who then just stands there, clears the stacks like every once in a while, right? Like he's going to have so much farm on this Darkseer unless they can somehow shut him down early in this lane. We'll see what happens as we get here into game number 2. It is Spirit versus BetBoom. And BetBoom currently with that 1 game advantage off of a very exciting near 60-minute game.
Yeah, both teams gonna have to do a mental reset after that one. Start fresh here. Runs a Miro? Bottom, I think?
He's on the high ground, though. Astral's gonna come through. Yeah, a nice blinding light, but the fear comes through Miro. You can't really afford to go Surge level 1, so this will be first blood. Blood grenade out from Aposhka to secure it.
All right. absolutely worth it to use the blood grenade that way, even if you'd like to save it. You can tell he was really holding it. He's like, come on, guys, get it. Don't make me use this. Ooh, collapse. Oh, he's got his windlace. He knows I'm going to have to deal with his Monkey King hitting me the whole time. Gonna need to get the movement speed advantage.
I will say things, but I recognize.
Wonder how they're gonna itemize on the Monkey King as well, because a lot of times you want to guarantee get your Jingu stacked. It's not gonna be super easy against the Muerta as well with Deadshot, so maybe he goes for an early boots or an orb, or he just farms, right? Builds things like treads in a Wraith Band. You know, we'll have to see what he ends up doing with it.
See what GPK can do here. He's gonna need so much creep aggro. The first few levels will be okay, of course, because you got the tree, but as the levels go on, should go heavily towards the OD. Down here, Miposhka did get first blood, so he should have some extra power. And although you have a lot of Ion Shells, the downside is that Caudle and Darkseer are otherwise a kind of an awkward combo, right? It's not really like the double melee run in, double Ion Shell, but you can maybe get some cool, you know, like knock them back with blinding light into the Ion Shells. So maybe there's something there.
They really need the level 2 here on this Monkey King.
Yeah, looks like a couple three denies. Yeah. That's actually huge. The level 2 timing from Monkey King, Crystal Maiden's really strong. Though admittedly into a shield is tough. Bottom though, Miposhka actually might be the first to fall on the laning stage.
It's gonna be close, they get him. And now Radon trying to finish the kill here onto the Darkseer. Should be able to just Ion Shell another wave. No Dragon Tail for 5. I think he'll eventually finish this one off. Unless Save has a blinding light to bail him out. Doesn't look like it. All right.
Blinding Light's a pretty long cooldown at level 1, 24 seconds. And he went Vacuum to get the kill, which definitely worked, but it means you don't have Surge to get away from this kind of aggression. And he won't have that till level 4 now, because I don't think you can get it at 3 and skip Ion Shell.
Ooh. Save? He has a Fairy Fire and Stick, but that is a lot of damage out from the Jakiro there.
If you ever get into a direct trade, Jakiro will crush you. You pretty much need to bait it and then Blinding Light and run away.
Yeah, his level 2 combo is like, what, 290 damage? Something around there.
Oh, math is far beyond me. It's a lot of damage, though.
Yeah. Overall, Tiny's actually doing quite well in the mid lane. And now topside, Rue in some trouble. Just needs to get one more auto attack for the Jingu. Doesn't really have a boundless strike, but the slows from Collapse actually holding him at bay. Trying to just chase him down through the trees. He jukes him to the left side. He's fine. You do have to fight for those Lotuses. He gets it. All right, Rue. Very nicely done. That was sick.
There's a lot of aggression there. If Pure had guessed right, or I guess guessed left and been right, you might get the kill on the Lotus there. But kind of random at the end there, right? Like where they go, you don't have the vision, you just got to guess.
Yeah, that was actually pretty sick. For now, it really seems like everyone's having an okay-ish time in the lane. Like, no one's really struggling too much. I think as Pure gets more levels, they'll be able to just leave him here in this lane. But Crystal Maiden is not really a hero we see rotate too much. Like, she could eventually start playing more towards the mid lane, especially since OD is kind of susceptible to ganks. Right? You can Astral yourself, but it's not going to save you. You're just going to wait for a moment and hope that your team shows up.
Which they can. I mean, these supports ganking as Muerta and Jakiro is really awkward, but reacting to things you're really strong at. So that might be enough to dissuade them from messing with the OD too much. Ooh, now that he's got higher levels, is starting to build a little bit of a CS lead, but Tiny had a better start than I thought. I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. GPK is a very strong laner. Always seems to find a way to get a couple extra CS than he's supposed to.
All right, these shields are actually owning Pure. He needs to get a boundless strike onto the wave. He'll connect onto Rue, which brings him exceptionally low, and they actually managed to finish off the kill there. Katomi on the run from Collapse, trying to make his way close enough to the tower.
Barrier?
Gets a little bit of a barrier, but he does manage to finish the job, and now Pure getting dove here.
Oh,
Will
this is
he
close.
survive? It's going to be really close. He gets the burn.
That's a big win
All
for
right.
Collapse.
Collapse absolutely owning on this off lane.
Not only do you get the kills first, but the creeps were under the tower. So you just missed, I think, like a wave and a half there on the side of BetBoom. That was such a close fight at the top.
Vacuum's going to pull back Miposhka. There's the blinding light. Can they actually stay on top of the Jakiro? He does have the boost, but there's the surge out from Miro. But Rue TPing in. Nice dead shot to pull save back. So this will stomp the aggression. I don't think you're catching this man on a horse, I'll be honest.
4-legged heroes so fast. And his horse has wings.
It's a little bit of a cheat code. Top side, GPK actually rotates on it. Doesn't even look like he really was needed. I think he just was there for more of an emotional support.
Is under attack.
He really was hoping to get some financial gain from that rotation, though, because things have really started to go Laurel's way. Almost 1,000 gold difference in the mid lane. Can't even blame him. It's just a tough matchup.
Yeah, now we're gonna see Save spend a lot more time here. Darkseer is one of those heroes that can just go just sit in the lane 1v1. He doesn't mind. It will leave Dragon Knight to kind of do whatever he wants as well, but this will help salvage the Tiny's game, getting constant mana refills. As we're approaching that 7-minute mark, we're gonna see a lot of heroes making their way over to the Wisdom Shrine.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, there's no way you fight into that. Those are some
Are scanning.
powerful heroes.
Yeah, if you somehow have 6 as Monkey, sometimes you'll see the ult now to fight for that shrine, but didn't dominate the lane hard enough to have that, so just back out of it. Go 1-1 on the shrines. Dragon Knight is not an easy hero to kill, but they do have a lot of magic damage, and they scout him out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think it's a tough one to force, though.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be quite a bit difference from what we saw last game to this game. Like, there was a lot of kills and fighting as, like, the lanes kind of fell apart. But I think it's a situation where both teams have heroes that kind of want to farm, right? Collapse needs to get to his Radiance. DK maybe to a Blink Dagger or an Armlet, depending on what he wants to do. OD needs, like, Witchblade. And GPK needs his, like, Soul Ring Blink Dagger. Actually, is he going Soul Ring? I feel like he'll skip it with a Coddle.
He still has it, and he's going
Does he?
for
Okay.
Treads. I imagine the Blink after that.
Yeah. So we're not going to see as much early action, but it's really how they kind of maximize the map that's going to tell a big story. Nice path off the mark. Trying to bring some extra heroes topside. Pure traps himself for a moment, but he'll be okay.
With Radon here, though, it should
Dire's top tower.
take the tower. You got to wait this Fortify out.
Radiant's bottom
Well, I guess the creep wave's actually a little farther away, but I think you can take turns tanking it. Yeah, that seems to be the call here.
Yeah, with Orb of Corrosion and DK ult, pretty easy. They tried to put pressure on bottom, like cuts the wave with the Darkseer, so they're definitely trying to like trade towers as best as possible. And Pure might try and cancel the TPs. Doesn't see him. Doesn't want to risk showing himself either. They will get vision of the DK thanks to a ward.
He's just going to follow behind, and they might make a
actually-
play on him down here.
It's a really smart play if they can actually get him. There's going to be the wall actually dropped right on top of Radon. The DK illusion quite strong. TP in here on the Muerta Avalanche. Toss the vacuum pullback. She's the one that's dead first.
Radiant structures are
That will open up this tier 1 tower bottom.
space for Collapse, though. The plan is to just leave him up here until he finishes his Radiance. So, kind of a win for BetBoom, taking that tower. Pure gonna immediately make his way up here. Not gonna give too much space over to Collapse. See Radon. So his option this game is to be a Mjolnir, it looks like. We'll see if he fully commits to that. He's kind of like saving the money, maybe deciding what he wants to completely commit to. I do think if he doesn't get Blink, he won't be able, like their team won't be able to force very much to happen. Feels bad to get Blink first as carry Dragonite though.
Very fortunate Invis rune there for Makoshka. Gonna help find a kill onto Lara. They actually just drop, or not onto Lara, on the save. Lara will drop the hammer just to secure it, and now Collapse, actually a long rotation in from the top lane, will allow him to dive the Crystal Maiden, so they'll grab themselves another tower here.
That OD ult seemed a little less than 2,000 damage, I gotta say.
Yeah, not quite as much.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower.
GPK coming in. I think I want to hold this a little bit. Well, Collapse actually just left as Darkseer comes in. Can you get a toss back? Oh, it's not cool
So
anyways. It just put the fear in them a little, you know?
Monkey King is here and they know it, so they're trying to find a return onto this mid lane tower. It is space though, as Spirit farming the side lanes at the moment. It's not the fastest tower push.
No, you're not nearly as good at it as Spirit's heroes are. I think Radon did more damage to the bottom tower than they did to the mid tower.
Radiants are scanning.
And it looks like they're just gonna go back. I mean, Jakiro and Muerta are very good in the mid lane to help you disengage in this early game. Just, it's so easy to line up your abilities in this choke point. So it's relatively safe to push with just these three heroes since Tiny does not have a blink. All right, there they go. Finishing it up now.
Yeah, amplify damage will make quick work of that. Now Save gonna recall in somebody. We'll see who it is. Probably the
I think it's the Tiny.
Yeah, there it is. The Avalanche comes out. They pop the ult. The toss will pull him back in. As now they should be able to finish off the Abaddon. He's actually running away from his team. Dude, you're right, actually. Okay, he survives, and now the Coddle just getting beat down here as they actually, a second recall comes through onto Miro. The wall off the mark, though.
All right. Good call to get the Talisman of Evasion. His farming speed is honestly good enough, even without the Sacred Relic. So rather than go for that, he knows he's playing alone. He opts for the Talisman of Evasion to help him in these kind of situations, and it absolutely pays off there, keeping him alive long enough for his team to show up. And then he's straight back to farming in the bottom lane, though it looks like they know this. They want to come down here. No Abaddon ult this time. So if you can get close, you should be able to finish up the kill.
There are a lot of stacks being made on BetBoom's side. We'll have to see when they can actually find them. But much like BetBoom is following this Abaddon around the map, you guys can use this time to follow Fissure through all of the events this year. Make sure to type !F in chat. GPK with a wraparound. Avalanche comes in. The toss, they got him this time. Collapse will be slain, and BetBoom finally get the target they were looking for. They should be playing bottom right now anyway, though, as Tormentor is going to be up here in just about a minute.
Yeah, Spear will have time to respawn and then make their way back over here. For now, they're getting the shrines. But you're right, you do want to head over there. The shards are so good on the side of BetBoom, whichever one you get, Crystal Clone or the double recall. Not as important this game since you don't have a Storm or an Ember, but still really nice to have in terms of bringing the team around. The shards on Spirit are fine, but I think it's more about denying it from BetBoom if possible here.
Yeah, getting like Muerta's shard at 15 minutes might be one of the worst things. But the other one, right, Jakiro's exceptionally good.
They don't
Smoked up here on Spirit, heading into the triangle, seeing if they can find a hero. They do see the stacks that have been made. Put an aggressive ward and just get to work farming these ones up. They drop the macro pyre, beautifully done. It's a lot of economic damage.
I can appreciate Collapse is not at his Sacred Relic, or sorry, not at the Radiant. So a fight around Tormentor, you're just missing a lot of gold. So they opt to just, you know, we won't fight it. We'll see if we can get a kill or at least steal any stacks. They don't find anyone in there, but they do steal the stacks, and they continue to play the map, just keep farming up, and they want to wait for this Radiance timing.
So it ends up being not much of a gold difference with how much they got out of the enemy triangle, right? Because that would have been like about 1,000 gold for BetBoom, and now ends up being 1,000 gold for Spirit. They get the Tormentor instead. So it's kind of a wash net worth wise potentially. But I think the big difference is that Crystal Maiden Shard is going to amplify her farm speed for the rest of the game. It's one of the best shards to get right away.
Yeah, it's really nice. You can steal enemy jungle camps so easily now. It's not the greatest this game, since there is the dispel, like in terms of fighting the enemy. Sometimes there's so many melee heroes and they can't deal with it. And there's some this game, but there's also dispels from the shield. So I think it's more about a farming acceleration and potentially keeping yourself alive in fights as well.
Radiant's top tower.
They have the Blink Dagger now on Radon, so they are looking for their opening. This is pretty strong timing to play around. Pure farming away here with his Battle Fury as Katomi just TPing away. Pure needs to be a little bit careful. They're still smoked up. He's going to hide in the trees for now.
You don't have the best heroes to find Monkey King in the trees, though. He needs to show himself, and you have to jump him. So he's playing it safe, just waiting in the trees until he gets more information. Their map is dark on where these heroes are.
It's BetBoom's turn. They're going to smoke right over to Collapse. He's in a rough spot. He's completely alone on the bottom side of the map. I guess Maposhka is there, but this is what will end up just turning into like a bonus kill if they happen to find the Jakiro too, which they do. Boundless strikes on the money, and Pure will clean him up first. The Vacuum's going to cancel the TP out, and this will be two massive pickoffs here for BetBoom.
Nice response from BetBoom, netting them 2 kills and delaying that Radiance just a little longer. He was really closing in on it. I think like 100 gold off before he died. So you have delayed that probably about another minute by the time he gets it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And you kind of just know that's what he wants to do on the Abaddon, right? He's not going to be with his team until he has the Radiance. So relatively safe
Radiant's bottom
person to
tower
gank.
is under attack.
Hype is done on Miro. Wow.
I like that a lot, because I was thinking about this in that last game where they actually didn't have a pipe on Spirit, and although Arcane Orb is pure damage, Astral Imprisonment and Sanity's Eclipse, most importantly, is magical, and a pipe would go a long way in terms of protecting you from the exact same thing. So I really like that purchase. Should prevent Laurel from one-shotting people, but it could still do a hefty chunk. We saw how much more mana an OD has over a Tiny in the late game. I gotta say, BetBoom has made it through and even has the 3K lead at 18 minutes. We were really worried about the power of this OD matchup in the mid lane and what you could get done there, but BetBoom has made it work. They have been the ones to find a couple more successful plays. And I feel like that's the hardest part.
Yeah. I'm looking at BetBoom's lineup, and there's not really a hero that builds like Mage Slayer or anything, right? So I was thinking it's like maybe you could go one on Monkey King, but it's just not that common. Blink Dragatail out here from Madon. Glimmer Cape comes out here from Save. They're going to try and keep him alive for the moment. Miro with the pipe will be able to do so. Now the question is, can you get out? GPK's Blink is available, but they do not want to chase. They actually just don't have the Monkey King close by.
I think it's fine. You are still working on the BKB on the Monkey. And he's about 1,000 gold off, so I don't think you have to force a fight too soon on the side of BetBoom.
Dire are scanning.
They did just see Collapse TP bottom, though, so maybe if they want to try to find a fight top, they are moving in.
Tower is under attack.
a much quieter game from both teams. But again, that's like kind of the expected result here with a lot of these heroes. That ward gets taken down at the last second. So very fortunate there from Katomi. I will say that one of the reasons we see Tiny still so popular is just the straight buffs to Avalanche and its damage. You can kind of just max it now and farm it into a full creep wave with like just Avalanche tree toss, whereas previously that usually wasn't enough. So
it just took longer because your attack speed's so slow. Double BKB timing should be lined up for BetBoom here. Very good versus an OD. Pretty much prevents him from doing anything in the team fights when you have the full charges.
You've got the Mjolnir done on the Dragonite, which I actually like quite a bit this game. But yeah, the double BKB is going to do work against that in the first fight if they manage to use them at the same time, or if, you know, they manage to actually get on top of the DK. They will see Rue here in a moment. Now there is a ward that will scout them immediately, but the blink in, the avalanche, the toss. A lot of damage coming through, but the Pierce the Veil is a pretty good tool to survive these types of fights. And, well, Illuminate will end that one. Pure up into the trees, boundless strike, thinking. Going for more. Oh, a nice wall on the backside. Gets on top of Klax. A huge Avatos comes in from GPK. Stuck inside the Wukong's command will be that Jakiro. Tried his best to get away, but he won't be able to. And now Collapse. Not looking good for him either. What a dive comes through from BetBoom. These guys looking real solid right now. Did they commit either of their BKBs?
I think GPK's.
Just the tinies. Okay.
Yeah. And he got a lot done in that time. He's got the Chakra Magic to have the lower cooldown. Oh, they're not even done.
Dead. There's no way he gets out of this, right? Avalanche comes through. They have a toss. He can't TP as a result. And that is the big kill you're looking for.
It's going to lead to
wow, dude. BetBoom are... They're on a burner right now. This was a very close game. Very little net worth advantage, but now suddenly up 7,000 gold as they start to take over Spirit's side of the map.
Yeah, I feel like they've been doing such a good job playing around GPK for the last couple times we've gotten to see them play. He even had a rough matchup here, but they just bided their time. They know he needs Blink, and as soon as he had it, they've been moving around the map. Miero quietly farmed up his aura item, so they all just group up. Now they've hit a really strong timing.
This is also where Coddle becomes much stronger, right? Because technically they're all grouped up, but it's not always 100% of the time. The Coddle just recalls the other person, right? Like they'll be splitting for a moment. Maybe Miro leaves to go Ion Shell some waves, or maybe like Pure or GPK leave to go cut a wave, and then they just get pulled right back to the team.
Mm-hmm.
But really well done. They get the tower in the mid lane plus the Jakiro.
For example, this Coddle-headed bottom, if they know Laurel's here, you could maybe recall someone in. I don't think they actually know, though. No vision over there.
He's coming down here to put a ward, though, for sure. He's going to Glimmer Cape himself, make sure he doesn't get scouted in the process, and place a deep ward here in the river.
Yeah, so that'll be a play they can maybe attempt in the future now that they've got vision set up. Now I see some...
That's actually my favorite spot for that ward. It sees like 2 avenues into the jungle and then just so much vision around the camps as well.
Yeah, it's a solid ward too. A lot of people are falling back to farm this area when you're losing. Kind of the same as the last iteration of the map. So this ward, there's a lot of information to play around. It will mean you know, no one's down here. They have multiple wards in this bottom half. They don't see anybody, so they can just get this Roshan. It's a little slow, but Spirit is nowhere near to contest.
Yep. Aegis for Pure. Let's see if this one lasts at least a minute, everybody. That's what we're aiming for. We're trying to really up the duration of these Aegises, but whether or not that's going to happen, we'll find out.
farming safely in the jungle. It's like, I gotta make this last longer.
How long before the smoke gank bottom? And by smoke gank, I mean literally just coddle. Oh, through the twin gate. Never mind. Save. I was he could just bring his team to him. Hold up. Looking for Tiny. He gets the TP out. Okay. This is going to be for
close.
Tormentor, right? This is the main idea, is they want to be down here. So they'll get the next wave, maybe back for the Tormentor. Top side, they're also trying to push them off that twin gate as well. Pure looking for Maposhka, maybe. He'll show on a ward for a second, but instead, there's the next recall. This is what we're saying, right? This is why BetBoom is so good with the Keeper of the Light. They get so much more out of the map when than the other team with how they play this. So second Aghanim's shard. This one, actually, funny enough, goes to the Darkseer, which is one of the best shards for their team.
It is pretty useful here. Getting that slow behind you is quite nice. Tiny still has to amplify damage for about 50% of the duration. See if they can find one more quick pick off.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We're close to the Aghanim Scepter on Rue. Which is a pretty big pickup. Top side, GPK's got an amplify damage rune. He sees the OD. Gonna try and hobble his way through the creep wave. Will he make it in time, though? Four staffs to safety. The avalanche, the toss, but Ice Path slightly off the mark. But guess what? Pure's right here. Drops the Wukong's command. He's gonna try and TP to safety. The refresh, though, from Save will give him the second toss to take him down. 2 dead on Spirit. Another great wraparound from BetBoom. Their ward game has been so on point.
You can't always place this many deep wards.
Save is bringing in bottom. He wants to find Radon underneath the ward here. There's going to be the avalanche, immediate BKB.
He gets out, but that is the BKB used. So you usually can't get the value out of this many deep wards because, you know, it's like, oh, we see him bottom. And now you have to make your way all the way top. But there's towers in the way, right? You got to do a huge wraparound by that time the hero's gone. But this is what the recall enables you to do. You can actually make so many plays because you have so much more teleportation available to you.
This Monkey King is going to be he's already a big problem, but he is probably one of the most terrifying heroes as we head into the late game. He's already got his, you know, BKB, Sanj, and Yasha, 2,300 gold, 2,400 gold still in the bank. So he can kind of pick and choose where he wants to go from here. But playing inside Wukong's command, especially when he gets his 25 talent and the extra ring, I don't know how Spirit will manage.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tough. They do have the Ags on to Rue
no BKB.
now.
Tiny scouted him on the ward, jumping over. There's gonna be the avalanche, the toss, and guess what? Coddle's coming, baby. He's bringing in the supports. The numbers will be here from BetBoom as they get another big kill onto this Dragon Knight.
Immediately TPing over. These are the fast plays.
Yeah, avalanche, toss, sends back Rue to the team. Does get some nice silences here, but gonna just burn to the ion shells. Even Coddle coming through to guarantee it.
And you actually still have like about 30 seconds of Aegis time left, so I think you can start to work. I don't think you'll finish the barracks, but you can at least chip it down.
Ooh, DPK looking for a potential hero on the other side of the tower.
Here's your fortify.
I mean, we said chipping before. Is it
That's
chipping
true.
when you have a Tiny?
That's true. Orb of Corrosion to make it even easier as well. Constant heals.
This might be the first Aegis we see expire in quite some time. Avalanche toss back. They get their hands on Collapse. Boundless Strike is out. Big macro pyre here in the center of this Miro. Gonna drop a perfect wall on top of it, though. They're gonna lose the first hero there on the Jakiro. Collapse tries to BKB and run away, but the slow from his own illusion is way too much. They have buybacks, but how do you stop this? Wukong's command is still available.
The AoE combo there, the vacuum and then the avalanche, and it's a low cooldown avalanche toss because you have the chakra magic behind you. There's just no way to fight on Spirit when they get caught like that. I don't think you can stop this. I mean, you just slow it down with a couple spells, but they're actually gonna respect it. Maybe it seems like they're. Oh, okay, never mind. It was all a bait. They're going back in. Thought they were gonna be happy with one Rax. Take it easy.
Now they get it and take the full lane of barracks. Last game they cracked it, I think 35 minutes. This time at 30. BetBoom. This is like prime form for them. They have looked so good in this series, coming off of a really strong performance yesterday.
Funny enough, I feel like this is the position Spirit was in the last game. I think Spirit,
okay, we're good.
I think Spirit had about a 20k lead, took one set, and then it was a long grind for BetBoom to finally win that game one. Are we going to see something similar here from Spirit? If it is going to mirror game one, it's going to start with a lot of good pickoffs. I don't think it's as easy for them because they don't have the Night Stalker to give them that kind of vision.
This could be the back-breaking fight here. Both heroes gonna just miss each other on this smoke. The scan does connect though, so Spirit have a general idea of where BetBoom are, but because of this they know they have to get back to their base. Collapse actually TP's in.
Good position on this high ground.
I mean, is GPK just gonna go right up there? Blinks in, he instead looks for the hero on the front side, but a nice jump in from Adon. The Abaddon is dead. He doesn't even get to ult. The break has done it, and now the BKB's out from Spirit, trying to hobble away back to their high ground. Oh, boy.
The break and the burst is just so fast. I don't think he even got to land and he actively cast it.
No, that was the Silver Edge break from Monkey King. They just burst him down.
Yeah, I wasn't prepared for it. I'm not sure who's actually. Tiny and Monkey King had it. Either way, he was just not prepared for it. BetBoom wants a clean finish to this game. They completely back out after that. Roshan could be up soon, so we're going to get in position. Might find Rue here in the mid lane.
Okay, yeah, it looks like we might have a little bit of an issue with the sound coming through, but we'll do our best here to see what's going to happen.
Pew!
Yeah, Zach, I'm going to really need you to just step up and do all of the game sounds.
Whack, whack.
86% win probability. Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty accurate to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't see the same avenue that BetBoom had in the last game with these heroes. It would take mistakes from BetBoom, which they seem so comfortable when they play this Keeper of the Light. I haven't really seen them overextend on one hero. I don't even know if you can overextend on one hero when you have a Keeper of the Light. I feel like at any given moment, one hero is actually 3 heroes.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, collapse the break. The Avalanche toss the balance strike. He gets the ult off this time. But that it means no Abaddon ult for the high ground siege if they want to try and push the objectives. They're not done searching. GPK, Avalanche toss, Wukong. Oh, Pure actually puts himself on the cliff, but a big 3-hero boundless strike. He's going to do some work. Radon on the BKB, trying to just retreat with Laurel. So much damage coming out from these heroes. Collapse will be able to blink away for a moment, but he's not going to be able to survive this time. Pure will pop the BKB. Guarantee he gets this kill. 60 seconds death on the Abaddon.
That'll open up the second Roche. You'll have a banner. You don't have great heroes for killing banner safely either. So this should allow them at least another Rax. But with this gold lead, I feel like as you're pushing that second barracks, you're gonna go for a team fight, win it, and that could just be the game after that. It's a little slow though. Monkey King. Yeah. It's so funny. Monkey King can kill heroes with the Jingu, but Roshan takes a while.
It's the serrated Shiv that's like doing so much of the damage actually, which is kind of funny. Which big shout out to the original creator of serrated Shiv, Shiv from Deadlock.
He made the Shiv.
He made it into Dota, everybody. Congratulations. Bottom lane, Rue. I get spotted here from Pure. Does manage to get the Pierce the Veil off. Gonna try and TP, but yeah, there's a Tiny nearby. Pulled in here from the Keeper of the Light once again, and Rue not gonna be able to survive this one.
I don't know, man. Every time we see it, this strategy just looks so good from BetBoom. I feel like it's really going to be on people's radar. And Coddle in general, I see a lot of teams exploring it more in their drafts. Shakiro looking pretty dead here. I think Keeper of the Light is rising in stonks.
I legitimately do not know how you beat BetBoom's Keeper of the Light. So far, it has seemed impossible. Because right now, he gets a kill top, he's going to cut another wave, and they will pull him back to the bottom side if needed. Never mind, the whole team's coming to him. Like, the thing is, they play the map so fast.
Yeah, they don't commit to it every time. And I think that's what makes it tricky. Yeah. I don't know who makes the call. I'm guessing Save, because he's like the Grandmaster Coddle player. He's like, this is a good Coddle game. We can do it, right? You see the first couple picks and you understand when you can do it or not. So they only pick it when it's going to look dominant, is my guess. So it will be difficult to prepare for it. Like, you can't preemptively counter, and they're like, okay, I'll play Night Stalker. I'll play like some other position 4. It's fine. I'm Muerta, you know? It makes it tricky when you have, I'll call it a pocket strat, even though they run it frequently enough. It's not really a pocket strat.
It's a front pocket strat, you know?
There you go.
On your t-shirt, you know? Nice Sandy's Eclipse, but guess what? The saves are there from the Tiny. He's able to get out. And with this one, a lot committed from the side of Spirit. Whereas BetBoom, everything's available. They managed to get Dragon Form, they get Sanities, they get Collapses, ult on the Abaddon. They have all their BKBs at the ready. It is time to go high ground. Look for this second lane of barracks and potentially start the fight. Radon, he goes in, trying to get a Dragon Tail, but just gets tossed back instead. He's trying to make his way back to the base, but his own illusion doing some serious damage. They managed to clean it up. You do not fall on this Dragonite, which is a blessing for Spirit, because that could have been the end of the game. He does not have the buyback.
Did have to use so many different spells, though. So as BetBoom just waits for the next creep wave, like, you just kind of repeat, you know? You held it for that push, but there's still 2 minutes on this Aegis left. Gotta keep weathering the storm. Okay, Laurel is going for a refresher. I'm trying to do the math here. It's still going to take several minutes to finish it. Maybe that's one way you get into the game, like a surprise double ult.
So, speaking of surprises, Save has his Scythe of Ice. We've actually seen this exact combo against the Abaddon multiple times. It's specifically been the Tiny Coddle, the like blink Avatos break into Hex, and it prevents the Abaddon from being able to do anything. So we'll see if they can actually connect on it. Where if you really wanted that Curio, won't be able to get it.
You got so much cast range on the Hex when you're in Spirit form as well. You're out of sight when you get Hexed. It's so hard to see it coming.
Still 50 seconds on the Aegis. This is the last fortification here for Spirit. So we're going to get to work on this lane of barracks. There's going to be the Roshan's banner. Try and keep these creeps alive from the dead shot spam, as they did manage to cut some of the next wave. Again, Dragon Tail from Radon gonna do what damage he can. Another dead shot to fear off the back line, but Pure does not seem too bothered by this. Again, has the Aegis. He's happy to give it up if he needs to. Does get force staffed. Dude, the dead shot spam is on point. All right, they'll let the Aegis expire, let him regen up here in the triangle before they look for the next high ground push.
They're looking.
Avalanche toss. Did they get the break in time? They do. He's stunned up, but he gets the ult off. Collapse forced to BKB and run away, but Pure, underneath his own Wukong's command, will just TP out.
Guess it's kind of a hold. Don't lose anyone. Barracks are still up.
I mean, Pure's back, though.
That's true.
He's right back in fighting action.
This is the team spirit fortitude. They're so good at holding on.
Yeah.
But BetBoom has been very disciplined about this and have yet to make any kind of major mistake. The goalie growing now to 30K, even though they didn't actually finish the barracks, they haven't given Spirit the chance to actually win the goal. The probability going up just a little bit more. Can't count Spirit out. They still get 10% chance, but oh, it's looking very tough.
It's a generous 10. Aghanim Scepter even on the Darkseer is so strong. I mean, we're closing in on Refresher OD. That's something.
Yeah, I think that has to be the turning point because I'm watching Radon hit the Monkey King. Darkseer's not even that close, right? Like applying the Halberd and the attack slows and stuff. And it's still taken ages to actually kill the Monkey King. He just has a bunch of armor, so you have to catch him off guard and burst him with the mana difference on this OD.
Here we go once again. Another 5 heroes smoke. You're level 25 on the Monkey King now, so pushing the high ground will be a little bit easier with the additional Wukong's command ring. But OD really needs this level 20. If you're going to go with a refresher, you need that Standing Eclipse multiplier to try and get some extra damage. They are so deep in the enemy base. But unfortunately for them, their lanes are actually in a decent spot. They're going to find Collapse.
Oh, no.
They just need the break. They need the break into the Hex. They got him this time. The combo hits once again.
That was a sneaky play. BetBoom don't really care about the Wisdom Shrine that much at this point. Spirit expecting to fight over it, so they were all there, but BetBoom was actually just waiting in the base for someone to come defend bottom after the Wisdom Rune Shrine, and they were spot on with that call.
Ward Sentry drops on the high ground. Blink Dragon Tail, Standing Eclipse, they got him! The refresher pays off, and they take out the Monkey King, but now can you survive the onslaught from the rest of BetBoom? Rue burning the illusions here from this Darkseer, doing a lot of work as well, but the jump in from Collapse, they get the Darkseer. BetBoom, have you gone too far? You get the buyback out of Collapse. Katomi will get the blink out. The illusions, are they taking the base?
They were doing some damage, but it's still up. Okay. Tier 3 still above 50. All right, that is exactly what you needed from that refresher orb. I'm not sure if BetBoom didn't realize it was finished or maybe thought he'd react faster with the BKB, but exactly what you needed to get. With that said, you are still 25K down, so it is still very much a long road ahead. But the nice thing, yeah, we see how much damage he gets done instantly in that fight. The nice thing is that when you rush refresher, you actually don't have that much mana items on the OD, but with that kill, you get so much gold to rush towards your Parasma to further increase the mana difference to make your ultimate even stronger. And Parasma also just a ridiculous item on OD.
Yeah, it's so good. I did not realize how farmed this Crystal Maiden is, but she is in front of Collapse.
He's been having a rough time. They have itemized very well for him. Spirit hoping for a faster Roche spawn. It looks like they're going to have to fight it out, though, against BetBoom. And I don't know if you want to. I think you had the advantage in your own base. It's kind of scary out here.
They actually scanned this. They thought someone was in here, but it's actually just in a bad illusion. So for now, we'll see where they head out. onto the map. Collapse here on the bottom side again needs to be very careful about getting found. He did buy back in this last fight, and they obviously have the burst damage to kill him before that ult goes off. Both teams want to look and play around this Roshan. It's vitally important. There is a ward here on that top spot by the river, which they haven't actually managed to scout with the gem from Coddle. There it goes. Okay, they do manage to clear it now.
I think if Spirit, the best luck for Spirit would have been Roshan instant spawn so they could get it off that last fight. It is still pretty lucky though. They got pushed off the bottom Rosh, but it still hasn't spawned and the time has now shifted. So they're in position top. I still think you have to fight over this. At least you have good vision down because you need essentially the exact same thing. Refresher is about to be up and you need a double ult popping this Monkey King or this Tiny. Like one of those two heroes has to go.
So my question is, you're going to have to deal with bottom wave, right? Someone's going to have to come back to defend the base. Do you just try and force them back to the base on BetBoom and then just have your Coddle reposition your team?
You could try again. They just scouted out with a dead
spawn.
shot. You could just send one hero in and then have them be ready to TP to the Watcher. But we've seen how many times one hero bottom has then been killed. Collapse probably pretty nervous as he walks his way bottom to deal with this. Like, oh, please, no one be here. Be in position for Roche. So far, he's fine. This is the scary thing about the Coddle, though. Because Coddle could just be down there recalling two heroes. So you can't even feel confident when you see like the Monkey King de-pushing mid. Like as long as I don't know where Coddle is, which actually now they do run into him at least.
Roshan scouted by BetBoom here. There is a ward center on the high ground to the right here that they don't actually know about on BetBoom. It has not been found. The jump in, the blink, the dragon tail, but they don't want to follow it up. That's a little bit too far.
This posturing is so tense.
Yeah. Oh. Free gets broken, but another D ward.
Carefully removing all of Spirit's vision. And you need as much info as you can get as Spirit. They're committing so much to hold this area, Spirit. They know how important this is.
This is, yeah, this Roche easily makes or breaks the game. They're pinging out bottom side here on BetBoom, knowing that someone from Spirit is going to have to back again. As the Roshan attempt, it starts. The roar comes out. Collapse looking for an opening.
You've got the Shivas, and you've got Deadshot to easily scout for you.
Dude, this is the most MVP ward century. Jump in. Oh, that is... Okay. Annoying for Collapse, but he's okay. They find it. They're like, wait a minute. All right. Ward's cleared up. Roche is extremely low. Jump in. Avalanche toss from GPK actually forces the BKB out from Marla. Huge Wukong's command, but he does not manage to keep them inside the ring. Hex pulls back the Abad, and his ult's already been forced. The Illusions doing some serious work, but the OD will clear them up.
Okay, Pure just bought out a refresher.
Now.
Pure bought out a refresher. This will catch the entire thing. It could catch Spirit off guard here. You think he's got nothing left? I don't know if they scouted it with an observer yet, because he's on the tree right now.
They need to get it into this pitch. There's gonna be a big vacuum. They get the boundless strike. The Roshan, it's low, but you've killed the OD. The second Wukong's command, like you said, catching him by surprise. Inside this arena will be rude, but he cannot get away. Pure grabs himself a cheese if he wants, turns into Roshan, doing a little role play here, but the age is going to be spent as they take down the Tiny. Now Collapse in some trouble, trying to get to safety, but GPK, he's the one that's dead. The cheese is still on the deck. They didn't manage to find it. That's two dead without buyback on BetBoom.
That cost your OD buyback.
He's really considering going for Collapse here, but he scans the high ground knowing, all right, there's more heroes. Can't risk it.
I think that's pretty good for Spirit. It is painful to have to use Laurel's buyback like that, but you managed to kill GPK. He actually doesn't have buyback. I don't know if they call that bluff. Pushing down mid. I mean, this Corrosion Dragon Knight, he'll take it fast. It is tough into a Coddle, though.
They're actually so afraid of a buyback.
I mean, you would think 50 minutes, you're losing the whole game, right? Like, surely he's got the money.
There's also still a tier 1 tower in the bottom side of the map that Spirit have been unable to take.
Yeah, maybe you could... I'm actually a little surprised they didn't detour there together and just take it and then back out. But for now, it looks like they just want to farm and catch up. I think they realize the only way they've been winning fights is in these kind of forced objectives. Oh, bye, Maposhka.
Dead indeed. Hex actually manages to find the Dragon Knight. There's going to be a nice punch as well as a vacuum. The chain stuns are doing so much work in Radon with the Satanic trying to heal, but you do not win this fight. A dieback. It's not even a dieback. That's just a regular 100-second death timer and 750 gold short of his buyback.
I think they wanted to split up and just farm because you need these forced objectives like Roche or your barracks where BetBoom groups up, and that's when Laurel can have the most impact. So they didn't want to fight in other areas, but I forgot it's super dangerous to split up versus this recall, and I think you just needed to let Maposhka die there. I mean, obviously in hindsight, but now you got 50 seconds, no Dragon Knight. Now, will BetBoom also think, like, surely he's been saving his buyback?
I guess we'll find out. They have one fortification at the ready.
Arrow.
Oh, nice vacuum into the punch as well. Gonna do a decent chunk of damage, but hitting the OD, not the best. We'll just keep him out of the fight so he can't just go in. Sanities, get these Astrals. Second lane of barracks is now down. This top, the only thing preventing BetBoom from getting mega creeps, and there it is, the big Wukong's ring. Macropyre's out. GPK goes right in with an avalanche, actually off the mark with the toss. That is going to be his BKB spent. And Pure just trying to finish off this lane of barracks. It is getting so low. There's going to be a nice BKB from him as well. The final fortification coming out, and it's time to leave. The Dragon Knight's respawning. Astral's gonna find the Crystal Main. They get some vision here onto the Tiny, and he gets popped. Another double Sanity's doing work.
Can you find anything else? Everyone is so fast with the Surge escapes. You have one melee barracks left. Now, Pure's actually thinking, you know, if they push out too far, might be able to run into the base, pop it real quick. He's gonna be very careful about it, of course. I can't believe Spirit is holding this so long. I mean, I can believe it because it's Spirit, but BetBoom has got to be feeling the pressure. They know they're in the lead, but it's so hard to close this game out.
I feel like Spirit has to have the longest average game time of this event so far.
It might be up there. Well, I don't know. I didn't actually... They've got so few games.
Yeah. Well, they have like 3 games at 60 minutes now, I think.
That's a good point.
Full set of buybacks for BetBoom, whereas Jakiro, the only one on Spirit. One fight that goes BetBoom's way could be all that's needed to end this game.
The buybacks, yeah, they need so much money, and the time, I guess 3 minutes is not that bad. I think ODs is probably the most significant one to have, because you kill them with your initial BKBs, even with the refresher, like you're using it for the rest of the fight, and as OD buys back, you have to be very careful of being killed by that Sanity's Eclipse, which I thought the pipe would help from the Darkseer, and I guess it is, but it's still not quite enough to keep your heroes alive if they don't have BKB. So I think Laurel, he's just about got the money. It's now just waiting the timeout. And I have a feeling BetBoom is going to wait for Roche. So I think Laurel will get to save up this buyback at least one more time. It's really costing him a lot, though.
Yeah. I mean, getting to the Ags is also so important for OD. It's a massive pickup on this hero in terms of survivability. Mid lane, Avalanche, Toss, Scythe. Trying to just force the BKB. It won't get it, as he will pop the Satanic instead.
That's not even the Monkey King, man. That's just the Tiny going through the attacks. Half of Dragon Knight's health there.
Another cheeky ward there, scouting out these heroes on the bottom side. They actually de-warded that once before, so I'm surprised they haven't checked again. Smoke up. Oh,
I think they caught us.
See it there? Yeah, he saw it there off of Pure. He's like, wait a minute. All right, Nullifier done on the Monkey King. Good luck getting out of that arena now.
It's gonna be tough. Yeah, Roche still a minute off. I'm not sure how you get into that area now, though.
Are scanning.
Gonna get some vision down here in the enemy triangle. They'll obviously know about this. Have to clear up those wards, but Spirit might not be willing to give those up so easily. Yeah, Laurel will do it. Takes away the vision.
Collapse. It's a scary blink in to get that ward. All right, I think if you're Spirit, you want as long of a Roche spawn as possible. You want this game to just keep dragging out, because 20k gold lead is starting to mean less and less. I would say we've seen how a good OD ult can clearly define how the fight goes. So at this point, you just want as much time as possible, get even more intelligence and mana on this OD, make the ult even stronger, get to some chaos, tier 5 neutrals. We don't get to see those very often, especially since they've been reworked. I'd be curious to see what the teams like to go for. What has the most? How much mana can you get?
Probably like the primary stat one, right?
40 maybe. Or what's the, isn't there something that like gives you a percentage on spell amp? Timeless. That might be worth it.
They have to see him there, right?
Maybe they think it's an illusion.
Oh no.
I guess they didn't catch sight of it. It's a little messy through the fog of war and all of that.
We are in for the long haul, everybody. Strap in, because we are only halfway through this game.
It's really exciting. Looking to set the longest record in 7.3 AB.
That would be wild.
I think we had an 80-minute game this tournament, so we got at least 20, 25-ish minutes to go.
It's just, if you're Spirit, you can't really leave your vision, right? Like, we're going to see them constantly huddling around this one ward that they have, trying to fix their lanes.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job playing around what wards they can keep up. This is why Spirit is such a good team in these kind of situations. Their discipline and positioning is essentially the reason they dragged this game out. Like, if you remember, the first barracks fell at 30 minutes, and I think at that time, BetBoom had a 20k lead pretty much. So the fact that we are here is a testament to the strength of Spirit and why no one ever feels comfortable with a lead against Spirit. You always know the game is not done until you take the base.
Yeah, I think Spirit might be the most like clutch team in history. Like, they pull out games that seemingly are impossible, and they've done it so many times that it's not like a fluke type thing. You're not like, oh, well, they just got, like, that is just how Spirit are. Like, they clutch out some of the most insane moments.
BetBoom is feeling it too. Like, if you go back 30 minutes, we used to see them make way more of these plays. Like, you see Collapse pushing mid, that would have been them jumping. But they are feeling the pressure of being in this late game situation. And they're being a lot more careful with it. Although they're now looking at Radon.
Mapochka or Radon, both are good. But instead, they'll just grab the wave.
Great read from Spirit.
You need to get back to Roshan. It just spawned. It will be moving
Radiant are scared.
in about 30 seconds. So you either kill it very quickly, which they can do, or you get ready for the movement to the Radiant side.
These dead shots are so annoying.
Yeah, they're going to be constantly fearing them in and out of the pit.
Another one incoming soon. Pew!
Avalanche, toss, Jakiro, tossed up again, Big Wukong's command, he's dead. Radon on the run here with his BKB, he's gonna be fine. In comes Laurel, he gets
Gotta
bashed.
keep Laurel alive.
He's gotta be very careful, but Pure's BKB about to expire. He's got the refresher, Collapse just goes in super aggressively. Coddle taking a lot of damage as well, but they get the OD. Laurel needs some help.
Second Astral.
Is he gonna get it? Where is gonna be the ult? No, taken down by Save. He's gonna buy back into this game. Miro still alive. Nobody on BetBoom manages to fall until now. A really good fight if they can get out. They've gotten 2 buybacks. A Scythe here from Save will buy him a little bit of space, but there's going to be the buyback from the Darkseer. The recall's not going to be able to save him, but guess what? GPK is back. Avalanche toss trying to get out some Laura, but there it is. The Sanities takes this first kill. Now looking for more. Can they get the Monkey King? They do. It's a triple for Radon, but BetBoom down on all 5 will be forced to buy back into
base
this
is under
game.
attack.
But the base, you're right, it's under siege. They managed to do it. Spirit cut this gold lead to nothing as Roshan is available, but their throne is finally exposed.
10,000
My
gold.
God.
All right, this time Radon does some of the heavy lifting. It's not just about the OD ult, which we saw be very impactful, and so they put a lot of attention on him, but it does mean that Radon was free to just fire away that whole time. They're now going to take Roche, which Radon still has his buyback, so this is going to Laurel. How you divvy up the rest, I think Refresher to Radon, since he hasn't bought his yet and needs to save buyback. Oh, man. This game is crazy.
That is 3 very expensive buybacks out of the side of BetBoom.
They did save Monkey Kings, at least. They have that still available. Arguably the most important for them. But at this point, any single pickoff could lead to... Well, I'd say it could lead to the end of the game. That's more true for BetBoom because the Ancient's exposed. They still have all their outer towers and actually several of the side lane towers. So Spirit has to go straight for the win if they do win a fight, which they have the damage to do so, especially as we see what neutrals start getting picked up here.
Okay. Crude is nuts on the Dragon Knight in terms of the enchantment. It is so much attack speed.
Dire's top tower
He does not need the intelligence either.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh,
right.
I guess BetBoom's got to be careful not to take any of those that reduce their mana pool or intelligence. That could be very bad.
We're gonna see a couple Minotaur 3 Minotaur horns. I think all timeless, or 2 of them timeless, at least on BetBoom. They do not want to risk it. Another Audacious. So attack
It's a
speed.
little scary, especially for the OD, but I get it. You know, the attack speed and magic attack damage is so good for him. But
Yeah, Tiny picked that one up too, right?
Yeah, I guess it's equal in that sense, right? But it's so scary because I feel like he's so critical to the team fight. You know, BetBoom wants to focus him down.
It's just gonna be another Minotaur horn Audacious. Is that where we're going at this point?
I mean, it's good.
Ooh, okay. Stygian, he doubles down on damage. That is a lot of damage and minus armor that's applied from him in these Wukong's commands. They're gonna see Miposhka for a glimmer in the mid lane here. Can they actually get the kill? Yes, they absolutely can. That is a dieback as well as their gem. That is such an important kill, actually. I feel like you need the Jakiro in these fights. He has Ags. The Macropyre is enormous.
I don't know if he can be pushing out that far on his own. They were completely caught off guard by that, I feel like. All right, the rest are going to have to sit in base. I kind of think you have to give this barracks up. But then again, if you give that one up, they're just going to go straight to your throne. So you have to take a fight somewhere.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Amplified damage spawning to the perfect time.
Oh my god. Big boy Tiny gets bigger.
As you do this
Ags
push,
really
though,
is something else, dude. I don't know. I can't believe this exists.
think you can only risk your Monkey King because, well, I don't know. Obviously, you go for the win and the catch, but it's so scary because if you lose your Tiny, it's just going to suddenly flip the other way. It's going to be Spirit running down your base.
Yeah, especially since they have the Aegis on the OD.
Can they get the OD?
Kill him. Oh, they're going to try. The Surge comes in. They're going for the Abyssal. The damage is there. Can they kill him before he gets anything off? They do. Here comes the Wukong's command. Buybacks coming through for the Crystal Maiden, the Avalanche, the Toss holding collapsing base. They're just going for the throne. They want to end it. BetBoom, one out of this game. They pumped the second, but the Sanity's Eclipse is too much. The Astral's going to put the Tiny under. Can they end the game? It's so close. The Illusion's doing it. BetBoom come out 2-0 over Spirit.
They're popping off immediately. Holy.
Oh my God.
Dude, they were so close. If that Illusion dies, I'm pretty sure Spirit is running down. They lost so many heroes on that. That was all in for the win.
They lost everything. It was just a Dragon Knight Illusion at that point hitting the throne. Holy crap, dude. What a series from these two teams. It didn't disappoint, man. We knew coming into this is going to be a sick one. Everyone had written off BetBoom. They're like, Spirit's too good. But I feel like we've seen BetBoom look insanely strong in the last couple days of this event, and they brought it today once again, taking a 2-0 over one of the tournament favorites. Absolutely
these
beast mode
numbers.
Performance from these guys.
Oh man, so much that game was tense posturing because you knew what this OD was slowly creeping his way to. Spirit was so disciplined in how they made BetBoom work for that. And it took an extra 35 minutes for BetBoom to finally find the openings they needed. But man, that felt so close to a Spirit victory.
The call from BetBoom just to say screw it, hit the throne, and also whoever hit the fort fast enough on Spirit, props, because it almost did it.
It dropped so fast.
Yeah, the Stygian Desolator plus the AC. Like, I didn't really consider the Stygian's minus armor on the throne, but it made a huge difference in their ability to actually end the game. So that was absolute incredible performance from them and well-deserved victory. They played out of their minds.
Yeah, I feel like this series showed all the strengths of BetBoom, which is the power of GPK and the support just making so many plays together. Miero kind of just filling in whatever his team needs at the end. It's like, oh, I'm the space maker, I'm the distraction. That's fine. It's like, oh, I need to be the auras in the team fight. That's fine. Like, he fills in that gap while Pure just farms up. And when that is going well, they just seem so clean with this keeper, even faster than usual, right? I feel like BetBoom is generally a fast-ish team, but with the keeper, the light, just all over the map, constant plays, and very careful at the end there. I think a lot of teams would have thrown that game against Spirit. It was pretty close, but they do manage to clutch it out at the end.
I just want to point this out. BetBoom was about 30,000 gold ahead at 45 minutes. The game ends, Spirit has a 5,000 net worth advantage and lose, right? Like, they killed everybody in their base and ends up with a gold advantage as their throne explodes. Like, that is how close this game was to being swung completely back for Spirit. But just making the right calls sometimes is what separates you from getting the win and not. And BetBoom made, all the right decisions. So this was an exceptional game from them. And I'm not sure if we're going to have an interview. I hope we do, because this would be a really great time to speak with them. So it looks like we do. Heck yes, we are going to have an interview with Katomi. So let's go ahead and give him a chat. Hello, Katomi. Congratulations on a very impressive series. How does it feel, and what's the vibes like for the team right now?
Hello, thank you. I mean, the vibes is insane. We just start jumping around the room and screaming. It's super nice to win Aurora yesterday and today Team Spirit. Like 2 in a row CS teams.
Yeah, so that's what I kind of want to talk about. Yesterday's series was very close. You guys come out with a win. It was really hype, but then we see you guys matched up today against Spirit, the other like kind of juggernaut of your region. So were you guys prepared for that, or what was it like kind of getting ready for these two series?
Like usual, just discussing the drafts, what heroes you want to trade on first stage. We was prepared, of course.
Love to hear it. I know Zach's got some questions for you, so I'm gonna let him take over for a sec.
I'm just curious on these late game situations where it's so tense. You guys are constantly having to posture around Roche and wards, and this OD first on your team, then against you, that can do like 2,000 damage per ult. Who for your team is making the calls at that time, and how are you guys navigating those situations?
I mean, there is a lot of spam in late game, but still, like, safe is making most calls, and you're helping him also with this in late game.
Got it. And then is that true for the early game as well? Like, for example, this Keeper the Light strategy you guys are running, you guys play so fast around it. Is that also save, telling people like, I'm calling you in, you're going here? Is he directing everyone?
Yes, of course. He just watching map and making his decisions when where like he recalling somebody or no. Like, we don't care about where our hero's position at. He just always can recall two heroes to him, and yeah, he's follower.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I'm sure you guys have a lot of tensions and excitement going on right now. I'll let you go celebrate with the team, unless Ricky, you got any questions?
I just gotta ask, who made the call for the throne? Because that was one of those moments where you either try to take the heroes out and close the game that way, but you guys just go for the throne instead, and it's a DK illusion that gets the last hit. So who made the call to just end the game that way?
I mean, when we saw the empty throne, we already had this idea of going to throne, and then GBK just found a double damage throne on bottom, and we just made a call to go throne with double arena, double BKB. And also I was ready to do this last hit. I'm already on CM, use BKB for stuff in throne, I see 1 HP. And in my head, just, you know, I'm gonna shine so hard right now with this fucking last hit on CM, and this fucking illusion just ruined my moment. But it still feels good. Yes.
It was.
We'll credit
so
it to
epic.
you.
Yeah, we'll give it to you. We'll give it to you. You did it. You know, that's your throne kill. Absolute epic ending to the game. Again, congratulations on such an impressive series from you guys, and best of luck going forward. We'll hopefully see you again soon.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. So cool to talk to a team when the vibes are so high. Like, coming off of that win, we saw it in the cameras, the immediate like jump out of the chairs, start, you know, hugging each other, high fives. Like, that is such a great feeling for them.
I love that at the end. I see I'm looking at the item timings. They finished the BKB and a Divine Rapier at the very end, and he's like, I'm gonna get it. It's my moment to shine. I got my attack speed talent. They're like, here it is. Space made for the Dragon Knight illusion in the end, though.
Yeah, that was such an incredible performance, and boy, we have so much Dota still to be played today. This is only the second series, so there is still 2 more lined up. You guys are in for an absolute treat, because coming up next is going to be Tundra versus Falcons. So we're going to be doing that in about 30-ish minutes. So make sure to stay tuned from that. But for Zach and I, we're going to be heading out, and you guys will be joined by a new set of casters. So we want to say thank you guys for watching for now, but you will not want to miss anything else that's happening. So make sure to follow Fissure here on YouTube, here on Twitch and YouTube, to not miss any of these incredible games. And yeah, stay tuned. We'll see you all in just a little bit.
get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make-believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. big hill. There's a winner in the middle. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. There's a winner in the middle. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. Remember me as a big hill.
we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. To the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. night, we going up. Don't try to stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't try to stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got
A very warm welcome back, everybody, to FISSURE Universe Episode 4. We are into the playoffs, and we already had 2 amazing series before us. You are watching the official English stream brought to you by FISSURE Studios. My name is Bo3, and I'm joined by 343, and I could not be happier to bring you this upcoming series. There's so much going on, so many things to talk about. When it comes to these 2 teams facing off, it's none other than Tundra versus Falcons. You got the Creep Wave reunion. You got 33 on, I guess, new Tundra versus all the old Tundra members on Falcons. You can go, the list goes on. The list goes on, Adam, but all we know is this is going to be a banger matchup.
Banger indeed. The Tundra with two new players. I guess Fly is standing in for Whitemon, obviously. I'm not sure if Whitemon's back today, but Crystallize has been, I want to say, proving himself, you know, have always seen as kind of a 50-50 kind of player. Had a really good run in Paravision until he was ejected. Now on a new tier 1 team, his chance once again, and I must say he's been looking pretty impressive to me.
So I do have some good news for you, because as much as Fly is on the graphic, his time is over. I can confirm that Mr. Whitemon himself is in the lobby, the pride of Indonesia. So Tundra basically back to full form, at least their intended future roster. Meanwhile, you look at Falcons, these guys have basically stayed the same. The Falcons of maybe 1 year ago, still the same players, but in terms of their form coming into this matchup, not quite there, right? We saw them struggle a little bit through the group stage. Actually, if you look at the results for both of these teams in the group stage, they both had their little hiccups. As much as Tundra qualified first, all of their series were 2-1. They didn't win them very easily. On the flip side, Falcons, they had to go all the way to the last day to narrowly take a reverse sweep against Boom that we got the pleasure of covering as well. And there were times where it didn't really look so clean, Adam.
Yeah, but that being said, you know, more games for these not so clean teams are always beneficial, right? You get more practice. I just want to say, I feel like Falcons, they've been experimenting a little, right? We see a lot of new heroes coming out from them, but I feel like when I watch them go back to their bread and butter, which is this like 1-1-3 and like their mid player running around Melrine with Snay and Crit, I feel like they look so comfortable. So I'm just expecting a really, really tight series between these 2 teams right now.
Yeah, I think that's what we're definitely hoping for, because in some of the initial days of the group stage, everybody was looking at Falcons like, damn, is this really the same Falcons that we've been seeing throughout the entire season? There are a lot of reasons for it. I think if you guys have been faithfully following the tournament, you'll know there was a Melrine interview that was played in between some of these games, and he was saying, look, it feels like the honeymoon is over, right? There are some cracks emerging. There are things we need to solve. It's frustrating, but it takes time. And you know, for Falcons, the fact that they were able to enjoy such a long honeymoon period is such a testament to the team's skill itself. But at this point, this is really the make or break for so many stacks, right? Are you able to work through the issues and stay together? Or are we sort of starting to go towards a downward trajectory for this roster? Hopefully not, because they have had such success in the previous season. I think they've even reached, I would say, Gaimin Gladiator status of like 2023, right? It's just every single tournament. Oh, Falcons in the grand finals, of course. But if they, you know, if they aren't able to kind of fix some of the issues here, it might just be quite Tundra-sided.
Yeah, we'll see. I also wonder how Whitemon coming back affects the like synergy, right, between the safe lane, because I can't imagine he's had any practice with Crystallis at all. That being said, it's still a very high skill players in the lane, right? So it doesn't really matter as much, I want to say, but I feel like lane cohesion does kind of matter. I want to... Maybe they ran some like lane practice or something, you know, maybe they got in some scrims yesterday. I'm not exactly sure when Whitemon came back, but I want to see if the draft changes in any way, because I think Fly's been playing pretty standard heroes from them. We see like the Silencer, the Warlock, the A, nothing too niche compared to like Whitemon, who might bust out some like Ringmaster or something like that, you know?
Yeah, he's got the Ringmaster, he's got the Phoenix. Whitemon, of course, a player with no shortage of specialties. Speaking of specialties, we have 4 of the members of Creep Wave, that legendary European stack, here in this battle. And if there's anything that's gonna motivate Amar and Melrine to really bring their A game, it's if they can beat down Crystallis, send him to the lower bracket. I'm sure they're frothing at the mouth to really just get the bragging rights over each other. Of course, these guys, friends for such a long time. You guys are missing out on some of this juicy action, but they're even going at each other in the lobby chat right now. Of course, we will have the game started for you very soon, but Adam, based on what we've seen from the Universe group stage, the few games that we've seen in the playoffs so far, is there any hero that you're expecting? Because just last game, we saw how impactful a team who can play Koto on the position 4 with recall could be. I think Zeke Exotics was saying he thinks this hero stock is going to rise. Is there any other sort of sleeper pick that you think we'll see more going into the playoffs?
I feel like the Ricky against Dazzle is like some cool interaction. I don't know how strong the hero actually is, but Smokescreen still looks super broken. Other than that, I'm not too sure. I think for this series specifically, I feel a Tuskar matchup coming. I don't know why, but I just feel it.
I can definitely see that. Both teams enjoy that position 4. Maybe even flex it to position 5. I'm sure Whitemon can bring it out. What about the Tuskar do you think has a strength here in this particular matchup? Is it a hero player thing, or have you seen it work in 1 or 2 of these games and it sort of inspired confidence a little bit for you?
Not sure. I think it's just the pace the teams play. I feel like Tusk gives you like this damage during rotation, you know, like Tuskar coming into the tri lane, for example, the safe lane just has this additional damage with tag team. It's just so easy to get through anything. It gives you Roche, it has BKB cancel. I personally feel like the hero's been looking good in the games we've seen it picked, at least. I don't know how high priority it is. I think it's also good against the, specifically some of the 5s, the AA, the Silencer, you know, Tusk is just good at getting on top of them, bullying them in the lane, one spell out of position, just a little bit, and you kind of get a kill from full to 0.
Yeah, one thing we saw is the Tusk ban when Nature's Prophet was picked up as the position 1, right? Definitely one of the main heroes of the patch that teams are very wary of. First pick, first ban, it's just widely contested, and being able to close the gap on these squishy backliners is such a valuable tool. Now, we talked a little bit about Falcons already and their sort of motivations coming in rising, and it's none other because of Crystallis, right? Crystallis is this big story. Like you said, ejected. I don't know whether I'd use that word for being kicked from the team, unfortunately, but I saw that he, you know, ended up streaming a little bit. He was unsure whether he would continue. Of course, it does matter what kind of offers you're getting. And now you're basically going from Dyrachyo, Mr. Big D, to Crystallis, Mr. Big C. Technically, you go up a level in terms of tier list, right? D to C. Is that an upgrade? How do you think these two players compare?
I feel like Dyrachyo is good because he's like super aggressive, right? No matter what heroes he's playing, he's always aggressive. He's always give pressure on the map. But I feel like Crystallis, as much as he does similarly, he does it on his own hero pool. You know, we see this Monkey King that's no one is really playing. I think also a big benefit he gives to Tundra, and especially Moon as a drafter, is like you can just kind of pick his heroes, right? This Magnus also is a hero of contention for me because Sasa plays it as well. So I think it's quite a big deal to bring Crystallis in. If not, I think it's draft-wise, it's been really nice because I think BZM has been on a very, what's the word? He's been on a roll, right? We see him play Storm, this Invoker, whatever he plays, he feels like he has the potential to carry the game. He just wants a carry that enables him, which is why Tundra looks so good with the addition of Dyrachyo as well. I feel like Crystallis fits the role well, and I'm excited to see what they do today with Whitemon coming in as a full roster.
I'm so interested in BZM's trajectory as a player because I think even when there were times where his performance wasn't really the best back when he was on OG, no one could deny that this was one of the most skilled players in the mid lane, right? Of like in recent times. So I wonder what it's like on Tundra, what kind of environment they have that has really been enabling these players. You think about Crystallize as well. You know, we were joking about, oh, Big D, upgrade Big C, whatever. But, you know, a lot of fingers were being pointed at him during his time on Team Secret. It only took that success of Paravision for people to be like, okay, you know, maybe we were a bit too harsh on him. Maybe it wasn't all his fault. Everyone was hating on him back in Secret. Everyone was saying, why is this guy even here? He finished second at TI. They still pointed at him, said, this guy's the problem. And yeah, maybe this is his era of redemption. Maybe this is the arc where he can kind of turn things around for himself. But yeah, I assure you folks, don't worry. I know you don't want to hear us. I know you want to see heroes on your screen, not just the both of us. We're getting into it. We are settling the coin flip right now. I think both teams taking some time to really consider which one they prefer. And one of the things that we discussed a lot is we got the pleasure of casting a few Falcons games at this point, and they seem to really prioritize the second pick. Maybe this is something that will be a major factor in this game, in this series, just because of how many heroes both teams can play.
Well, I might be wrong, but I feel like Tundra has been leaning towards second pick as well. At least I'm looking at the drafts that they have been through. Most of the games, they're like three games, and it's 2 second pick, 1 first pick. So I'm not sure how much of a priority they're going to put on it against Falcons in general, but I feel like giving BZM that winning matchup against Melrine could be something significant that they want to abuse, just like Boom did, you know. I think it's a good approach because I think Falcons have been a bit more reliant on the Melrine last pick, getting some like Slagar, you know, these Huskars and all in the pool. I think they're just good at abusing last pick a lot, and I feel like it'll be pretty beneficial if Tundra can get that out of the way.
Yeah, for sure. But just like you said, Team Falcons, they look their best when they're playing that 3-1-1 strategy. The idea for them shifted just a little bit, right? We're seeing Amar, to no one's surprise, going a bit more for a farm-centric approach to his offlane, at least in the recent games that we've seen. And it's always Malrine who's stepping up to try and make action happen. If he doesn't get a good mid-lane matchup against BZM, it's going to be rough for him. So second pick, I do believe we have the coin toss results coming up very shortly, but I think that will be the one that's quite fiercely contested. The other conversation is, of course, Radiant versus Dire. It seems like most teams are favoring that Radiant side just because I don't know whether it's a psychological advantage. I don't know whether it's just the timing of the patch thing. What do you think, Adam?
I feel like most teams, they kind of base it on the way they play. Like if you play for certain times, I think the Tormentor is something we were talking about earlier that affects the game the most, right? It's like whether you're winning or losing, Tormentor is always a fight. The team that is in advantageous position, okay, we'll let you take a Tormentor, but we're going to set up, not let you like get out too fast. But the teams that are, it's just a really main focal point, right? It's when the Dota starts to be played, because pre-15 minutes, it feels like it's a lot of small movement, maybe runes. Sometimes we see this 13-40 smoke to the Shrine of Wisdom if teams are strong enough, but it's really the 15-minute mark that we see the first real team fight of any game so far.
Yeah, it's kind of influencing the way a lot of these teams are playing the early game. I think unless you make a lot of mistakes in the laning stage, we're not really seeing these one-sided storms, at least up until the 10 to 15 minute mark where teams really come alive and start fighting. People seem to be playing a bit more conservatively going into that 15, trying to get first key item, small item, get their levels, get ready for the fight. So we'll see how it all plays out here as we have game number 1 waiting for you very shortly. We'll be hopping into the draft. I'm sure it's going to pop up on our screen in just a bit, folks. But yeah, just in case we don't get the graphic up for that, we do have confirmation that Tundra, they won priority in terms of the coin flip and they opted to go for second pick instead. So they will have that BZM favorable matchup last pick. That's what they choose to go for. And Falcons, they've chosen to go for Dire instead of Radiant.
I'm not 100% sure why. Maybe it's just a win rate thing or a personal preference. If we ever get an interview, maybe it's time to ask why these teams, some of them prefer Dire over Radiant. I'm really curious to know like what the reason is that these pro players, I know win rate on Radiant is just higher, right? But I think that's not a good enough thing. That's like more of a pub win rate. In patches, sometimes we see teams who are like at the top, like when Gaimin played super fast, Radiant was higher win rate. Why? Because it fits their timing, right? But I think for Falcons, they've been a bit slower, I want to say, when it comes to all these things. It's just Malrine making space. Speaking of the mid lane as well, I feel like yesterday we saw Boom counterpick Malrine, right? But it still felt like he had so much impact just coming out from movement, coming out from the way Falcons want to play. And I think that's what I want to see from them this game as well.
Yeah, there we have it on screen, folks. In case you didn't catch us the first time, 100 Esports did win the priority in terms of the coin flip. So they're going to go for second pick. We want to see how they are going to work that around the draft, though, because there are so many valuable heroes. You talk about the specialty hero players on both sides. You're not going to be able to ban every single thing out in the first phase. 1 or 2 of these level 30s are going to come out for sure. And I got to believe that both Moon Meander and Aoi, these two coaches are familiar with each other as well. Maybe they understand a bit about how each other think. They're going to be working overtime to try and figure out how to navigate that situation. And like you said, the Crystallis hero could be picked up very quickly, could be picked up a bit later. He's been playing some Razors, some Monkey King alongside the regular Fiesta of what we've seen of the PAs, the Tinies and whatnot. So we'll see which approach the teams choose to go for. Draft should be popping up on our screen very soon. There we have it. We are already pretty knee deep into it. 100 choose to allow for the Dazzle to come out. They ban out the Silencer, they ban out the Tinker, but the Riki is still in the pool. Instead, Tundra choose to snap up that Crystallis Monkey King to start us off.
I like the confidence coming into this. I feel like if you have this specialist Monkey King player with God knows how many thousand Monkey King games that can adapt and is familiar with every situation, why not?
Yeah.
I also wouldn't put it past them to suddenly bust out some like Saksa Monkey King, honestly.
That's true. That's the problem. You never know what Saksa is cooking up on the position 4. Apart from 9 class, I think he's probably one of the most innovative position 4s we have in this day and age. Always trying out the latest strategies. The Night Stalker pause 4 still remains to be seen. I think Astini claims that 9 class was the one who invented it, but Saksa was one of the early sort of adopters as well. So we'll see. They choose to take out the Jakiro instead, so not really fearing that Riki maybe they don't respect the potential of the shard. I think we had the chance to cast the game where Falcons were the one to pick the Riki up into Boom's Dazzle, and it completely ruined his day, right? He could not cast the Grave, he could not cast Shallow Way. It was just tough.
Yeah, I guess it's funny, interesting. It's pretty interesting that you mentioned the creativity, right? Because I feel like for me, when it comes to new post force, I feel like 9 class is like the number one right now. It's like all this innovation, the Ember, the Night Stalker, all. In my opinion, he's the one who's like beginning all this, right? And I wonder how.
Right.
Ooh, what is this?
Well, what it is not something that we haven't seen, at least in this tournament. It might be that position for Wind Ranger coming out. I do wonder what the idea is here, though, because we've mentioned how the weakness of the Dazzle is when he Naruto projects. You can very clearly see his body. Could this have something to do with, like, maybe as soon as you see the Naruto projection come out, you use the Gale Force, pull him all the way back into a vulnerable position?
Well, I think that's one interaction. I'm not 100% sure on this. I actually need to get a lobby and check, but does kill shot kill through Grave?
Oh, that could be...
That
could be a little scary. Yeah, I mean, so the only other execution ability that does something like that is something like an Ice Blast, something like an Axe Culling Blade, sorry. That could be a possibility. And I mean, immediately, I'm just spitballing here. The Wind Run is going to be extremely useful up into the Poison Touch as well, right? So Falcons, they choose to snap up the Muerta. This is a hero they have an absurdly high win rate on. Just something that Crit's very comfortable with. And the CM as well. And if I'm not mistaken, let me just check the stats out here. They may or may not, be undefeated with this CM Muerta combo. So Falcons have yet to lose a game. The 100% win rate for them in this tournament so far with this support duo.
Just very battle-esque, right? Similar to what they ran yesterday against Boom. I think no real surprise here. CM has looked pretty strong with the Gale Guard facet. I think another reason for a Wind Ranger is like just Gale Force into this Wukong, right? Like, look at Falcon's heroes right now. Other than Force stuff, is there really anything that gets you out of Wukong's command? Maybe you need some like boost of bearing or something to kind of run out, but I like Tundra's draft so far. They go for a Doom. I guess that's also a lane that they won, right? Like, I think Tundra, in their recent history, as soon as they've seen the Dazzle, this Doom has been their go-to pick, I want to say. And this Wind Ranger Doom is just a lane they like to run.
I mean, when you have 33 on your team, you're missing an opportunity to pick a Doom just feels like a bit of a mistake. And speaking of a mistake, Whitemon back in, there's no bigger indicator of that than that Ringmaster coming out. I think out of all the players that we've seen try to pilot it on the position 5, he's the one that has been the most successful. We've really only seen it come out from Save on position 4 here and there, but I remember watching a game where Tundra were playing against Gaimin Gladiators, and Whitemon, with a Yules alone, chain stunned a puck on the opponent team, Quinn. For a good 4 to 5 seconds, his entire team collapsed and he just net himself a free kill. So he definitely understands a little bit about the Wheel of Wonder that a lot of these other Ringmaster players do not.
I mean, he's definitely one of the best spellcasters on this hero, right? I think he's also kind of the only person playing it actively. Falcons, how will they respond to this? I like something like an Ursa for them. I'm also, in my head, I think Rift King against Monkey is not the best of matchups, but Rift King looks pretty nice with their heroes right now. You have this Skeleton Heal Bomb that's pretty cool. You have 2 lives, which is really nice against Doom. Something we saw Liquid run yesterday against the Doom as well was the Swen. Just heroes that don't care about this Doom as much.
See what they choose to go for here. I don't think, okay, well, Terrorblade is going to be the answer, so something that Skeeter is comfortable on. A hero that can pseudo-save whoever gets doomed with the Sunder, keeping in mind that if he's not the one being sundered, of course. Rather, if he's not the one being doomed.
Okay, so Falcons has a lot of damage coming in, but they're like, it's kind of a slow team fight where they want to kite, right? Like, you want these pikes and Force stuffs, whereas for Tundra, they kind of want to drop Doom, drop Wukong, get Gale Force in, get the Ring... Oh my god, Wheel of Wonder, sorry, tongue twisted myself there.
Yeah.
It's just a very straightforward kind of battle, I think, coming out from Tundra right now. I'm also not too sure about this TB into Doom. I feel like Doom most of the time is seen as a answer to TB, or at least it used to be.
Why is that? What? So, I mean, I can understand that if you find the real TB, you Doom him, he can't get out of the fight, but I guess you can make that argument about Doom versus any hero. What about TB specifically is Doom strong against?
I feel the thing is that Doom usually has a pretty good lane, because as much as Doom is not really known as a magic damage hero, he actually does a lot of magic damage in the lane. You get some good creep, pretty good. It's also meta against Doom interaction, right? It's like, sure, if TB has enough damage, he kind of fights you through it. But if you look on the saves from Tundra, like when this box comes out from Whitemon right now, I think he's just gonna walk away. They don't really have too much control on Falcons. I feel like once you all in on this TB, like imagine this Gale Force Wukong Doom on TB, like what's your counterplays? Graving the TB really gonna save him? I don't think it's enough right now.
I mean, even if you get the Grave off, there's that kill shot interaction. You can bet your bottom dollar Saksa will be looking for those executes with the power shot. I think that's kind of been the main facet used by these position 4 Wind Rangers. Some good utility there also, and early Atos could really help with some of the catch that they're missing. The Falcons, they have a good amount of ghost push coming out from this TB. That's probably why they've left it for later, but it doesn't really change the reality that BZM will have that last pick mid as a priority into whatever they choose. The only thing they really have going for them is the fact that, this Dazzle, it's still undecided whether it's going to be a mid or whether it's going to be off lane. We've seen Amar play it. We've seen Malrine play it. Which one are you liking a bit more right now?
I feel like Falcons need a hero that does something. So I think the whole point of this TB pick and why Falcons look so good when Skiro was on TB yesterday is that he's just handling waves from them, right? It gives them the ability to play the map and to make decisions, choose their fights, which I think is what Falcons excels at the most. So I think the logic behind this TB pick is probably that. So I think we're probably gonna see a Malrine hero here, but I'm not too sure what there is because this Monkey King can definitely still be a mid, right? BZM's a pretty good Monkey King player as well. Get something else for Crystallis maybe?
Yeah, the Monkey King and they run the Dazzle mid against you. I know. One of those matchups that Monkey King actually ends up just getting bullied out of, because I know you can mischief dodge one or two of the auto attacks, whatnot, but the second you use that, he's got to throw the poison touch out, start auto attacking. You imagine one Muerta rotation with a nice dead shot, you could be toast.
Yeah, I think that's pretty normal, but I feel like Monkey as a hero, you don't mind your lane too much. Like generally you get pretty okay CS, maybe you won't own your lane, but you're also able to rotate super fast, right? Just because of the mobility on the hero. Like you can see him going bottom like level 4 with like some Orb of Frost or something. It does set up a kill. Go for the Pango on Falcons. Just
It doesn't really tell us anything here though. It could be either way, but with the way that they're smiling, wouldn't be surprised if it was a Malrine Pango mid, and aside of Tundra, they're having a little cackle as well, at least on Crystallis and BZM, the two Freak Wavers probably gonna meme on their friend for going back to such a safe pick.
I think the Pango is most likely mid. I imagine they are trying to force Tundra to put BZM on the Monkey King instead, because I'm not sure if this Monkey can lane into this double range right now. There's Omerta is pretty strong. Poison touch into Deadshot. You are probably dead. I don't think Whitemon really helps you in any way.
Yeah, I feel like Muerta is one of those heroes in the position 4 that as soon as you decide the fight is over, it's done, right? You play around your cooldowns as long as you have both your spells up. Even if they want to initiate your dead shotting one, you're putting a calling down, can't really touch your Dazzle. It kind of acts like a pseudo bouncer in a way. Monkey King might just have a bit of a hard time. We saw Falcons run this double ranged kind of off-lane duo as well to quite a degree of success.
Yeah, I think it's fine with what they have, especially going on Tundra. I'm looking at their heroes now. I'm looking at Queen for BZM. I think it's a pretty good Queen game. Not a lot of catch, a lot of scaling. He played it yesterday as well. There's also another hero I had in mind. Oh, the Zeus. I think the Zeus can be pretty nice for them as well. I'm not sure if he will play it or if the hero is even playable right now, but I feel like this Wrath gives you vision and you just jump in Doom. You have heroes that run in with Gale Force. I feel like the fight is super simple for Tundra.
How's the BZM Invoker? That's something that has still evaded every ban so far. They took out the Puck, they took out the Dragonite, some stable, elusive options. Worried about the quote-unquote Pango counter in the mid lane. What will we see here? Ooh! Did they get influenced about the previous draft or something like that? I feel like in the recent maybe 5 to 10 games, we've just seen this hero rise in terms of stocks. Talked a bit about the Kotal. What is making this OD so highly prized right now?
Okay, I think first off, it's kind of a Grave counter, right? Grave is 4 seconds, Astral is 4, so you just kind of banish his non-existence, whatever. You're good in lane against the Pango. Your lane's pretty fine, you're safe for your team. And I think the trend of last pick so far has been you want to pick a core that's just naturally good against all 3 cores. And I feel like in this game, that kind of fits the bill, right? This OD good against Dazzle, kind of counter to a Grave. You deal with Pango pretty well, and you kill Skitter, honestly. OD against TB is a pretty old school, nice matchup. Of course, it is playable, and there is the calling. There's a lot of silences for coming out from Falcons, but I am favoring Tundra's draft so far. I feel like they just have all the answers. They have good lanes. I'm confident in this OD, man. BZM, showtime.
Yeah, it is in fact showtime. He's gonna have to bust out the big moves to match up to the expectations that we saw from the previous series. That previous series, BetBoom as well as Spirit, they were fighting, wrestling over this OD. GBK put on such a clinic. One ultimate was doing 2,000 damage. One of the factors that might play into the OD's dominance in this game could be the fact that Falcons, they don't really have a pipe buyer. As much as Arcane Orb is pure damage, this Imprison damage, the Sanity's Eclipse, that's all magical. And if you don't have to resist against that, like you said, Terrorblade, very, very susceptible to that kind of burst. So see how it all goes down. Seems to be a good matchup into the Pango, but this is a Malrine Pango that we're talking about, so we can never really count it out. We've seen him pull off absolute magic. I guess a lot of the focus is going to be on the mid lane. Is it something that, you know, maybe this Pango can play his way out of, or is he just doomed?
I feel like the thing about what Tundra has against Falcons is Falcons likes to run Malrine around to the side lanes, right? Like you very rarely see Amar or Skitter unless he's playing on some gating hero to get active. I think the supports is a bit hard to kill his OD. This hero is deceptively tanky. CM and Murta don't offer a lot of damage but a lot of control. Might even get in time to save him. We'll see. Obviously, this double save is something that Tundra love to run when they're playing with Dyrachyo as well. So they have the box, they have the Astral, and I feel like their team fights look much simpler than Falcons right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that if you can get an easy Doom initiation off, if you can find an auto projection, but just looking at the heroes 5v5, I can't help but feel like I know this is controversial, but I'm going to disagree with you a little bit, Adam. I kind of feel like Falcons, they have a draft that seems a bit easier to execute. As long as you have a bit of a vision advantage, you know, you throw the Muerta in front, give you some info, you get a Rolling Thunder off, you can just kind of press spells on a hero. Is it the saves on Tundra being a bit too much of a factor, you think?
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of scary, right? Like, look at Falcons heroes when they go in with this role. If you don't get OD and the Ringmaster, there's a wheel coming out, there's a box coming out, there's an Astral, and if you kind of fight like for 6 or 7 seconds, you kind of don't have much control anymore. Role is basically your only lockdown, right? Other than some cheap spells from CM and Muerta.
We've seen this happen to Falcons before when they rely too much on the Pangolier role. The second that's out of the question, that's where their opponents can strike. We're into game number 1. This is still upper bracket, first day of the playoffs. It's been nothing but insane series so far. No reason to believe that this one won't live up to the hype. Tundra, a lot of storylines coming into just play here. Former teammates meeting up. Tundra trying to integrate Crystallis into their roster. Whitemon returning back after a little bit of a hiatus to sort out his visa for Raleigh. Glad that's sorted now so that we can see them play in front of an audience, hopefully. But yeah, I mean, Falcons, a lot to prove here, especially coming off of that a bit rougher of a group stage 3-2. Like we said, they didn't really have the most convincing wins against opponents that I think most of the Dota community would consider to be slightly weaker than them.
Yeah, dude, tell me a little about this Creep Wave story, because I feel like, you know, I look at Amar, he always have beef with someone every tournament, but I feel like when it came to Crystallis, he was always like, I love my Creep Wave buddies, you know? Like, there's just a bond in this team that is like, you can't break it.
Yeah, I think it's one of the sort of most... it's one of the cutest, I would say, stories of communion and fellowship coming out of Europe. It all started with Amar and a bunch of his friends, and they started to play together, and they were constantly running into each other on European matchmaking. I think Amar literally wrote an entire biography of how the group has come to be, and it's available for your reading pleasure if you go to Liquipedia. But long story short, these guys have a lot of mutual respect for each other. They've argued, they've fought, they've been on different stacks, they've been on the same ranked teams, different ranked teams. You know, it's come a long way, but the bond that they have, I mean, it's not gonna matter to Amar though. He's still out for blood. Dropping that poison touch on the Whitemon, who overextends trying to get the kill onto crit.
Just kind of little poke there. Also, something really nice about this OD against Pango is you actually can interrupt shield crash, you know, with Astral. So if you time it right, he actually doesn't get the shield crash off. That's a lot of CS miss, no shield. I think it's actually a pretty hard lane for Pangolier.
See how he does, but now he's the one with the slight CS advantage. The big question for me is how this Whitemon Ringmaster is going to survive against this ranged duo. We already said it could be a little bit dangerous for the Monkey King down here. Despite Crystallis being such a specialist, you're still dealing with the constant auto attacks from the Muerta, from the Dazzle, and if you step out of line even just a little bit, you could very quickly be going down. Early on, not much that Whitemon can do to help you.
I talked about this Wind Ranger being a common pick with Doom, right? The reason Wind Ranger is so good with Doom, I want to elaborate a little, is because Gale Force forces fights. I think we saw Seb abuse this the most, right? When no one else was playing Wind Ranger, Seb was just picking Wind Ranger every game. It just makes you stand there for the extra 3-4 seconds, and Gale Force keeps you there, forces the fight. I think that's something super abusable. Wind Ranger is a pretty neutral laner, and Terrorblade, obviously high armor, doesn't care about getting poked by Wind Ranger too much, but Power Shot is a lot of damage.
Yeah, indeed. They have put out a lot of pressure already, and again, hate to sound like a broken record here, but this is 33 Doom. I feel like every single time this man is on this hero, he just finds a way to make magic happen, finds a way to control the game. Even when no one else is picking it, still something that he's very confident on. Level 30 versus level 30 on the Pango. See who gets the better advantage there, but let's talk a little bit about timings and expectations here, because I'm looking at the Tundra draft. It feels to me just a little bit greedy. I mean, in terms of cores that you want to play around, sure, there's the level 6 Doom timing, but are you just going to try and focus on the Monkey King and run around his bot lane?
I feel like Crystal is the one that generally makes moves on the team. I think that's just Tundra's playstyle right now, especially with Monkey. I feel like the reason they're okay playing with this like Doom OD cores, which is in my pubs, my support will probably give out. You know, it's like, why you pick Doom OD? But I feel like with Crystallis as your carry and the activity that Tundra, the way they play is pretty, I don't want to say slow, but the way they find moves is very interesting. I think it's mostly just their safe lane. A bit of, what's the word? Leftover playstyle from Dyrachyo, and Crystallis fits that to a T as well. So I think the Monkey King is where everything is going to come out from. I also feel like this Astral setup in mid is always going to be super scary for Malrine, right? You have some Astral into Shackle Shot or just Whitemon charging up the whip.
See whether they can get that connection for now, even though you were saying it could be a difficult lane for Malrine. He seems to be doing just fine. 17-7 to the 14-7, both mid laners trying to min-max those denies. No surprises there. Bunch of sweats coming out. I mean, this game is full of sweats, right? Everybody on both these teams so sweaty. Let's talk about 33 being a mechanic master. Amar and Malrine trying to find every little advantage they can over their opponents as well.
Crystallis with a very fast jump away. I think he was trying to dodge the dead shot, but Crit wasn't even aiming at him. Top lane pretty even. This is the problem with this. What's nice with Doom against TB, right? So your lane is pretty free unless you have like a giga strong +5 advantage. Doom is generally free farm, and I feel like the way you deal with Doom most of the time is you don't want him to free farm.
I'm in a swallow time here. 33 getting everything he wants out of this early game. Am I mistaken or something? Is there... I mean, in my mind, CM is a pretty strong position 5, right? She can enable some aggressive moves. Don't you just kind of frostbite, pop the meta, start beating into him, at least force him away a bit? Because he's just piss chilling right now.
Yeah, it's because they keep shoving in the wave, right? And Skirr, especially when he pops meta, is not good at dealing with this crit wave onto him. You obviously lose the natural melee damage reduction. Let me stop the thought crit.
Crit's taking a lot of damage coming out here. Nice heal from Amar. Even had a Fairy Fire, so realistically he would have been fine. A little bit of an early tiny Ravage here, trying to get the execute onto Snake King, but now Skeeter will start turning the punches back around. Saksa will secure the kill first, but 33 limping away on a sliver. Skeeter is pretty quick though. Doesn't have his own boots, but that Orb of Corrosion helping with the slows. Skeeter, he would love to sort of continue the aggressive move onto any of these heroes, but he's just having to return to his tower because once again, like you said, the wave is pushed in. Tundra, they've done a great job manipulating the creep equilibrium here and getting the advantage.
Yeah, that's such a huge deal too, that he pops meta. He has this corrosion boots, so he is trying to play for kills in his lane. Dodge it out. A bit of a battle for the his room. Oh my god.
What? Oh, come on.
Shackle for
come on!
the
Are you serious? Dude, this is literally if anybody asks, oh, they haven't watched Dota in 1 year, right? Yeah, they ask, oh, Saksa's back. Is he still good? Literally clip that 5-second moment and send that shit to them. What the hell? How does he even get away with that?
Trying to be super annoying. Oh my god, more ankle breakers. Yeah. That's why I pick Wind Ranger, guys. You know, Wind Ranger is my most played hero in Dota.
That's ridiculous to admit on air, but I mean, then you're gonna be in a perfect position to tell us why this pick is so good, right?
I mean, so far it's been good because Saksa's the one playing it, and I don't know how much of it is the hero.
That's true. Little Ravage coming out. BZM with a setup, eliminating Skeeter. Stepping up a bit too far to the plate. BZM will just pounce on that Terrorblade, and very nice early rotation.
All right, let me add on to why OD is good this game, okay? Because
Sure.
you have TB, you have Dazzle. What do you want to do? You want to play till you're low health, and then you want to get Grave off, you want to get Thunder off, right? That's the whole idea.
Sure.
But against OD, who kind of drops a shitload of damage onto you, you can't really play along those lines. This TV half health there just goes kapow, and I think that's going to be the story throughout the game unless Falcons can kind of shut down BZM on this OD a little more.
You know, Falcons, that just says one thing to me. Maybe they need to try and play around some sort of a BKB timing. We did see Amar build that up for himself on the Dazzle eventually after that early Aghanims into the Blink. So maybe a bit of a later timing than usual from Falcons. They haven't seemed to be able to do much with Malrine just because of that tough matchup in the mid, like you said. Sure enough, Malrine, bottom net worth core right now, hasn't been the funnest time for him, especially with Satsa poking and prodding. I think seeming to go the way of Andra in this early game, even though it's a less than 1k gold lead. Probably pretty chill about this outcome.
God, I do this in my pubs too. It's so fun. It's the Wind Ranger gameplay. You just go mid and you power shot mid twice.
We'll try and reverse the pressure. Rolling Thunder up on top lane, looking for 33. He is a very, very tanky boy though. But with the meta and the Rolling Thunder all over him and none of his allies in the vicinity, he will go down. Nice little rotation matched by Malrine. He's not going to get outdone by BZM.
Yeah, Falcons. Nice move up there. Getting a big kill on the level 6 Doom. Skeeter has the meta now too. Probably gonna pressure a little more. That's what Falcons teamfight should look like all the time. They need this roll on whoever's in front of Skeeter. I think that's like their key to victory this game.
Oh. It's surprising that they didn't try and use much of that meta duration to beat away on the tower a little bit, maybe not wanting to give Andra any opportunities for counterplay.
It's very scary to hit towers here, I think. One Doom, one Astral, anything, you just kind of feed. Crystallis also. Look at his skill build this game. Kind of something different, I guess, because he's playing against double range. Yes. 1 or 0 points in Jingu, 3 in the 3
Not
dance.
a single point in Jingu. He has three dance points and 2 boundless points.
Yeah, but look at his net worth because of that, right? He's just playing to play, to clear stacks, to farm, and I think it's the right move. No corrosion, anything. Playing to get the Maelstrom, you see him with just an Orb of Frost. Being chilling down here, playing to scale. I like his adaptation a lot, and I feel like this is just his experience as a Monkey King player, right? Don't force your hand where you can't.
There's so many Monkey King players, they get a little addicted on the Jingu, you know what I'm saying? They're like, damn, this is so much damage and lifesteal. I can duel anybody. No, not really. I have a little bit of a break here. I feel like the whole discussion with Crystallis is he has 4,000 games on the Monkey King, right? No matter how good you are on the hero, I think it's even unanimously agreed on by the pros. If he does something, there's probably a good reason for it. It's kind of crazy to doubt some. How many hours is that? Like an hour average in a game of Dota, if you count sort of the pro games that he's played, all his pub games as well.
Yeah, for sure. I remember back in the day, you know, before these like Grandmaster tiers thing came out, we always had like pro players talk to specialists. I remember there was when I was coaching Fnatic with like Envy and Abed, and Brood was kind of a 24 cheese pick, and it was just a really strong hero at some point. There was this Ukrainian guy we used to talk to. He only plays Brood. He's like maybe 7 or 8k MMR only, but this guy only plays Brood, you know? And I feel like this logic has grown into Dota. It's like you watch Amar play Slara. He's like, I watched this Slara spammer play and he always maxes Bash. Like no matter what, there is no world where he doesn't max Bash. So Amar, every time he plays Slara, he only maxes Bash too. Because this guy, he is the master, you know? He's the guy who's been doing this for how many years? Few thousand games of Slara, and he only maxes Bash. So why not trust?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, part of it it blends very nicely into a discussion that was had in the Dota community about all these matchmaking games at the higher level being private, right? Like suddenly you lose access to that wealth of information. But if Amar famously, has a whole friend list of hero spammers, and I'm sure each of these players, they're very well acquainted with certain hero specialists that they know personally, that they probably consult about builds as well. This is not just a guy who's played Slada Max Bash throughout many patches. He's played it when it's good. He's played it when it's bad. He can very clearly tell you the difference. Okay, even though it has changed a little bit in this patch, this is still the optimal build, right? And it's very interesting to see how hero specialists choose to min-max. I think that's kind of part of the allure of watching teams like Falcons and Tundra. They just have specific heroes that they're so damn good at that no matter how much you've played the hero, there's no way you've played it more than them. So you're gonna learn something new every single time you watch.
Yeah, you are the pro player. You take their knowledge, you take their information, you put it into with your skill set. I think that is something that is very, very abusable.
A bit of a yoink. Early smoke here from Falcons. They are looking into the deep region of this triangle, setting up for BZM to come around. A bit of a trap laid, but yeah, again, nobody here to help him out. They didn't expect this move to come. Nice early rotation there from Falcons, and they're going to try and convert this to a mid-tier 1 tower.
That was such a good read by them, just understanding that BZM showed top, he's going to walk over mid to defend the catapult, and really cutting into the intersection. Amar, part of the smoke again. We saw this yesterday from him on Dazzle. He just kind of leaves the lane at some point, goes to jungle, maybe more efficient with the Poison Bloom, and it also enables Falcons to get a lot of levels on their supports.
Yeah. Didn't manage to get the contest off on the Wisdom Rune at 7, but gonna get a ton of damage onto this tower. Doesn't seem like Tundra are in much of a position to try and defend this. They will Astral up the Dazzle. This is the fear that you had, but there isn't any follow-up. Tundra, they didn't bring enough numbers. They're choosing to split and farm instead, and that early objective is going to go the way of Falcons.
Yeah, as strong as I said Tundra's heroes are, they are definitely not online. They're not really looking for these fights. Meanwhile,
Crystallis being set up on in the bot lane, rolled up. He's trying to do some fancy footwork here. Quite a bit of damage onto Snake King. Gets a return. Okay, well, you walked into the wrong arena, my friends. Falcons, some of the problems with their support duo starting to show. It might be 100% win rate, but it doesn't really provide much in terms of damage. And now they're setting up with the Skeeter top. Pop the Doom. They saw a presence in the bot lane. They knew no one's going to come up here to save the Terrorblade. This is an easy grab, and they will be able to get the kill. 33 will finish him off. Nice little moves made by Tundra as a response.
Bleeding on both sides of the map, Tundra. Getting the advantage here. Drums done for 33. Even though they're a little bit behind Networth, I think they're more than happy with this. The whole kill in bot lane only happened because Crit took a different path, I think. If he got a calling off, if he was with Malrine and Snare at the same time and the Wukong didn't come down, I think that would have been a kill for sure.
I mean, he was on the low ground, wasn't he? He was closer to the Roche pit. He wasn't really in a position to start punching out onto the Monkey King. And Dallas plays it cool, plays it chill. Big C over here. Oh! Wait, how was that the ward? How did they see it? Is it the ward in the trunk? It has to be. Oh my goodness, Saksa, the sniper. Maybe both these position falls. Dude, actually, the amount of skill shots in this game between the power shot, that impalement arts, and the dead shot. There's so many little nice things they can throw into the firing gallery. Amar is in trouble. Gonna pop the projection, pop the grave, try to save himself. Done a lot of damage onto Crystallis. Might go down with the heals. He might be able to get a turnaround kill. Absolutely not. BZM keeps it safe, keeps it tight.
Quite an uncharacteristic death from Amar there. A little deep, trying to pressure in the wave. Maybe just say hello to his ex-teammate.
Yeah. Give them a little high five.
What's this tendril, man?
It's really good is what it is, and Arm of the Deep.
Give Doom Impale, guys.
Yeah, literally, very cool.
Cam designer. It's like, what skill can Doom eat that looks OP? Where's my Chen army with the tendrils? That's what I really want to see.
People have been going the Poglet, like the summon Poglet with the facet for Chen. It's pretty solid stuff. I mean, we still see a lot of Chen specialists go for the Hellbear Smasher thing, but just for the trading in the lane. Early, very, very early setup from Falcons around the outposts and Wind Gates area, perhaps trying to get an early jump about this Wisdom Rune. Predicting the move? Are you serious, Malrine? They'll see them in the tree line. It's a Wukong's, but cut down the tree. Someone save this Monkey King. He's gonna start to get rolled up. Whitemon has the box, and there's cancel on the CM ultimate. It's a perfect setup. I thought for sure that Falcons had read that move, but they're the ones losing numbers. Monkey King will still go down. Starksa in the tree line now getting beat up by Skeeter. And the full cause of Falcons have shown up. Bring in the numbers and they get the kills done. I mean, Tundra, they TP in on their calls as well, but they're a bit late to the party.
Man, that was such an insane get by them. I think they were smoking towards the top Shrine of Wisdom and they realized that 3-3 backed off, right? So they're like, okay, we can't really go into this area. Let's get bottom. And they run into this smoke that was coming out from Falcons to go to their Shrine. And this fight just looks so good. Marilyn gets the roll off, a big tree cut, bringing down Chrysalis, stopping the Wukong. I thought that was going to be a disaster at the start.
Still trying to set up though onto Skeeter. Doom comes out, Grave available. Amar has his Aghanims and he's turning around so much damage, but it's not going to be enough to save Skeeter. He's looking for a target, but that OD denies him. That's exactly what the pick is for, and the Shackle on the sidelines, like you said, just nullifying the Falcons' attempt. They're going to run forward here, look for Snaking. Just as we thought Falcons were going to take this early game lead, Tundra says no. BZM slams that door shot, and Saksa is not done. Looking for another target, slow down with the power shot, but it is a bit too far from the rest of the gang. Tundra, turn that situation around. You take 4, you take 3 of our heroes, we'll take 4.
So much damage just coming out. Chrysalis manning up as well. Nice save, nice wheel, nice Wukong, everything. Hitting 4 men there, and Falcon, they just weren't ready to fight into that. Again, this 14-15 minute timing in the bot lane, right, is where all these big team fights happen. I feel like at some point, you gotta expect that teams will just fight you no matter what, right?
Yeah, I mean, even despite losing 4 heroes, take a look at where Falcons are going. All their heroes are just converging around this bot lane area. They know that once they take this tier 1 tower, it's gonna be a lot harder for Tundra to contest. And sure enough, Tundra, they have to relinquish this area. They can't afford to stick around any longer. It means Falcons should be able to secure themselves that Tormentor. They choose, but just walking away from it. Maybe they're looking for more kills, expecting Tundra to still be in the area. Rolling Thunder in onto Crystallis, who was trying to farm the wave in what he thought was a safe location. The Monkey King just gets chopped.
Falcon with a nice pick off there. Just probably Crystallis just assuming they're like, oh, they're going Tormentor for sure, right? We have no spells. Why would they come here? But Falcon with a little bit of an outplay. I think Saksa almost broke the movement too, but Maureen just with the dagger gets onto Crystallis.
This is a pretty sick timing coming out from the Dazzle here. That Axe this early on has turned quite a few of the fights in their favor. Tundra seem to be a bit on the back foot. They found good opportunities for themselves and will try and set up in the mid lane over here. They're up onto Crit. A rare miss on the Wheel of Wonder from Whitemon. That's going to allow Crit to pop the Pierce to fail, start walking away, perhaps even set up for a counter go. Meanwhile, off map, Snake King goes down alone to Crystallis. They are looking at BZM though. A nice whip. Sending Amar away. The Poison Touch still going to connect. They're looking for a target to blink in. BZM is dead. That is a wicked... Okay, not a wicked. Sorry, that's just a killing spree, but still, that was a wicked attempt. I mean, you gotta imagine that if he manages to connect the Wheel of Wonder, that would just be a quick kill. They're out of there, but because of that miss, Tundra, they end up losing their mid.
That was a... I want to say very... What's the word? It looked like a very weird goal. You know, it's like OD Ringmaster doesn't really look like a kill. Crit, not an easy kill as well. Sure, you can... How do you land the Wheel of Wonder? It's just gonna turn around, right? It's not like you have something to make him face you. I think trying to poke for TP is a bit too long, and BZM, he had the 4-staff up all the while. I feel like he could have got out earlier.
Yeah, the follow-up was definitely not ideal, but if you want to make sure your following is ideal, type !F in chat to follow Fissure on all our socials. You're watching on YouTube, you're watching on Twitch, be sure to subscribe. And Amar now found out this Dazzle in big trouble, but can they stop him from getting the Grave up? He's healing up, he's Graved. Now he's turning around with some damage, but the OD again, Sunder to deny. In comes the Rolling Thunder. They are stalling up this fight and allowing the rest of the Falcons backline to reset. The Imprison has to be used to try and save for the hammer. Oh my goodness, BZM melts them again! This OD has just proven to be such a strong pick. And now they'll look at Malrine, the fear to stop him from TPing in. And what a play, BZM. I thought it was looking rough for them. Falcons look like they would be able to reset and get an advantageous position, but absolutely not.
Man, Tundra, that was a 4v5 fight as well. I think Malrine going there a bit too deep. His team just couldn't run through the Wukong, and we see the power of the hammer. We see the power of this last pick in this game, and that's gonna open up Roche for Tundra right now. Man, this game, I feel like off that one fight, suddenly Tundra's so far ahead. They still have Doom up. 3-3 has a Radiance.
Wow. We talk about the farm on this, man. Never caught lacking. A couple of dead shots looking for the scout, but Falcons, surely they can't contest here. Impalement Arts flying out as well. BZM will get that Aegis and get out.
Man, getting this Aegis
Gameplay.
is such a big deal this game. It feels like Falcon has this like draft, like I talked about how they want to kill in roll, right? Like
Yeah.
you want to get this OD, maybe even the Monkey King, whatever there is, but with this Aegis coming out, you kind of can't kill OD and you can't kill other targets because the OD exists. So I wonder what they're gonna do for the next few minutes of the game, because I feel like splitting the map might not really favor them with their timings on their heroes. It's just kind of, you know, they want to push waves, they want to get pickoffs, but Tundra is in a really advantageous position with the Aegis picked up.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling good. One way of taking them down in the fights, even if you focus down BZM, and even, you know, miss out on the fact that they even have the box on Whitemon to save them. So reminder folks, you are watching the official English stream for FISSURE Universe Episode 4, and on this stream is where you can witness Whitemon getting beat up in the mid lane in the box. Gonna buy him some time, but into the tree line he goes to his death. Ether popping that Metamorphosis, looking to find a little bit more here. There isn't really an objective they can go for around this area. Just try and convert that to a tier 1 top. But yeah, Falcons, they found themselves at a 5k gold deficit despite some of those bot lane fights going their way around the Tormentor. Despite them getting an advantage there, it's this OD. It's this OD that just seems to be popping up today. And it's somehow found a nice little niche for itself. So many low HP heroes. All these little saves, the Grave, it does nothing into the Astro Imprisonment. And BZM is stepping up big time.
It just feels really hard to use your spells to commit onto anyone, but Falcon's doing a really nice job. They transition that mid kill into a top tower. That's a really high value meta. They forced Tundra to kind of set up here as well. Marine, he's still hunting though. He's under a sentry.
This doesn't spawn him just yet. He'll not show on the wave, so a bit more wariness probably setting in for that Monkey King. What do we think the objective of this Aegis is? Because I know, you know, they want to fight, they gotta pick off, they're gonna snatch away that objective. They have the second life. It's great against the Falcons lineup. But Tundra looking to do anything with this Aegis? Are they gonna be trying to push towers or start fights? Now they're gonna try and start a fight. Crystal is 1v1 versus Malrine down here. There's a roll out to safety. 33 a bit late through the twin gates and Malrine gets the escape, but yeah, what do you think is the idea here with this Aegis? Will they be starting to group up?
I feel like they want the monkey BKB. I think that's like #1 priority. Just so he doesn't get controlled up by this CM Murta. I think BKB is like so good against these two supports, right? The reason Falcon has a high win rate is because of the pace they play at. Just able to poke and force fights. Speaking of force fights, there's the Gale Force.
Yeah, this is the most force fight I've seen in my life. Gale Force push you into a tree. It's not a tree, it's a Monkey King beating you to a pulp. BZM, has he found someone here? Who's in the prison? No crit. Looking to stop that TP. Heads up play there from the Muerta. He saw 4 heroes in the bot lane, knows that there's no stopping him. This is where Skeeter comes into play, right? This Terrorblade and his Ghost Push. Gonna have to do his best to send these illusions into these towers, drag Tundra's attention away. It feels like Tundra, they're closing out this map. Win probability in their favor, to no one's surprise. 63 to 37 here.
Yeah, Falcon's doing a good job of keeping the net worth lead from growing for Tundra though. I feel like the game's pretty okay. They do at some point have a lot of damage, right? They have TB, they have Dazzle, they have Muerta, these heroes with the control from roll. I know I talked about like how they have a lack of stuns, but if all you need is 2 seconds to kill a hero, then not having stuns doesn't really matter, right?
Just gotta catch them with the pants down a little bit, but Tundra, they've been vigilant so far. Even pretty difficult to even find a singular pick-off. Maybe just Whitemon in that mid lane being the only one that comes to mind.
They are looking a little hungry for battle right now. See a lot of nothing happening in the mid lane, but both teams kind of grouping up just to get a wave out.
I mean, I might just come back down to what you were saying, that Crystallis BKB. He's still just about, say, 800 gold away from it. Farming this wave under the tower, and that's where Falcons will be looking. Try and stop this Monkey King before he can find that item. Just have to be Satsa they settle for, yeah. It's gonna be a Wind Ranger pickoff. I mean, he's buying some time, but will go down at the end of the day. So some time until Roche and the tier 1 tower was already taken, so I doubt that Falcons will force much out of this, and the Aegis expiring in 15 seconds, so maybe Tundra's aggressive timing coming to a little bit of an end, at least for now. Maybe that Monkey BKB will change things like you suggested.
I'm not sure they will look for anything here because you look at them, they're kind of grouping up for a smoke right now. And I know I've said that Falcons, Tundra, they are like hunting things on the map, right? But look at 33. I think he's having the game of his life now. PvE with his Radiance. He's just been farming up a storm.
Yeah, what do you think is the value of the Radiance this game? I understand it helps him. Okay, well, it's about to burn Skeeter up into dust. Yeah, he caught the TV. Again, BZM, no hesitation. Bonk you with the hammer every single time.
Double damage rune 2. We saw Skitter's HP. Look at that damage.
That's all.
1.6k. How much HP does he even have, man?
He has 2,200. That is at least 2/3 of his HP. Don't blame me. I can't do math. That's the best you're gonna get.
Not Asian enough, my friend. Step up.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll get there.
There was an 80 rune though, to be fair. So again, a very nice pick off. The TB kill is always the biggest in this game, right? Because it's what fixes the lane issues for Tundra.
Oh.
I think that's like their enabler. It's like once TB dies, the waves get in, and then for Falcons, you need to go smoke and retake an area to kind of get the TB pushing out again.
Well, Tundra, they're in a really, really cool position here, managing to come to the Twin Gates. Sneak in. Malrine is too fast with the blink.
Zoom,
Tension's high. Yeah, he's got that quick reactions. Zuma after all.
Speaking of
let's do the chase. In comes the Monkey King. He is very far forward. He's just gonna die. Okay, well, yeah, that's not really what you want, but if Tundra can still find a fight, that'll be nice. Pulling back the Dazzle, real body. 33, he's taking a lot of damage, not able to get the Doom out. He gets the Grave. He's in Astral, not sure whether that's enough damage. There is the Grave Heal coming out thanks to that Naughtal projection. A little bit of a swing and a miss there from Tundra, feeling a bit desperate to get that catch onto Malrine. Chase for more, and Crystallis just presents himself up on the chopping block. Nice little retreat and bait in from Falcons.
There was such an insane fast hex by Amar. Crystallis, as soon as he boundless in, it looked like he got hexed pretty much immediately. It's as if he had a scythe of his vice himself. Not able to pop that BKB. Really wanted the fight. The Gale Force and the Wukong have been super clutch there, but Falcon's just a step ahead.
Crystallis maybe overestimating himself there. Would have probably prevented that if he just popped the BKB on the rip, but that's kind of the tricky thing. You never really know when these hexes are coming out from the Naughtal projection. You don't have vision on that Dazzle in the back line. Just thought, hey, maybe it's just a Malrine down here split pushing the wave, and because of that, again, this bot side area, the Tormentor, relinquished to the side of Falcons. Now Amar, he's gonna get that shard, which just amps up the healing coming out of Naughtal projection that much more.
Yeah, I can't really blame him for not BKBing as well, right? He has 2 saves, the OD has a pike, there's a box that can come out, but he just went down so fast there to the heals and the minus armor damage from Dazzle too. After the fight, it was just kind of over. Amar going for a Nullifier. I like this a lot. It's nice against the Wind Ranger Monkey and the OD, right? Who's building Aghanims. So I think this is going to be a huge timing for Falcons moving forward.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Whether he can get in a good position to cast it, that has been the name of the game for these Dazzles. Even with the Gale Force, he's been able to prevent himself from going down. Nice Jackal. I don't think it latches, but Malrine will still be executed. Nice little go there, Tundra. Strike down here as well onto... Oh
my god, that was a solo kill.
Dude, that was so unfortunate. The creeps were on Whitemon's side here. Little elders, ancient croaker, ancient marsh mage say, welcome back, Whitemon, we'll give you a freebie.
Do they actually... Wait, are you actually doing this?
No way, right? Yes, Crystallis backing him up. They'll help him peel off some of these illusions. With those 2 kills, they know there's no Rolling Thunder, so they understand there's no real way for Falcons to keep them locked in place. They can play a lot more aggressively.
Okay, can we take a little pause to talk about the Ghost Scepter on both Crystallis and 33 here?
Yes, let's do that, because what the hell?
If you look at Falcon's heroes, Roll is physical damage, Dazzle is physical damage, and TV is physical damage, so they also have a lack of stuns, right? I talked about how they need to die in Roll. So now you have Ghost Scepters and you have 2 saves. The Ghost Scepters are on the core, by the way. Their 2 highest net worth cores has Ghost Scepters. What the hell is right? But I feel like it's freaking genius.
Yeah. Trust the Tundra stack to come up with something inventive. See whether it pays off for them this game. Earlier on, even with that Ghost Scepter, 33 couldn't escape. But now equipped with the BKB as well, he'll have the option to choose if he needs to avoid those stuns or whether he needs to avoid the damage. He had the Shivas next. Falcons smoke up, but Tundra, this is their timing as well. Both teams suited for a clash right now. I mean, you gotta imagine that Tundra, their key target has to be Malrine on that Pango if they can get him out of the picture. There's not gonna be a stun, a double stun, and a perfect setup. Crystallis just bumps him down. Amar, look at him. He's desperately trying to run on his little dazzle, but he has nowhere to go. Crit pops the Pierce to Field. They just ignore him. They're like, yeah, we don't care about you. We got bigger fish to fry. Look at the other side of the fight. They found Amar. Forced the projection. He's gonna grave himself, buy himself some time. That OD is all over him. Banished to the nether realm. Banished to death. And Skeeter will be the only survivor as the dust settles. Falcons, they just run right into Crystallis.
That's the monkey specialist coming into play. 4,000 games, you knew exactly which tree to stand on. The Wukong comes down and the fight's just pretty much over from there. Look at
4,000 damage. Look at him go, man. I mean, you gotta commend 33 as well. What an amazing jump in. As soon as that stun lands, the confidence to just head on in there. And would you look at the time? Roche is back up on the menu as well. They can claim another secondary life for BZM if that's what they choose to do. Roche banner to help empower some of their pushers. Falcons, they've done a great job split pushing the map, finding pickoffs where they can and playing on their very specific drafts. Power spike here, but Tundra, they are proving to be a bit too monstrous, at least at the current moment.
They need more items on Skeeter and Amar probably. The nullifier is going to be super important now that the eggs is up for BZM. Crit finish off his eggs soon, so Falcon's definitely not out of it. The game's a little hard, but I feel like as long as this TB is not able to kind of man up and do damage, the fight just feels really hard for Falcons right now.
Coming up around the Roche in the bot lane. Falcons, they're holding that high ground position while Tundra slowly but surely assembling. If Falcons can get the jump, they're gonna try round two. Right, that first try didn't go. Second time's the charm, surely. Malrine, you just need to find some sort of a roll in. Connection on a target. Pummel him down. See BZM in the mid lane. Doom as well just deserts that top part area. Who are they looking for on Falcons here? Who would they like to break the smoke into? They'll find Crystallis on the high ground. Headshot brings him down. A bit of a scary moment. Northern projection coming through, hexing up on the Monkey King. Monkey King's in trouble, having to pop the BKB. Ghost Scepter as well. Saks are just retreating. They know that once this roll is down, it'll be their time to strike. They're still trying to get a kill though, but a nice Lotus on Saksa, he's fine. Turn around, hold the illusions back, box for good measure. The safety procedures all adhered to by Tundra. Amar will still come in. Fish a little bit with a poison touch. Hurricane Pike instantly away, but in comes the OD. What is he doing? He knows he has the axe, but this is so daring. Surely not. He's not able to Hurricane Pike away. The axe is popped. In comes the Doom. Looking for a target. Will look for snaking. They're looking for the focus down on Skeeter. He's dropping low. He needs to find a Sunder, but he'll get the hammer dropped on him again. Oh, BZM, he's back in. He's full mana. It's almost like nothing happened. They're just picking off heroes and Falcons with ease. Oh, the kiting has just been perfect from Tundra. They know exactly how to play this draft. They know exactly how to deal with the dazzle. And Amar can only wave them goodbye as he runs all the way back to his base. No grave, no save, nothing from Falcons that they can do into this OD.
Man, BZM, so much awareness, right? No Northern protection, no roll. You have meta. Okay, I'm going in. I have eggs. Tundra, they're gonna be rewarded with Aegis for this, and man, I don't know if Falcons has anything in the tank left to deal with this now. So much damage. See how easy Skeeter died. They didn't even drop the Doom on him. He still has Doom.
We can understand why those Tundra players were cackling a little bit to themselves when they saw that Terrorblade come out, laughing. Another
Skeeter.
easy hero for the OD to kill.
Look at this, Mike. Mid lane.
Are you serious? In with the go, in with the Doom. Skeeter, he just respawned and he's out again. Death Timer, he's gonna take out Snake King, can't even protect him. It is looking too easy for Tundra right now. The setups are perfect. They didn't need to use the Doom then, but that means they have it for another catch. And now Malrine in the bot lane will be set up on. It's the roll up. Need a stun. They don't get it off in time. Question is, can he escape? He's surrounded on all sides. Vision still granted. The chase is on. Malrine, he's speedy. He'll get out of there. Narrowly by the skin of his shell or whatever the hell's on that Pango. He's gonna need a lot more of it to thicken up for this game because the damage raining out from Tundra, it's extreme.
33 going for the E-Blade next. He's just able to hold the map by himself. He knows that Falcons heroes, they kind of need to execute in a way to get kills. They need this roll, they need the dazzle, they need the nullifier especially. Malrine realizing how important it is, has it queued up as well now. Fights just feel impossible. So much kiting on Tundra, and Falcons, once their spells are gone, the The team fight just seems so hard. Skitter is not farmed enough to deal any damage against these heroes. The Shiva has win run, the Wukong comes out, it gives you armor, and the double saves as well just coming into play. You also see the Wheel of Wonder, right? It's just so much control.
You want to stand there as the Muerta, keep a safe distance on the CM, just not allowed. Control there, the circles, Tundra doing a great job, and we saw in the win probability, it's only increased by a short margin, but you gotta remind yourself that this is Falcons. This is no easy team to beat. They pushed it all the way up to a 79% now in terms of confidence that Gaimin has given them. Now if this ages for 3 more minutes, they'll be grouping up, smoking up, looking for a target. Turn this into a tier 2, perhaps a lane of Rex. On a big fish that they can fry. They want to catch one of these birds mid-air and bring it down back to Earth, but 33. Outcrop of this left side area on the map. Don't want to commit for it, but wouldn't really have the option anyway, because why not? This is a much bigger kill. Amar again. The Dazzle. It's starting to feel, Adam, like this Dazzle pick was a bit of a bait. Tundra, they have the perfect heroes for it. Everything ready. The saves. All these little tools. Now they're looking at Snake King. Just an easy bunch down. Crystallis with his first pick, Monkey King. Looking on top of the world right now.
They are so strong when they get to run around like this. All their heroes are so good at just being in pairs, right? Any stun with OD, with Wukong, or with Doom is pretty much a kill. Falcons heroes just unable to leave their base.
I mean, what's the counterplay, right? Because the second you Astral a hero, if you try and commit to save him, suddenly it's so easy for 33 to blink forward, get the connection. The Wukongs as well will be laid down. You want to run into Monkey Soldiers? I think not. Erasma now for the OD. Even more damage that he's trucking out with those arcane orbs. Start to go onto the tier 3 towers. They know that there is maybe a buyback on Amar, but he's not going to want to force it out at this juncture in the game. Andra, not going to force the issue, just taking things slow. They have no reason to rush.
No reason to rush indeed. I feel like they're just so confident. Look at 33. He has the Boots of Trials too now. Just understanding that map control is all they want. So much room to grow. Crystal's going for Daedalus, and this OD, he has the Aegis, right? But the bright side for Falcons is Nullifier is almost done. And once this Aegis is done, if not high ground, maybe they can find a fight initiating onto BZM.
And the good news is we were talking about the Amar Nullifier for what feels like a good 5-10 minutes. Still has yet to come out despite him being the top net worth on his team. Malrine has completed it, so they're at least going to have one available for themselves. So what is the idea here with this Nullifier? Is it meant to sort of make some of these kills a bit more doable? Because I know that it can scratch off the OD's little Essence Flux shield, scratch off, you know, the Jingu perhaps, but is that really enough?
It's the box as well, right, from White Monster. You're negating 2 saves. I think when you're playing against this many saves, you kind of have to. It's also just the power of the Ghost Scepter against the roll, as well as TB hitting in, Dazzle pouring in. Like, you kind of need to remove it. If the saves come out, you need to be able to pour damage in, but I'm not sure if it's too late. Skitter is pretty far behind right now. 20k goal lead to Tundra, and I feel like he needs some Daedalus or anything like that. I don't know if Skadi is going to change it, but at the same time, if you don't build Skadi against OD, you're kind of just going to get one shot.
I mean, Tundra, it feels so easy for them to take a fight, but how do Falcons sort of come back into this? What do they need to do? Should they only be fighting on the high ground? Should they try and smoke out and find something once this Aegis ends? What's the play here?
And I feel like Falcons just need to farm. Split the map, farm, hopefully don't get picked off, maybe die on supports instead. I think Snake's been doing a good job of just being the one in danger. Speaking of in danger, he is gonna get Astral down here. Bye Snake.
Bye Snake.
Stranger danger.
Yeah.
Okay,
to the high ground, you better make sure you got vision.
Yep. Alright, back to my point. I feel like Falcons, they need damage. Their heroes do have damage. They have super high scaling potential, right? This Dazzle late game, Malrine late game. He's going for a Basher next. They are, and they can definitely reach a point where they kill heroes in minimal stun. Especially with the Nullifiers coming. I feel even BZM can just die in like a few seconds. But can Falcons reach that point? Will Tundra allow this to happen? I'm not sure. I think it's more on like how much of the map they can get before Tundra gets high ground, and how do you actually defend your high ground? Because there's not much spam on Falcons as well, right?
I mean, the one upside that I guess Falcons have afforded to them is the side of Tundra don't really have the best building hitters. In fact, they're even committing just this focus fire just to get a tower. It's not so comfortable for Crystallis to be the one on the high ground hitting away when he doesn't have the Aegis, even with the saves now that the nullifier is up. So Falcons, they're gonna have a bit of time for themselves. Skeeter still showing up here in this top lane, has to be so careful. But 33 would love to get his hands.
They caught him on a ward. Power shot.
Oh, the power shot must have tickled his back pocket there.
Clip these wings a little. 33 ain't stopping though. He really wants this.
33 is so quick too.
My
blink up to the high ground. What's up, Ma? It's better of it.
The team's coming.
Third Rolling Thunder. Okay, 33 is going to pop that BKB to deny the stun coming out. This is awkward now because the Basher's not done on Malrine, and just like that, BKB traded for a Rolling Thunder. 33 is going to TP out.
I feel like that's his whole game plan this game, right? It's like, I cannot die, I am forcing reactions, and reactions have been forced. Falcons, that's 5 TVs to the top of the map. Meanwhile, look at this pairing bottom lane, BZM and Whitemon. It feels like they've just been holding hands down here as they have the Whitemon ditches.
Oh no, BZM. Poor little BZM down here farming a dragon. Who will box him now? Who will box him now?
Oh no. And Tundra trying to not lose the left side of the map just because of Roche spawn in 30 seconds. The teams obviously don't know this, but it is gonna be a Radiant Roche.
This is certainly one of the more interesting Monkey King builds we've seen. Ghost Scepter. The rest of the items seem pretty straightforward, but this current a guess the hero type situation. 33's inventory, you could probably... Oh, he's just going in. Full on Doom onto Amar. Ghost Scepter to keep him safe, but the Nullifier doing a lot of damage. 33. A bit of a curious attempt there, and I'm not even sure whether Amar's gonna go down. They'll Sunder just for safety. A little bit of a weird one from 33. Not sure whether he knew there was a Nullifier available, but definitely seems to have caught him off guard.
Okay, I think he was trying to bait for his team there because he had buyback. Like, we look at 33, he has 4k gold, he has buyback Boots of Trials too, and he just really wanted to force a fight. Even with his death, if he got out meta from there, that's Roche for Tundra, right? So I think it's pretty okay. I know it looks hella weird from our perspective. It's like, oh, this Doom is big game without BKB into 5 heroes, but I think it was all pre-planned.
Okay, so 33 runs into 5 heroes. You know, he dies, pre-planned. You know, he's a genius, don't doubt him. Crystallis dies into 5 heroes. Pick this guy from the team immediately. I understand. Saksa, he will get caught here, so I'm not sure whether this was part of the 33 master plan. But what it does do is allow Falcons a bit more breathing room on this map. The Roche spawn is a bit longer, so 2 more minutes until that's up. They would have loved for it to be short, for them to be able to snatch that objective away from Tundra. 20k gold lead now, but Falcons, they are still kicking this game number 1.
They smell blood. A little bit of stone blood maybe as Roshan is spawned and...
Wait, am I high? I guess the UI just lied to me a little bit there. The Roche is up. We can see it on our screen, so it is going to be a faster spawn. Falcons, they've got to be very happy about that.
They have no counterplay to this. I guess this is going to weigh on Falcons. The death on Saksa kind of hurting them there. That's a refresher shot from Malrine too, so this is a pretty significant Roche. Gonna push Skitter closer to his damage items too. Falcons, glimpse of hope.
Suddenly a bit closer to that state of the game that you were mentioning. Them being able to just burst the hero down. They'll try now. Rolling Thunder in. Whitemon in some trouble. Just gets wiped out.
Damage is crazy.
Yeah, Malrine can just get this done.
He bumped Whitemon twice and he died.
Now, I don't know whether this is privileged information, but I will say this. It's no surprise to everybody that Malrine is an insane pango, right? The skills speak for itself. But did you know that as of recent times, whenever he's warming up for official, like let's say at a LAN and whatnot, he's trying to get used to the environments. You know, different players have different routines, right? Some of them like to watch replays of their opponents. Some of them just like to chill, listen to music. You know what Malrine does? He goes into an Overthrow 3.0 match and he just plays Pango. And he's just chaining up these insane rolls. And it's like the craziest thing ever. So I think if there's anyone you can count on to make a single stun on your team Pangolier work, it's gonna be this man on your screen right here.
Dude, I think Overthrow is Dota life hacks. You know, you watch NBA and you have the shoot around, you know, people doing drills, the coaches like kind of guarding you, that kind of thing.
Sure, yeah.
That's literally what Overthrow does for you.
Yeah, you can just get to the part where you need to master your chaining of skills, you know, making sure you understand how each of these mechanics of the hero work. I mean, it definitely trains you for these late game situations, and that seems to be what we're gearing up towards here. Smoke out from Falcons want to take advantage of their advantageous position. Darks out with the blink out back to safety. Malrine, too late to the punch, will just have to settle for the creep wave. Not talking about his former teammates.
Falcons, they are hungry right now. 18k behind, but they know they have enough damage to look for these kills, and the Aegis is really strong on their side too. Damn, that was a beautiful shot.
We didn't even mention this, right? Crit. Getting that Aghanim Scepter now, the 2 charges on the dead shot for the Muerta. And just about a little bit of EXP. He's level 19 right now, so he's getting close, but that is going to provide so much disruption in the fights. Tundra, it's no longer as simple as it was maybe 15-20 minutes ago. Things are starting to get layered. Items are starting to come out.
Oh, block of
and this... Yeah. Oh. If they've assembled it. Okay, well, who are they going to put it on? Are they just kind of waiting for the last minute when a fight breaks out?
Not sure. I feel like just give it to Skeeter, right? He's the one that kind of needs to be in front. I feel like Malrine is going to be in roll and not die anyway. I'm not sure if he needs it against the Wukong.
You know, I think the block of cheese is a great idea, right? It's a very cute idea. And obviously, it's one of those things, if you know, you know. Like, if you mouse over it, the tooltip literally just says, try me. And of course, we've watched Pro Dota, we've sort of seen it assembled. Malrine narrowly escapes trouble there. But yeah, we know what the block of cheese does, but can you imagine if a new player or a newer Dota player accidentally stumbles into this and he just goes like, try me, and he's like, what the hell does this do? I don't know about you, but I'm a bit of a hoarder. I'd be a bit too scared to use it.
Scare goes for Lincolns. So, sorry to cut out.
No worries. This is far more important. Please carry on.
I think this Lincoln's choice is super cool because if you look at Tundra, 33 and BZM actually have a Hex. So I think in fights, this Lincoln is going to come in super clutch. And something cool is that you can't Hex illusions with Lincolns. So you know this Doom, he runs into a TP illusion in the jungle. He actually cannot Hex it to death. So Falcons just kind of doubling down on this wave push. And Skeeter, he knows that he's getting to a point where he has enough damage. If he doesn't, his team has enough damage. I mean, high ground, my god, look at that.
Yeah, they have a Hex. It's not in their inventories just yet, but maybe something they can build up a bit later on. Still, Skeeter is prepared for it though. They'll force pushing him. We'll try. Yeah, I mean, it's so hard for them to approach this absolute battalion of Terrorblade illusions.
Are you gonna stick around? They have no metamorphosis. But again, it doesn't feel like they're 16k behind all of a sudden. This Pango roll is so scary. The damage that's being put on from Amar as well. You have this double dead shot follow-up like you spoke about.
Magnifying Monocle for both Amar as well as Crit, allowing them to cast from a very comfortable range. Same thing for Snaking, so they'll be out of harm's reach. Andra's game complicating by a lot. Kind of seemed like Falcons were just going to keel over a little bit. Some genius item choices from the side of Tundra, preventing them from really executing their draft, but you're reaching the stage that you mentioned, Adam. Falcons, they don't need extended stuns if they can kill you in 2 seconds, and that's kind of what we're seeing with this Nullifier pickup.
Tundra, they know the Aegis timing is over. Might see a smoke here. I think Falcons should expect this though. It's just the typical no Aegis. Okay, time to fight. Double hexes on Tundra. Any other interesting items here? 33 are just setting up in the bot lane. Have a really nice ward too.
BZM's going to be the one in the front line, perhaps try to get that initial jump set up with the vision. Or Tundra to strike. So close, they just don't even know it yet. The shot's going to scout just a bit, but the dead shot coming out. This battle of the archers from long range, blasting at each other a little bit, trying to get whatever information they can. That's going to be king here. Whoever can get the jump, whoever can get that initial goal. Tundra can't respond in time with the saves. It's curtains for them.
BZM?
Oh, what?
Whoa.
What? Whoa, okay. Well, Skeeter and 33 just kind of walk up into each other. Sorry, BZM just walk up into each other, then no problem. Just all blink away. Alright. Maybe not as prepared as I thought.
Falcons being really careful, just moving as a unit, and Marine pretty close to 25 as well. I think this is like the next big spike for all the teams, right? The 25 talents that come in. 33 already has his.
And Doom applying the mute. It's going to be a very, very big deal. Nothing really major to break this game anyway. You got the additional Wukong's command ring, so as long as Crystallis can get that set up, it's going to be very, very impactful. Arcane Orb damage from BZM. They're jumping forward, looking for the target, but a huge rolling thunder onto 2. BZM still pops the BKB and backs away. The ring is not something they can fight in, but the control coming up from Whitemon. He's caught 3 of them. They're going to try and chase in 33. Too much magic damage, and down comes the hammer. Both supports evaporate. Now Skeeter in trouble. Can he get out of here? Absolutely not. Tundra, bait them in. Amar can't TP out. Starts out with the catch. It's a team wipe. Tundra, how have they found that again?
Oh my god, that was so clutch. I think it's just the Wukong, right? They understand that with Crystallis 25, as soon as he drops the Wukong down, it actually overpowers the roll from the Pango.
Oh, I need to see a replay. I need to see a replay of that. That was crazy stuff. I thought for sure. I thought for sure that Falcons had managed to kite out, but the ring, it just expands through the whole screen. Feels like the supports were trying to escape for what feels like forever. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get a replay because this might just be the end of the game. 3 buybacks available for Falcons, but all 5 members from Tundra still available and 33 banging on your front door. Hello? Anyone home? Falcons, you awake yet? They don't want to they don't want to risk it. Might just have to give up some lanes of racks.
Who knows? Marine, I think you need this. You need the shield, man. This Wukong is getting you. And
roll up. Onto the Doom in the bot lane. They're getting the control out. Quite a bit of damage. No one can really stop Malrine in this moment, but the box to save.
He has Nullifier.
He does, but it's just one Pango over here. He's still trying to get it done. But there's the OD in prison. You can't nullify that one.
There's a second.
King will come back into the fray, but he shows himself. He needs to be careful. He knows that Saksa's on the hunt. Force off away, BZM forward, looking for Snay, looking for more. 33 with the Doom out onto this poor Pango. He is not going anywhere. Damage, he's trying to TP, a little bit ambitious there from 33.
Oh, the
Wheel of Wonder, they will get the Pango. Ends up being a dieback on Malrine and the box. Seriously, is he not going to die or finally get finished off? But crit drops, Skeeter, he's back, but he's not going to survive. Falcons, they're losing way too much here. You have a buyback on Skeeter, there has to be a last Hail Mary. Trying to bait someone into the Fountain of Mile, start to do damage. Onto the Monkey King buyback with Skeeter. But there's the Wukong's command ring. He's ready to pop it out, ready to punish. Off the mark with the Boundless, he's going to try and duel. Face off into Skeeter. Here comes the rest. Here comes the grave, but you can't survive. Into the side of Tundra. It's a bit too much. Skeeter will drop. And with that, Falcons, 2 more heroes remaining. They're all in the fountain. Nothing to do. Another hammer. Another kill. And BZM is godlike on this OD. What a performance here. Falcons pushed on till the very end, but it just wasn't enough. And they don't really seem fazed by that. Just another day in the office. 33 will crack a little bit of a smile. But you can see Whitemon, cool as a cucumber, nothing but a little cackle. And he'll afford himself at the end of that. That was by no means an easy game for them. But man, the teamfight spellcasting on another level.
Man, again, Tundra, it just felt like their teamfight was, I pressed 3 buttons and okay, we win. And that was their win condition, right? It happened like 2 or 3 times that game. The last fight top, the clutch Wheel of Wonder from Whitemon game, both supports, and the Wukong Marine, he just couldn't do damage. What looked like a good start. He gets the OD pops eggs, he gets the Astral onto Saksa, and suddenly all your spells are kited. Skeeter can't even run in. And it was just so hard towards the end. Falcons, they looked like they kind of brought it back, but it just wasn't enough.
Another series, another game where we see the Dazzle's one weakness exploited. That Wheel of Wonder was tossed in a bid to try and get the real body of Amar, but how convenient. 2 supports gonna run into that as well. He's just gonna say, hello guys, this is Whitemon. Nothing new for the Indo Pride man coming back to the roster here, and Tundra. This might just be their final form. This team is looking shiny. This team is looking unstoppable. I'd love to see the stats on how much damage these calls on Tundra were doing, because I know it was insane. These hammers being dropped, the Wukong's command, my goodness. What an outstanding performance. What the hell? 43,000 on Monkey King?
Wukong, baby.
Wukong, that's Crystallis. That's his 4K hours or more. By the way, I did a quick look up on this. 4,000 hours in-game of Dota 2 equates to half a year. Can you imagine queuing nothing but Dota 2 hubs, Monkey King, for 1 year, like half a year straight, 6 months in a row? This is what you get. You get on Tundra Esports, you go 9-3-23, you go 43k hero damage. Like it's a walk in the park, no big deal. Beat up some of your former homies, who cares?
Who cares indeed? Crib Wave carry 1, creep wave mid and offlaner 0 right now. Falcons, they need to find a way back into this game, man. This last pick OD coming in so clutch for Tundra. BZM 18-2 and 8. How do you deal with that?
It's crazy stuff. This OD definitely something at the top of the team's minds at this point. You can't ignore it any longer. But we do have to try and consider that Tundra, they managed to get into this position because of a very filthy last pick OD. Now going into game number 2, Falcons are going to have priority. I'm sure they're going to pick that second pick. They're not going to allow this same thing to happen to them. They're a lot more wary. What do you think they need to change up in game number 2 to try and shift the gears into their favor?
I'm not sure, but I don't know how I feel about this Dazzle. I feel like every game we've played it, it feels like team have some sort of an answer, right? We saw the Ricky today, we saw the OD, and I don't know how much of it is actually the Dazzle being a problem or Dazzle being countered, but I have not felt that this hero has been like, wow, super OP, look at Dazzle go, you know?
Yeah, I get what you mean. I think Amar, he tried his best there, but this fight all along, it just kind of felt like it was an uphill battle for Falcons. They did a good job rising as much as they possibly could, but at the end of it, you know, if you're a Falcons fan, you gotta feel a bit disheartened because those team fights just, it felt like the spell casting was just so insane from Tundra. But we'll see what they can come up with. We'll see what Mr. Awi 2000 cooks in game number 2. We'll have that for you after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Say what you want about Fissure tournaments, but one thing is very clear. Once we get to these playoffs, bangers on bangers on bangers. Every single game today has been hype. Welcome back. You're watching FISSURE Universe Episode 4. This is the official stream brought to you by FISSURE Studios. My name is BoM and I'm joined by 343. And my goodness, what a high level of Dota we just witnessed from that previous game. You look at the scoreboard, might not really tell the full situation. Tundra looks like they completely smoked their opponents. But I gotta say, Falcons, they put up a hell of a fight.
Oh, sorry about it. Falcons, they looked like they brought the game back, right? They were 20 to 15k lead behind, but Skir was banging on their tier 3 at some point. The game looked so close until that one fight in the top lane where Tundra, it looked like their lineup just came together, right? Like, okay, we pressed our buttons and now we win. A big wheel from Whitemon, everything just coming in, hitting the right targets, and Falcons, they didn't really have an answer to that.
Yeah, the follow-up was just too good. And speaking of follow, if you are just joining us, you are watching the best Dota 2 happening right now. And you don't want to miss a thing. So be sure to type !F in our chat, or be sure to just scroll down if you're watching on Twitch, click the banner, and you'll get a nice little juicy link to all of Fissure's social media. This is by far not the only tournament that they're running, not the only esport they're doing as well. There's tons of more action. Get the vibes on the Fissure social media pages. Now, we did talk a little bit about how that game went so wrong for them, and a large part of it was BZM on that OD. Hero that has popped up just in the recent day alone, and it's proven to be such a strong counter. You know, this whole group stage, we were talking about how Dazzle is such a highly contested hero. Maybe it's a bit of a bait because they allowed Falcons to pick it, and then they just kind of have a full draft that counters it. Do you think we'll still see much of that hero in this draft in game number 2?
I'm not sure. I feel like it doesn't play into the way Falcons want to play. I feel like when I think of how Amar operates on the team, he's like this boss in the lane, right? Like, sure, he wins his lane, but on this Dazzle, we always see like he goes jungle at some point, you know? He has some impactful moves. He gives lanes to the supports. He gets some kills somewhere here and there, but I feel like it doesn't enable them as much as something like the Bristleback would, for example. I feel like Amar is just so good at these other heroes, and I feel like Falcons are so comfortable playing with him being on these like super tanky cores, maybe even contest the Doom against 33. I think that's an approach they can go for too.
Yeah, we'll see how they adjust. Now, we do know that, of course, with the priority being won by Tundra in the first game, they picked second pick, which we were already discussing, such a valuable tool for them bringing into the drafting stage. And of course, with Tundra winning the first game, Falcons get priority, and to no one's surprise, they pick second pick. But Tundra, this time, they choose Dire. So a bit of a switch of sides and priority here. That's something that we're going to be it's going to be interesting to talk about as the draft develops, to see how exactly each team makes the most of their choice. But we will have a draft for you very shortly. We talk about the Dazzle already. I think, at least for me, I don't even think it's a player problem. That TB felt like it just could not get in the game, right? It didn't have enough tools on its side to stop its opponents. It's TB, you want your allies to be the ones controlling them, and then you beat them to shit. It just never really happened that way for Falcons.
Yeah, I think it just came down to like the early pace of the game, right? It's just the big 2 kills from Tundra, and they walked into Rosh. Odi gave them the Rosh as well. You have TB Dazzle, like Roshan should be yours. Mira does a good job of getting it as well. Pango, one of the nicer heroes, you know, but Falcons, they just couldn't play to the pace they wanted, and TB felt less impactful because of how far behind he was, right? He's playing into counters. We did see Skira kind of hit a timing at some point, but again, Tundra just doing such a good job of kiting the ultimates. You have the roll, you have the Dazzle, the null projection coming out, and Tundra is like, okay, we out of here. And then we saw that 1-5 bomb, BZM's like, okay, no spells. Here I go, baby, 1v5 suicide bomb, but they just team-wipe Falcons doing that, and that's kind of insane to me.
Yeah, he just knew he had so many saves, there was nothing for him to be fearful of. But as you can see here from the graphic, just reinforcing what we mentioned a bit earlier, confirmation that second pick did go the way of Falcons, and Tundra Esports used the Dire. So we will have the draft up for you very shortly. And the coolest part, we already said this in game number 1, coolest part about seeing these two teams play is something is going to slip through. You can't ban everything. something, a specialty hero, whether it's a Crystallis Monkey King, whether it's one of Amar or Malreen's many level 30 heroes, something's going to come through. It just is a matter of what Tundra are prepared for, what they want to sort of go up against. Now, Falcons still have that advantage with the second pick, like we said. But at the same time, that means that potentially a very strong meta hero that has always been banned out will fall in the hands of Tundra. Interesting to see how this power dynamic plays out. And as we can see, the way the draft has turned out so far, Tundra Esports get their hands on the very, very prized Magnus. As a result, that's that Amar Bristleback that you talked about.
Yeah, it just feels like it's what they want, right? This Dazzle totally ignored, and I can see why. Like, I think the players feel just the same, right? It's like, okay, I play as Dazzle, I'm fat, but I'm fucking useless, you know? It's what it looks like.
Yeah, like what the hell do I even do?
Once I'm countered, you know? I like this approach a lot more. Tundra, obviously, they still can keep this Magnus open. I'm curious to see if Falcons will ban out the PA. I think the PA is, with the break, obviously, is really good against the Bristle. We also see Saksa play this Magnus sometimes. And Tundra do have the 18th on this slot. If you don't know what that is, the 18th is the 4th slot, the last pick before the second phase is over. And the PA there can be pretty damn scary into his Bristleback.
I mean, there's no way Falcons give them the PA, right? This is just a bit too free of a PA game. I mean, we have seen Falcons pick Bristle into blatant breaks before. This is just a hero that Amar is very comfortable on, and a large part of that is because he ends up going something like the SNY to get the status resist, get something like a Glimmer to shrug her off his back for a little bit. I mean, Amar, he's no stranger to this matchup for sure, but PA is just such a great hero, and you pair it with the Magnus with the Empower. I mean, there's no way they give this to Tundra, could they?
I'm not sure, because if you look at all of Crystallizer's heroes, everything, he has a big hero pool against Bristle. He plays Ursa, he plays Monkey, he plays Slark, all these heroes, he plays Razor. All these heroes are notoriously good against the Bristleback. They will ban out the PA. I think that's a smart choice, just delay the ease of execution. And that this Dazzle comes out again. Is this gonna be a Malreen Dazzle for once?
Yeah, we have seen Malreen play it once or twice. It's still a pretty strong mid laner, but now you have two kind of really strong issues that you need to deal with in the fight. The Bristleback's going to be taking a lot of your attention, and as we know from Amar, he loves to go for that Seeing Red facet, transition into a bit of a carry himself. He's not much for the Snot Rocket, build the aura for the team. He wants to go, he wants to beat you to a pulp. But here's a hero that has been banned out quite a bit. The Silencer, great against both the Dazzle as well as the Bristleback.
You have stop, right? Like this Magnus, he blink RP, skewers back, and then Global Silence come out. You don't have the save coming in from the Dazzle anymore. Just very simple team fight coming out from Tundra. So they go for a Wind Ranger. I think this means it's definitely a Crystallis Magnus, right? Just committing to the early Magnus pick. I think that's what they do with both Monkey and Magnus most of the time, unless Saksa flexes it. But with the Wind Ranger coming out, it's just kind of set in stone right now.
Is it set in stone?
What, do you expect some core Wind Ranger here for BZM?
I mean, we did talk about how this Wind Ranger matches up pretty nicely. Poison touch can't touch you.
Sand King coming out, so support Dazzle, support Bristle, Snaking Bristle, maybe? No?
It's gotta be support Dazzle, right? We have seen... I feel like if you have Amar on your team and you don't give him Bristle, you better be picking one of his other signatures, because this man just looks unstoppable. I'd wager a bit of a guess that this Wind Ranger is kind of like a little bit of a soft answer to the Dazzle if it goes to the core. And then now they're saying, okay, you know what? We'll let you have your little silly little Wind Ranger. We're going to pick a Sand King, leave it flexible. And yeah, I mean,
flexible?
It's a pretty good matchup into the Wind Ranger, right? Because you just keep shoving the lane in.
Yeah, Falcons need damage right now, though. Something to play with this Sand King stun. Heroes that come to mind, probably Willow. I want to say Hoodwing, although hero's kind of dead. What has interaction
so
with
dead,
Magnus? Other than Rubik, it's really not much. I wonder what Chris is gonna bust out here. You can also go for the Muerta again, but I feel like they need some more damage. Please don't pick Weaver.
What's wrong with the Weaver?
Oh, the Clings, there's your damage. Okay, I like this. This hero trades well against Silencer. It's pretty good at scouting out the Magnus as well. Give vision to Malreen to find his stun. So I'm a fan of this pick. You buy Bloodthorn as well, which just helps you just kill Saksa.
Absolutely. We witnessed this, Clinks, right? We witnessed this, Clinks, and Fred has a bit more of a style that you hope your pub teammates will not see. What I mean by that is he kind of leaves the team to their own devices for the most part. He's just kind of busy getting his own levels, farming his orchid as soon as possible. And in the game that we watched, he basically scaled up to become a 3rd or 4th core. He was doing so much damage by the end of it. So already a bit of a greedier draft coming out from Falcons. Maybe we'll see him play active because the Sand King might want to go with a blink timing or something like that.
Tundra, I wonder what's the pick here. Lifestealer looks pretty nice. I can see, don't really see the Slark much anymore. Ursa, I wouldn't be surprised if they even go Monkey King again. I don't think it's that bad here. You have the Gale Force, you have the RP, a lot of control to just kind of hold everything in.
Tundra Esports.
Keep things spicy. Go for the Beastmaster on the offlane, the 33 special.
They have played this on BZM before too, by the way.
Ooh, a lot of flexibility still being afforded by the Tundra draft. I think the only things for certain is the fact that this silencer is probably going to be played by Whitemon. Other than that, we can't be entirely sure.
I'm pretty sure Saksa is just a Wind Ranger too. I think for Falcons though, they're probably keeping the draft open. I assume they want a last pick Amar hero here. Unless Marine has some like insane pick. You might see something like a Timbersaw come out. I think that looks pretty good against what Tundra has right now. The Magnus and the Beast cores kind of just melt to you. They have super high pace, a lot of damage to pour in. You get to play the pace you want with the Dazzle as well.
I'm not gonna lie though, I got a bit of PTSD from Marine Timbersaw. The one game that we saw it come out, it really didn't look too hot.
Falcons turn to ban.
You're right, but they do have 24 pick this time, so I think it's not the worst. Banning out the monkey, so maybe it's just a Sand King mid. We'll see.
Okay, so you were talking about the strength of this 18th pick, and we were hypothesizing, okay, PA could be great here. Of course, it doesn't make it all the way there. What kind of makes this a good Beastmaster game? Whether it's 33, whether it's BZM, why spend the 18th pick on this hero?
Okay, I think the biggest thing about the Beast here is that there's no rotator that comes to your lane and like kind of chases you out. Like if you look at Falcon's heroes, like the Sand King before Dagger, he's not really able to get to the Beast. Other than that, I think the lane is pretty okay. I think 33 does generally a good job of just finding out how to figure out and win the lane anyway. I think the only concern for me is that Falcons actually has a lot of stack stealing power. If this Bristle or Sand King like walks into your jungle at like 7 minutes, I don't think you can actually contest them from taking away your ancients.
I guess that does come down to the mid and who it ends up being, right? If it is a pause 1 Magnus, which still could be the case, we did talk about Crystallis playing that, and you're talking about Beastmaster on the offlane, it really comes down to the Malrine or BZM hero, whether they can be the sort of bastion in front of the rest of the team, pushing you away. I mean, technically you could say the same for Tundra as well, right? If the Beastmaster makes his way somehow to your triangle, you could make quick work of these stacks as well.
They're banning for a Sand King. Okay, so I think as flexible as this looks, I think Falcon value comfort a lot. So I think this is going to be Amar Bristle and Malrine Sand King, and they're just going to pick a Skitter hero. I feel like that's exactly what they want. Something to counter the beast, and I think Tundra realized that as well, which is why they banned the gyro, right? Like, we picked this 18 beast, we got 2 bans for it, let's commit. Let's not give them a free whatever they want to play. This Dazzle plus 1 lane can be pretty strong. Let's ban for the Beastmaster.
Okay. See whether that ends up working out for them here. Also, a little tidbit that I just wanted to share. Of course, you guys can't see lobby chat, so you're missing out on some juice, but I presume this was said in the earlier phases of the draft before the Dazzle was picked. Amar all chatted, BZM Dazzle, do it, in all chat. Of course, Tundra didn't fall for that bait, but yeah, maybe just something that BZM isn't really the most comfortable on. Tundra, they'll go for that Storm Spirit, another signature, allows them to set the tempo, and the draft is starting to come together now. It's very clear who is playing what. Ban out the Huskar so that there's no bully for the Storm. What other options do you have? Is it just going to be this Malrine Sand King mid?
I think it's going to be an Alchemist for Skitter, maybe. I feel like they have so much pace. They have so much minus armor too. It looks pretty cool with their heroes, right? It's a Skitter special. You also have the Grave to play around. It's a hero that doesn't care about Wind Ranger or Silencer too much. They go for a Mars. Okay, you have a Skitter Bristle voice.
Okay, a little bit of a switch up there. Skeeter Bristle. Haven't really seen this pause 1 Bristleback run by about anyone, if I'm being honest. And Amar, he's feeling confident that he can win the lane up against his buddy Crystallis on his signature Mars. I mean, I will say that this crit Clinks, Mars, Amar, it makes a lot more sense. This was the game that they sort of picked the Clinks as well. They picked it with the Amar Mars, and he kind of plays a bit more of a setup teamfight role, while Crit kind of scales up to be that damage dealer, takes a lot of the farm and priority. It will be a position 5 Dazzle though. How are you liking the drafts as the dust settles? Which team are you sort of preferring here going into game number 2?
I'm a fan of Falcons draft right now. I feel like they have pace. I feel like they have team fight. They are so fast with their heroes. This Bristle Dazzle lane is pretty damn strong. You have Ghoul, Poison Touch, Rundown. The Quill Spray like kind of keeps you thinking. It's a pretty damn hard lane to play against. But I expect Tundra to do pretty okay. I also think there's a pretty sick Storm game. So a bit biased to Falcons right now just because I think their heroes look super cool. It looks like a great strategy. You know, it's like zoom, minus armor. We get Roche, we get our stacks. Everything is just go, go, go. But I think Tundra has Storm Silencer. That is, you know how it is, right?
I do know how it is.
It's a free fight, and BZM has been kind of cooking on this Storm lately.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be a mid matchup that he really gets hammered on that badly. Tundra looked amazing in this tournament, looked amazing in that game number 1. Now into our playoffs, a 2-0 here would put them in a very good position in the upper bracket. Now, keep in mind, folks, this is double elimination. So it's not like those Swiss stage games that you saw Falcons in, you know, 1 game away means elimination. They still will have a second chance here to try and pick up the pieces tomorrow if that's where they end up in the lower bracket. But of course, both these teams, they want to move forward, they want to get comfy, they want to situate themselves with that second chance for as long as possible. I mean, I kind of like the Falcons draft as well. We haven't really seen this Bristleback 1, but maybe this fits in a bit more with what Falcons want to do, right? That early pressure, Amar can sort of be this big boss on his signature hero. I'm kind of feeling it, and I'm sure the fans want this as well. We want a game 3. These two teams are amazing at Dota 2, and this is perhaps one of the best games that you can watch in this entire week, this entire tournament. We'll see how it all plays out as we have game number 2 ready for you. Up on your screens very shortly, folks. See whether Tundra and the gang can take down Falcons. I mean, you look at the score, technically speaking, coming into this matchup, you probably have to favor you probably have to favor Tundra, right? The fact that they were able to 3-0 their group stage, even with a stand-in, and then now Whitemon's back. It's like he never left. It's almost better that he took a little bit of a break, came back just to show everybody how good he really is.
Yeah, I feel like Tundra's the favorite matchup against almost every team in the tournament though, right? At most, you give them like a 50-50. I do want to talk about the last part of the draft though. I feel like they're banning heroes to protect the Beastmaster, right? And Bristle is actually one of the better heroes against Beast in lane. It's actually super good. I know it's a bit unorthodox to see it on Skirrer instead of Amar, but it does fill the criteria and it does kind of cover base of what Tundra was banning for here. Protecting the beast, and now 33. I don't know how this lane is gonna go, but I feel like you can't really rely on stacking too, because Bristle, he's gonna win his lane and he has the ability to come into you. I feel like that's gonna be something that's pretty scary early on, like the Sankey and Bristle kind of collapsing on your triangle with a Dazzle Grave behind. I'm not sure if Tundra actually has the ability to deal with this.
I'm not too familiar with what the facet preference is when it comes to this support Dazzle. He's gone for the overhealing shield one instead. I've seen some support Dazzle still go for Poison Bloom just because it allows you to scale up and farm a bit better. But Snaking, go full poverty mode, go full help the boys out. Boys are gonna really enjoy that overhealing because they have a very sharp timing at this 15-20 minute mark. If they can, like you say, take advantage of their fast timings, get control of these triangles, force out 33 on his signature Beastmaster. It'd be a very, very fast game 2 into a game 3 situation for us here at FISSURE Universe Episode 4. Already the pressure being put onto 33. Started the auto attacks out. Skeeter did not go for the Ghoul level 1. I thought he would just kind of get that out as soon as possible just to really push this Beastmaster back.
This is just a whatever. Oh my god, Chris just pouring damage into my one.
Yeah. The most annoying things about the Silencer is pressure that he puts on in the early laning stage with those glaives. He's chosen to neglect that a little bit, going for the Arcane Curse level 1. Maybe he just understands that it doesn't have that much value this game. Not going to be trading much into the Klings anyway.
Well, they're just trying to push and pull, I guess. Protect out the small cam, but I'm not sure if Snake can really kick out Saxa because, like you said, right, win run against the physical damage. It's a matchup we actually talked about. Ironically, it's happening on the support side, but
yeah,
I'm not sure if Snake is going to be able to open up the camp here.
I feel like in any other situation, also now that we're looking at this top lane, it'll probably be a pretty high kill threat lane, right? You got the Silencer, you got the Magnus. easy skewer out of position and just kind of poke you down. The Arcane Curse makes a response difficult. But Crit is a pretty tanky customer on this Clinks, especially once he gets that Death Pack. He went for the Engulfing Step Facet, which means that if he gets skewered out of range, as long as there's a creep nearby, he can just kind of have a little snack and pseudo teleport himself out of trouble.
Yeah, it's pretty short range though. Taking a bit of that. Oh, nice heal.
A heal bomb there, but
will be traded. Back to your point, the Engulfing Step, it's pretty short range, right, against the Skewer, so I also assume it's hard to run Crit down realistically. You kind of need a Blood Grenade and a Shockwave, and then Magnus has to probably have boosts to get up to him.
Yeah, you basically need to full commit the Clinks, right? He gets bonus health as well. It's really not easy to. Doing a good job keeping himself in a very, very annoying position right now. Quiet early game. Everyone just kind of farming up. Real person suffering seems to be Skeeter here on this position 1 Bristleback. Despite us worrying that this Dazzle Bristleback lane would be extremely oppressive for 33, he seemed to be able to come out on top at least momentarily.
I mean, this 3-3 beast is just signature, right? It's what won him his first TI. It's just, he's the equivalent of the Crystallis Monkey King, right? I want to say. His understanding of this hero is just so good. He knows how to get past every lane, it feels like. I've never seen him have a bad lane before, actually.
Well, Falcons, hoping to change your mind a little bit, but not really working out for them for now. Early laning stage. I mean, you talk about the pace that Falcons have. Are they necessarily looking to get some of these kills on the side lanes? Is that something that is a factor for them, or are they just happy trading farm?
I think they're pretty happy. I think bot lane's a bit hard to kill. They're running 3 down. He has a TP if he really needs to, though. I feel like for Tundra, it's just about stacking, right?
Oh, what are we doing here? Looking at the Bristleback, I can assure you that's not the right target you want to be poking at. Return a lot of damage.
It's really just all about stacking, right, for Tundra. I feel like they want to go long as possible.
Oh damn, White Maw.
Speaking of long, Crit is dead.
Oh, he salved for that. I think that actually made the difference. Survives with just about 13 HP. Meanwhile, bot lane being run down. It's snaking. Getting drawn on here, and the TP out with a beautiful shackle, preventing the damage. It's not like Skeeter had any mana to work with anyway. Great plays coming out from Tundra, getting themselves on the ball. That'll be first blood.
Yeah, now top lane. Waimon's gonna finally get his first pull. Lane stage looking real good for Tundra right now. This Bristleback on Skeeter, not really doing its purpose, it feels like. Want to dominate the lane, but losing first blood there is pretty big.
I mean, the Dazzle is just such an easy target, especially once he uses his Poison Touch. That's got to be a big green light for the Tundra fellas as soon as they see that spell come out. If they can kite it out, not much the Bristleback can do in his Dazzle's defense.
Look at 33's jungling, what the hell?
Okay.
So he has the stacks up, he's like, okay, enjoy your lane, Saksa. Efficiency at 5 minutes, sure, no problem, baby.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to try and contest up here. Meanwhile, top lane, Crystallis looking for potential skewer back, but just happy with constantly shoving the wave into Amar. They don't want to sort of be on the receiving end of any kill threat. Doing a good job keeping them at bay. Yeah, 33, he's already min-maxing up here. Giving Saksa the free space. He knows that as long as Saksa plays carefully, there's no way that Skeeter and Naking can actually run him down. This is hyper efficiency at its finest. Top lane. Onto Amar again, the setup. It's a bit further behind. Amar taking quite a bit of damage here. Used the one charges, but no further chase from Tundra.
Okay, there's a lot of damage poured into him. They will have to fight for the Lotus soon, though.
Yeah. Can't imagine Crit sticks around for this one. Amar is way too low to offer a helping hand. Laksa did come mid to try and contest this regen room. Now Reen will be the one to snap it up. He'll just take a quick glance in the triangle. Okay, any stacks? Doesn't seem like any at the moment. All the stacks are on the right side. 33 is busy farming them up.
He's just been sending his boards over to do a little work. We'll clear it up now. So bot lane just pushing in, right? The wave was in a weird spot after he TP'd because the creep wave met at the back. So 33 just decides like, okay, I'm not coming back. It's fine. Still doing really well on the net worth.
You did say that both teams are pretty happy trading farm. I don't know whether this is a good trade though. You're basically getting solo EXP on your Wind Ranger. He still has the time of day to go mid and contest your runes. Storm Spirit's top of the net worth. Magnus is having a chill old time in the top lane. At Tundra, it feels like they're getting everything they want out of this early game, and Falcons not really sure what the move is supposed to be to try and stop them.
I'm not sure either. It feels like they had to do more in the laning phase, but right now all they can kind of do is sit back, maybe get some Blink Daggers, play for runes. Malrine, unfortunately, he gets the regen rune, so not the most active of runes. See what I can do once tanking gets this Blink Dagger. Stack up, you know. Sure, Tundra's farming it up, but you can do the same, right? You have Bristle, you have Sanking, your heroes that are very easy to kind of catch up and just have that burst of net worth. Amar, I think the whole reason they picked this Mars also is to just kind of protect areas, right? Against what Tundra has. You want to just commit for kills. It's also control with his clings. We might even see an eggs or something come out from crit later on. Not sure what he itemizes on this. I've only ever seen the Bloodthorn.
Bloodthorn, crit stick, full on damage potential. Not really sure how good the burning army is. I haven't really seen it out that much.
It's alright. When crit buys a crit stick, does he say it's my stick?
Yeah, absolutely. He keeps that thing on him. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god, they have
Reason.
But he's playing against Crystallis.
Yeah. And that's his big bro right there. He can't stack up. I mean, he's trying to now with his clings. Gotta keep an eye out for that matchup.
I think he just thinks he's okay.
What is this?
I don't know
What does this mean? I mean, it's kind of rich because Amar, he's not necessarily winning the lane either, but you can see on the player cams that, you know, Crystallis is trying to cook up a funny response. They're just laughing. They're just having a good time.
Oh my god, it's good vibes. I love this.
Yeah. I mean, there's rivalries, you know. White Mon with the all chat easy. He's trying to get a kick in as well.
Oh my god. I love friendly banter.
Yeah. Nice to see. Yeah, at the end of the day, you know all 10 players in this server have such immense respect for each other. Not easy to stay at the top for so long. Falcons, they've done it with this roster for such a long time and continuing to work. I mean, it's just kind of like a relationship, right? Like you, regardless of what happens, you still kind of need to tough through it. Some people choose the easy way out. Some people look for greener pastures, you know. Not working. We don't want to try anymore. Falcons, they have every reason to believe that they can climb back to that former glory. I'd say former glory as if it wasn't just like 1 or 2 months ago. It's only recently that these problems have really started to surface a bit more.
Yeah, again, just a team that is kind of hit by the patch right this time around. You can see them trying to figure it out. They've been kind of experimenting a little bit with the way they play and the heroes. See a bit of deviation from the usual methodical Falcon style, but I respect it, you know. I think it's part of the process. I think they're all good enough to just kind of figure it out. Maybe it'll take a bit longer time, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Falcon in top form in like a month or two. Maybe even this game, you know, who knows.
This could be the turnaround for them. It would have just been until playoffs that Aoi pushes up his glasses, says, all right, showtime, boys. Have to see. I mean, we say all this about Falcons as if the team they're against is less on accolades by any stretch. These guys, such insane players on both sides here. Doing a good job forcing away the side of Tundra. You did talk about this. Malrine, if Bristle comes into the side of your jungle, what can you do? He's gonna set up a sandstorm here. That means it's a no-fly zone. Tundra can't contest. Malrine will wind up the epicenter, just kind of faking it a bit, and steals away the Shrine of Wisdom. Very, very nice rotation here from Falcons. No violence needed. Just taking away some EXP. Just chill, guys.
Yeah, it was very good of Tundra to not contest there. I think it was like way too hard. Falcons, they just have a draft that's really good for this. You can't even come in on a tanking because epicenter will come out as grave as well. Not really able to fight into this right now. So Falcons, small win. Still behind in terms of gold though. BZM, the big winner from this laning phase. And I didn't talk about this, but the reason the Storm is so good this game is not only that he has global, but against tanking your lane is kind of free as fuck.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, Storm usually needs a lot more resistance. The center here onto White Mon. Oh, might not be DDoSing him, but they're absolutely killing him. This mid lane, very, very difficult for this silencer to survive. Just trying to contest the rune. Just coming in with BZM and Saksa. A two-man barrel strike. Malreen's got a big stick. You can't challenge him here, especially not with crit in the area. Ace Rune in the top lane. Try and zip to steal it. BZM will snag that one right from under Link's nose. Raw out. All commitment of heroes in the mid lane looking for Skeeter here. Whitemon gonna TP back in post-death. Trying to get the damage, and he's taking so much! As a return though, Skeeter gets that kill before going down. That is 3 members to kill your carry Bristleback. They cost you your Beastmaster. Don't think Falcons are too sad about that.
I think that's so worth. Like 33 died after too, so it's not so bad. He had a big stick and Lotus on Skeeter, so I think it was kind of expected. Maybe it would have been close, but good EXP, you know. That's a core kill. You lost both shrines, so both of your supports getting levels is pretty nice for a Tundra here.
Sure. I mean, they definitely need it after that Wisdom Rune being stolen and yoinked away from them. So what exactly is the timing here, you reckon, for Tundra? Because you were saying that Falcons have such a nice pace, and we're seeing them hit some of those tries already. It's difficult for them to contest Malreen, kinda getting harder for them to run up into the Bristleback. What exactly will Tundra be playing for or waiting for?
I think they're pretty happy to stay in lane. They're gonna make a move though.
I don't know whether this is possible. We'll try and make the goal onto Amar, but this is a man with 2 bracers and a ton of HP. A great placed arena as well means that they don't want to waste any more mana to try and chase him down, and they'll just give up on the chase. Gonna outmaneuver them a little bit here, and they're not done. Now Reen's gonna come out to this top lane. Look for the punish onto Crystallis, but similarly, this Magnus also pretty tanky. 12 1 charges in his pocket. Nothing really found, just both teams poking at each other.
Yeah, lacking a bit of damage there. They're still looking at Amar though. Falcons is coming in. Crit gonna give vision here for 2 men stuff.
I mean, they don't care about Whitemon. They want the bigger kill. They want to slay Crystallis. They will bring him down. Nice setup there from Crit. Falcons, they show up in force. This was the target that they were looking for from the get-go anyway, so Amar using the arena defensively but not impacting his kill threat.
After farming, BZM has a... Is that a Mage Slayer? He has a Mage Slayer queued up. I guess Sand Bristle and Mars, that's actually a pretty damn good item, right? Gives you mana regen too.
Wow. I've never seen a Storm do that. Meanwhile, I've seen a Storm do this though. Got a nice few bits of galvanized charges. This gank is gonna work out this time.
I remember how I spoke about like it's a good beast game because there's no one to really like run at him and grief him.
Sure.
Storm's pretty good at griefing Mars. See BZM is constantly in the top jungle, you know, he's like, okay Amar, you wanna come up? I'm gonna play here, and Crystal is just able to hold his ground because of this. His tower is hard to pressure, and I think the nice thing about Magnus that I've been watching Crystallize do is he buys this Master of Death first and he just goes to the Ancient Camp every time.
Upgraded already. I think in the early phases of this patch, especially with Wandering Waters first hitting, everyone was still trying to play around these new creep camps, right? You no longer have those easy or small camps to rely on as a carry in your safe lane. You need to pick these heroes that can clear the stacks easily. Speaking of stacks, Malreen heading back to a pretty thick one. Closing in on that Blink Dagger, should have it in just about 150 gold, 50 gold. That's where we'll maybe see a few more moves coming out. But yeah, this is a really cool build-up from BZM. How often do you see Mage Slayer first Storm? These two teams are cooking here.
Tundra, just one of the more innovative teams, I think, when it comes to buying these items. They understand what timings they're playing for and how to get there. Speaking of timings, Malreen has the Blink Dagger flying out.
All about the runes. Illusion snagged up by Malreen. That's the setup. Crit with the damage. BZM low on mana. Has Whitemon to back him up, but this is a very tough position for Tundra to stick around in. Again, we're seeing the power of the Falcons lineup. Second they show up in numbers, you can't stand up to them. At least not yet.
This is a dagger reveal though, Malreen. He shows the Blink Dagger in blatant daylight. Maybe not caring so much because he's gonna get the tower anyway. Immediate smoke from Falcons though, heading towards the top lane.
This has to be the most obvious move in the world, right? Crystallis, there's no way he sticks around here. How many times have we seen carries just caught out this segment of the map?
Pretty sure he just casted Crystal. Like, he's sticking around.
You know what? I'll just start writing my apology letter. You can cover this one. Let me just whip a pen out. This is the most dead person I've seen in my life. My goodness. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'll issue a Tundra, you can issue me an invoice. Sorry, that was my bad.
What's the saddest thing about that dive, Mike?
What?
The tower was 2 hits away from a deny, and Chrysalis did not deny it. Amar just walks up and gets the tower too. So not only a kill, the tower is suddenly 2k gold, dead worth lead for Falcons. Pace is coming, Skeeter quietly, suddenly. Top net worth. I assume there have been stacks in the bottom ancient, probably by snaking a little.
I'm sure. One thing about Falcons, they are not gonna forget to stack. That's been hallmark of their gameplay for what feels like the better half of their dominance. No reason to change it up now. Tundra, they are still trying to keep up in their own way, right? It's not like Crystallis is that far behind. The Magnus always has his own way of farming back up, especially with the Eternal Empowerment. Just like you said, it's difficult for them to really put up any sort of a fight, especially with the items coming out, like the Blink Dagger, like the Jump. You don't even need items on the Dazzle for the projection to still catch you off guard. Do just that. Good timing here. You don't manage to make it to the Wisdom Rune to contest that, but still, this is a lot of space on the map being opened up by Falcons.
I thought he was sparing some like Invis hero or something, just trying to farm a little. I was like, what was that? I think it's really nice that they went for a kill, right? They understood that one hero would definitely be parked at the shrine, so not really trying to contest, but just taking the freebies they can, and this will allow them to start invading into 3-3's area of farm. See Maureen already cooking up some ancients here.
Stealing away some of their ancients.
Right, hit me with the who DDoS me. Can we get a Amar Crystallis conversation round 2?
Yeah. Bring the chat back up, boys.
No.
Okay, well,
too fast, guys. Too soon.
It always starts with Amar. Amar is a big instigator. You know, he likes to sort of just pepper in some comments. It is ready, but hopefully Whitemon is as well. No issues on both sides. Fingers crossed. But yeah, the early game, again, this is exactly towards our expectations. You still need to wait for your beast. You still got a little while before Crystallis feels comfortable taking part in some of these engagements. The EZM alone can't really get it done. So, nothing but farming, nothing but watching the gold lead grow little by little for Falcons.
33 has his axe now as soon as he gets to base, and do you know what time it is, Mike? 15 minutes soon. Tormentor.
All right.
Global Silence is up. 3-3 has Aghanims. So I wonder if Tundra is going to look for an angle to fight this Tormentor. They might just run into Malrine instead though.
Oh, this is a little bit awkward. Snaking placed the sentry, but he did not see the ward planted by Tundra. This could be a very scary wraparound move, especially if they find Malrine. Jump in first, Global Silence to catch. This is the timing that they were waiting for. Focus down the Dazzle so there's no save coming out. The Grave can't come through. Now they're looking at the Sand King. BZM, he's in rather deep though. Can the rest of the team follow up? Executed by Saksa. BZM is a little bit far forward. He's gonna start getting run down by Skeeter, but no cancels on the TP. Killed the 2 disables, and Amar couldn't make it to this fight in time. Rest of Tundra still sticking around. Might have to forfeit Whitemon. The damage from crit, it's too much. Great 2 for 1. Global Silence used. No one around the Tormentor just yet.
33 is still in the area though. They don't know about this Aghanim Scepter.
They don't.
I wonder if he's gonna walk up.
Surely they have some sort of clue. Crystallis trying to bait in his counterpart here. They see the Shadow Wave coming in from the tree line, so they know the Dazzle's back already. Looks like they're just gonna evacuate. Are they really just giving this one up?
Yeah, it looks like it. I think they can't contest without Global. There's just no way, right? Amar with Arena still up. Way too strong. Melvin still has AP. Looks like the right choice from Tundra here. So he's gonna look for a snipe though. Overshot.
Okay, no one was really close to dying there. Yeah, that's a little bit too disgusting. Now Snake King is gonna get that nice little amp. Of course, both supports, their shots are pretty nice. You can get the Burning Barrage just to amplify your single target kill threat on crit, but this little bit of sustain is nifty as well, given the EHP on Skeeter, who'll be very happily on that front line looking at the SNY. Falcons continuing to push the issue here while they're strong. They healing the advantage in their favor. It's 5k right now. They know that Tundra can't really contest without that global, like you mentioned.
Yeah, Falcon's gonna continue to occupy this bottom side of the map. Try to take away the triangle from Tundra. Skeeter definitely strong enough to live down here. Meanwhile, for Tundra, it feels like there's just no real way to take a team fight without Global right now. Even though they're strong, even though they're ahead in net worth, they're just not at their timing just yet.
Usually there'd be a lot more to follow along to, but don't worry, you're not going to miss any of the action. As long as you stay right here, press !F in the chat or scroll down to the banner, click the link, and you'll be able to follow all of Fissure's amazing social media channels. Keep track of all the exciting esports that they're putting on, not just Dota tournaments, of which there are many, so you're not going to be missing a thing. Tundra, they have voluntarily missed out on a lot of this early game, and can't help but feel like that's the only option for them.
No, I'm looking at his Mage Slayer on Storm, and part of me wants to think it's like, it's so good against what Falcons has, right? But at the same time, I can't help but feel like he is so enabled by this global silence that I want to see the Wishblade. Like we saw the fight bottom, right? Like he took quite a while to kill off Marine. I think with the Wishblade, things would have been so different. I guess it's just a more balance in a build. Like he's able to push out waves a bit more, not really fear death as compared to what he would be scared of with the Wishblade.
Yeah. It's just a safer option. Safety first, kids. Speaking of safety, Malrine going for a Glimmer Cape on the Sand King. You'd think for a hero with his own way of getting invisible, it wouldn't be too much of a concern, but just goes to show how valuable this item is. You mentioned how long Malrine took to kill, he's just gonna get tankier.
Nice
now into the Roche they go.
I love the magic damage they have there. DD for Malrine to this Roche is so fast. Bristleback Dazzle, baby. Falcons continuing their pace, and Tundra just continuing to dodge. I feel for Tundra, the game plan is just like, okay, they can never come high ground, guys. We have like Storm, Magnus, Silencer. Don't take these outside fights, because if you actually use Global, I feel like Falcons will just ball down, and you can't really do anything about it.
Sure. So it's one of those games where the threat of the Global is actually stronger than using it for a pick-off or something like that. Okay, well, not sure what Crystallis was hoping for there. Global silence. The Tendrils buying him time. I mean, they're gonna come in on Tundra. They're trying to fight, but the Brow Strike away. Arena catches 3. Rather, 1 left in the arena because Crystallis is the only one caught, and they will end up getting the kill that they came for. It took a bit longer than expected and a few more ultimates than they probably initially hoped for, but now they're on the chase. Silence up onto BZM, speared into the tree. Nice catch from Amar. In comes Beastmaster, trying to look for Aurora, but he can't get the save. BZM is still gonna try and go forward. Crit, healing up, and the greatest save. BZM now bone dry on mana. He needs to make his way back up to the high ground. Soul Ring coming off cooldown. Whitemon to cover. They found 33 though. This is a much bigger kill. If they can get this Beastmaster, they'll make it all worth it. Everybody surviving on Falcons. Tundra losing members again. It's just this global silence. The second it's used, Falcons are free to ball.
Crystal is getting initiated on their not ideal, and again this Mage Slayer from BZM, it helps him live, but where's the damage? Tundra just not ready for his fight. That's the first fight we saw 33 come in as well. Bit of a slightly defensive roar, I want to say. Tundra, they need more time, but Falcons isn't letting them have it.
What was kind of the goal there? Because I thought with the global silence, you know, Crystallis was just going to hightail on out of there. And they chose to reinitiate, take the fight in that location. Ends up biting them in the butt there. What was the thought from Tundra?
Yeah, I think they wanted to turn it, feeling like they had enough damage. BZM coming in with the global as well. It looked kind of cool, right? Like maybe we can fight this. They feel like they used their spells already. Arena was dropped, but it's just the heal from Dazzle, the shard from Tormentor. He has Locket too, the Graves, and I think Tundra, they just need a dodge right now.
Yeah, maybe a harsh wake-up call a little bit there. Tried to find an opportunity where there really wasn't any. Maybe it's this 33 Beastmaster that felt like he could get the catch on them. Oh, this could be troublesome. Might just have to global silence. Yeah, out it comes. All you can do as the Storm Spirit. That setup looked pristine.
That's mid tower though.
Yeah, it is. That's mid tower, might be more. Like you said, that's the only thing stopping Falcons from going down your lanes.
Falcons just
imagine they'll
right now. Look at this setup from Malrine. Oh, it's onto Illusion, unfortunately. But I think Falcons understand, right? They understand that Tundra is stuck down here. There's no way they go top other than Gate, and this mid tower is pretty free. So we might see them make a little move towards the bot side now. Skiro even cutting the waves.
He's looking for an opportunity. 33 sneaks through the great gates, but as a reminder that you are watching the official stream brought to you by FISSURE Studios, FISSURE Universe Ep.4. Don't want to miss a thing here. I mean, even after this series ends, we're far from done for the day, right? We got Liquid Gaming coming out after this.
Yeah.
I don't know who's writing the script for this entire setup for the playoffs, but I mean, they need a raise. They need a promotion. These games have been insane so far, even though this one has been a bit slower.
Slower it has been, but it just feels like one team can fight and their team can't. Just dodging. I think Tundra doing a really good job of not taking fights, right? Because we see how it goes. It's not enough. This Glimmer on Marine 2 coming in super clutch. Good buy time for him to live through the global silence. So the lack of damage on Tundra now. Falcons, they feel so strong, hitting on high ground. Skitter loader is almost complete as well. They'll help him so much against the Roar, against the global silence dispel, and the Arcane Curse is honestly super annoying against Bristleback.
So surprising that this Magnus has not managed to find much net worth on the map. In comes the initiation. Burrow strike out. It's a bit of a bait here. Tundra ready to respond. They're on the backlines looking for Snake King. Graves himself. The Dazzle is fine, but Crystallis, he's not. He's just gonna get cut down in 33. Trying to stand his ground and fight, but way too much magic damage here. Tundra, again, they are just not ready to fight. They do not have the damage.
So tanky. Global silence. I'm not sure what that was for. Whitemon.
What?
Who pressed my global silence is what he should be typing in chat right now.
I mean, he's probably gonna be very quiet after that one. They're looking for the first kill onto Skeeter. Still has that Aegis. It was timing out, but they couldn't wait. Look at BZM now. The stun comes out. He's getting focused down. Should still be able to get to safety and put out some degree of damage. They've held them in place with a nice shackle shot and pushed them away for now. Crystallis coming back up. He didn't get to use any of his spells in that previous engagement, and Falcons will show respect. Somewhere on the sidelines, they managed to take down Crit, so that is actually a lot of their building pressure being taken out. Tundra hold for now.
The heroes are so tanky. This Bulwark from Mars, the Dazzle heals constantly coming out. Snaking is a problem. And that whole fight, Crystallis, he wasn't able to get off a single spell. Crit got a roar into Snaking, but Crystallis wasn't able to follow up. I think it was a nice stun or Yos coming out from Amar.
Yeah, they just kept him in place. Very little screen time for this Magnus right now. Far from the type of hero that you would expect to be first ban, first phase, then it's kind of funny how these things go. It's kind of funny how these heroes, they are basically eternally banned. And then in the games that these high-level teams are letting them through, it's clear that there's a strategy concocted to deal with it. I'm not sure how it ended up happening this way, but Crystallis just has not had the time of day. They are looking at continuing the charge down here. Quick escape. Tundra know that something devious is coming. Get the hell out of here.
Speaking of strategy, Falcons strategy looks like we're running down every lane. No farming for Tundra. We know what they like to do. We know how they like to play. They're going to split the map. Okay, we cut waves. Look, Skitter. He does not care. He's like, no one can touch me, guys. I will be this guy who deals with every wave. You guys go kill.
I'm pretty sure someone on Falcons has a dedicated sort of part of their brain just counting down the seconds until global silence. Because that is really the only thing stopping them. I wouldn't even be surprised if they've timed it to a T. Just as soon as global silence is used, something like Crit has a little alarm clock next to him, presses the lap button.
Just play your phone beside you. Set a timer for Siri timer for 1 minute 30 seconds.
Yeah, you find a song that lasts like the entire global silence cooldown. It's 120, so you just find an exactly 2-minute song, you play it, and when it comes to the end, he's like, okay, music's over, fellas, we need to back the hell up.
That is a life. I'll use that in my pub.
Yeah. You can have that one for free, okay, folks? You have more quality tips. FISSURE Universe Ep.4. This is where you get the best Dota.
Falcons about to claim their second Tormentor. Probably gonna chill a bit until Roche comes out, and that's what Tundra is playing for right now, right? This timing. But I don't know if Crystallis can actually get his BKB in time. BZM has the Witchblade now. Feeling the lack of damage too, I think. Has BKB queued up, but he knows. He also needs to do a bit more.
He's done a good job avoiding his death this game, I will say. And it goes back to how you were mentioning, this is a pretty free Storm game. The last pick Mars doesn't really get him because he can zip through the walls, especially if they don't have the chain stuns intact. So BZM, a lot of work for him to do this game. And even though, like you said, the Beastmaster managed to find an avenue out of the laning stage, has his items. 33, we haven't really felt the impact from this Beastmaster just yet. 1, 3, and 2. Bit of an uncharacteristic scoreline from this player. overall.
They're just not able to fight into this tankiness ball of Falcons right now. They need a way to find the dazzle. I think that is the key to their fights right now. Even then, I don't know if they can right now because Marine has eggs. Amar has his BKB, the walls are gonna come up like you said, and I don't know if Tundra is in a place where they can achieve that condition in place.
Yeah, Sasa's gonna get found here in the tree line. So TP out. Okay, lol. What the hell? I thought it was dead for sure there, and then he's just like, yeah, peace out, fellas. Nice knowing ya.
Trying to get a deep ward in time to see Roche. Maybe looking for a snipe little steal with the Storm Magnus. Global Silence. BZM is being hunted though. Crit has the Bloodthorn. He sees both of them.
Ooh, this is prime real estate for Crit to set up. There's the spear. So much for BZM dodging death. He'll find it in the face of the skeleton. The rest of Tundra need to desert. 60 seconds without your Storm.
They might want to force mid here.
Yeah. Well, bad news for you. They don't need to because they can just head into the Roche. It's another quick spawn for our bad boy in the top lane pit, and he is going to go down just as quickly. We saw how quickly he died the first time round.
Even once game 3, but they have the Bloodthorn now. It will kind of melt Roshan. This arm obviously does slow things down a little, but Falcons, I assume what's next on their itinerary is to just ball it down mid lane.
Yeah.
Maybe cut top a little bit on Ski, who has his own Glimmer Cape now. This item's so OP when you keep battling and it plays so fast.
It is. It's just not very sustainable for Storm Spirit to be carrying dust for himself. And I know you're gonna say, you know, he can swap out the bottle, but he needs all the damage and stats he can get. If his concern is getting vision of them, there's gonna be a lot more on the plate that he's gonna have to swallow before that. How do you play into this lineup? Falcons, they've drafted such a difficult setup to run into. You got sand in your eyes, you got walls in your eyes, you got all these little burning arrows, tar on the ground, snot, quills. I haven't even mentioned the poison touch. This is impossible terrain to navigate Tundra.
Right, I brought it up before, but I think the win condition snaking needs to die. And Tundra know that. Look at this smoke angle. That's the biggest fucking wraparound I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, you put some meat in it, it's gonna look like a shawarma. They need to find snaking.
You see Snake?
A bit of an uncomfortable zip. They don't see Snake, but now Crystallis finds two! That could be huge. They focused on Marine, and now with the Shackle as well, Snake King is gonna drop. This is the recipe for success, and they found the right fit. Tundra, 30 minutes on the clock. They needed to wait for this opportunity, and they found it here. 2 lives on the bristleback. They don't care. They're looking at Amar, and he has the BKB bulwark. Try and escape Skeeter. He's gonna TP back out to safety. Amar managing to make use of that remaining BKB duration. A Tundra. These guys are so damn good at Dota. They just know exactly what they need to do. I thought it was a bit of a miss there, you know, with BZM jumping in, but maybe it was all just a bit of a bait. They needed the Dazzle to reveal himself. Crystallis runs right around the corner, gets it done. Now, Skeeter's the only one in this mid lane. They gotta watch out for the respawns coming out in 3-4 seconds though. Tundra retreating back. They understand that was a bit of a surprise move that caught Falcons off guard. It's not going to happen so easily again.
We also saw a fight where Crystallis could finally do something, right? He has his BKB reveal, but Falcons, they want to punish this long ultimate cooldowns now. Try to run down mid to finish off the melee Rex. Skeeter's still feeling very, very strong here. I think as Tundra, you just kind of give this up right now.
BZM. No RP, no global.
BZM very kind
Gale Force though. Set up, Arena, stocks up, big trouble. I think he's Ghost Scepter up, which is gonna buy him some time, but angry Bristle.
Crit just
it got what? Well, okay.
Bloodthorn Clings,
well, yeah,
maybe.
That can happen. No defensive items on your Storm. He still doesn't have that BKB, and that's 60 seconds. I mean, talk about giving up 1 lane of Rex, it might be 2. Just walk on over to that top lane as long as they have a wave. Yeah, he doesn't have buyback for another. I mean, he's not gonna have it. There's no amount of bounty runes in the world that's gonna get him up to that.
That's such a big kill. It looked like Tundra was gonna lose 1 lane and the game would be so even after a 1 fight, but oh my god, look at his cleans. We talked about him being the tower damage.
Absolutely. They can take their time with it too. They got 28 seconds, Lee. Know that Storm buyback here isn't gonna really cut it, especially into that second life. Everybody else still posturing pretty defensively though. Don't want to get caught with their pants down yet again. They walk away with 2 racks to their name. Falcons continuing the pressure here. 13k gold lead. Despite a nice defense there from Tundra, it still really relies on their ultimates being up. That's their main gate to success at the moment.
And Tundra, they want to use their spells again. This first Shadow Blade, going for a Silver Edge now, so that's pretty big against Skitter. Gonna give them an avenue to just outright take him down. Tundra by no means are out of this game. Even though Falcons is in a pretty dominant position now, the teamfight on Tundra is still pretty damn scary. Just need to make sure they don't get picked off anymore. I'd like to even see them buy a gem for BZM possibly. It's the BKB complete soon.
The scariest thing for me is the win probability going up to 88% on Falcons. Large part of that is probably because of crit, right? His net worth is just astronomical compared to the rest of the supports. Like Mon can't really keep up. Just 1 4-star to his name. At Satsa, he's been an easy target once his Ghost Scepter expires. Not quite as invulnerable to his Dazzle crit links as he might have liked. Looking at that Lotus to try and help his team out. So many threats on the side of Falcons.
He almost has a nullifier too. Once this comes out, he solo kills any supports. Like Sakla is just dead if he sees him. Waimon as well. No 4-staff, no Ghost Step, no win run.
He had no problem killing the Storm. I don't know what's stopping him from maybe even making a go onto Crystallis.
That's true, but to be fair, they do have BKBs now, so the Bloodthorn damage will be negated a little.
Sure. I mean, that's if they can pop it. That's if there's no stun or setup from a Mao Malrine. Hasn't been an issue for them so far. Falcons continuing their rampage around the map, and this is kind of what you like to see if you're a Falcons fan. This is their signature style of a slow choke. Might not be the funnest to watch, but whether you like it or not, this is what Falcons peak Dota looks like. This is the style that they're so comfortable doing.
Look at the map right now. Look at where Skitter is. This is the prime poker bluff. All in.
Yeah.
The no Aegis Bristle showing in a minute while 4 of his team is on his side of the map.
He's not even there to... It's not even like there's an objective in mid to get, right? He's just killing some balls for fun. Out on a hunting trip.
Because I can be here.
Yeah, literally. He knows nothing's going to happen to him. A crazy, crazy situation that Falcons have put themselves in. It'd be a pretty... I mean, you say Tundra are not out of the game just yet, but it feels like it has to be some sort of miracle team fight for them to come back, surely. I mean, Falcons, they fell for it once. You don't get them a second time, surely.
I feel like the team fights are not very complicated for Tundra anymore, but playing the map is hard. Crit on this, I want to say this upgraded next assassin, right? Channeling his Sungjin Wu, the Arise, the Bloodthorn with the Skelly Bros coming out. Nullifier too. It's just so much. It's so hard to get net worth and so hard to get out on the map. If you're BZM farming and clicks Bloodthorns, you actually need to pop BKB. Same with Crystallis, same with whoever. And until his Silver Edge comes out for Crystallis, they actually can't deal with Skitter, who's just living in their face right now.
Oh my god, do you see the experience advantage? Falcons are 17 levels up on their opponents? No way. I think
Is that real?
There's no way, right? Yeah, is that real? I'm gonna do some quick math here. I don't
get a counting. We know.
Okay, I'm gonna get to counting. You just keep talking. Give me a sec.
All right. Falcons getting DDoSed apparently. Amar will have to reconnect. Let's look at Tundra's avenue to come back in the game. I feel like it's just, again, you need damage. The Silver Edge on Crystallis is an entry point to kill Skitter, but I don't know if it's enough. There's a grave behind him. There's going to be an epicenter. We saw what Malrine did yesterday on his Sand King, right? So much damage just from him and Crit. I feel like 2 of them are the team fight, you know?
I'm not sure whether it's actually 19 levels. It's
reconnecting. Hope appearing out of nowhere.
I mean, we still see him, so that's a good sign. Naking says G, they're ready to go. Ita's gonna come back into the game, just be like, oh, I'm in front of the tier 3. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Nothing they can do anyway.
It's fine. It's my house.
True. In case you're just joining us, folks, of course, that game number 1 kind of felt a bit like an outclass, right? At Tundra, they very clearly had a plan, got themselves second pick, baited the dazzle from Falcons, put that on Amar, and it did not look so good for him. Just a very, very nice counter draft with the OD, the Doom on 33 as well. But now with second pick in the hands of Falcons, they secure that dazzle. It's a little bit of a bait and switch. This time round, it's on Snaking. Draft some of their other signatures instead, getting their hands on the Bristleback, putting it in Skeeter's, grasp. And it didn't really have the best time on that Terrorblade. You could tell from the camera he wasn't really feeling the best, but this game, complete switch up. Dude just has a grin.
Snake's been cooking on this dazzle. Super high impact, but speaking of cooking, I feel like mental pressure. I kind of hyped up this Crystallis Magnus, right? I talked about how good he was, but it feels like he's been having such an underwhelming game. Not really able to take part in most fights. We only saw that one nice fight with BKB where he got a 2-man RP. Still have my hopes on him though. If he can land 1 or 2 more nice RPs, this game can definitely just turn around.
That is a big, big if. See whether Big C can come up clutch for the Tundra squad here. The resources are... I mean, this game, gold aside, net worth aside, look at them. They're just all having a little good time. Some tips coming through. They're all tipping Saksa.
The face of DDoSers.
Oh, that's nasty stuff. Okay, I'm going to put you guys on, okay? You want to know why they're all laughing? Remember that whole situation with Spirit and, them not really having the best of times with their own internet and their own security? It was a game against Tundra in the grand finals, and I remember we were all there. Saksa all chatted, no DDoS protection in 2025. And Spirit, of course, being the well-mannered fellas that they are, did not respond to that. But, of course, Falcons never one to skip out on a little bit of a jab. They all chat that right back at Saksa. 4 tips come in, and Saksa says apparently not. Just to sort of clarify the situation at hand, folks, no worries. It's not some sort of DDoS situation, even though Snaking has stepped out of his chair. It is a bit of a Discord issue right now, and they're working through it. Don't worry. Get this match back underway very, very shortly.
Sometimes people just drop the best lines on you, and you just have to accept that it's that good,
Yeah, it's true. They got his ass. What can you do?
Oh my god. Being chillin'.
There was a bit of a point I was trying to make here as we just kind of wait this one out while looking in game. Tundra, is it just a miracle team fight that they need? They need this RP. You said Snaking must die. What else? What are the sort of conditions? What should we be looking out for here?
I think killing Crit and Melrin is pretty significant. That's like the 2 damage sources, right? And I don't know if they need to kill Snake for it to happen. It's either they have enough damage to kind of kill someone through global, or they have to kill Snake and then take out Melrin and Crit. But I feel like it's not as simple as it looks, at least until the Silver Edge is up, maybe a bit more damage. Amar's going to be pretty easy to kill with the Silver Edge as well. So I think it's a big item coming out from Tundra. 33 is pretty close to his refresher too. So talk about him not having like a great game. He's like lowest net worth of the course. But I think once the double roar comes out, like holding a Bristle facing you, if you don't have a Silver Edge even, it's pretty good for you. I think a double BKB is pretty significant too, because he has been going down in the arena.
Sure. Let's talk a little bit. It looks like the teams are ready to go now. We're back. We're back, folks. We're back. We're so back. But let's do a little play-by-play of the fight, right? Like, what's gonna happen? Who does this Beastmaster want to raw anyway? Because you were saying the damage dealers need to die, but at the same time, somebody's gonna have to deal with this Bristleback. There's the arena. How does it play out for Tundra ideally?
I think you just need vision and the ability to choose your fights. I feel like before this Dazzle has like any sort of dispel, obviously you have the reverberating silence, but you need to kind of base kill heroes. And look at that, Amar knows that. He goes for a Wind Waker. Haven't seen this in a long time, right? Usually we see a bit more E-Blade or something come out. I think we saw it the other day, but this Wind Waker save on anyone is going to be pretty significant, especially if it's Crit or Malrine, I think.
Yeah, the use is such a value item this game just because they're able to dispel not only the main silence, but the Yules keeps you up in the sky enough that the second part of the global silence with the facet doesn't actually kick in. You'll come down ready to cast your spells, ready to pop a BKB if need be.
Going for Parasma on BCM, so again, just itemizing towards damage. Definitely wishes he could get a shot from the Tormentor too.
Of course.
Speaking of Tormentor, they're spawning soon, right?
Yeah, I mean, with the control that Falcons have over the map, no reason to ignore it. As soon as it's up, I'm sure they will. The 2 minute or however minute long song playing on Crit's phone will come to an end. He'll be like, okay, guys, Tormentor time. Let's move it.
Looks like it's high ground time.
Yeah, it might just be.
Here I come, baby.
He goes, anyone home?
Oh, we might see RP.
Just you want a skewer back? Okay, well, they'll try. There isn't a second life, but an immediate Lotus Orb. He has it for himself. He's fine. Little, yeah, Bristle in the Shackle gets both supports. How do you approach this? Roche banner up, you're looking for a target, but this Wind Ranger, you can't walk into the Sandstorm. It's just way too big of a radius.
This Roshan banner is a problem.
So that's gonna run up.
Not a problem anymore.
Okay, well, I thought for sure that Falcons were gonna make a go on that mid, or at least second BZM was showing on the mid, the jump onto Satsa, but just playing it slow. Roche could come back up in 20 or so seconds, and Tundra, they want to set up. They want to get another big wrap.
Walking uphill.
Starting to feel hungry. Saw on a ward that Skeeter was walking by. Crystallis will dodge him with the Shadow Blade, but he'll run into a Bristleback alone. Again, this is just one of those gambits. The Bristleback's showing himself. You kind of gotta expect that his team is nearby, but you don't know where they are, and a bit too risky.
That looked like it could have been disastrous. 3-3 and Crystallis were just on the low ground. Not really spotted each other out. The smoke broke. Both teams just waiting for Roche. Tundra will look like they're gonna just pop a 5-man smoke right now.
And they tried that first smoke, didn't really work out. They didn't want to connect on the one target show, which is the Bristleback. They still will try now. Noble Silence break up. In comes BZM. Maybe Skeeter's not so invulnerable after all. Hiding in the Glimmer, it's not gonna help. Naking couldn't get in the way, and now the Gale Force pulling him back. He's able to get the blink out though. Malrine winding up the epi. They got the connection. Crystallis and Sarsa are in big trouble. Huge counter initiation there, and the buyback from Skeeter. Handra need to retreat. There's no buyback on your Magnus.
Oh, I didn't like that chase from Crystallis. I feel like that one big kill was good enough to look for a second setup, but just eating the epicenter initiation there. No real save, also no global silence anymore, right?
Yeah.
They need to play on vision, and unfortunate for them, he ran into Falcon's vision. Nice epicenter by Malrine, and Skeeter buys back too, so I think this is the third layer of Rags.
Might just be 33 going down as well. Look at Crit looking for an angle. The Skeleton Archers can't exactly reach him, but Malrine absolutely can. No buyback for your Beastmaster Tundra. They've played such a quiet, dodgy game, but Falcons have done their signature move. Swoop around the entire map. You are not running away from them. Getting these key pickoffs now, mega creeps. Tundra, the odds look just about impossible now. We might be going to a game number 3. If they can't come out with something.
I'm pretty sure we are, Mike. BZM, it feels like all you can do is kind of cut waves and drag out the game. Falcon now with mega creeps will go to Roche just to secure things. Imagine Skeeter not having buyback is like a extra 3% of losing maybe. So we're gonna get the Aegis for him. The hard
comes back to that slight over chase from the Magnus. Maybe feeling a bit itchy, you know what I'm saying? Like you haven't seen action in so long. You want to try and get a fight, finally get a dub for the team. It's been rough times for Tundra throughout this early game, throughout the mid game as well. Their options have been limited. They've been basically not really interacting with Falcons, but we see exactly why.
Yeah, I don't really blame them though. I don't blame Crystal. I feel like the game has been so frustrating for him. Like they want to fight, but Falcon's just not allowing it.
Yeah.
Which, I want to say cheesy, such a disgusting way of playing. You just have Skeeter sitting in front, no one, everyone's farming. You know you're losing,
Falcons,
right? But you can't do anything about it.
It's a Falcon special, right? Gatekeep, gaslight, girl boss. They're not gonna let you touch them. Gonna make you feel bad for it. Girl boss.
The hell is
you wanted a mount, but you don't know what. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe you're a bit too old for that. It's okay.
The hell?
Well, someone educate Adam. For now, we might be moving to game number 3. If that Aegis grab onto Skeeter, this time he'll truly be invulnerable. Even with the Raw, they'll try for a jump onto the backline. Burrow strike with 4. Any sort of response comes out. 33. He's looking at the side, looking at Amar. They're looking to burst down the Mars and they find him. Buyback available, he can TP back in. This is the decider here for Tundra. They're able to try and focus down Crit, but he has the Grave covering him. Boom supports in big trouble. 33 and BCM might just be doing it here. Malrine taking a lot of pressure to Crystallis, and he's trying to pop out the epicenter, turn it around on the supports. He won't be able to find a kill other than the silencer. Both supports go down, but Crystallis will get the better of him. 3 heroes left on Falcons. No buybacks on the Sand King and Crit. Now your buyback on Wind Ranger. You have one on Whitemon as well. Andra did a great job splitting up that fight. So much damage done by the Beastmaster. Getting the backline here, but still the second life on Skeeter. No one's been able to shrug him off.
No RP. All eyes on BZM though. He's the only one that can really poke anything here, but Falcons, they're only gonna show the Bristle.
Look for Amar again. Crystallis with the setup on the back lines. Gale Force putting them in an awkward position, but Amar gets the spear. Tough shit for Crystallis. Doesn't have a BKB. Will just go down. He does have a buyback, so he's gonna have to pop it. Mega Creeps banging on their front door. Skeeter a bit too far forward now. And Falcons overextended. The Mega Creeps, they're doing quite a bit of work. In comes the second auto projection, ready for the setup. Saksa, he's gone. That's a dieback. 3v3 situation and a whole bunch of creeps still. They haven't really been able to clear this. Ida, are you confident to keep on going? Falcons really just gotta play this one safe? No harm, I guess. You can wait for that 4v5 situation. Beastmaster's gonna be up again, but so will Malrine. EZM, like you said, the only one available to keep poking and prodding. The only hope to keep this dream alive, because sure as hell, Crystallis, he's having a rough old time finding any sort of opportunity.
And that's all it feels like he can do though, poke and prod. No real kills coming out. So much commitment, like Crystallis needs to RP, BKB and Silver Edge hit for any kill. Other than that, I feel like maybe 33 can kill a support, but in that fight on the left, just now, Snaking got out with a, I think it was clutch 4-star from whoever, and he had a big Lotus. Crit also almost traded with 33.
Oh, EDM. He's the one getting poked at. He's the one who's dead. 90 seconds without your storm. Surely this has to be the end. Crystallis, a Hail Mary RP, but it's not going to be enough. They call good game right in the middle of that one. They understand that it's done. They kick and they cry, but that's about all they can do. Tundra, a very, very tough game to win up against Falcons. Just feels like they got outdrafted. And that feels like the story of this series so far. Second pick, reigning supreme. And it might just dictate this final game to decide who carries on in the upper bracket. Falcons, a bit of a sigh of relief here as they know they have one more chance. And a couple of good ideas to back themselves up. I mean, Adam, what kind of went wrong for Tundra? Did they just get so completely outdrafted?
Bristle back, baby. Ban it. I feel like Falcons is a spot where when they play certain heroes, they are so damn good, but it looks like sometimes their draft makes them a little uncomfortable. Even in this game, I feel like Tundra had like a good early lead. This is probably the most, I want to say, underwhelming Beastmaster performance I've ever seen from Tundra. So I think to me, when I look at my best Beast player in the world have that kind of game, I'm going like, what did I actually do wrong? And I feel like it goes back a little, not to blame BZM, but I think this Mage Slayer was actually super counterproductive of what their heroes wanted to do.
Sure. I mean, you look at the sort of rest of the team on Tundra Esports, not much to be done. Crystallis, he was having a very hard time getting his bag up. Couldn't really find farm on the map. A lot of space was being taken. The sidelines were being pushed. And at the end of the day, just way too much work. It feels so bad because are you really going to ban Clinks? Clinks of all heroes. The only player picking it is this guy. Great. And maybe Radan if you want to sort of really get into the technicalities, but it feels like he did so much work. They didn't really get punished at all for this pick. It managed to outmuscle the silencer. Is there any sort of consideration that this Clinks might be something you need to address?
No, I feel like he's just, I mean, Crit got one solo kill on BZM and they were like 20k ahead, right? That's just Clinks as a hero.
Okay.
I think if you're like, I think it came down to the strategy of Falcons, right? They had like super fast pace. Theirs was super hard to kill. I think itemization was super good too. The Glimmer from Malrine. Crit just being the one who sets up kills, and all in all, I think between Snake and the rest of the team, everyone was just super unkillable.
It's a shame from these stats that we can't see the damage taken, because I can let you in on a little bit of info. 57k received from Skeeter, and he reduced 60% of that. He has had a very, very nice strike back in this game number 2 after a bit of an underwhelming one on his Terrorblade in game number 1. It just felt like he had no entry into the game. This time, it felt like Tundra could not boot him out of the game no matter how hard they tried.
Looks like Bristleback is the solution so far. I also feel like second pick, right? Second pick has won again. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, it has.
Game 3, we had this yesterday. Game 3, who is gonna get the last pick of the series?
Who is gonna get the last game of this series? We'll find out after a short break. You don't want to miss this. This has been a blockbuster day of Dota so far. At FISSURE Universe Episode 4, we'll be back for Game 3, Falcons versus Tundra after a short break.
Too much on the line to give it up, yeah. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up, yeah. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness.
A warm welcome back to FISSURE Universe Episode 4. You're watching the official English stream brought to you by FISSURE Studios. My name's Perm Sneeze and I'm joined by Mr. 343 and we have had treats today. I mean, some of those group stage games, they were one-sided here, you know, up and down there, but these playoffs have absolutely been delivering. I mean, Tundra, they had that amazing team fight spellcasting performance in game number 1. Looked like Falcons didn't stand a chance. And then game number 2, Falcons just hit back out of nowhere, picked that bristle back like you asked for, and then they play their signature Falcon style. This time round, this is going to decide who stays up in the upper bracket and who unfortunately gets dropped down to the lower bracket at this early stage of the playoffs.
I feel like Falcons just up the pace, right? Bristle dazzle off the get-go. Again, I think this Bristle is probably the hero for Falcons right now. I don't know about the dazzle. Snail made it look really good, but I think it was also just the draft being brought together, right? There was so much protection for each other. They had 3 tanky cores. They had the one-man catch on Crit, who pretty much can solo kill anyone in the game with the lead they had.
Yeah.
But like you said, right? Second pick's been the thing so far. So can we talk about that a little? You already told me the coin toss results. Can you remind me, please?
Yeah, we will have the graphic up on screen. So Falcons managed to win the coin toss. I say managed as if they actually had to do anything other than click a button, but they click that damn button and they get themselves second pick. And this time Tundra are switching things up a little bit. So my immediate guess is that so far when Falcons don't get priority, they pick Dire for themselves. Maybe it's just something they're comfortable with. Tundra probably just kind of tried to throw them a bit of a curveball by denying it for them. But they go back to the side, maybe they're feeling a bit more comfortable on overall, which is going to be Radiant.
Okay, do you know why they pick Radiant?
Let's hear it.
Let me tell you the Dota 2 player logic, okay?
Okay.
Radiant, Radiant won both games.
Ooh, you're right. You're onto something. Screw the Radiant Dire win rates, right? Those don't even matter. It's just about this series. That's all that matters.
Yeah, because win rates are interactions like overall, right? On a big scale picture.
Sure.
But your interaction in this game is that second pick won both games, Radiant won both games. So you need kind of even it out. That being said, there might be a little strategic planning behind this, right? It's like, oh, Falcons want to play fast now. Like they lost game 1, you know, we kind of outfarmed them. Game 2, they try and pick up pace, and now Tundra will see if they choose a different approach to what they usually do here. I think Crystallize on the Magnus is he had a pretty underwhelming performance, you know. He looked good in the lane, but he just got picked off here and there, and it felt like it was really hard for him to find impact in this game 2.
Yeah, I know. Look, everyone's gonna say, of course, look at these casters pointing at the new guy, but I think that kinda has been the story of this series, at least so far. I think Tundra, they did a good job integrating Crystallis in some of the previous series. You know, picking his signature, even in game number 1, right? He was so enabled on that Monkey King. Felt like he had free reign to just kind of boss up, play his game, even though it was just a first pick. Feels like in that game, the Magnus didn't really quite get as much love. And on the flip side, Skeeter on his Bristle, you know, that entire draft was built around him playing fast, right? So he looked amazing. So, you know, we have a lot of rivalries, a lot of very notable players. Off-lane Amar versus 33, mid-lane BZM versus Malrine. These are all superstar matchups. But I'm actually gonna go and look at this matchup that's a bit more understated. The carry versus carry. Because I think that's the secret that both these teams need to try and unlock to get themselves this Game 3 win.
I'm not sure. For me, I feel like as much as I think it was a hard Magnus game, I think the draft also came into play. Like 33 had a pretty low impact game on the Beastmaster as well. It felt like Global Silence was 1 kill and they didn't really have damage to pour into the 1 kill. Tundra, I mean, the way they play is a bit more efficient on the map. I think they like their small kills, they like the game going late, but just in that game it felt like Falcon had the ability to say like, okay, we're not waiting for you, why should we wait? We're just gonna take our lead, we're gonna keep ahead and like bang on your door. And that solo kill from Crit and BZM was like super game changing, right? He was cutting the wave. Falcons, they might have got a melee Rex there, but the solo kill on BZM led to Falcons getting 2, and from there Tundra was just on such a back foot. That being said, I feel like the difference in these games and the games we've casted previously is that 20k behind, 30k behind, it feels like the losing team always has a chance, you know? Tundra, they were 20k behind when they won that fight into Aegis as well. So I don't count any team out so far. Both these teams showing that they do have angles as small as it is, as small as the hole to the goal is. Then it's been there, man.
Yeah, they can always find that way out. That has been what made teams like Spirit, Tundra, these guys at the top of the game for so long so difficult to deal with. But at the same time, Falcons, they play very much for the other side of the coin, right? You're talking about teams who always try and manage to squeeze out a narrow angle. Falcons are good at eliminating any chance of failure. They're very good at playing clean, very tight. I think at any moment there were a few instances where Tundra got the better of them, but for the most part, they were scouring the map. They were relentless, right? There were heroes just getting picked off left and right. Even though BZM solo kill did, in fact, lead to the end of that game by a bit of a domino effect, you kind of get the feeling that it was only going to be a matter of time, right? There's no way that this Storm somehow manages to escape this game without dropping a single kill on the map. He tried his best, but I mean, to no avail. Hopefully, Tundra have a little bit of a something different brewing in this game number 3. We are into the draft already. We will have that on your screens very shortly, folks. You'll probably get to see some of the interaction coming out from the teams as well. Unfortunately, I would like to report to you what has happened in terms of the lobby chat, but so far it's just Malrine with a little bit of smiley face. That's about it. Nothing too crazy. Both teams locking in. They want to stick in this upper bracket. Want to give themselves a bit more of a lease on life here. I mean, based on what we've seen from both these teams, I think we've seen them play their signature styles and really flex their powers. Which team do you favor overall power level wise?
I think it has to be Tundra, right? Falcons, like you said, has been on a bit of a downhill trend recently, but they definitely showed like a lot of life in some of these games, you know, like this previous game was clean by them. And I feel like they are strong when they are confident, when they have the ability to execute. So I think it's just going to come down to the picks in this series. Bristol is not banned. Falcons,
yeah.
I wonder if they'll... Let's see what they go for here. I'm trying to bait the A for the ABBA, maybe?
The most interesting part about this draft is the fact that Tundra chose to ban out the Sand King. Sand King over like everything else. So you talk about Dazzle, you talk about AA, you're talking about Abaddon, which makes its way through the pool here. And of course the Bristleback. I don't know what's really going to stop Falcons from picking it. Sure enough, there it is. They've now revealed that there's a bit of flexibility to this pick as well. Not only Amar can play it, Skeeter can run it down as well.
Well, I think this ABBA safe lane against Bristle off lane is a pretty damn good matchup. You have like unlimited mana and obviously you can purge off Quill Spray. So this ABBA Bristle matchup is probably something to just pretty happy with. Skeeter does play the hero. I know 3-3 plays it as well, so they'll probably keep it open towards the end, but I'm not sure how I feel about letting this Bristle through. I feel like it's probably Falcons' focal point, right, of why they've been doing well. It's just Amar, this Bristle, and apparently Skeeter plays it too. It's a very hard hero to deal with.
Yeah, regardless of whether it's Amar or whether it's Skeeter, it's a pick that Team Falcons know how to work around, know how to milk to the most success. But what about this Abaddon? We basically have yet to see this hero, at least in the games that we've cast. It kind of has the same effect as this NP, this Tiny, this Magnus, basically always banned out. I mean, could this be one of those situations where Falcons are intentionally leaving the ABBA in the pool because they have a way to deal with it?
It's possible, but based on this Bristle pick, I feel Falcons is just like, okay, we're gonna do our shit. That's what Bristle is, right? It's not a reaction to the ABBA pick. It's more like, this hero has high value for us and we're gonna pick around it. Whilst the ABBA is like a bit of a prevention pick, I wanna say, because obviously it lanes well into a Bristle. I wouldn't put it past some like White Mon playing ABBA as well, again, to enable whatever Crystallize wants to play against this Bristle. Some Slark maybe. Slark was a pretty decent lane. We'll see what kind of the approach they go for here.
5 seconds remaining.
Falcons, I'd be surprised if they don't ban the PA again.
Falcons turn Tundra Esports.
There it is. A coming out, so the ABBA counter, right, quote unquote. We've seen this hero left out a lot. Or banned a lot, especially when this ABBA Dazzle's in the pool. Dazzle also still there, by the way, so this A is kind of a stopper, right? Like, you don't really want to pick Dazzle into A.
It's kind of crazy because now Falcons, if Tundra don't ban it out, they could still pick the Dazzle for themselves. Now, Jakiro, Silencer, all still in the pool. If that's what Tundra want to kind of go back for, the Jakiro has eaten quite a few second phase bans.
Definitely possible. I'm looking at Falcons heroes now. I'm trying to think of their formula. It's like Crit is the playmaker, right? Malrine and Crit are playmakers, so without the Sand King, I'm not sure what Malrine will be on. Monkey King is removed. What else is a Malrine playmaking hero?
Malrine playmaking hero. There's the Park. Later down the line, he's played some Ember Spirit this event.
Oh yeah, the Ember.
Also the Storm Spirit. Yeah, the Ember Spirit. Giving you immediate flashbacks to their successors. How the Ember seems to be such a solid pick now. Not really sure what exactly changed about the hero that made people go a bit more for that hybrid build-up, right? We're seeing a lot of Mage Slayer into SNY, BKB, less of a focus on either, just kind of the old school Maelstrom type situation.
I think most of it is just Corrosion being a really strong item now. On top of that, Mage Slayer feels pretty good because BKB sucks and there's a lot of spell damage in the game. I'm not sure about Ember into Abba though. I think it's not a super significant interaction, but obviously removing shield removes a lot of pressure that you want to put in the silence as Ember Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
Sure thing. With this Night Stalker and Jakiro pick, my spider senses are tingling, and I have a feeling that it's going to be a bit of stalking for Saksa. We've seen him play this position for Night Stalker quite a bit, and it's been a hero that's been largely ignored this series. Is it kind of like the Dazzle effect where, you know, maybe teams are playing it and realizing it's not quite as good as it's cracked up to be?
I feel like my problem with Night Stalker is that in games that are shit, there's like no real return, you know? Compared to something like a Bristle or like a Sand King Beastmaster, these heroes, when they have hard lanes, it just kind of comes back. I think in the support role is a bit different though, because your purpose is more to give vision and scale, so you don't really lose a core, you know? I think we saw Boom yesterday, Jabs was having like shit lane on Night Stalker, and it's just, you're -1 core for a lot of the time. Usually pop out, you're able to kill one support, and that's pretty much it, you know? And you're the offlaner, I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah, I get you. Now, I do want to shout out Mr. Liam Mayer for his beautiful stats page, because I'm seeing here that very interesting stat. Tundra, most frequent, least effective picks against the team. Night Stalker. 6 teams on separate occasions have tried to pick and work this Night Stalker in a few different positions against Tundra, and they've lost 5 out of 6 of those games. So something about this Night Stalker that maybe Tundra understand better, maybe this will change our minds a little bit, because they have yet to really pick it for themselves. In fact, it almost feels like they're baiting their opponents into trying to pick it up. Falcons, they're going to gear themselves up with a what might be Malrine Earthshaker now that the Muerta for crit is picked up.
It definitely is, right? Just fitting of what they want. A dagger hero can kind of move around the map. Some blow up with the A, which is insanely strong. You're able to clear stacks too. Muerta just kind of neutral pick, you know, you have area cover. You're really nice against the Abba. He has no way of purging your silence. Deadshot obviously, and crit on this hero has been pretty impressive so far. Andra, what's the response here? What's an anti-Earthshaker hero? I think of Monkey King, but obviously it's been banned.
Tundra Esports.
Go for the Razor, so offlane Abba, most likely. I know Malrine does play his hero, but I think this is most likely just Crystallise's hero.
Yeah, I mean, BZM, not really someone who comes to mind as a big Razor mid player. I mean, really, if you're picking a Razor in this game, you're saying Crystallis, this is one of your 2 best heroes. Bloodseeker doesn't exist in this meta, so unfortunately you only have 2, so I'll just give this to you and good luck. Try and carry the game there.
Huskar ban. So they think there's like some shenanigans possibly going on, or maybe it's just a Amar Huskar ban. There's not many. Wait, no.
Yeah, no, it could be Amar Huskar, right? You're worried that this Bristleback goes back to Skeeter, Malrine with the Earthshaker mid, and then Amar brings that out to the. I mean, it's mostly because Falcons have the AA, right? We talked about the power of the Dazzle already. That's still something they can pick up, but maybe not as attractive into the Night Stalker and the vision he can provide.
I'm trying to figure in what's in the pool for Amar here. No Mars. He kind of has to be the Bristle, right?
That's what it's feeling like right now.
Is there any cool pick they can go for? What about for Tundra? Is it time for the BZM Viper?
Oh no. Viper on your potential game that you're dropping down to.
Should have no stuns.
They don't have a single stun other than Ice Path.
OD ban, I like that. That's a smart ban.
Okay. That's gonna safeguard their mid lane at least.
Hashtag aware.
Yeah. Hashtag awake.
Whitemon be yawning though. I don't know if he is hashtag awake. Tundra, what are you looking at? I feel like the heroes I'm looking at are all bad against AA. There's like Timber, there's Necrophos. These heroes do not want to play against AA and Muerta.
Yeah, that's the problem with the AA pick, right? It just squares off so many potential heroes you want to choose. Tundra, they have the potential. I mean, if they're going on signatures anyway, BZM Invoker still in the pool, although I don't know how relevant that is. I feel like with an Invoker, you always want a supporting cast that can keep people in place so that you can Cataclysm. Feels like the only way that Invoker is being played right now with the Agent of Galaron. You can see that if he's shaking his head a little bit, maybe a suggestion that he didn't necessarily agree with.
Let's pick Puck here. Fuck it.
Puck is banned, brother.
Oh, no.
Already have a lot of options left. There's the
There you go.
Invoker.
Good call. Mana
Okay,
burn,
I mean,
baby.
it's game 3. You know, you know that Malrine is gonna get last pick if he chooses to sort of flex in that position, but it's likely that he's the Earthshaker.
Oh my god, is
Yeah,
this
that
a
Amar
Skitter
last
of
pick.
Shaker? That's a wall. That's a wall. Give me the Ricky. Come on, Marine.
Oh my god.
The Skitter of Shaker is some throwback shit.
Yeah, that's true. No, they could totally do it too, and it's not even out of left field. It's not something that's that completely uncomfortable.
I can see like some
Amar
angle
all
Ricky here.
chatting.
It looks pretty good. What
Yeah,
do you say? What do you
there's
say?
a angle available as well if they want to go back to extreme comfort. Amar all chatted, Invoker looking good.
He knows, man. Mar just
You know?
wholesome vibes only. Totally not sarcastic at all.
Yeah.
Falcons taking some time here. Can also just go for a bristleback bar. They have so many options actually. Sorry, silver edge
still have-
fire.
Do you want to go for Dazzle still? Is that crazy?
Nah,
Into
it's too
the Invoker?
clunky, I think.
Okay,
DK.
back to
For
safety.
Skitter, probably. Yep.
Yeah,
Skitter
yeah.
DK. Just a stun to play with the AA. Skitter's been a big fan of his hero. Not sure what he will go for here. I think it makes more sense to go Frost, but you also just Abba, right? And you have AA. Do you really want to go Frost?
Yeah, you could just go Corrosive and amp up the pressure, play at the same pace that you were before and try and squash Tundra out of the equation. I will say that overall, even though this Abba pick is pretty scary, and this is a Saksa Night Stalker that we're talking about, Falcons, they look so solid. This is their typical lineup, right? They got the 3 tanky calls in front. They have a very straightforward team fight. They have a very straightforward early to mid game. What about you? What do you think?
They have no setup for this Sunstrike, so I think it's going to be a lot on BZM. I feel like Falcons has an easier draft to play. Whereas for Tundra, I feel like they have very independent heroes, right? Like they kind of can buff each other, you know? You get to shield someone, you get to alacrity someone, but there's no real synergy, you know? It's like, oh, I ice wall and you plasma field and you run in 33, you know, that kind of thing. So I am favoring Falcons a little more here.
Yeah. Look, you're clearly not seeing the vision. Crystallis is going to do a global taunt on his former teammates. They're all going to run into him, even the Muerta and Snake King. And then Whitemon will hit a 5-man Macropire Ice Path. Agent of Galaron, in comes the Cataclysm, silence onto 3, and 33 will casually burn them with a Radiance. How's that?
I believe you. If that happens,
yeah, of course.
I'll buy you 5 McDonald's.
5 McDonald's. Okay, well, Tundra, you gotta make my hopes and dreams come true. And of course, for the fans in chat, I think regardless of whether I do get the McDonald's or not, I think everybody is eating good. We've had tons of amazing Dota today, and this series is no exception. Let's see who stays alive in the upper bracket between Tundra and Falcons. A meeting between many former teammates and good friends. Very, very high-skilled players. Of course, at the top of that list, Amar on that bristleback. Again, you said he was a big focal point for them. It proved they could play on Skeeter, but I'm not gonna lie. I don't know Amar personally, but my guess is that he saw how well Skeeter was doing. He's like, come on, my turn. I want to go. I can show them who's boss as well.
Yeah, I just think this Bristle looks like a really strong hero. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's the Falcons thing, but I feel like there's just not enough to deal with him. And in this game, especially, I feel like we're gonna drain his damage and probably outlive him, right? That's what it looks like. Maybe Razor might even go for something like a Mage Slayer to kind of deal with it, because obviously reducing the magic damage from Bristle is pretty nice. But man, I don't know. I'm just not feeling the heroes of Tundra right now.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You might not be feeling the heroes of Tundra right now, but seems like everything was part of Amar's plan. We're not in the game just yet, but I can tell you, he's still all chatting. He said, "We ready? Razor Invoker, what a surprise, guys." And Whitemon hits him back with the Skeeter DK with the puck nerdy face. So both teams, it's good to see that they're still in good spirits. I think one thing about game number 2, I don't know about you, Adam, But if I lost the game like that, I'd be in a bad mood. You know, it feels like there's not much going on. Right here at the start, we're already seeing action. Saksa caught out. Slammed to the absolute curb by Malrine. They're chasing down Staking, though this AA is susceptible. Will go down. Might just drop a few more heroes here if they're not careful with the chase down. Amar low to a crawl, but dual breath already used. Not much else to be found unless Skeeter kind of pulls a fast one and body blocks his buddy there. Gonna be that. 2-1 for the side of Tundra. Falcons are the ones who secure that first blood for Malrine, so that is huge.
So Skeeter goes for the Frost Dragon. I think other than that, it's nothing really too out of the ordinary here.
The battle begins.
Some borrowed time. Slows up pretty nice too against their heroes. He's kind of deep right now though, Skeeter.
Yeah, he thought he could get away with a cheeky little stun. Stun strike gets the job done. Tundra, nice little 3 kills on the board. Malrine might have himself a first blood and a close bottle, but BZM's not going to miss out either. We get into game number 3. Tundra versus Falcons. This is the decider for who stays in the upper bracket. Fun set of heroes to watch as well.
I have an important question for you.
I'm listening.
Why do you think Razor says, "I drink your milkshake"?
Isn't it a reference? Like it is a reference, right?
It has to be, right? But to what?
I wouldn't know. I'm not very educated in the ways of American pop culture. I thought you would know that. You've been trying to school me on it all the time.
Alright, apparently in a show called There Will Be Blood, when Plainview says, "I drink your milkshake," he's saying, "You cannot stop me." I don't know how, I don't know if I'm even right or not. I really just Google this and it kind of makes sense, right? You can't stop me.
No, I get it. But at the same time, I feel like that's just something I would casually say to you if we were at a restaurant and maybe you let's say you bought me McDonald's, but I'm looking over the table and I'm like, damn, Adam's chocolate milkshake looks pretty yummy right now. I just gotta tap you on the back and say, "Hey brother, I drink your milkshake." That doesn't mean you can't stop me or anything. I'm just having a little sip. Nothing wrong there. You know what I mean? It feels like a bit of a harmless line, but maybe it's one of those if you know, you know moments.
If you know, you know. Speaking of what you know, BZM has 8 CS. BZM has 1 CS to the 8 of the arena right now.
Oh, that's
6. What's happening actually?
Yeah, what is happening in this mid lane? What's going on? I mean, the bottle advantage surely couldn't have had him such a good exchange, right? BZM, maybe if the higher levels in Exalt will be able to contest, but early on, Enchant Totem is the big winner here. Not to sort of, you know, divulge too much from the main topic of this game, but, you know, some of these new Arcanas, it takes so goddamn long to unlock the second style. You know, you need 500 kills on Razor in like winning games.
I have
to... Do you have it?
I have Queen Arcana since it came out.
Okay.
And until today,
have you
it's still not unlocked.
Okay, but how much Queen of Pain do you play?
Not that much apparently. Not enough.
Okay, yeah, see, yeah, well, then that's not really a discussion, right? I'm talking about, you know, you play maybe 100 games of Razor, you still might not be able to get it. Maybe if you're Crystallis and you average more than 5 kills a game, might get there. You don't just need to get a kill. You need to get a kill with over 100 static linking damage active.
That's how the requirements are kind of crazy, honestly.
It's kind of crazy.
Like some, I know there's like a million, right? Like focus fire damage, like a few million or something.
I don't know. That shit was crazy. Crit. Whether he knew it or not, that was a nice dodge on the Sunstrike. TP away. I feel like we've seen this scene before. Crit. Escape on a hair.
Lanes are... Do I need to watch this mid lane? Observer, help me out here. What is happening, BZM? 18-12. It's his last pick Invoker too. 6-4, 7-4.
Yeah, it's not looking too good, mostly because he hasn't been able to bring his courier over. I feel like most of the times you want to see 1 or 2 null talismans from the Invoker, but quick check on his inventory. He's trying to rush a pair of boots. There's 500 gold, still hasn't spent it yet, and not really looking too good for him. I'm not sure what timing he's playing towards or what necessarily he's waiting for, but no, I trust the BZM Invoker. I think he should be able to get something done. It's just a bit of a rougher start, you know. He comes back from these.
He needs boots because Malrine has boots, otherwise he's gonna get bullied a little. I wonder if the stick actually hurts the another missed Sunstrike.
Unlucky.
Skitter is gonna go down though, I think I'm right. Little rundown by the blue boys in the top lane.
Very, very oppressive stuff. We talk about Malrine bullying a little bit this Invoker in the mid lane. The top lane, that's the Abaddon specialty. He doesn't really have quite as many stick charges because he's not laning into a bristle, but just enough mana with that Null Talisman to be able to empower Saksa to get these chasers down.
This actually has Mjolnir queued up. I kind of like it this game. There's like so much damage on the floor, right? There's like this poison from DK, there's the calling, there's the ice vortex.
Oh, this is a bit annoying. Sunstrike coming on to stick.
Fire.
Wow!
Big
Okay. That's what we wanted. Saksa might die for it though. The Frost Dragon slowing him to a crawl. Nope, there's the shield. He'll be fine. Nice little play there. Unfortunate that Saksa's courier does lose his boots in the process, but funnels more gold into BZM in the mid lane. He definitely needs it. 16 denies on Malrine now. He is working this totem overtime.
I wonder if he's calling this because Crit was kind of walking over, but look at these wards from Tundra. There's just 2 in the bot side. Really trying to protect this Invoker. Maybe they knew the lane.
He needs all the help he can get.
I guess it's just Invoker's weakness, right? Like you kind of get ran at.
So what do you think is the idea behind this Invoker pick? Because it screams comfort to me. But what is it meant to do this game?
It's nice against Abba. No, it's nice against Bristle, I guess. You just kite, right? Bristle is one of those heroes that he doesn't really buy mobility items, but he runs around a lot. So Ice Wall super value, EMP obviously super value. The pure damage from Sunstrike, and I think just Invoker's damage in general with this new facet is insane.
Yeah.
They also didn't really have any mid heroes left, right? So I think Invoker just back to comfort, no issue.
Uh-oh. 33. Hightailing out of there. There'll be a stun that comes through. Shield is available, but can't even live to put it out of himself. Nice little TP there from Malrine. That wasn't even a surprising move. It comes in tandem with Tundra's rotation up to the top lane. They were the ones who wanted to get aggressive despite it being daytime, but Malrine just kind of beat them to the punch. You look at the mid lane though, there is a catapult bashing into this tower and the Forge Spirit helping out. So BZM will trade a little bit of pressure, but that hurts a bit on the Abaddon.
Man, the Sunstrike kills from Invoker. It doesn't look like he lost his lane badly at all. Yes, is like 36 to 17 or something, and these 2 Sunstrike kills is kind of carrying BZM net worth wise.
Tundra setting up around the Wisdom Moon. Can they really contest here? Sunstrike doing quite a bit of damage. Amar not quite as tanky anymore. He'll turn his back, try and get prickly with it. Managing to survive. Crystallis secures that bit of EXP for his team. The 2 supports still trying to duel. Crystallis just going to prioritize saving his own life there.
Coming back.
Maybe not. He has a TP. Maybe trying to bait in a Sunstrike. Doesn't fall for it though. Oh, okay. Great. Okay. Nice little dodge. Does he win? He goes down to snaking at the end of the day, but this is a lot of space. Meanwhile, top lane. Move being mirrored. Saksa ends up getting slapped down up here.
How's Marine getting these kills? I guess it's just the boots and Winlace, also Day Stalker. I feel like it's kind of hard to run at their heroes, right? As Earthshaker, but Skitter probably set it up.
Oh, dude, what the heck? Did you see that? The Earthshaker actually echo slammed the stack up in the top lane. There were quite a few ancient camps and the Polywalk stacked as well. He just popped out the echo. I guess there's no real reason to use that other than farm. So
I don't know if he'll go back for power trades with this, because I feel like if he gets daggered anytime soon, he isn't gonna have an echo to use.
He actually is just gunning straight for the dagger. He's 16k gold now on that Earthshaker in his pocket. Brown boots, Windlace, wand, bottle, and a dream. Could hit a crazy timing here though.
Tundra fed up with the rotations from Marine to the top lane. BZM will make his way up here, but turns right instead. And walk back to his gate. Skitter doing what every cleave hero does.
Okay. This wall. Saksa will be there. Again, it's not nighttime. We'll still close the distance. Look for that lingering burn damage. Blood Grenade will get the job done. Nice little setup there from Tundra. BZM was on the hunt for quite a bit there. Off the map for a good 1-2 minutes, but ends up paying off.
And he kills a kill. Abba enjoying this top lane though. You see him come, just farming the small camp.
The Sunstrike is putting on so much pressure, regardless of BZM rotating or not. Maybe that's kind of what they needed. Somebody to just boost their side lane's power up just that bit much more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely one of the strong suits of Invoker. On top of his just insane amount of damage at this moment. Game's pretty even so far though. BZM super close to his Midas. Marine rushing the dagger. I assume we won't see many things happen before that comes out.
Dire's top tower is under
Maybe now that it's nighttime, in just about 15 seconds, the stalking phase will be initiated. I don't know if you know this, but it's currently daytime, so all he can do is walk. He's not allowed to stalk. It's actually government mandated. Once that, once the sun goes down, stars come out. There's Saksa. It's gonna be a menace. You can see him already posturing pretty aggressively, and Falcons, they decide that this tower is not worth the squeeze.
I can tell you something.
Yeah.
I'm seeing what Amar has queued up with. I know it's like kind of standard build now, but this is a pretty insane blade mail game, isn't it? You have Jakiro, Macro Pyre on the 4, you have Static Link, you have Invoker, so I don't know, I feel like this Bristle is gonna be really hard to deal with at some point.
We were casting a game of Boom, and I think that Boom versus Falcons, to be precise, and we can see the camp stack, that's obviously a priority. Every time you're playing the Bristleback, every time you're playing versus Falcons, that's something they're going to prioritize. But this is the exact same build-up that he has, and the Bristleback ends up being such a menace. I think usually you'd see the Blade Mail with something like the Snot Rocket to compensate for the damage you're losing. This build ends up working very nicely for Amar as well. It might not save him from the claws of Saksa. The chase down, not grenade. Oh, neutral creep kill.
That's fine though, honestly. Saksa gets a big camp. They secure mid tower too.
Is it?
He walks over. Yeah, it's fine. He gets the big dragon, man, and Amar dies. Who cares?
Okay, if you say so. I don't think you managed to deny much farm from Amar. He'll just come back. Get rolling again. Snake King still very low in the levels department. That's because of the beautiful Wisdom Rune Steal. They even dropped the Jakiro Macro Pyre down to cancel Malreen's reinitiation. Not gonna stop him from just... Oh my goodness, look at how far that Night Stalker body just gets slammed.
I love that.
Yeah, Lil Slugger is so funny to watch.
What an appropriate name.
Dude, sometimes he just gets like a 3-4 man Echo Slam and he kills all of them instantly and all the bodies just fly in like 5 separate directions. It's hilarious.
Tier anime moments.
True. It really just makes you feel like the main character, and that's gonna be Malreen's story here. He needs to bring it together for the team because the rest of Falcons, they aren't doing too hot. Net worth wise, Ether's still keeping up, but by the Tundra, they're starting to get a noticeable advantage over their counterparts here.
Pretty chill game so far. For Falcons at least. Nothing really happening. Malreen obviously has this dagger, and they did see it thanks to a ward in the mid lane, so I think this smoke is very known to Tundra right now.
Yeah, no surprises there. And up, Crystallis will make it to the Twin Gate. I mean, if they made a beeline straight for the Twin Gate, they might have fought him. So because of this Night Stalker, the Tormentor will be spawning up in the top lane. Makes sense that Falcons wants to clear out this tier 1. Maybe try to go through the Twin Gates, but Tundra have already set up around that location. So far, one thing has held true, regardless of our game, Adam. 15 minutes, it's time to fight, right? Both teams will be trying to gear up. 33 is not quite ready yet. He's just a Talisman of Evasion away. And you gotta imagine, maybe Tundra are not going to fight this situation. It'll be daytime. You know, they don't really have any useful items on their cores just yet.
Saksa is literally just stalking. Dude, he gives so much vision. Can you look at these wards from Tundra? It's pretty insane.
Yeah,
basically
it is.
know everything in the world right now.
Yeah.
If you die, or if Falcons make a move and something happens, it's because you read the situation wrongly, because you definitely know what's happening.
Yeah. Tundra, they have all the information in the world, and that's kind of what the Night Stalker provides you. Along with exceptional warding, of course. Maelstrom complete for Crystallis. He's just going to put this to work by farming more creeps. Seems like Tundra, their game plan is just to scale up, and this is what we thought as well, right? Their heroes don't necessarily have any immediately obvious synergies or timings that synchronize together. They just are very powerful independent heroes. Yeah, Amar in the bot lane popping the Dark Ascension. Hold on to that Void because he might just be able to TP out. Won't do so out of fear for the cold snap of the tornado. Ice Blast is coming in to cover him. Okay, well, that's just a Dark Ascension for nothing then.
If they go on him as 3, Dimitri stands there and pops right now.
Blink Echo in the mid lane, an easy catch onto BZM. He's been enjoying the luxury, hiding under his tier 1 for far too long with 3 stun strikes. Now Reen will say no.
It's pretty much a solo kill, right? Snake didn't really do anything, no Ice Blast.
Yeah, Snake was just vibing. I don't even know whether he iced Vortex.
He did, but it was like towards the end. I don't think it mattered.
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like if they go on Amar with Meteor or Macropyre or even Razor and he just presses Blade Mail and stands there, I don't think you can actually touch him.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. They need a break, but I don't know whether Crystallis is going to be the one to build into it. Still busy farming away on the Razor, which means that this Tormentor is going to be forfeit. I'm literally high. It still spawns at the bot lane. Oh, no. Because because it takes 15 more seconds for it to move up to the top. So if you get it within the 15 seconds, then you've got yourself a Tormentor, right? But if you can't kill it in 15 seconds, then it shifts up to the top lane. Things get a little bit awkward.
Interesting. Who comes up with these ideas?
Yeah.
Like, I think we shouldn't change the map back, but what if we add a 15-second delay to it?
No, I mean, that's just the night rain, right? The night lasts longer, it's real nighttime, yada yada.
I get you a white more, no TP this time.
He has a blade mail, fellas. I don't think you're touching Amar, but I guess White Mon with that Macropyre, he scares them away for now. This really feels like a strong timing for Falcons. A bit unfortunate for them that they got the Muerta shard. That still has its value later on in the game. But you know what's going to give you a lot of value? If you follow Fissure on all their socials, you're going to be up to date on all the tournaments happening, all the amazing Dota happening, of which we've had no shortage. Type !F in chat, or if you're watching on Twitch, scroll down to the banner, click, and you will find all the links there. But yeah, this Muerta shard, I mean, they would have loved to get it on Snaking for that Ice Blast cold feet duration, but I don't think they're complaining with the current state of the game. They're probably chilling.
I always feel sad when the Muerta gets the shard. It's like, oh my god, it's like bad rider level, you know. I guess it's not so bad, but it's also not changing, you know. Like Snake getting a shard would be so nice for them.
Yeah. You gotta watch out. The other day I was just watching one of the other group stage games, and there are some really, really big Muerta shard defenders, because I think between you and me, I think we can agree that the Snake shard would have been much better, and Muerta shard is a little bit low value now. But people are like, how dare you say that? It's basically infinite scaling. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, you know, you can't really argue with that. It's just, you know, when it comes to what it's doing right now at this very moment, 17 minutes in the game, it hasn't really helped crit, farm, or find anything more significant. Andra, who smoke out here. A little bit of a poke and prod at Falcons in the bot lane, but they are kind of splitting up a little bit. It's a bit strange. The Abaddon's down here showing on the wave. Run 3 mid. Now Reen is in vision. Now Reen will just jump the Night Stalker because it is daytime and you can see him try and TP out on the Earthshaker. Too much damage. Crystallis joins the fray, gets the kill on the Earthshaker. A bit too deep. Nice bait there. And meanwhile, BZM gets a solo kill onto crit. Nice little moves there from Tundra.
Yeah, that was an interesting play by Malrine. I also want to talk about his item build. He has Kaya queued up. I feel like this is a BKB build. Playing into Nice Stalker and Invoker. Is there a reason you go Kaya specifically? Just scale maybe before your BKB?
It's just a nice quality of life item, perhaps. I mean, the spell amp, right? So you're gonna get quite a bit more burst.
I guess so. Maybe it's a combo with the Ancient Apparition.
Yeah. More spell damage, no problem.
It's been such a quiet game. I feel like it's either Malrine going to kill someone or Malrine going and dying. That's literally what the game has been so far.
We've seen this Earthshaker in the mid lane before, and more often than not, we talk about the supports that it has by its side, right? Because you have something like the AA, it feels like it enables this Shaker so much more. This game, despite having a pretty solid duo backing him up, Malrine is having trouble connecting. He managed to get a nice little Echo Slam solo kill, and now Tundra are no longer really giving them these opportunities. Thinking? Gone around the tree line. What the hell was Whitemon doing there?
Tower has fallen.
Hello, everyone. This is looking like a dead AA. Goodbye, Snake. On strike, give it to him. Echo Slam instantly. They will punish the Jakiro, so that is 1 for 1. The rest of Falcons are streaming in now. In fact, I mean, 33, he knows it's time to get the hell out of here. I say that, but kind of sticking around, maybe wanting to set up. I mean, he doesn't really have any teammates around here. Not sure what the plan is.
What's Falcon doing out here? Just 4 heroes.
Dire's top tower.
They can't really touch this Abba either. Again, just pretty quiet game.
Yeah.
No real moves to be made. It's really just Malrine with the daggers, setting up the echo here and there. Both teams super happy to farm. I think 33 is having, again, the game of his life. This is what Tundra play for. Chrysalis has not left the left side of the map to went for the farming Mjolnir. Probably wants his BKB before anything. I assume teams will start to pick up the pace a little when it comes to a bit more of a Roche time.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Falcons are pulling any punches though. They want to get action happening now. They'll run into Whitemon. Could be a very dead Jakiro. Easy setup there for Malrine. Dark Ascension popped by Tundra. Gonna look for something. Just the courier with a smoke and a bit of mana on it. I mean, is it Falcons you feel that are pressured to try and make moves happen on the map? Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not super familiar with this whole, you know, Razor position 1. We haven't seen it in too long. What's kind of the timing? Because you said BKB, BZM already has the Aghanims. Is that kind of the timing that they're waiting for?
Well, I think this hero, as long as you have someone to link to, you have Giga scaling.
Oh.
He has like insane talents. The 25 is crazy. The Stagling still. I think once you have Mjolnir BKB, you're also super strong. And he's the manly battle.
Less manly and more. Uh-oh. I'd have stopped a bit too close to the sun there, Skeeter. Will deny him of the Shrine of Wisdom Steel.
The Skeeter goes for dagger too, so there's a bit of a story to tell, right? Zion Bills Falcon. I think it's probably go time for them. Ready to take fights, but Tundra, again, their heroes are not easy to go onto, especially once Chrysalis gets this BKB. See, they need to start finding pickoffs on the right heroes, because I feel like it's just been Whitemon or Saksa going down.
Yeah, it doesn't actually matter, right? BZM, he died once, that's about it. Keeping himself relatively safe so far. There's the BKB from Chrysalis. Maybe they were waiting for Amar to be able to get his little hairball to fly that shard out to himself, and perhaps now see both teams take a crack at it. Start setting up for that Roshan that's in the top pit. Something that Falcons can pick up very quickly. Tundra not so quickly. Just gotta imagine they want to make full use of this nighttime. Some pings come out. Seems to be a ward spotting out Chrysalis. In comes the stun, Ice Blast. Chrysalis not even a chance to pop his BKB. He'll go down. Whitemon with the TP out. Fissure slightly off the mark. And Malrine kind of blocked himself off a little bit there. Could have maybe blinked in with a Enchant Totem, but that's going to open up Roche for them. So again, even though the Tundra heroes are strong, they found an opening for themselves by killing these supports over and over. It allowed them to put some deep wards in, crack open the triangle, kill Chrysalis into the Roche. Looks like Falcons, their pace is on.
I think Tundra wanted to contest, but it's a bit too slow. So tree on the right side. Dark Extension's popped though, they're still looking.
We'll try. Dacha trying to get some sort of a catch. Boss up away on the Dragon Knight. He's not the one with the Aegis, and that means he's in big trouble. And he's down.
Damage echo!
With a huge echo on the back line. Malrine finds his opportunity, and Abaddon, his ultimate pop. In comes the Cataclysm, striking down onto Malrine. BZM still fine. He managed to dodge up that initiation, but now he's under a little bit of threat. He's being chased down by the Bristleback, and Amar gets the kill. Malrine trying to get away. The distance with the Fissure, he'll be fine. Tundra falling for the trap a little bit there. Here at FISSURE Universe Ep.4. A reminder, you're watching the official stream, and that was painful stuff. What a connection there from Malrine. Doesn't do the most damage, but Skeeter, even though he goes down, he ends up pumping up so much gas. Back on the side of Tundra.
Dude, he lived so long. Also, I think BZM kind of messed up, right? He tossed the Earthshaker, the Cataclysm came out, but it didn't hit in time, causing BZM to just be able to walk away. 33 not able to finish him off too. Falcons looking good right now in this game. I know Tundra's keeping up in net worth, but I guess that was a fight without the Razor. Chrysalis was dead all the while. Respawn couldn't get to the fight.
Yeah, it also kind of felt like Tundra were forcing matters, right? They popped the Dark Ascension. They were looking for an angle, but the second that, you know, that Night Stalker little icon comes up, you know Tundra want to look for something. They don't want to waste that Dark Ascension for no reason. Fortunately, it ends up biting them in the butt a bit.
Feeling manly here.
And yes, second life.
He's still so untouchable with his plate wheel.
He's going to get more untouchable with that Lotus. Now he's not going to be that viable of a static link target. If he's fast enough, he might be able to get it off onto Skeeter and prevent the Starlist from being able to scale up like you said. He's up onto the high ground. Both supports under threat. Whitemon will be able to TP out. Found Saksa. Meanwhile on the backline, Crystallis popping the BKB to get the jump on Malrine. They find the Earthshaker. Crystallis is a little bit too fast for them to chase. The GP, Ice Blast, Deadshot will just nail him. Way too much magic. Meanwhile, 33 being hunted down by Skeeter. Abaddon ulti popped in the blink. There's nothing you can do to stop that, unfortunately.
Falcons just look pretty untouchable. You see the damage from Crystallis though. He pretty much solo killed Marine. I think it's just a nice path from Whitemon coming out.
Yeah.
But that will lead to Falcon setting up for a top Tormentor. Tundra still top 3 net worth on all 3 cores. Falcons not far behind though. I think in terms of net worth, it's like Tundra does well with like a lot of items on all their heroes, right? Whereas for Malrine, maybe this one dagger, this one BKB, like it's enough for him to have quite a huge impact in team fights as well.
Yeah.
I think the goal advantage, a bit of a little misleading maybe.
I mean, clearly Falcons are the team in the driver's seat right now, but what do Tundra need to do to wrestle back that control? Because I don't think it gets easier for them with Falcons getting more items as well.
Yeah, one or two. I feel like you just need to play for how you want to find the fight, right? Because ultimately, I think Tundra's problem is that they don't have enough control. They also don't have an answer to Bristol right now, especially with this Aegis. And once the Lotus comes out on Amar, I think that's going to be super annoying too, because he can also just Lotus Skeeter now, really.
He set up upon nice 4-star from the Dragonite to save him. Still will get Sunstruck though. Ice Blaster the Invoker, which means he no longer feels confident stepping up. It was an AD rune. That's why so much damage came out from him.
What about Snake's skill build? I don't know if this is normal, but Snake does this like every game. It's like 1-4-1 full stats. Yeah. It's like my spells are useless other than Ice Vortex. I think he's right. This looks like the best build possible.
I guess his perspective is he's never going to be in range to be cold feeding anyway if he's in the right spot.
He did this against Jab's Night Stalker yesterday as a core. I mean, I think this game too like buys you a lot of time and space, right? Which I think his playstyle is like he's gonna live, he's gonna buy auras, you know. He's I think drum. If you click on snaking and if he probably has a stat of drums he buys in every game, it's probably close to 90.
Like the percentage wise, how much he's just picking that item up for the team.
Yeah, going for the pipe next. So I think staying alive and just tanking up is the way he likes to play to scale.
That Boots of Bearing is going to help Amar out a lot, especially if he's caught out in the ice wall. Same shit for the Earthshaker, right? If he doesn't have the BKB, some of these slows just shrugged off. The Boots of Bearing active.
Marine though, I like his item build killer. I think he's going for E-Blade. Maybe even just a Ghost Scepter for himself. I think normally you see the eggs. I'm not sure why he's going for this choice instead of the Aghanim. Maybe it just feels like he needs something to deal with this Razor linking him when he goes in.
Yeah. Playing for the burst damage, playing for the one shot, one kill type B.
Do you ever not take Gilgard?
Gilgard is so busted.
Yeah, I know, right? Tundra, look in here. Don't look like they're gonna find anyone though. Falcons more than aware.
I really have no clue who is even in the driver's seat this game. I think a large part of it for me is I know Tundra on signature heroes, but it just feels like I don't see the vision. Like at what point does their draft come together? Because you talked about how they don't have a solution for the Bristleback. Who's going to build a Silver Edge? You talk about how, you know, they're all scaling up on their costs, they're keeping up in net worth. They haven't really been able to convert that into any sort of pressure on the map, but